Junior, check pit exit. Check pit exit.
We're about to go racing, 100 laps, 300 kilometers ahead of us. There is so much to play out over the next 3 hours of racing.
300 kilometers around this technical track is anyone's game.
There is so many unknowns, and in that respect we are going into the great unknown. Andrew Boydell and Jason Walsh are your 2023 Winton 300 winners. Welcome everybody to round 3 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships in conjunction with the picture partners Winton 300. We've got all that to look forward to later on this afternoon. That will end proceedings today, the big 300 kilometre endurance race. But before that, we have these 10 machines that are just rolling out onto the race circuit. It is the Australian Supertrucks Series, their second race of the weekend. I am Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Callum Brannigan. And now, Callum, for people that haven't seen this, it's quite something.
It's absolutely a spectacle to behold, Dan. Very privileged yesterday to be able to watch yesterday afternoon's race as the sun was setting by the fence. And as impressive as these trucks are on screen, they are so much more impressive in person. The spectacle, it's almost shocking seeing just how large these machines are on a tight, confined circuit like Winton. But just the sheer power, the noise, the experience of them all, it's just so much better in person. But very privileged to be here to call all the action, and we're very much looking forward to this second race. We had 3 races yesterday actually for the Australian Supertrucks, one with the main drivers, which you see behind the wheel right now, and we had 2 for the teams race where they put the mechanics behind the wheel, I believe, for some of the trucks. So this morning you can see fine conditions. The sun is out. It's a little bit cold, a little bit brisk this morning, but those conditions are usually conducive to some pacey lap times, and obviously the tireless efforts from the teams up and down pit lane here bright and early this morning to make sure that these trucks are raring to go. So we're very much looking forward to this opening 6-lap encounter on the short configuration of the Winton Motor Raceway. So trucks are out there just getting their sighting laps done, and we're all warming up and building up towards a massive day of racing action coming your way. After this, we've got the XL Masters with their second race of the weekend, followed by Super TT. The Winton 300, the picture partners Winton 300. We've got a 15-minute warm-up session. Yesterday, we had 2 qualifying sessions, and we saw a few surprises, not only in the main combined qualifying session, but also in the top 10 shootout. And then builds towards the Australian Drivers' Championship. So you can see pretty animated rear ends from the trucks as they're continuing to warm up their tyres as part of their sighting lap stand, and we are looking forward to the entire day's action. And it's a big thank you to everybody who's made their way to Winton Motor Raceway to witness firsthand the racing action as part of round 3 of the VMRC, Victorian Motor Racing Championship. And we've got a big day coming your way. It's also a big hello to everybody tuning in on Blendline TV, on the YouTube channel. For everyone that's gotten up early this morning, sitting on the couch, settle in. We hope you sit back and enjoy all of the action that's going to come your way very shortly.
Absolutely. So those trucks are out there at the moment, circulating around, just warmth into the tyres. Although you see a green flag waving out there, so we'll still get in line. Timing's telling us, as we expected on the schedule, this is a 6-lap race. Quite the traditional start we'd expect. There's a lot of smoke coming from the truck down the back straight. That's the number 31 of Prillwoods. Yeah,
there's a lot of fluid coming out of that, isn't there, Dan? It definitely looks like fluid coming out of the back of it under brakes. Obviously, they've got a water-assisted braking system to keep those brakes as good as possible. But yesterday, I actually saw in the back of the Zamet truck as he was deep under brakes going into the old turn 1. The amount of sparks and heat that you could see that was being generated from these tyres, from the brakes, I should say, because it's a huge amount of weight. There's a lot of momentum to try and arrest. You've got to convert that forward momentum into stopping energy somehow, and the trade-off for that is heat from the brakes. So there's a lot of technical engineering that goes into ensuring these trucks go as quickly as they do, as they're continuing to cycle around and get their sighting laps completed. So the safety car, the Hyundai N safety car, it looks absolutely sensational in its wrap. It's a big thanks to the double ASA and the team for being the endorser or the promoters behind the VMRC, as well as the Super Series as well nationally. And they've got a beautiful Hyundai N coming out on track now to bring this field under control. Now, on pole position, it's the number 40 of Steve Zammit. We saw in the first race of the weekend, he was unstoppable. There was a lot of pace in that truck. We didn't quite see the forward progression that we were perhaps anticipating in the following races, but the racing action was just so close. We didn't really have much time to look at the lead of the race, so you can see now that the field is coming under control and they'll start gritting up and getting ready for a race start. So this is race 2 for the main drivers, as we said earlier. And it looks like everybody's dialed in and they are ready to go. So Zammit starting on pole in the number 40. He is alongside Amoroso in the number 96. That truck saw a fair bit of action yesterday. At one point it rotated ends or swapped ends on the driver at I think the old turn 6. And then in third position, we've got Fern in the number 23 alongside Mitchell Pruitt's in the number 31. 31's a standout truck for me. It distinguishes itself from the rest of the field in the way it sounds. It's got that really punchy, it's got a notable noise difference compared to the other trucks.
Absolutely, yeah, you're right. We'll go through a bit during the race, but yeah, obviously different engine configurations. This particular one, most powerful truck out there, produces 1,500 horsepower. Yes, you did hear that correctly. 1,500 horsepower. You know, when the Veyron, the Bugatti Veyron was released, they spoke about that magical 1,000 horsepower, and you think this is producing 1,500, and it's a lot older than a Bugatti Veyron. I've noticed as well, Botwell, I don't see the number 1, the reigning champion. He had a couple of mechanical issues yesterday. It certainly wasn't running quite on song, and I don't see that out there. And same with Mark Noonan in the 42 truck as well. That started 3 races and didn't finish any of them with mechanical issues, so might be a couple of trucks down this morning, but I know Botwell, they'll be back, I'm sure, trying to get that thing fixed and ready to go for the 2 races this afternoon. Yes, that's one of the great things about truck racing. You get so many races in a weekend, so although they might not be out for this one, I'm sure they'll be working away feverishly to try and get them out for the 2 races later on this afternoon. But we are forming up now. We are just moments away from the first race of day 3 here at Winton Motor Raceway in the lead up to the picture partners Winton 300. Here they come then around the final corner. We're about to go green. We're looking at the lights and they are off. We are underway as they roar down towards turn number 1. I can hear a couple of brakes chirping. All the 23's been hit, turned around by Prilwitz. So that is not a good start for Fern, who drove so well throughout yesterday, but got tapped into a spin. If you get a touch just in that rear right corner or the rear left corner, it's so hard to try and save them. The momentum in the trucks being so heavy, they just rotate so quickly around. As we see, there is the 31 truck that made the contact, coming under pressure from Smith at the wheel of that machine. Harvey Dale drove that throughout yesterday, but Smith is back behind the wheel, the regular driver here today. Great to see Shannon Smith. And he's going around the outside. We saw Harvey Dale pull this one off yesterday, but Prilwitz closes the door. Oh, he's still closing the door. 2 wheels through the grass. Couldn't quite make that one stick. That was a firm door close.
Oh, and it's continuing, Dan, as they exit the turn. There's a little bit of contact there, so not too happy is Smith with the door being slammed firmly shut. He had the inside line, but there was not a truck width, so he took to the grass to try and get past, but he could not this time around. So he has indeed, so he's regained his composure and got him on the old back straight there. So that's a bit of redemption there for the number 60 of Smith. That's a very fast start as he comes across. So that was the battle for position 4. Pruitt's dropped down to position 5 and followed by Fern. So the number 31 there, plenty of action on this opening lap. The 5 remaining in this race. At the head of the field, it's Zammit, who's absolutely nailing his job at the moment, doing a sensational job. He's almost 2 seconds clear of the lead. And we've got a fairly even spread amongst the field as well. But the Pruitt's truck has fallen off the circuit to the driver's right-hand side. Smith is looking at that in his massive mirrors, and he'll be glad that he got past now. So Smith has got Shoots ahead of him now, so he's in hot pursuit of the light truck. And obviously there's a big difference between the two. The light truck's obviously, apart from being just a little bit lighter, a little bit smaller, just slightly more nimble. It's actually more visible aero as well, so they do handle a little bit better. It said they do make up a fair amount of the pace of the larger combatants through the twisty parts of the Winton Motor Raceway. And indeed, Smith up the inside of Shoots as they come through the chicane and onto the main straight once again. So that's Amoroso across the line in P2. Here comes Smith going past our camera point right now, with Shoots now dropped back into position 4. Fairly clean racing this morning, apart from a few love taps, as is customary in the Australian Supertrucks. But look at them, they are doing a sensational job.
Certainly are. There's battling all the way through the field, but Zammit 14 flat last lap, over 3 seconds faster than any other driver in the field. So that's why he's a 6-time champion, and if he wins the championship this year, he will take the record for the most amount of Australian Supertruck titles with 7. But as we can see on the screen, Shoots loves to slide his truck around. He's always on the very limit all of the time, and you can see the difference. There's the lightweight trucks, and then these the big heavy truck class, the big boys, exactly right. As we see Zammit continue to chip away out the front of this field. Here's a replay then of the start. So look for the 23 and the 31 side by side. 31 just the smallest of small taps, and that's all it was. Around went Fern, and everybody else had to take avoiding action, and a great job from everybody to avoid the 23 truck, because it's quite a big thing to have sideways in the middle of the racetrack.
Absolutely, Dan. Keep left unless overtaking. There was just not the room up the inside. And to touch on your point earlier about the sheer size and weight of these trucks, there is a lot of weight, obviously, but not a lot of it's over the rear. So once the massive power and the torque is they're trying to apply that, get that down onto the ground as effectively as possible. They're pretty lively at the back end, so it didn't take too much of a tap to rotate the truck. Here comes Smith now. So the number 60 making significant ground onto the back of Amoroso. So the number 96 going to come under fire. Smith has been very quick these past few laps. He's actually doing 1 minute 15.4 that last time around. He's the second fastest person on track, and he's about 3 seconds a lap quicker than Amoroso. So you can see he's made significant ground now as they come down the back, or the old back straight. He's going to continue to reel him in. It's also curious that they use a lot of different racing lines to try and unlock as much speed as possible from the truck. So it's not the traditional racing line that you usually see. You could probably use a bit more curb with these trucks. They are a little bit more friendly, a little bit more user-friendly when it comes to going off-road at times, but obviously keeping it on the black stuff is the fastest way. Smith having a look around the outside now. He locks the front right, but gets it under control. He's still composed. He's still in hot pursuit of Amoroso. Amoroso, we anticipate, he's going to make that truck as wide as possible. He is not going to give Smith too much of an opportunity to try and sneak it up the inside, or indeed the outside, as we saw Smith having a look around the old gum tree just a few laps ago. With Smith all over the back. Look how close they are, Dan, as they come up to turn 5. There's no room on the inside. He thinks about it, darts to the outside. Can't get by this time around. Can he get a good corner exit? He's still in the hunt. So this is going to be a battle that's going to play out for the remainder. This is the penultimate lap for the opening race of the Australian Supertrucks for day 3 of round 3 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships. You can hear them chirping. Smith still coming hard from behind. Is he going to find a way through as they come through the chicane?
Final lap, the leader is about to commence, so these two are running, or Smith anyway is running out of time to get past Amoroso. Despite the pressure being applied, Amoroso set his PB lap last time through. Nice exit from Smith. He's going to force Amoroso to defend. Down at turn number 1, we saw a lock up from Smith down here last time. Not locking up this time. He's going to try the cutback. Surely can't make it up the inside at 2. No. Thinks better of sending one up the inside there. I see a 5-second penalty for Prilwitz. Maybe that's for the incident down at turn 1. I think that is quite possibly so. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen. And here we are. Smith is running out of opportunities here. Is he going to send one up the inside at turn number 7? No. Amoroso defends that one. He knows that move. You can see his fellow Kenworth driver in the mirror, and he is defending at every single opportunity. Despite having a 12.7 litre engine, Smith is not able to to make his way around at the moment. He's got a nice run there, though. There's a truck swing. He's judged that to absolute perfection. Oh, he's got a bit sideways there, rubbing door panels, incredibly, in trucks down towards the final sequence of corners. Smith is later on the brakes. If Amoroso can stay around the outside, though, he'll have the inside for the next corner. Is he going to be left room, though? That was close as the race winner. Zammit takes it, crosses the line. Oh, look at that for a sideways moment. Amoroso couldn't get back through. A great race between those two. Smith was patient, he was waiting, biding his time, and he finally made it stick with just a couple of corners to go. Here comes around the final couple of corners, the remaining drivers. Oh, Pruitt's running a little bit wide there. He comes across the line in position number 6, just ahead of the car in which truck, that he made contact with at turn number 1 on lap 1. But of course, Pruitt does have that 5-second penalty and will drop to the tail of the field. Sort of a quiet achiever there, Callum. One that really stands out for me in the lightweight truck. Schutz finished a legitimate 4th position. I reckon that's my drive of the race.
Absolutely, Dan. He obviously probably doesn't have the outright power of the larger trucks, but did extremely well there. Obviously, he couldn't hold off the hard-charging Smith. Was making some ground onto Amoroso towards the end there, but look, Amoroso will be just a little bit disappointed with that final sequence of corners. He just dropped out the position as we counted down the end of the lap. So that confirms Steve Zammit, top of the timing screen there, home in 1st place. He takes out race 2 for the main drivers in the Australian Supertrucks. He's ahead of Smith, Amoroso, Schutz, Fern, Pruitt, and we got Fern also rounding out the the 7 trucks that were able to complete this race. Unfortunately, we didn't see Butwell, as you talked about before, Dan, the orange number 1, not able to make it out onto the track, but we should give a shout out to Ty Oxley, who was behind the wheel of that truck yesterday. Did a brilliant job, was at the pointy end of the field for most of the day. Pruitt and Noonan, unfortunately, the 42 has been suffering a lot of mechanical issues so far this weekend. I don't think it's been able to finish a race. It's taken part in 2, attempted to start 3rd race before pulling into the pit lane as well, so unfortunately we haven't seen it today. We hope to see it later today because, of course, we do have more Supertrucks action coming your way. The next race will be 5 minutes to midday, so 11:55 we've got another 6-lap race, followed by a quick lunch break, and then we got immediately after that we've got the next Supertrucks race at 12:35. So we've got Supertrucks action around, or heaps of Supertrucks action, I should say, coming your way about midday. So we're going to take a break up here in the commentary box because there is a track changeover while the Winton Motor Raceway officials reconfigure the circuit and bring it back to its longer configuration, because coming up we have the XL Masters for their 2nd race of the weekend. It'll be 8 laps in duration. So we're going to take a break, catch our breath, have a drink of water, and we'll be back very shortly. And welcome back, everybody, to round 3 of the VMRC Victorian Motor Racing Championship. Incorporating this weekend the Picture Partners Winton 300 endurance event. My name's Callum Brannigan, joined alongside by Lisa Totani. And what we have rolling out onto the track right now are the Victorian XL Series Masters. We've got the old-timers, no disrespect. We've got the older generation rolling out there now for their second race of the day. But it's a big good morning to you, Lisa. Obviously, you're a very experienced hand in many ways behind the scenes in the motorsport circle, but you're also behind the wheel of an XL at the best of times in South Australia.
Good morning, Callum. Wow, such kind words. I would like to get behind the wheel a bit more, but yeah, been involved a little bit. Actually feels like a long time now. Great to see the Masters on track. This is the 4th round of their club championship, where they have a state and a club championship, and it just gives members an opportunity to do more races without the pressure of the younger drivers.
Absolutely. So it's a very pragmatic decision by the XL organisers. Hyundai XLs burst onto the scene probably just over 7 years ago, I'd say it was, in Australia, where the burgeoning category became a very realistic option for a lot of young racers and old racers wanting to get either behind the wheel for the first time or just return trackside. A very affordable, approachable category for young go-karters or people who just have one of these XLs in the garage, much like yourself, where you can tinker away on the weekends and just get your Hyundai XL race ready. On pole position, we've got Daniel Webster in the number 47. So yesterday that was an outstanding race to take out the win from Glenn McKenzie, who's starting or shares the front row from second position. Then we've got Merjovic in third position alongside Musgrave, who is the championship leader in the Masters points heading into this weekend. He's got quite a healthy gap, but it looks like he's remaining consistent throughout this weekend. Followed by Nielsen in P5, Simpson in position 6. We've got Seymour starting at a 7th, and Jeff's coming out of position 8. Sarah in 9th position, and Narkowitz starting out the top 10, or rounding out the top 10. We've got 21 cars in total as well, so we'll just keep rolling through the field as well. As we can see, they are indeed coming down the main straight to get this race underway. We've got Clark starting out of position 11, Sellenmeyer in 12th position, Jeff's 13th, Outram in 14th position, Shoya in 15th position, Kennedy in 16th, Barton starting at the 17th position, alongside Carroll, Milburn, Venier and Featherstone rounding out the 21 car field. Actually, Tony Venier is a very familiar name for XL Racing, especially in Victoria. And as we touched on before, it is a national category in the sense there is a national series, but the domestic or the smaller series that you've got in each state-based location, from Queensland down to New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia, across the board, we've got XL Racing aplenty, and it's a very healthy series at the moment. Lisa, who's your hot tip for this race? Not wanting to throw you under the bus too soon, but who do you fancy for this one?
I'm keen to see how Wayne Milburn goes. He was battling yesterday. We just show the 10-second board there, getting ready for race start. The standing start, non-championship. But yes, it was a tough battle here. Race start, here we go. Clean between Webster and McKenzie as they go down to turn 1. Always a bit hairy, these tight left and right-handers, but they look looking to get through cleanly.
It looks like a nice tidy start there. So the 47 of Webster hangs on to the lead after starting from pole position. McKenzie now is coming under fire from Musgrave up the inside, it looks like. And so that's a very fine start there from the number 34. We can just see up the inside there going into turn 3. And they're still running side by side coming through turn 4. But we're starting to see a train. So a brilliant, clean start from the 21 car field. There is the 92 of Merjovic on screen, coming through the sweeping left-hander. And there's Nielsen just behind there in the number 86 as well. Now, obviously, the start sequence for Hyundai XL, what is the quickest way to get one of these off the line, Lisa? Are you trying to give it as much power as possible and dump in the clutch, or is it more of a careful process trying to walk one of these things off the line?
Oh, it depends who you are, really. Some people like to hold the handbrake off, obviously. Oh, as we hear Jeff's how to spin car number 30. Not sure if that was done by himself or contact with another car, but he's managed to get going and attach himself to the back of the pack.
Yeah, no harm, no foul there. The Superior Foods. XL rotating, switching ends, and drops him to the back of the field, unfortunately. It rages on at the head of the field here, so the number 85 of Mackenzie coming under fire now from the 34 of Musgrave. So the championship leader puts one on Mackenzie. He closes the door on the number 92 of Merjavac though, so great move up the inside there from Musgrave as he continues his wonderful season in 2024, collecting as much points as he possibly can. And obviously was the leader coming into this round. Oh, complete break lock up there for the 85. So Mackenzie, after all of that work, spears off at turn 1 and has to negotiate his way carefully through the off-field there. Very lucky not to get too much air as well. It's very bumpy, so they really have to wash off as much speed as they possibly can so that they don't cause further damage.
I'm keen to see him here. Car 68 Wayne at Milburn has moved up to 13th. I was mentioning before, he was battling at the front with the top 2, but had a mechanical issue in yesterday's race, so he had to start from the back. So keen to see him move up the field.
So how many laps does it take to get one of these, get an XL tyre sort of in operational? There's Nielsen up the inside there, but are they sort of in their optimal window already in terms of tyre temperature, or is it a couple of laps before we sort of see that?
We've seen the new Dunlop control tyre come in this year, and speaking to a few competitors, majority of the front runners are running on the Dunlops, but a few of the back runners will still be running on the Federal tyres. I think the Dunlops, they come up to speed quite quickly. And but I'm finding that their best life is later on in their lifespan.
Obviously, we had Federal as was the control tyre for many seasons before Federal actually, unfortunately, no longer producing the tyre that was chosen by the category to use nationally. So to switch to Dunlop, great decision by organisers, and obviously it's a bit of a slow process because we still have some Federals out there in the wild. So you might as well use them if you've got it. This is grassroots motorsport after all, so everyone's driving and racing to a budget. So you've got a set of tyres in the back of the garage. Why not utilise them instead of going out and purchasing a new set of Dunlops? But if you really want to go out there and set the Hollywood numbers like the Websters and the Musgraves of the world, yeah, you'd probably be looking at a set of Dunlops, as Lisa touched on. Very versatile are these Hyundai XLs. Not only are they very well suited to these sprint race formats, as we can see a great battle here between the 31 of Featherstone, and it looks like Carroll is buying in there as well in the number 136, having a good look around the outside, but can't get by this time around. But very suited to these sprint race formats, as we see plenty of action as we saw in yesterday's races. Here comes Carroll actually up the inside of Featherstone, so that galvanises that position. A very clean move up the inside going into turn 3. But XLs can also race well in an endurance level as well. So I think there's a couple of endurance races coming up later on this year, which Lisa's rubbing her hands with glee at the moment, because she'll be stepping back behind the wheel for an endurance event in South Australia coming up in just a few months' time.
Just to give a little bit of a plug, they've got a good one coming up in SA, and also the David Lowe Memorial, which actually is run here at Winton, which will be late November, December. A great club event run by the Victorian XL Association. As we see the 127 having a look up the inside, decided against it, but gets a good run out the corner. Will be on the outside coming into the next corner.
A pair of blue XLs. It's Barton having a go at Outram. So Outram's got the inside line here in the 109 car through turn 10. It's more than 90 degrees. It's a very tricky corner to get right here, but it does bring Scheuer into the battle as well. So the number 35 coming along for the ride up the short straight, and the 127 of Barton up the inside with that move at turn 10. And then we've got Scheuer through as well in the racing image, supported 35 Hyundai XL. And we've also got Featherstone and Carroll. That battle's still continuing to rage on, vying in the background there as well. Here's the 994 on the screen. So this is Sarah having a great battle with the number 80 of Simpson as well. So they've actually switched positions coming into turns 1 and 2. And the 994 of Sarah is relegated back into position 7. So this is the battle for P6 on track. And no matter where you look in Hyundai XL Racing, there's always a battle. But at the head of the field, I should say, Webster is doing a splendid job in these cool conditions. We will see more pace in the Winton Motor Raceway in the morning hours of the day. But as the track heats up with the sun coming out throughout the day, the track evolves quite a lot, so you can lose quite a lot of pace. So the Masters will be loving these conditions. They'll be feeling like they're setting Ayrton Senna qualifying laps after lap. Feeling like they're absolutely on the pace. Pretty close here, though. The number 49 having a look up the inside of the 85. So that's Clark on Mackenzie. Mackenzie is actually recovering after that off at turn 1 on lap 3. So still trying to charge back through the field, but we do anticipate that car will continue to progress. Meanwhile, as Lisa pointed out, Milburn down in position 14, continuing to make up positions after starting effectively back of the grid along with Veneer as well. So great battle on screen here, Lisa. This is the 49 Clark still with Narkwitz, I believe. A bit of a lock break there, as is customary with these cars. Oh, and
is that Vernier who's gone off there in the 44? It is. He was trying to run around the outside there and got a little bit tangled up. He's made it back onto the track and now to recover. Hopefully not going to lose another position.
So obviously the rear is along for the ride with these cars. They're set up so that the front tyres not only do the steering, but they do the driving. And they are balanced deliberately so that the front tyres do a balance of the work and the rears are along for the ride. Rules around tyres as well. Is it fairly open with Hyundai XLs? Are you limited to one set per weekend, or is it sort of open slather? Or is it a case where you're better off rotating the rears to the front, vice versa? What's the best approach for these XLs?
There's no tyre limit as such. Use as many as you want. As I was saying, we're finding that the Dunlops are better later in their life. A lot of competitors will buff their tyres as well to get a bit more lifespan out of them. People might have a bit of a tyre screw under brakes there. Everyone's still on track, but they might rotate from front to rear, but they try and get a few rounds out of the Dunlops there. They're good sturdy tyres.
And for you, Lisa, what drew you to Hyundai XL racing? Was it the affordability? Was it the approachability? What drew you to this series?
I reckon the affordability has to be number one. You can still build one of these cars in your back shed if you've got the talent and the skill to do so. But the community, as I said, there's probably over 400 logbook cars around the country, so there's an opportunity to get involved and people you meet. It's a great little series.
There's 400 cars, it's a huge number. Here on screen now, the 80 of Simpson, still having a great battle with the 994 of Sarah. This is the battle for position 6, and you can see at the top of the screen, Seymour has a couple of car lengths gap over this ensuing battle, but they're keeping it nice and tidy. There is a slipstream effect with these cars still, even around a tight, confined layout of Winton Motor Raceway, so it really is in their best interest to follow the car and reduce that drag coefficient as much as possible. But when it comes time to trying to get past a fellow XL, as we saw yesterday in the trophy race, you can park an XL basically anywhere you want on the racing line around the Winton Motor Raceway and make it extremely difficult for the following driver to make their way past it. Tabitha Ambrose, for example, was finding pace and finding places in places we haven't seen so many times before, especially around this particular part of the circuit, around the old gum tree at turn 8. She was able to pull off some master moves around the outside, which set her up on the inside going into turn 9 right here. And there was a brilliant move that we saw yesterday. Nielsen here on screen. This is the battle for position 3, so he's in hot pursuit of Bernjevac, who's currently sitting in 3rd in the number 92. Very evenly matched for pace at the moment. If not, Nielsen does have a slight advantage up his sleeve. There will be 2 laps to go once they come down to Main Straight this time around of this 8-lap affair. But as always with Hyundai XL Racing, it does seem to go extremely quickly given the amount of action that is going on. Mind you, this is a very clean race this morning for the Masters. Obviously, they're a little bit more reserved than the trophy guys and girls. But still, we do see plenty of action throughout Hyundai XL Racing, no matter where you're watching at any part of Australia.
We see Webster has got a 2-second lead now over Musgrave. He's just been able to have some clean air and drive away from Musgrave. And in sense, Musgrave has a 3-second lead over this battle that we're watching on screen at the moment.
So Hyundai spare parts dealers Australia-wide would have been very happy when this series came onto the scene, because I dare say there's probably a lot of XLs now that have become hot demand. As soon as one pops up in a spare car lot anywhere around Australia, they're quickly wrapped up. This battle here, though, is still the number 92 of Bernjevac. Nielsen having a look up the inside, but can't get through turn 7 has a look around the outside of turn 8, but is looming. He's been making more and more pace in the brakes and more excel. He's now fancying his chances at turn 9, giving each other plenty of room, and it's not too bad. You don't have to hug the apex as much around that corner. There's quite a lot of positive canvas, so you can afford to run it wide. The trade-off of travelling the distance a little bit further than missing the apex is you get a little bit more mid-corner speed. So Nielsen, we do anticipate, will be mounting another move or another attempt to try and get past, as it looks like he's ranging in. He's got the outside line on offer because Mergevac is on the inside, slamming the door shut. It's extremely close as they come through turn 11 and round turn 12 once again. So this is the penultimate lap of the race, Lisa. Drivers won't be feeling tired, they'll be feeling fresh, but they'll be feeling energised. Is there too much change in terms of overall pace in a Hyundai Excel from the start of a race versus the end of the race? Obviously, fuel loads are slightly different. Tyres are warm and nice and hot. Is there too much pace deficit from the start versus end versus the start?
Comes down a lot to tyre pressures as well. A lot of people like to start theirs really low with the Dunlops, and others like to start them high, so the car will be strong at either end of the race as well. It might take people, obviously they're not professional drivers, a lap or two to come into gear, but aside from that, yeah, tyre pressures, little contact patch makes a big difference.
Absolutely. Mergevac still defending extremely well. Here comes another potential move, covers the inside line, so he learnt. Took a lesson from the last lap where to park that XL. Covers the inside line as we expect. Coming into turn 8, the Jackpot Racing 92 XL. Doesn't that car look absolutely splendid? It is beautifully wrapped, as do all of the Hyundai XLs across Australia. There's a lot of time and a lot of care from the owners and the competitors to make sure that they look in absolute tip-top condition. Hyundai XLs did not look this good in showroom condition back in the late 90s, so they look absolutely fantastic out there. Coming up the short back straight, or one of the longer straights I should say, here at the Winton Motor Raceway. But here is the race leader. It is Daniel Webster in the number 47. Carefully makes his way through turn 12, but it has been an absolute master of a race. He takes out race 2 of the Victorian XL Series Masters here at Winton Motor Raceway. Fantastic effort there from Webster. Musgrave, meanwhile, home in second position, taking crucial points as he continues to lead the championship in 2024. On screen now is Narkwitz. Sorry, Lisa. So Narkwitz on screen there, coming under fire from the 127 of Barton, who's been one of the stars in this race, making steady ground. But it can't quite get across the line there. Actually, Milburn makes up a few positions on that last lap as well. So Milburn up into position 10, as Lisa anticipated. He was going to be one of the people to look out for from the rear of the grid up to position 10. So he'll be looking forward to the next race to continue to press forward and make as much pace as possible. And it looks like most of the field has made their way past the checkered flag. So that was race 2 of the XL Masters. We've got 2 more XL Masters races coming up later on today. Here comes Jeff's in that Superior Foods XL. And after that spin at turn 8, was able to get the XL back onto the road, pointing in the right direction and able to finish the race. So unfortunate, but there is 2 more races, 2 more opportunities for the drivers to reset and have another crack at the racing action. So at 10:45 or quarter to 11, we've got race 3 of the XL Masters, followed by the 4th race of the weekend at 20 minutes past 2. So 2 more races possible. We've also got the XL Trophy races coming up very shortly as well. We say a big thank you to Lisa Totani. We're going to bring you back up into the commentary box for the Trophy, XL Trophy and Masters races for today, for all of her expert input, all the knowledge, the category expert here this weekend for the Hyundai XLs. Coming up next, we have Super TT for their 3rd race of the weekend. So we're going to take a quick break up in the commentary box, and we'll be back very shortly.
Well, it's all systems go down here in the pit lane, everyone. We've got Super TT rolling out. We've got the XL Masters rolling back in from their race. And we're seeing quite a lot of preparation from the Winton 300 competitors. All of them getting ready for 100 laps later this afternoon, the feature event of this round of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships. Of course, brought to you by Pitcher Partners. We'll be taking our time walking up and down the lane throughout the course of the day, getting all the stories, figuring out just what happened yesterday in practice and qualifying, and figuring out who's got the best strategy for dealing with the compulsory pit stop requirements of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300. If we cast our camera down here to the left, we've got the Hyundai #1 Veloster. That, of course, has got a famous name on board this weekend in Tabitha Ambrose. Of course, daughter of two-time Australian touring car champion and, of course, one of our most successful ever NASCAR racers, Marcus Ambrose. They're being reliably assisted by the Wodonga TAFE, who of course run a specialist motorsport program that supported a number of competitors here at Winton over the years. I'll throw back to central commentary as we've got the Super TT cars heading around on their formation lap for their first of their races today.
Thank you, Dave. Stillwell down there in the pit lane. He is in the best position. He's got the hottest ticket here this weekend, but perhaps one of the hardest jobs, bringing us all the news and all of the gossip from pit lane as part of the Pitcher Partners Winton 300 endurance event. So very happy to have Dave Stillwell here this weekend, along with Jason behind the camera as well, a very handy pit lane camera operator. So we've got a great team set up down there roaming the pit lane, and we sincerely look forward to tapping into that resource during the 300 endurance race coming up later on this afternoon. We've still got sprint support actions between now and then. We've got plenty of race action coming your way, it should be said. Right now we've got the Victorian Super TT out for their third race of the weekend, 9 laps in duration. My name is Callum Brannigan, and I'm joined alongside by Phil Memory.
Yeah, greetings, Callum. It's really good to be here. Feeling a little bit under the weather after last weekend being down here. I've come down with a bit of a virus during the week, but that's gone. But unfortunately, we're still a bit nasally, unfortunately. But look at these great cars out there. There'll be waves of adrenaline out there, and not one of them singing a sea shanty.
Look, we won't hold the nasally virus issue against you, Phil, but very happy to have you along for the ride for the Super TT. Brett Ramsey starting from pole position in the number 335 Nissan R32 Skyline. Doesn't it look absolutely beautiful?
Absolute
in the morning
beast
light
machine indeed, and Peter Ryder alongside him in another absolute beast with the rapid hose on the side of that car. Seen that car being built many years ago, and Peter, a very keen competitor.
Obviously an old friend of yours, Phil, but we'll drill into the technical specs of that car because you were familiar with it before. It had a V8 engine shoehorned into the engine bay, which we can see. So he starts on the front row alongside Brett Ramsey. So Peter Ryder, Brett Ramsey, a win apiece so far this weekend, with Bunton starting at a 3rd position, Iezzi in 4th position, Stickland in 5th, Della in 6th, and Schreiber in 7th position. And we've got Taylor rounding at the top as they get underway. Have a go at that start. And Ryder, though, absolutely lights up the rear and streets the field as they go into turn 1 there. And it looks like Brett Ramsey just got the car bogged down a little bit. It's a little bit tricky trying to launch an all-wheel drive car like an R32. Like that.
Spinner.
In the background, that was Della in the number 73 Falcon that has looped it. It is rotated, ends on him, and he's trying to fire it back up again, and he does indeed.
Got it going, which is a good thing. Not a good place to be parked stationary on this track.
He'll be ruining that. That is unfortunate. So he had a couple of issues during yesterday's races as well, but he'll forge ahead. He'll press on undeterred. Battle at the front of the field, though. So Brett Ramsey, despite that slow start, he's able to reel in the car of Peter Ryder almost immediately. Now, we should point out that these cars are in different classes. We've got, they're obviously both over 2 litre, but we've got the car of Ramsey. It's all-wheel drive on treaded tyres, but the car of Ryder is on slick tyres, but rear-wheel drive. So different technical setup. But it's obviously a lot to play out during this 9-lap duration, Phil. So these conditions this morning as well, it's the fastest lap times we're probably going to see from these cars, given the cooler conditions of the Winton Motor Raceway.
That's right.
Lends itself to those laps.
Yeah, they certainly speed down that extension there, and Ramsey wriggling around a little bit on those treaded tyres. Ryder getting right out of the slicks. And, keeping the car in front, but I think there's a little bit more power to play in the Ramsey machine. Play out going down the front straight.
You get the sense that he's just sort of building up towards a move. He's trying to position the car in the best possible place. You can see he gets a really good run coming out of turn 2 there. Now here's a replay of the start. So looking at the Falcon on the back, and he just takes it on. So that looks like he was unassisted as he tried to correct the car, trying to straighten it out again. He has looped it. So unfortunate there for Della, but thankfully he can get it fired back up again and resume. Albeit at the back of the field, so he'll be rolling that.
I noticed that it was Jake Taylor that went around the outside of him into turn 1 in the little Gemini. Jake's had that car for a while too, for a short while, I should say. It's only, to my knowledge, the second meeting he's had in this car. So, and he was here last weekend engineering for the Win Cup XU1. As we turn to the front there, looking at what we've got on screen, Ryder still in front from Ramsey, into the left-hander. This is an awkward corner coming onto the extension here at Winton. It's more than 90 degrees and a flat corner, so it's really, really difficult to get through there nice and smoothly. Ryder seems to have those slicks up and working now, getting the car around the corners, and Ramsey, I don't think Ramsey's got anything extra on him at this stage.
We'll build up towards it, like we can see how much of a rocket ship it is in the straight line. He closes that gap in a relatively short space, given that the straights aren't all that long at the tight, confined Winton Motor Raceway. And especially here, you can see the launch of the grip when he gets out of the corner exit as he continues to hunt down the car of Ryder. Now, Ramsey yesterday, technically, he has crossed the line first in both of the races, but there was a 5-second penalty for a start line infringement in the opening race yesterday, so that put him down. In fact, we've got a couple of start line infringements being slapped on the drivers. So Stickland and Iezzi both have, Stickland's got a 5-second penalty in that black Commodore, and Iezzi's got a 15-second penalty looming over the top of his head, so that's obviously going to drop him down to order.
Boys.
Yes. So we'll look forward to hearing some developments from race control when the news comes to hand. But Ryder here still doing a great job. So obviously you've got, Phil, you've got a fair amount of knowledge about the Silvia of Ryder. You actually knew about this car before it had the V8 put in it. So what was it
well, I saw the car in the process of being turned into a racing car. So at that point it was a bare chassis. The intention was always that we're going to get a V8. The trick is that that V8 that has been in there has become a little bit more fine-tuned and producing a little bit more power and suspension changes and things as race cars always tend to develop on. And Peter, you know, he's a stickler for the detail, and if you get the details right, concentrate on the details, you can have a good car.
Absolutely, and you can see an example of that. He set the fastest lap of the race that last time around, so that was a 1:33.4 as he still maintains that 0.4 of a second gap back to second position with Brett Ramsey. So Ramsey's done a 33.5, so he actually set his personal best on that last lap as well, but it wasn't quite as quick as the car of Ryder. On screen now, we've got the car of Schreiber, the number 3 Lotus. We were saying yesterday it's one of the better looking cars here this weekend. It's a very svelte looking sports car. But that must be an absolute delight behind the wheel. He must be having the time of his life this morning around the Winton Motor Raceway.
The Lotus cars are an absolute delight to drive. I've not had the pleasure of driving one. I've been passenger in a few. Of course, the Lotus name carries the unfortunate acronym of lots of trouble, usually serious.
I was hoping I wouldn't hear that this weekend. We do have a lot of Lotuses in the Picture Partners Winton 300. Grassroots endurance race coming up later on today. We hope there are no technical issues with the Lotuses because they are a very handy package. They obviously handle extremely well, very light, very well balanced, and just enough power to get down the road, depending on what class you are in, of course.
Yeah, really good balanced car, and they perform really well. Here's young Jake Taylor in the Gemini that I was mentioning earlier. To my knowledge, it's only the second meeting he's had in this car. Bought it pretty much in a fairly untidy sort of a situation, and has just gone through and tidied the car up put a set of wheels and tyres on it, and he's out there racing.
That's all you need in a Gemini. That was actually my first car when I got my red P plates back in
Gemini.
2009. Yeah, had a TE Gemini, 4-door, much like, not too dissimilar from the one you see on screen here. Rear-wheel drive, a lot of fun in the wet. They are a splendid little car, very lightweight. As he actually puts it up on 2 wheels there, so he's having a crack. This morning.
Jake's been around here a lot of times. He's been a HQ racer in the past. So done a lot of laps around here in the HQ 4-hour several times around. So yeah, he's not shy behind the wheel, and pretty handy sort of an engineer when you have a look at some of the work he's done on some of the cars over the years as well.
It sounds great as well, it must be said. So obviously the Japanese engineered 4-door small Holden of a bygone era. In period, these cars were very popular, and there's a sort of a resurgence as well in popularity. They are back in vogue at the moment. On screen here, Peter Ryder continuing to lead the way. He's got about a second up his sleeve over Brett Ramsey in position 2, over that menacing looking Nissan R32 GTR Skyline. And they both sound so good. They sound fantastic going past that camera
point. Singing so well at the moment. He's got all the confidence. I'm out in front. You've got to find the way by me. And he's doing it just so easily at the moment.
Doing it for rapidperformance.com as well, so you can see the stickers on the side of the S13 Sylvia. Here's the 335 plain white livery. Looks beautiful. I must say I'm a big fan of any plain white race car with black wheels. It just looks absolutely tip-top.
And Ramsey with the fastest lap time there the last time around, so he's not giving up. He's down to a 1 minute 31.74. And fastest one for Ryder is a 131.88. So there's not a lot, but he's hanging around the back end of that rapid machine and giving Ryder a bit of a hard time. It's going to be a matter of whether Peter leaves the door open somewhere, gives him the opportunity to slip on through, or whether he can just find that little bit extra to go down the outside somewhere.
There might be an element of tyre preservation, as Phil talked about before as well. So with the different classes, different tyres on the cars, it's a fairly open scenario in terms of tyres and what you can or can't use. But there might be an element of preservation at Ramsey's. Treaded tyres might not be at quite the same condition compared to the slick tyres as Phil was talking about. So we've still got that to play out. So there'll be 3 laps remaining in this race as they come by this time. And Ryder's still controlling the field. So what have they done? He's answered back. He had set the fastest lap at the time,
but then lost it again straight away.
Lost it straight away. So Ryder's stretched the gap, but it appears that Brett Ramsey is equal to the task of trying to hunt him down and find his way back into the lead. The 335 Skyline has been perhaps the car to beat so far this weekend. Ryder has been featuring at the front of the field as well, but it's great to see that this battle is continuing to rage on, but the gap has come down to half a second, as you can see. They are coming through the sweeper, and then they're going to be deep under brakes into turn 7. These corners are extremely frustrating, aren't they? Like, they're not frustrating, they're a lot of fun, but just the amount of rotation and patience.
A car like this, they'd be quite a bit harder in the bigger, heavier cars. My car was a Clubman sports car, so quite light, nimble, nice and quick to get through there. But just keeping an eye here on the big black Commodore, which is carrying the, was it the 5 second or the 15 second?
Yes, it is the 5 second.
5 second penalty. Yep. So has he got 5 seconds over the car behind him? I don't think so.
He's just under by the looks of it. So at this stage, it'll drop him behind Ietzi, but Ietzi's actually got a 15-second penalty as well. So that should make it should leave him in position 5 on corrected order with Taylor some way down. He's about 23 seconds adrift of the car. You can see on screen at the moment Stickland, that Commodore wagging the tail coming out of turn 7. The long left-hander at turn 8. Before setting it up for a nice late entry into turn 9. And he's actually going to be lapped. No, this is Ietzi on screen in that MX-5. So that red MX-5 looks nothing like it did back in showroom condition. He's still got the soft top on the MX-5 as well. So
yeah, I believe there's certain people tell me that you get cleaner air over the wing when you have the hot top, the top on rather than the roof off. So I don't know whether that's true. I might have to check with my aerodynamicist mate the next time he runs a car down through Gatsby Tunnel in the UK. I'll tell him to run an MX-5 down there doing some testing.
I'd love to look through your contact list one day, Phil, because no doubt Adrian Newey's somewhere in there as well, so we'll get the MX-5
No, he's not yet.
exported
Not yet.
to the UK for a wind tunnel testing, just to verify the drag coefficient of the MX-5. Okay, so at the head of the field, Ryder set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:30.7 that last time around, so he's made his intentions clear. And as Ayeti continues to rotate in position 6 at the moment, but he should hold on to that position despite the 15-second penalty. Massive rear wing on the back. He's got the Monaco downforce set up just for Winton this weekend. I'll say that as I'm winking at you, Phil. But they're out there having a relatively strong race, but he'll be a little bit peeved, I guess, with that penalty overhead. Now, was that a lock break there from Stickland in the Commodore as well? He's pressing on.
Yeah.
Lap after lap, they are pressing on. They are trying their absolute darndest to unlock as much speed as they can. And we should say that the leaders have commenced the last lap of this race.
Oh, Jake Taylor, big spin down there out off camera. I just see him disappearing into the boondocks. But back with the Holden Commodore and the Mazda MX-5. The MX-5 was able to get all over the tail of the Commodore through the twiddly bits, but the Commodore has got the legs on the rest of this track.
Coming through turns 11 and 12. Big bonnet hood on the Commodore as well, so you'd hazard a guess that the intake system on that Commodore is very tricky, very technical, very sophisticated, and it sounds the part as well. So we've got a replay here. This is what we saw off camera just before. So this is Taylor running wide and out on the dirt and the grass. He loses control and spins over to the inside there. So he was actually trying to do the right thing by giving the leaders as much room as possible, but unfortunately it put him off the circuit. So here comes the race leader. One more corner to negotiate to come through and take the checkered flag, but this has been a masterclass from Peter Ryder in the number 42 performance supported Sylvia. He takes the checkered flag ahead of Brett Ramsey in the 3:35.
Brett Ramsey managed to get the fastest lap, so there was a bit of trading backwards and forwards with that fastest lap there, Callum.
Two Nissans vastly different in technical setup, but they finish P1 and P2. Bunton, we expect to come across the line in third position. Here's Ayetzi, he's having another look.
Yeah.
Coming through turn 9.
Trying the old under or over. I'm not sure that he's got it coming out of that super tight corner to be able to do anything with it down the straight. Just hoping to pressure the Commodore into a mistake is the best option that he's got.
He's trying all the tools that he's got in the toolbox, and unfortunately it's going to be, well, not unfortunately for Stickland, it's very fortunate for him, able to stretch the legs of that Commodore, and he's going to hang on to position 5 around turn 11 and 12 for the last time. The car looks absolutely beautiful coming across the start-finish line there, with the lapped car of Taylor able to finish the race after that off there, and then Ayetzi in that Mazda MX-5 across the line, albeit with a 15-second penalty looming over his head. So that was race 3 of the Victorian Super TT.
Yeah.
Highly energised battle between the Nissans. We've got another one coming up later on today.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see what happens, because yesterday it was Ramsey on track at least in front, and today Ryder. So let's see what happens later on today. That's looking forward to that one.
Confirmation on your screen there right now. Peter Ryder in the number 98 S13 Nissan Silvia takes out the win, 0.8 of a second ahead of Brett Ramsey in second position. David Bunton, we didn't give him too much love during that race, but he was at home in third position, but a great effort from the Lotus to come across the line there. And we've got to press on because it is a very tight schedule. The Victorian Super TTs will be back out at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and we will invite Phil Memory back to the commentary box to call all of the action. We've got the warm-up session for the Winton 300. The Picture Partners Winton 300 coming up very shortly. But between now and then, we have David Stillwell in the pit lane.
Thank you, guys. You talked about a tightly packed schedule. It's a tightly packed pit lane down here for the Picture Partners Winton 300 cars. 40 garages here in the National Paddock, and of course nearly all of them are full with a variety of machinery. There goes the siren, 1 minute signal being displayed to all of our Winton 300 competitors. Such a vast array of machinery. Turbocharged, supercharged, normally aspirated, front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, all wheel drive. You know, we've got Japanese, we've got Korean, we've got European, we've got some domestic cars, we've got cars that are freshly built, almost straight off the rack, and we've got cars that are legends of Australian endurance racing. We've even got some legends of Australian touring car racing up and down the field, and we've got next generation racers filling out cars. The cars are rolling out as we speak. This is the only chance that these cars will have on track. Just a short 20 to 30 minute session this morning before they do 100 laps of the Winton Motor Raceway circuit this afternoon.
Absolutely, thank you very much, Dave. Here the cars are then rolling out, all of them just under 40:39. I think we lost our Holden Astra, unfortunately, on Friday, but pretty much a capacity field. I'm Dan McCarthy, and as he has been all morning long, Callum Brannigan is remaining in the commentary box. This is the moment we've been waiting for. It's Sunday, it's race day in the Picture Partners Winton 300. And very much looking forward to the Enduro this afternoon. There's certainly lots of talking points in qualifying yesterday. It was a dramatic qualifying session. We saw a bonnet fly up on the 1-2-3 Mazda, the Mazda MX-5, and we expected that to be in the top 10. There's a couple of other cars that we thought might be in there, but couple snuck in a late lap, and there were a few late changes. And then in the top 10 shootout as well, we had a bit of drama. One never made it out. Oh, speaking of drama, there's a spin down there at the first corner. But yeah, we had a moment there for the provisional pole sitter, the fastest car in qualifying. Lost it in the top 10 shootout and hit the wall on the exit of turn number 2. It was a dramatic way to end the top 10 shootout, and just passing the camera is the number 5 Toyota 86, the spinner down at turn number 2. So yeah, it's been a hectic first couple of days, that is for certain. We've got 39 cars that are still in order and ready to go. Repairs have been made to that BMW I was just talking about that was on for pole position, but it didn't quite go their way in the end. And that one is driven by Sewell and by Liddell, and it was Liddell that clipped the wall there, sadly, yesterday in the top 10 shootout. Kaptanovich, Callum, was a surprise pole sitter in the number 8 BMW. A very quick car, but we didn't quite expect it to take pole position.
No, it was a terrific lap though. Committed, I guess, is the word we'll use, because he had the car on all curves. It looked not untidy, but it was fast. It was extremely fast and very well deserved for that phenomenal single lap effort. And we were touching on it during the top 10 shootout yesterday, but there's not too many opportunities for a lot of drivers competing at a grassroots level where you get a track and a single lap all entirely to yourself to go out there and absolutely nail it. And the Kaptanovich car did indeed. The E36 BMW 328i, two-door with a massive rear wing, doing a splendid job to stick it on pole position. And here on screen now is that number 82 BMW. That was a dramatic exit from the session. We weren't expecting it to hit the wall, unfortunately, because you're not used to seeing that sort of stuff in a top 10 shootout. But unfortunately, coming through turn 2 for the sequence of chicanes coming off the main straight, tagged the curbs on the right-hand side, which unsettled the BMW M4 and pitched it into the wall on the left-hand side. And so unfortunately that car, you can still see the witness marks on the left-hand side. Dan, we were still here at about 7 o'clock last night, and we could see the team were working on the car. They actually had it turned around pretty quickly, so they were able to do some quiet sighting laps around the adjacent area to the garage, just to make sure and verify that the suspension geometry, everything was working as it should, because cosmetically it's back to the way it should be, save for those scratch marks on the left-hand side of the door, which is the opposite side of what you can see of the car on screen at the moment. But very tidy technical package, has been the fastest car so far this weekend. They'll be ruining that unfortunate mistake during the top 10 shootout. But as we say, the worst case scenario out of all of that is you start from P10 and there is 300 kilometres, 100 laps of this endurance race coming up today to 4 a.m.
The good news was it wasn't as bad as they first thought. It was more cosmetic, just bodywork damage and just little bits underneath the front left corner of the car, but nothing substantial, no suspension or anything like that they had to repair, which was really good news. That Pulsar we can see going around the outside, that's the 41 machine of Ricketts and Josh Haynes, a familiar name to many, front runner in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. That is not a standard Pulsar, let's put it that way, very much improved. This is the Agar and Agar combination of Nicholas and Simon in their Hyundai, as we look a little bit further back now to the BMW. But there's so many stories that will play out throughout the 300-kilometre race, and looking forward to that one. There's all different classes, divisions as they're known in the Pitcher Partners Winton 300. The only A division car we believe will be that number 82 BMW that we touched on that had the qualifying accident. There's a couple of B class cars, but it looks like it's going to be C, D and E, where it's going to be very, very competitive. But the important thing, Callum, that we need to talk about is, despite being in a lower division, unlike a lot of endurance races, that doesn't mean you're out of contention for the outright victory. In Class C, you will spend 5 minutes less time in the pits. You have to serve compulsory pit stops. Class A has to serve 2 5-minute stops. Class B has to serve a 5-minute and a 2.5 minute, while classes C, D and E only have to serve the single 5-minute pit stop. And that means that, of course, you're spending less time stationary. And of course, as well, it means that strategically you have quite a major advantage. But the one issue with the one-stoppers is, do they have enough fuel range to make it on one stop? So there's going to be lots of strategic elements. Safety cars could potentially play a big factor. Last year, there were no safety cars, and as a result, the B class, we didn't have any A class cars last year, but the B class cars were almost ruled out of contention because they couldn't make up the 2.5 minutes on the racetrack. There wasn't enough time. So safety cars will play a huge factor in determining the race this afternoon.
Absolutely, Dan, and we should point out as well, like, there wasn't any safety cars last year, but we did have less cars last year in comparison to this year. We had about 15 or 16 entered this time last year. We are capped, and we have reached the cap limit of 40 cars for this weekend. With that, we expect there's going to be an upturn in pace, so the race pace should be a little bit harder, just a small step up than what we saw last year, but there's also more chance of a safety car. So there's going to be more variables and permutations during this race coming up later on this afternoon. So with the safety car coming out, with the advent of that, it is going to throw another variable into the mix in terms of strategy. Don't think we've seen, there is only one A-class car, as you say, so I was just looking at the timing screen, sorry. So the 82 with Wilson behind the wheel at the moment, he's obviously verifying the repair job on that BMW that they made overnight. Currently sitting in 3rd position in this session, but the only A-class car that has to stop at least 2.5 minutes longer than the rest of the field, as Dan was talking about. But we'll have plenty of time to talk about what the division classes and the pit stop, the compulsory pit stop times for that as well. It's a big shout out as well to the Zach Bates and Rick Bates Toyota 86 as well. I reckon they were one of the probably the standout performer apart from the pole sitter and Kaptanovich. But Zach Bates behind the wheel, Super 2 competitor of that Toyota 86, absolutely wrestled that car around. Here's the defending winner on screen, the 791 Spy Optic Mazda MX-5. Andrew Bordell behind the wheel, and he's got Todd Herring joining him this weekend as a co-driver. Todd Herring himself won the Sydney 300 just a few months ago, so that's a highly fancied entry. They were in the top 10 shootout yesterday, doing a splendid job. Last year's race, obviously there's an element of nursing a car. You've got to drive to a pace and make sure that you're looking after the car as much as possible. On screen here is the number 36, Falcon Ute. Now, yesterday it had a couple of mechanical issues. It's got Whyte behind the wheel, and is that smoke coming out of the back of it during this session? This car he is sharing with Grant Phillips this weekend, Motorsports Training Australia. Massive team down there with the Wodonga TAFE students out this weekend looking after this car, as well as the number 1 Hyundai Veloster that has Brad Gartner and Tabitha Ambrose behind the wheel here this weekend. Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of smoke coming out the back there, Dan, but this is the time to verify these sorts of issues. Oh,
Oi, a big moment getting crossed up over the curb and gets up the inside. Does Richard Whyte on the number 86, Toyota 86 out there on the racetrack. So, as we say, this is the warm-up session. 7 minutes to go in this, the final real time to brush off all the cobwebs, make sure everything is pitch perfect and ready to go later on this afternoon. The number 82 here, look, this is
we're going to see a lot of this. We're going to see a lot of this today, aren't we, Dan? Track congestion. There's not a lot of space around the 3.1 kilometre Winton Motor Raceway, especially when you've got 40 cars trying to find as much track real estate as they can as Boydell comes on to the main straight as it continues this warm-up process. But look at the variety of cars as well. What we have in quantity, we also have in quality. Now the meatball flag's been shown to the field as they come past the start-finish line.
Oh. I think that was just a lockup actually, but that was a big bit of smoke that came out temporarily there from the 36. Apparently we're hearing from the team down in the lane, it is the 36 machine that received the meatball flag, so they want to get this car off the racetrack because they feel it might be depositing some sort of fluid, and that is why Richard Whyte is keeping it well and truly off the racing line. So the veteran, he knows what he's doing, he's a wise head, and pulling off the racing line, making sure everybody can get around safely behind him. But we just saw the traffic playing out, didn't we? And it's going to play a huge factor in this race later on this afternoon. It's a technical circuit, Winton, one of the most technical in the country. At 3 kilometres, they've crammed 12 turns in, but a lot of them are like this. There's several consecutive hairpins, there's quite a few 90-degree corners, and it means that the faster cars can't just blast by like they would on tracks like Phillip Island or Sydney Motorsport Park. So that, he's now dropped a couple of wheels off trying to stay out of people's way, and he will be bringing that into the lane. As the BMW comes through, there's quite a few BMWs out there, there's quite a few Toyota 86s, but there's quite a few unique cars out there. We're looking at one, of course, right here on the screen. There's also a Lotus Exige out there, which is absolutely lovely and brilliant to see that out there on the racetrack. There's a couple of VW
Fun Cup
cars. Exactly right, Callum.
Isn't it incredible to see a pair of these VW Fun Cup cars as part of the Picture Partners Winton 300 endurance race, and it just adds to the flavour, the variety that we have for the entries. The driver's obviously seated right smack bang in the middle of this car. Resembles a Volkswagen Beetle, but it's nothing like it technically. A very handy little technical package. They did have a couple of issues. Just looked like they weren't quite dialed in terms of handling suitability to the track during yesterday's combined qualifying session. A couple of mishaps as well during practice, but still a very cool sight to see. So you've got not only got Utes, not only got the VW Fun Cup cars, you've got Commodores, you've got Pulsars, you've got MX-5s, you've got Evos, you've got 86s. There is a huge variety of cars here this weekend, and that's what this race is known for. It's what it's famous for, and it's in the spirit of the rules. That it's basically the pride and joy. The owners love these cars. They have to work on them from home. In the garage, getting them race ready, and they bring them out, and they literally are their pride and joy. You can see the 156 in the pit lane there. The Alfa Romeo is one such example, and here's the 144 making its way back out onto the track. We actually saw that XR8 Falcon Ute being pushed back into the pit lane, where I think Dan saw more than 20 Wodonga TAFE students as part of the team down there. So no shortage of help. Everyone pick up a spanner, get to work, sort out the car and try and get it out for the race.
I was just pointing at the screen there, Callum, because that 144 Pulsar that we just saw pull out onto the racetrack has done very, very few laps in this session. In fact, I think it's going out now for its second lap. I think so far it's only done an outlap. I'm looking, it's been in the lane for 11 minutes, and yeah, it started this session 11 minutes ago, so it's been in the lane pretty much the entirety. So I'm not sure if that's had any issues or whether they're just trying to save tyres, save engine mileage, brakes, not quite sure, but good to see that Anastakis is out there now and turning some laps. I saw that Bates quickly jumped up to 5th, but in this warm-up they are all jumbling around. The 82 Class A car is at the top. That's the Wilson, Liddell and Sewell combination, the only 3-driver combo, and they are ahead of the reigning Winton and the reigning Sydney 300 winners in Andrew Boydell and Todd Herring. Wames has jumped up in that Lotus into position number 3, and they are comfortably inside the top 10 in this afternoon's race. So look out for that one. They were certainly quick yesterday in qualifying. They dropped back a couple of positions in the top 10 shootout, but don't rule them out. The number 13, we were really pleasantly surprised by the number 13 yesterday. It was a quiet achiever in the Sydney 300 a couple of months ago, just slowly chipped away throughout the race and ended up finishing 2nd outright. So I expect similar things from them today if mechanically the car remains in tune. And then, as I say, Zach Bates in the 86, Super 2 race winner, races for Walkinshaw and Andretti United. He is a great steerer. He was here a few months ago, actually, racing in production cars in that 86, and he really was David versus Goliath when he was out there in that 86. He was taking it to some much more powerful machines. He'd make lunges up the inside in the technical middle sector. They'd come blasting back past on the straight, and he'd have to do it all again a lap later. It was a fascinating race to watch. As we look here at the Ford Falcon, nice to see the little Alan Moffat tribute livery, just those red and blue stripes on the white livery. It's simple, Callum, but we know exactly what they're trying to replicate.
I've never been called simple before in my life, Dan. I was just having a look at the timing screen. So Wilson, no surprises, the only Class A car, Division A class car, the BMW, done a 1 minute 32 flat, so that's a pretty handy lap time when you take into consideration we would assume that these cars are fueled for a race distance or for the race start at least. So 32 is pretty quick, but Boydell is in position 2 with a 1 minute 34.1, so if that's an indication of their race pace, they're looking pretty strong as well, but they'll have a lot of work to try and keep up as much as possible to the back of Wilson, who obviously has to stop for 2.5 minutes longer than the rest of the field compared to Division B, C and following. Gene Tandy currently sits in 4th in this session, but there's a healthy cohort of cars, including Zach Bates. We've got Christie in the 154 as well, as the checkered flag flies on this session, but the cars are hovering around the 1 minute 34 to 35 mark, especially in that top 8 areas. You look at the timing screen there, so there's a few cars that we would expect to feature in the battle, at least for the podium, as well as the win. So race pace is going to be fascinating when the 100 lap 300 picture partners Winton 300 gets underway later on today, Dan.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not too far away, really. We're quickly getting through the schedule already. It does end proceedings, begins at 2:40 local time here in Victoria, so that's Australian Eastern Standard Time. But yeah, I'm looking at the times. Look at that Boydell, 34.12. Of course, Class C cars are limited to a minimum time of 1 minute 34 dead.
Yeah, he's bang on.
So he's just a 10th off there. So yeah, there's rules and regulations in regard to that. We will certainly be talking about that throughout the race. If you break out too many times, you move up a division. So that will be a talking point throughout. Great to see the Nissan 370Z there. The yellow one crossing the line. And real surprise, that one for me in the top 10. And really good to see great performance from that team. But the cars continue to come through. Checkered flag is out. And just going around the final corner, one of the last cars to end this session will be the Nissan out there. And it crosses, the Mazda crosses the line, driven by the 2 Formula V drivers of Nick Jones and Kerr. So great to have them here this weekend. Callum, you've just heard down in the lane from Dave Stillwell that the Porsche 944 that comfortably made it inside the top 10 shootout. We didn't see it take part in the top 10 shootout, and sadly they are out for the remainder of the weekend. So that's our first real story of the day.
Yeah, the Stannard Marine 944 under a tarp, parked up in the pit lane, missed out on the top 10 as Dan said, and it has not featured this morning in the warm-up. So that's unfortunate for the car. That was due to be the second one out for yesterday's top 10 shootout. Coming up next, the Australian Drivers' Championship for 2024. The Hyper Racers will be out for their second race of the weekend.
Cars are already rolling out onto the racetrack. That's one of the great things about AASA events. They just keep coming. Bang, bang, bang. So we're on with the next one straight away. Winton, look, the cars are still parking up in the just in front of their pit garages, but the Australian Drivers' Championship is heading out there on to the race circuit, the National Series. I am Dan McCarthy, remaining in the commentary box, and jumping back in after sitting out that last session is Phil Memory. Phil, these are awesomely fast machines.
How can you not like these things? What are they? Like they're fairly. It's an open wheeler racing car, single seater racing car. Oops. That's not what you want to do. Is spin on the outlap.
That's
I'm sure that's what you call an embarrassing moment. But like a motorbike powered, there's no fancy differential or anything in them. Yes, they have some really good aerodynamics under them that pull them down to the ground. And we're seeing some amazing lap times out of these cars. Like the outright lap time here is in the 1 minute 14, I think. And these cars are doing 1:16s. So incredibly quick cars.
Certainly are, but they are very tough to tame, as Bradley Smith just showed us on the outlap, spinning in front of the camera down there at turn 2. He's got back underway and will hopefully catch the back of the field and maybe find his correct slot. Rolling start for the Australian Drivers' Championship, 10 laps ahead of us. There was just a single race yesterday, so they've got a huge day today. 3 races for them. This is the first, so a great field of cars. We've got 15 out there on the racetrack, and this really is a great blossoming series at the moment in Australian shores. And we can see one of the machines, it's at number 25, I think that's Gardner, who's come to a stop. He had a difficult day yesterday, and his Sunday has not started particularly well.
Any better?
No, not even left the lane.
No,
so
that's very unfortunate. And yeah, we can only hope that it's something that they're able to rectify.
Yeah,
might have been one of those, I think they call them, one of those problems that comes and goes and comes and goes, and they drive you a little bit nuts.
So,
a little bit into mental.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Just before they head into the final corner, I'll run you through the grid. So it's Damon Sterling in car 26, that black and red machine. Alongside him is Hayden Crossland. Behind that, we got Dean Crook, Lucas Stasi, Nico French, who moved through the field very nicely yesterday, stayed out of trouble. Then we got Treptel, Kuhn, Kadar, Leighton, Davey, Smith, Farrell. There's no Gardner. Then it's Catlin and Nolan. So 14 cars are going to take the start here. Watch these machines fly away with their Hayabusa engines.
Good start. And down into turn 1.
Absolutely, don't they sound absolutely fantastic? They all remain in formation at the start. Sterling from Crosland and then Crook, but behind they are jostling for position. Look at this, Nico French having a look up the inside of Stasi. Can't do anything there at turn number 3, but he certainly had a big look, bit of a twitch from the black and yellow machine, the fluorescently painted machine on the exit of the corner, but not quite close enough to capitalise there. But great stuff straight away. Nice to see that they've got through unscathed. It was a dramatic race. Oh, and around goes Nico French.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah, I apologise for that, just as I said it. Everybody got through nicely up to that point, but unfortunately, cold tyres have caught out the youngster. I think he's trying to get the thing refired at the moment. I think he has.
Just on the throttle, and around it went.
Absolutely, that's all it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But with such, these things are so light and they have so much power. 500 brake horsepower per tonne. They are mighty, mighty fast. There's a lot of oomph under that right foot of these drivers, and it catches out Nico French there. He's got it back refied. He's done a quick flip spin and he's back underway. But here are the machines a bit further forward, so they've stayed out of trouble on the opening lap. We're looking at Catlin fighting against Farrell, I think that was, coming down the pit straight.
Nice move down the inside into turn 1. That worked well for him.
That was Leighton, sorry, and number 19 making the move. That's a very nice move. Here's a replay then of what happened to Nico French. Taking a slightly inside line, but yeah, just too much power too early, and around she went. He then kept the boot in. You can see the smoke coming off the rear wheels. I think he wanted to do a flick spin, but with cars coming past, it would have been too dangerous to do so. So using his head there in a stressful moment, and decides, oh, another move up the inside, Leighton.
Yeah, he's really placking them off one by one at the moment.
He was a front runner yesterday, but got caught out by an oil spillage down at turn number 3. And very much making hay early in this race. Very much a recovery drive for the man who is very often in the top 5. So he's quickly getting back towards where he is used to finishing, already now up to position number 8. And I expect him to continue marching forwards as well for the remainder of this opening race. Out front, Sterling has pulled a 1.2 second margin, but the fastest lap last time came from Crossland, a 1 minute 20.7. Here comes Leighton again on the straight, pulls to the inside on, oh, you got Smith earlier on, now that's Davey, so he's already now up to 6th position.
Very smooth pass down the inside there into turn 1. He plucked that off beautifully. Gets a good line through the remainder of the corners and comes out of turn 3 and into 4 with a good gap over the man he's just passed.
Absolutely. So making great progress. Treptow is the next driver on his list. A further 1.4 seconds down the road. If he can get Treptow, no,
right on his
yes, that's exactly right. I thought that was another vehicle for a moment. You're right, he's there already, and he's going for it up the inside.
Whoa.
Oh, he saw him at the last minute there. Did Treptow left him a little bit of room?
Wow!
And what a charge this is.
That was left the gate wide open there for him to come through. I'm not sure whether he maybe got a bit of a fright that he was there.
I think it was. Yeah. He was frightened out of the apex there. What did they say about Ayrton Senna? That he'd put his car in a position, and if you turned in, you'd have an accident. And, I think he thought he was going to have an accident if he turned into the corner there. So he's now up to position number 5. However, there is a little bit of a gap to the next car down the road. Stasi's the next one, but he is 12 seconds behind Stasi. The top 4 have bolted away at the start of this race. Sterling leads by 1.1 seconds from Crosland. Crook's a little bit further back, and Stasi a further 2 seconds behind him, and then a huge gap back to Leighton.
And so far, Crosland with the fastest lap time out there, 1:19.24. So doing a really good job is Crosland. Meanwhile,
sorry, I was going to say these cars get faster and faster as the race goes on. The GT tyres that they run on, as we see in several open wheel categories around the nation, they just get faster and faster with every single lap they do in a race.
Yeah, really good that this category is such a regulated formula. They're not allowed to do very much on the cars at all. In fact, they're limited to the number of tyres that they're allowed to have for the season. And so you've got to look after everything. But these cars just seem to go around there quicker and quicker. Crosland now down to a 1:18.22, still with the fastest lap this time around. As we look back on track at these cars, three of them all close together as they come up to the start finish straight. And big across the start finish they go. Treble, Davey and Smith around the outside, good move. As they come up onto the old start finish straight, running down there, dropping into the brakes. It's a really tough corner, this one. If you get it wrong, you're out in the marbles. If you get it right, you go into turn 4, scaring yourself.
Absolutely. They are flat through the sweeper, flat in these cars with the downforce that these produce, like a Formula One car, very similar, and it's all underneath the downforce, or a lot of it these days anyway. And they're remarkable that they are flat at that pretty tight sweeping corner. Of a moment, just a few moments ago, the 23 moving past there.
Yep,
nicely done. That's how you do it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, back on track, up the new section of the track. I keep referring to it as the new section. It's been there longer than you've been alive.
Exactly, same year, 26 years long ago. But
I'm showing my age.
As they come across the line, they're going to a track that's very newer than the new section at Winton next time out at the Ben Motorsport Park in South Australia. It'll be the category's first ever visit to the South Australian venue. As a move up the inside, he thought about it, did Bradley Smith, but couldn't quite make it work on that particular time through. Bradley Smith, of course, was the gentleman who had the spin down at turn 2 on the warm-up lap, but good news for him so far, he's just kept his spinning to the pre-race ceremony rather than during the race. So
he's celebrating the finish before the start.
That's right. So he's sitting in position number 8 at the moment, behind Davey in 7th, and Treptow is only just a little bit further down the road as well. So this is the closest trio on the track at the moment. And you're pointing at the screen because Crosland's flying.
Just keeps on putting in the fastest lap, the fastest lap, the fastest lap.
And here we are, he's caught him. So he's caught the race leader. This is now on between Damon Sterling, who's been the dominant force really in this series so far this year. He clean swept the last round here at Winton Motor Raceway a couple of months ago, but they are taking the fight to him this weekend.
They certainly are, and Crosland around the old gum tree he goes, looking for the inside line. He's sitting on a 1:17.76 the last time around. What can he do to get past? Can he scare Sterling into a mistake? Sterling's not going to be frightened very easily. Goes through that really tough, more than 90-degree corner onto the extended section here of Winton Motor Raceway. But Crosland closes up on the brakes, looking for a way around. What can he do up this long start finish straight? Hangs to the outside. Sterling waving a little there to try and break the toe. He knows he's behind him, working on trying to make sure that Sterling has responded with the fastest lap time on 1:17.69. So they're at it, hammer and tong out the front. These cars just getting quicker and quicker.
Absolutely. Crosland only a couple of tenths slower that time through the margin, back out to a huge half a second. But yeah, they are trading fastest laps. They are absolutely gunning it. And there's a bit of lap traffic that they're coming up to. Not one, but a couple of lapped cars. So this could really play a fact here. Here is the first one, straight up the inside. from Sterling. That was an authoritative move. Made his intentions known early there, and Crosland gets a nice easy run on the run to turn number 10. He's able to get back onto the racing line as well, which is good news for the youngster in car number 6. But there's still 2 more lap cars ahead of them, so this is going to play a factor in the remaining 3 laps of this motor race. But this is awesome stuff between these two at the moment.
Brilliant stuff. Great to see that what's going on out on track. This open wheeler category brought to us by the Crook family, with coming up with this formula. A great idea, and pursuing it with great verve. Good to see so many contenders in the Australian Drivers' Championship. Sterling still in front from Crosland. Great race number there with Sterling too, car number 26. Oh, sorry, what am I doing? Yes, car 26. And Sterling on 30 points, Crosland on 24. So Crosland has got to do something magic to get in front of Sterling and try and pull some of these points back. At the end of the event, it's going to be all about who's got the most points, who's going to carry the gold coin. Turning through that tough corner onto the extended part of Winton Motor Raceway. Down there they go. What can Crosland do? Closes that on the brakes. Not close enough to do anything. Has a little bit of an extra try in that short straight between the two. Come around to the start-finish straight and powers up the start-finish straight. Crossing the finish line again. Start-finish line again. No quicker lap this time. The guys have been working the traffic and trying to work each other as well. On to the last lap we are, as coming up into turn 3.
There's one more car that they will catch almost imminently, and there it is. So will this play a factor in the middle sector of this race? No is the answer. They both fire straight by, but this is the closest Crossland's been at this stage of the course. Can he dive up the inside of 7? He's going for it. Oh, he backed out of it at the last moment, didn't quite have enough of the car up the inside and had to pull out of it. But will he now have another opportunity? He's pushing hard. The rear of the car trying to step out on him as he puts the power down underneath the gum tree. He's lost a bit of time in that middle sector.
But how were the reflexes? He was so quick on the reaction time with that. The reflexes of these guys had to be absolutely blinding.
Certainly did. They're going into the final couple of corners. Flames out the back of these Hyper Racer X1s. He's had to work for it again today, but once again it's going to be a Sterling performance from Damon Sterling, and he takes the race victory.
I see what you did there.
By 0.4 of a second from Crosland. A bit further back, Bradley Smith has caught the tail of Leighton, that is. So Leighton is, he was up to 5th position there at one point, wasn't he? But he has dropped back behind Davey. So the man who charged forward, so he was in another league at one point, has dropped back late on in this race, or dropped back one position anyway behind Davey, and now he's trying to fend off from Bradley Smith in the final couple of corners. But they've really put a show on for us this morning, that is for certain. As they head into turn number 11. This is at least going to be a better starting point for car number 19 this afternoon. Rather than starting at the back, he'll be starting from position number 6. There he is in the black and orange machine. Leighton comes home in 6th ahead of Bradley Smith. Then the following cars should be just coming into view now, and they do. And Treptow just holds on to position number 8. Nico French, after that lap 1 spin, fell to quite far behind the entire field, actually. By the time he got it restarted, spun around, he recovered to position number 10 in the end, the 1 lap down. So a nice recovery from him, considering the opening lap spin. But here are the results then. Damon Sterling taking the race victory from a hard-charging Hayden Crossland. Looking forward to seeing that fight resume later on today with 2 more races. Dean Crook finished in a very lonely 3rd ahead of Lucas Stasi. Brenton Davey came home in 5th ahead of Hamish Leighton. Bradley Smith, Treptoll, Zachary Catlin and Nico French rounded out the top 10. And beyond that, there were several other finishers. Kadar, Kern, Nolan, and then the non-starters of Farrell and, of course, Gardner, who we saw be towed away from pit lane exit, never made it out onto the racetrack there. So hopefully the 25 machine can be repaired, and we'll be back out there for the next race, the third race of their weekend, which isn't too far away. As I say, they've got a big day today on the schedule. They'll be back out on the track at 11 o'clock, so a very quick turnaround for them, just over an hour, and they'll be back out onto the racetrack before their final race at 1:20 this afternoon. Hope you're enjoying the action here at the nation's action track, Winton Motor Raceway. The headline act, the Picture Partners Winton 300, is coming up this afternoon. We've got plenty of action before then, from truck racing to Super TT, stock cars with NASCARs as well out there on the racetrack. But up next, we have the youngsters in the Hyundai XLs. It's the Hyundai XL Trophy Series. We're going to take a quick break once again in commentary, and we'll be back when the XLs roll out onto the circuit. Legendary puddle on pit lane exit here at Winton Motor Raceway. Many famous shots have been taken using the reflection of that puddle. You can see why. It's always here, no matter what time of year you are. There is always that puddle on the exit of the pit lane. I'm Dan McCarthy, and as she has been throughout the weekend for Hyundai XLs, Lisa Tatani has jumped back behind the microphone, shall we say, for this, the XL Trophy Series, the youngsters, the up-and-coming stars, Lisa.
That's right, it's the third race of 4 out of the weekend, the Club Championship. The young guys who race hard, who battle hard, separated from the Masters. They can go for it as much as they like, and we saw some great racing yesterday. We saw Tabitha Ambrose come through from the back of the grid and finish 10th, where she'll be starting being a progressive grid. And we saw Bradley James get ahead of Ryan Phillips. So it'll be another great battle between those two as well. An 8-lap race coming up here at Winton Motor Raceway. We're of course building up to the Picture Partners Winton 300 later this afternoon. The cars are here on the warm-up lap, and as mentioned, Bradley James will be starting on pole ahead of Ryan Phillips, with Ashton Tadich and Burton alongside them in the second row.
So cars heading underneath the gum tree. Looking forward to this one. There was a fantastic battle all race long yesterday between that number 61 on the screen, Bradley James, and Ryan Phillips. Kadich recovered yesterday from position 7 in race 1 to position number 3, which is really a great performance from him. And there's so many hard, fast youngsters in this field this weekend. I was saying yesterday, I reckon there's around about 10 people that are certainly capable of taking the race victories here this weekend. But it has been the tale of two so far, the yellow and black machine and the red and white machine, the Dale Earnhardt looking liveried machine. by Ryan Phillips, but you can hear them trying to get temperature into the tyres. In front-wheel drive, Litre, it's very important to get temperature into the tyres, but also the rear tyres, because of course they're just sort of passengers in Hyundai XL.
That's right, being front-wheel drive, all the power and steering's done from the front, and you'll find there's definitely a PSI difference between the front and back at the end of the race.
There you go. Do you start with the same PSI, or do you try and change it up to get those rear tyres up to temp as quickly as possible?
The rear is usually 2 to 3, even 4 higher than the front.
There you go. So yeah, that's just to get it up to temp as quickly as possible. Whereas the front wheels come up quite quickly. They're doing all the work, all the driving out of the corners, and of course off the line. Last couple of cars are now in position. 5-second board goes out, and we are just seconds away. Look at the gantry on the top. There it is. The red lights, when they go out, we'll be underway, and we are underway. Brilliant start by Phillips in straight away, taking the race lead away from Bradley James. They're 3 wide, a little bit further back with Strick up the inside of a couple of machines. He's got one. He might have to settle in behind the blue number 129 of Johnson down there into the third turn, but no, managed to get a nice run on the outside around turn 2, kept the momentum and takes the place. So that's already a couple of places for the, well, there's a spinner further back. There's a couple of spinners in fact, and there's one recovering out of the gravel. It's the number 40 machine that had a bit of problems yesterday, and Sunday has continued in that fashion for Gambol, but good to see that car doesn't appear to have any damage. I think it was just a spin down there at turn number 3 as they head underneath the gum tree for the very first time. Look at that, immaculately presented XL, the 630 of Strick. Here comes Tabitha Ambrose up the inside of Harewood. Couldn't quite make it through there. Had a good look though. Of course, in race number 1, Ambrose, you can still see a few witness marks on the rear tail. She had a collision with the number 11 of Jack Carpenter, 2 front runners in the series, and Ambrose went into the tie wall at turn 2 backwards. So they both came from the back of the field, but they made it so far, but then got stuck behind Harrison Sala, who was in 10th position, who drove a great race to keep both of them behind until the last lap, when Ambrose made her way through. So she's continuing to move forwards at the start of this one. But let's look at the battle on the screen, because James is almost pushing Phillips down the pit straight in towards turn number 1. Phillips has to go defensive, but James can't find a way through there. He's looking to the inside though on the run to turn 3 again. Phillips defends that one and comes back across. You've got to be careful. You can't make 2 maneuvers. You can't pull across one way and back the other. Oh, that was close. There was a little bit of overlap, and Phillips tried to block off the move. He's ran 2 wheels through the grass, and this is going to allow James with good momentum potentially to have to go around the outside of the sweeper. He's going to try it. He made this work incredibly yesterday. Is he going to do it again? I think he is, you know. Here he is up the inside into turn number 7. And for the second day in a row, Bradley James has pulled it off around the outside of the sweeper.
That was a great move, just held it outside there and managed to get the inside line. And this has brought Kadich into the mix as well, who's all over the back of Phillips.
Yeah, absolutely. Kadich racing in remembrance of his late uncle, Wayne Kadich, former CEO of the Supercars Championship, and he's got a note on the side, so we send our condolences to the Kadich family who are here this weekend. As cars continue to drive down into turn number 11. The margin between the 3 of them, there's about a car's length between James and Phillips, and then a couple back to Kadich, and then the train that comes through. The top 3 really have pulled away from the rest of the field. William Sala has made his way up to 4th, but he's under immense pressure from Burton, who started in that position, and the fast starting Strick has caught them both up in this trio of fighting for position number 4. Sala slides over to the inside line to block that maneuver off, and it does so successfully. But it certainly looks to me like the number 6 and potentially even the 630 as well are the two faster cars. Burton, fastest lap of the race last time through, faster than anybody on the racetrack, 1 minute 42.5. But now he's stuck right on the back bumper of Sala. Oh, runs a little bit wide, two wheels on the outside of the curb, there's no grip there, and through comes Strick. An unforced error there, Lisa.
Yeah, it was. We saw the back end slide out. He was good to catch that power out in the front wheel drives, and that was enough opportunity for 630 to scramble through, and he's going to make his way trying to catch Sala.
He'll be kicking himself because I was just saying fastest car on the racetrack, applying the pressure to Sala, but it was he that made the error, not the guy he was putting under pressure. So really disappointing that one. Up the inside comes the 333 machine of Campbell on the grey machine. That is the 95, of course, of Harewood. Number 95. A lot of kids like to run 95 these days because of Lightning McQueen. It's quite funny.
That's right. Okay, you know more knowledge than me. It's actually really interesting when you talk to drivers about the importance of their car number that they've chosen. People get very personal about it.
You're correct, and a lot of people take that number through their whole career, don't they? As you see, the 333, up the inside of 129. So that's Campbell now on Johnson. And Tabitha Ambrose made her way past Johnson on that last lap. So she is now up to position number 7. Great job from her. Carpenter has made a little bit of progress compared to where he finished yesterday, but still back in 11th place. Not where he would want to be. It's certainly not the pace that car has. I can see it stuck in a train of cars a little bit further down the field. But Strick, he's now having a huge moment, and he's now lost it at turn number 7. Oh, good save. Great evasive action from the machine behind of Burton. But you don't want to be in 5th position when you go into turn 7 because you seem to lose it in this race.
That was a little mistake there. Was able to gather it, lucky not to catch the car behind, but now he is back in the pack, having to fight his way through the train.
It's a tricky sequence, that one, isn't it? Turn 6 and then into 7, because you're constantly turning, and it tightens up, of course, at turn number 7. What was your read there? Just lost the rear end?
I think so. That was a good account of it. We've seen a lot of different lines through the back section there around the Gumtree, a few holding it around the outside and bringing them on the inside, as we see Carpenter Jr. making a move there on the inside of 129.
Strick's going to try and follow through, but no, not quite enough gap. Couldn't quite put the letter in the post box down there at turn number 12. As we see a replay, yeah, it was never settled from the moment it went around turn 6. The rear end was continually coming out, and Burton had a great view of that, just stood back, watched exactly where the car was going to go, and then made the judgment on which direction he was going to go, and he lost a couple of seconds on that lap because of it. But better to lose a couple of seconds than plough in the side of a stationary car, as he's trying to make his way up the order. These two are fast machines, Carpenter and Strick, in 9th and 10th. They've got the pace to be around about and possibly inside the top 5, so we'll continue to watch their march through the field. Harrison Sala's dropped back a bit in this race, finished in 11th yesterday, and is fighting, is that Kachina? No, it's Simpson for position number 12.
Who was the older of the Sala brothers?
Is Harrison the older of the Sala brothers?
I think William actually is. I was asking, yeah.
Yes, William's the older of the two, yes, correct. Oh, no, there's contact there. A bit of an awkward moment there. Simpson, a different line around the hairpin, and Sala had the inside line, but the gap that was briefly there was closed as they sort of came together mid-corner with their differing lines. And now the 119 up the inside of 25. Oh, and they're going to split either side of the number 77. That's Kachina, who's got a bit of a problem there, I think. That was Mika Hakkinen and Michael Schumacher Spa-esque, going either side of the slow machine there, and nicely avoided. But that car seems straight back up to speed again, so that was a little odd moment there.
We're seeing drivers test the track limits at the moment, 2 wheels off here and there, just trying to use every bit of racetrack that they can to get a good run on their competitor.
Tabitha Ambrose is coming under pressure from the 333 machine. She made the move on the 333 not too long ago, but these two are marching forwards. But Tabitha is almost driving an XL every weekend at the moment. She's going all around the country, New South Wales, Victoria and South Australia as well. And not only doing club championships, but state championships. So the 3rd generation racer, the daughter of Marcus Ambrose, is really learning her trade in Hyundai XLs, and she's turning into a real promising young star.
Absolutely, couldn't have said it better myself. We'll see her later today in another front-wheel drive Hyundai in the Winton 300, and her and Brad Gartner in the Wodonga TAFE entry have been putting in some solid times.
Yeah, absolutely. The team run by Wodonga TAFE, the team known as Motorsport Training Australia, running not only a Veloster, but a Ford Ute, which sadly in the warm-up we saw have a bit of fluid come out the tail of it, and it was forced into the lane. So that team will be busy down there in the pit lane trying to get that repaired for the race this afternoon. Here we are, Strick and Carpenter. We said they've moved forward, so I didn't expect them to be fighting each other, but that's what's happening at the moment. Strick moves up the inside of the double one, also known as number 11. Down pit straight they come, crossing the line to commence the penultimate lap of the race. Who's going to yield here? Who's going to give in? The answer is the 630 of Strick, who decides to play it a little bit cautious, get the run out of turn 2, which is exactly what he's done. He forced Carpenter to stay defensive down at turn 1, taking the compromise line. He got the better exit out of 2 and the inside for turn number 3. Is Carpenter going to keep it around the outside there? Not quite. Good clean race in between the pair.
It certainly is, and it just shows that you need to be thinking a corner, 2 corners ahead of where you are, and put your car in the right position for that opportunity.
Particularly XLs, being underpowered, or Carpenter sending it back up the inside. We were saying it was nice and clean. That very nearly wasn't. We could hear tyres protesting. Strick left just about a car's width, and Carpenter filled it but couldn't keep the momentum to take the move on the exit of the corner. What I was going to say was, with these machines being a bit underpowered, it is all about thinking ahead. You've got to think ahead, keep the momentum up to try and judge your move further down the track.
That's right, and here we see a battle for 5th place actually, so well done to Tabitha and Campbell, who have made their way up to Burton. They definitely have some pace in those out of macro racing in their cars.
Certainly do. So caught the number 6, who's, as you say, in 5th position. Who's dropped off the tail of William Sala in the last few laps, because last time we saw this machine pounding the tail of Sala and taking evasive action from the spinning Strick machine. Since then, he's dropped back, he's lost a bit of speed, and it's these two that are absolutely flying out there on the final lap now of the motor race. Here's Tabitha Ambrose. Is she going to have a look at the inside of turn 4? No, not on this occasion. Nowhere near close enough. It's hard to make a move there, isn't it, Lisa? You've got to be pretty far up alongside. You can't just dive up there.
That's right. You're just trying to set yourself up for the back section here as they come round towards the old gum tree. And Tabitha, she showed yesterday how many moves she was able to make in all different directions, drivers left and right. So we watch to see if she can pull something else off. 333
has caught them both here. Oh, a bit of contact there. Tabitha tapping the tail of the number 6 machine of Burton. They couldn't quite make a move up the inside or around the outside, and just misjudged the closing gap there and tapped the tail of the number 6. That seems to have cost her more momentum than the car she hit, so she's having to go slightly defensive on Campbell into turn 10. But out at the front of the field is pulled quite a margin in the end from Ryan Phillips. It's going to be Bradley James who's going to greet the checkered flag first. A really quite dominant display in the end. The margin, 2.5 seconds from his close rival Ryan Phillips. Kadich comes home in position number 3. That's a great result for him and his team. Sala came home in 4th ahead of the trio led by Burton, ahead of Ambrose and Campbell. Harewood, a disappointed Streak, and Jack Carpenter. I will be looking out for those two from the 5th row of the grid later on this afternoon for what will be their final race of the weekend as cars continue to come through. Look at the glorious weather that we've been greeted with here at Winton Motor Raceway. Unseasonably warm in August in this part of the world.
It is certainly nice now that the sun's come up and the fog has cleared. There was a bit of low-lying cloud this morning when we arrived, but it's going to be a great day of racing, and great to see a lot of fans out, a lot of caravans and people camping.
Absolutely correct there. I see that the car display is beginning to take shape. That's there for the next few hours at the skid pen. So if you're at the track, make sure you head over to the skid pen. See a few machines out there. But here are the results on the screen. Bradley James taking the win from Ryan Phillips. Ashton Kadich coming home in 3rd, ahead of William Sala. Jake Burton in 5th, ahead of Tabitha Ambrose and Rio Campbell. Great battle late on between those three. Jake Harewood finished a lonely 8th, ahead of Harry Strick. And Jack Carpenter, Bradley James, with the fastest lap of that race. A 1:41.2, a good 3/10 clear of anybody else in that race. It's a great performance from the number 61 machine. And here we are then on pit straight at the glorious Winton Motor Raceway, the nation's action track. There's plenty more action still to come this afternoon. Up next, something a little bit different. We are going to see the 2-litre sports sedans roll out onto the racetrack. And if you like the 2-litre sports sedans, you're also, I'm very sure, going to like the stock cars. We've got NASCARs and actual Oz cars as well that raced on the Thunderdome back in the day. But yes, 2-litre sports sedans are up next. We're going to take a quick break in commentary and we'll be back in just a moment. Down here in the lane with Andrew Boydell, the defending race winner of the Winton 300, and also Todd Herring, who won the Sydney 300 a few weeks ago. For you to return as the defending winners, what's it like?
Returning is full of anticipation of hopefully we can match what we did last year. We're certainly pushing to win, but there's some stiff competition in the lane. We've had a change of co-driver this week with Jason not being up to it after surgery this week or 4 weeks ago. So Todd has kindly stepped in for me at last minute, so he's got to learn the car today and hopefully we can bring the pace to the race and the consistency to win.
Pretty good substitute to call up and get alongside you.
It is a very good substitute. It's the MX5 community is a really nice community. We all help each other and we all try to step up.
For you, Todd, how many laps have you done to this point, and how different is it to the car that you're used to driving? Of course, an MX-5 as well, but how does this one compare to yours?
I've had 3 laps in the car. It's very pointy compared to my car. A lot more turning than mine, but I'll get a full session at the end of the day, and we'll see if I can get used to it. Pump out some good laps.
And for you, obviously, you're used to, with the Sydney 300, even more cars. But how do you think Winton, very different circuit to the Sydney layout?
Yeah, definitely. It's harder on the body and harder on the tyres, this one. But I think this thing's set up that well. It's really going to come into its own in this track compared to the front wheel drives and that. I think this will chew up the front wheel drives, front tyres a bit more than us. So hopefully we'll get them there.
Awesome. Thanks very much, guys, and best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the reigning Winton 300 and Sydney 300 winners there. Andrew Boydell and Todd Herring looking forward to the Pitcher Partners Winton 300 this afternoon and not too far after 2 o'clock. So that's quickly coming upon us actually. But before then we have plenty of racing action. And the category, one of the categories that delivered the most action yesterday was this very category on the screen. It was absolutely scintillating stuff throughout both of the races yesterday. I'm Dan McCarthy, and alongside me once again for the 2-litre sports sedans is Declan Kirkham. Great to have you here once again.
G'day Dan, g'day everybody on this beautiful day at Winton. It's looking forward to a good race in the 2-litre sports sedans.
Yeah, it should be a cracker. They always are. That's one thing you can guarantee in this category. You can't guarantee what's going to happen on the racetrack, and that's what makes it so exciting. 2-litre sports sedans, also here with the Pulsars as well.
For sure, we have the Winmax Australian Pulsar Racing Association joining us this weekend as well. So there's a few Pulsars glorying among the field.
Absolutely. This is a big talking point from yesterday. Steve Howard, who won all 10 races prior to this weekend. He didn't win race number 2, race 1, finished in position number 3. And then a DNF, a shock DNF in race number 2. He'll be coming from the back. Do you know what the cause of that DNF was?
Yeah, Steve-O suffered a bit of a failure of power. The alternator, main power wire broke off the alternator during the race, and his voltage dropped, but what made him stop the car was the smell of burning plastic, as he described. And luckily that was not too hard to fix, just a new crimp on the wire and off we go.
So yeah, that's good news. No major damage then, and that's why it's back out on the racetrack. But watch for that number 13 to charge from the back of the field, the legendary Toyota Corolla. But on the front row of the grid, we've got a John Cooper Works Mini driven by Linda Devlin. Alongside her is Harris in the Nissan Bluebird. Beyond that, we have Bottas in the Pulsar and Sclater in the Escort. Lights are on and they are off already. Very quick lights sequence there as they roar away again. Linda Devlin bogs down a little bit on the run towards turn number 1. She did that yesterday and lost more positions. She only lost the one there in that one. Charlie Viola has made a great start, and the Escort of Sclater is falling backwards at a rapid rate to not see her. The 27, I think, has started off with some sort of issue, and somebody's spun her. Her ties out to Viola. I was just saying what a great start he's made, but he's gone and looped it down there at turn number 3. Evasive action from everyone.
Yeah, luckily everybody got through very clean there, and Steve-O's managed to sneak up some more cars, making a cracking recovery from yesterday's unfortunate DNF. Steve Howard up to, is well inside the top 5, I believe.
Yeah,
just outside the top 5, so making quick work of the field today.
Yeah, already got through half of the field, and now on the back of the slightly slow starting Sclater there. Maybe it's just bogged down at the line because it seems all right now.
Yeah, it could very well be. Remember, in this field we've got a mix of cars on slicks and R-Spec or treaded tyres, so you'll see Linda probably a little bit tentative through turn 1 as opposed to Matt Butters, who's on the Yokohama AD09, so that tyre comes on a lot quicker than a slick would, and a cracking start from Butters too to challenge for second place in the race.
No, it's definitely got something wrong.
Definitely slowing down a little bit there, but it is hard to tell next to Steve-O's car, which is
true.
Some serious straight line bump road. So Steve-O displaces another car, and he's on his march back to the front of the field. His next car will be Litre.
So Harris leads the opening lap from Devlin. Bottas in 3rd, but look at that, the power from Steve-O up the inside into turn number 1. A great move up the inside of Lee Nuttall. So that is position 12 to position number 4 in 12 corners of the first lap, and the pit straight and a little bit of extra meters down towards turn number 1. Effectively, about 3.2 kilometres there. He's moved up 8 positions.
As we see on the screen here, Ben Moore and Sharon Stikkovic, followed closely by the Photon. These two actually had a bit of a coming together yesterday during their big dice, and both of them suffered some wheel damage, easily fixed on both cars, but another interesting story from the pits.
Yeah, very, very good. Here we are. This is the battle that we saw throughout the racing yesterday. between Harris and Devlin. And we said that Howard had won all the races prior to the start of this round. And Devlin won both yesterday in the Mini. She's in mighty form so far this weekend. But again, as he did yesterday, Harris has taken the lead at the start of this race. Can he keep Linda behind this time? That is going to be the question. These two achieve their speed in such different ways. You'll see how good the Mini is under brakes compared to the Nissan Bluebird as they head down the pit straight. Is she going to have a look down at turn number 1? I think she's close enough, you know. She is late under brakes, straight up the inside. Made that look easy.
Definitely. Nice move under brakes there from Linda. Great awareness from Jimbo to know that she's probably going to come through. These two will probably feed off each other and continue to put a gap on the rest of the field as Steve-O continues to hunt through on the chase.
Absolutely. A great calendar this year for 2-litre sports sedans. You visited Phillip Island, you've already visited Calder, you ran on the club circuit, the shorter layout of the Winton course here a couple of months ago as well. Next up you got Calder and then Phillip Island to finish. It's a great diverse calendar, isn't it?
100%, especially here running the short track versus long track. We've already seen how different some of the cars make their time, and you'll find that some cars perform well above their weight on the short track, and then when we get a couple more straights added to Winton, the strengths and weaknesses play out. So it gives us a great diversity over the year for the different cars to show their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, it certainly does. And you spoke about the variety of the cars. Some have got the space frame chassis, others have got the floor pan, and that sort of style of racing really does produce great racing.
It's really a category that can cater to your budget. You can make it as expensive as you like. You can have a space frame car, or you can have something similar to what we see on the screen here in Lauren Talbot's Civic, where it's essentially a road car chassis with a very good cage and some bolt-on parts. A lot of hard work there from Travis to build that car. It's slowly coming to show its potential. New car at the start of this year, and Lauren drives it very well.
Yeah, certainly does, and it's immaculately presented as well. And she's got a good run out of the corner. Is she going to be close enough to make a move on Slayton? No, not on this particular occasion. She's up to 6th, made the move on Nuttall last time through. So this the fight for a top 5 position in this race. But a great job so far from Butters. We spoke about him yesterday in the Pulsar in 3rd position.
Yeah, definitely one of the lesser modified cars in the field running in the APRA spec. It's APRA controlled suspension, very limited engine modifications, and Butters certainly showing how good you can go with one of the lesser budget cars.
Absolutely. Here they go into turns 7, 8 underneath the gum tree. And turn number 9, such a historical circuit, Winton, been open now for well over 60 years, one of the oldest circuits in this country. So much history, so many famous moments have happened here over the years, and it's great that it's still being used as much as ever.
For sure. And as we see Steve Howard taking 3rd place from Matt Butters down the back straight there. See if maybe Steve-O's got anything for our leaders. He's definitely lapping pretty quickly, so there's still 3 laps to go. I'm not sure he's going to bridge that gap, but it's definitely a great recovery drive. It'd be nice if all of us had bad weekends and could still score a podium, that's for sure.
Yeah, you say, speaking of yourself, you're not out there this weekend. It's really a bad weekend for you because you're stuck in here in the commentary box with me. So you're usually a regular and a front runner in the Pulsars.
Yeah, definitely. Usually out there having some fun, but decided after a bit of a failure earlier this year to take a couple of rounds off and reevaluate the car and how we're going to attack next year. So we'll be back probably for the last round for a while. But for now, just enjoying the show. These guys are pretty on.
Yeah, speaking of show, the way Butters commits to that turn, that's absolutely awesome, using all the curb on the inside. You must know he's on the Blendline TV screens or something. He's giving it 110%. Howard might have got through, but he's not letting him out of his sights. That was fully committed. Look at that. Sideways, helping to rotate the car, cocking up the inside rear wheel as well. and he is giving it everything to keep up with the Lightning Locksmith's Toyota Corolla that has blasted past him on this particular lap. Lights are on. That's always the signature, trying to apply pressure. Does it work? Does turning your headlights on really distract the car in front?
I don't think it distracts the guy in front, but I feel like it flicks a switch inside you and your lights are on, you're a bit more intense. But definitely Butter's putting on a great show for all the people out there with his bit of a slide and lifting wheels up. And I suppose if you can't make the podium, you've got to make the highlights real.
He's doing that. He's definitely doing that in this race. And out front, Devlin, another fastest lap of the race last time through, and actually 1.2 seconds ahead of Harris that time through. Doubled the margin from 1.2 out now to 2.4 seconds. So that's the first lap really that Harris has been a few seconds or just over a second away from the time of Devlin, as there's a little bit of a lockup down there for Sclater into turn number 1. There's the recovering Charlie Viola in the Picture Partners Nissan Pulsar. This car very much improved and has been tuned. It's not a standard Pulsar that's competing in the Pulsar Championship.
Definitely, I think it's got some cams and some slightly different tyres and maybe some suspension work done to it that we don't see in the rest of the Pulsars in the field. But awesome recovery drive there from Charlie Viola. Entered turn 3 backwards at the start of this race and is almost back up to his sparring partner, Lee Double.
Absolutely, and it was great that everybody took evasive action and avoided him, because he couldn't have been in a much more awkward position. But battle has resumed between these two once again. Sharon Stipkovich and Moore in the Pulsar just behind. They've hardly been more than about 10 metres apart all weekend long. They've been joined at the hip. Definitely. And we're seeing it once again in this one.
Yesterday they got even closer. They had a little bit of a touch. Left-hand front wheel of Ben Moore to the right-hand rear wheel of Sharon, I believe. And Sharon actually finished the race with no air in the left rear tyre.
Oh, right.
Took the valve off the wheel, and she said it felt a bit funny, but luckily the back of that car was quite nice, and it's a right-hand corner dominant track, so it didn't really affect her too much.
Yeah, that's good news then, that she was able to make it to the finish, and she's ahead of Moore at the moment. They're fighting for 9th position. They're ahead of Lambrick in the Proton, and the number 97, the Toyota Starlet, that's had quite a few mechanical issues and gremlins this weekend.
Definitely, those guys have been working very hard to rectify each fault as it pops up on that car. It seems to have been a never-ending sort of snowball, but it's good to see it out there circulating and completing laps.
Absolutely, nothing like completing laps out there on any race circuit. It's about 27 seconds behind the Proton, or 20 seconds behind the Proton of Lambrick out there on the race circuit. Devlin continues to extend that margin by about a second a lap at the moment. We're now on the penultimate lap of the race. This one has flown by, but there's plenty more action to come. Up next we have the big, loud stock cars out there on the racetrack. Old NASCARs and old Oz cars from back in the day that used to race at the Thunderdome, where you'll be headed for the next round.
Definitely, you couldn't ask for two more different categories to follow each other on track, and then when you throw some Supertrucks in there, this weekend's got a little bit of something for absolutely everybody.
And of course the Picture Partners Winton 300 as well, the main event, you could say, this weekend. So that will conclude proceedings this afternoon, the 300-kilometre endurance race. But yeah, as you say, there is something for absolutely everybody. I was talking to Stephen Whyte, the CEO of the Benalla Auto Club, and he was saying exactly that. There really is something for everybody this weekend.
For sure. And of course, in signature Winton, Wakefield, Sydney 300 weekend, it's either slating with rain or very warm. It's definitely turned on the weather this weekend, that's for sure.
Couldn't have wished for better weather, could we? I got burnt on Friday, can't quite believe that. But anyway, Linda Devlin is coming to the line. She's continued to pull away. 4.5 seconds now, the margin ahead of Harris in the Bluebird. She's entering the final couple of corners. It's been a great weekend for her so far. She's looking to make it 3 from 3. The question is, can she go 4 from 4? We're going to find out later on this afternoon. But it's race victory number 3 for Linda Devlin. Great victory from her in the John Cooper Works Mini ahead of the Nissan Bluebird of Harris. And here we are, the two Pulsars, the very different Pulsars. Nuttall and Viola fighting hard, scrapping away for position number 7. Nuttall's going to defend down here at 10, surely. No, pulls back to the outside. Looks like that's got a bit more straight line speed.
Probably just a little bit of straight line speed out of Lee's car and probably more quarter in the Viola car. That doesn't take a hard fought fourth with a hard charging Lauren Talbot.
No.
Just getting him at the line.
She got him, stole it. Remarkable. I thought just like you, I thought he had it sewn up, but no.
But it's not over for 6th place. It's 7th place. Charlie Viola all over the back of Lee Nuttall, and I think that's Lee up again. That's 3 from 3 for Lee. But I'm sure that'll come to head in the last race that we see today.
Absolutely. Great race once again from the 2 leader sports sedans. Action up and down the field in that one. Good race for the lead at the midway stage, but Linda really did pull away late on in that one. Sharon Stipkovich did end up beating more home to the line. And then the final car to cross the line is the Proton Satria of Lambrick, who last year competed in the Winton 300, but this year moving into 2 leader sports sedans and coming across the line in position number 11. So results in the end there. Devlin ahead of Harris. Howard in 3rd. Good recovery from him. Talbot beat Butters by 0.06 of a second in the fight for position number 4. She stole it at the line, but Butters wins the Pulsar class, so he'll be pleased about that. It's Slater, Nuttall, Viola, Stipkovich, Moore, and Chapman. Thank you very much, Declan, for joining me in that one.
No worries at all. One more to go later today.
Yeah, absolutely. One more this afternoon. As you say, it's actually quite a quick turnaround for 2 leader sports sedans back out on the track at 11:25 local time. So about an hour's time, I'll be seeing you back here in the commentary box. Look forward to having you then. But the NASCARs, the Oz cars, and all things big thumping V8s are about to head out onto the racetrack. It's the Australian Stock Cars Championship. Around the track might not be able to hear us now because the stock cars heading out there on the racetrack. Quite possibly the loudest category in the country right now. And it's a NASCAR Xfinity Series machine that leads the way. But as you can see at the back of the field, there's a couple of Oz cars as well. There's plenty of variety in this race, and we've got an onboard out there on the circuit as well. I think that's the number 8 machine of Richard Whyte, who had the onboard yesterday as well. We're going to get plenty of brilliant footage from that NASCAR that raced in the NASCAR Cup Series, the Winston Cup as it was called back then. And we are greatly looking forward to this. It is so loud, but so very, very awesome. Can't wait for this. I can see the crowds of people coming to the fences to watch this. You are in for an absolute treat. If you've never seen Stock Cars Australia before, you will undoubtedly enjoy this. I'm Dan McCarthy, and jumping back alongside me is Callum Brannigan. This is something that we have enjoyed all weekend long.
Hello Dan, hello everybody around the circuit tuning in on Blendline TV via the live stream. Very happy to be here for round 3 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championship as we build up towards the Picture Partners Winton 300 Grassroots Endurance Race coming up later on this afternoon, and this is an absolute treat. It is a delight to have the Stock Cars Australia here as part of the support card, and as Dan said before, we've got so many wonderful machines of yesteryear honouring the olden days or the golden era of Thunderdome oval racing in Australia at Calder Park, as well as South Australia back in the day. So we've got a good mix of NASCARs, genuine NASCARs from the United States. We've got Oz Trucks, we've got Oz Cars, we've got a huge offering of cars coming all the way for this 9-lap affair. Pinned on pole position in the number 16 Xfinity Ford Mustang. Starting on pole alongside Stubbs in the TA2 Dodge. Alongside, we've got a pair of Oz Trucks behind with Hourigan and Burgess starting at a P3 and P4. Stubbs starting at a position 5. 6th position, we've got Richard Whyte as we're looking over his shoulder for the start of this race. We will give the viewers tuning in from home an opportunity to hear that car in full light as they get underway. It looks like the green light has been shown to the racers, and indeed they get underway. It is a clean rolling start, as is customary for stock car racing. Up the inside, it looks like Hourigan's having a good look at the car of Stubbs. Number 45 is defending well, though. Sorry, I'm just listening to that Mustang as it screams past the camera point in turn 2. Richard Whyte, a couple of brake lockups in the background there as well, running on a bag tyre. I'll say again, customary part of stock car racing is something that's very much aligned with this. And have a look at this. This is a wonderful shot. Let's listen to it as it comes through the sweeper. Taking it nice and easy, feathering the throttle ever so gentle on this opening lap, but the tyres won't take too much time to get up to temperature. We've got plenty of sun out in the sky, not a cloud in sight, and as the sun is out in UV, as well as the just inherent heat bakes the track and it warms it up a little bit. It was a very frosty start this morning at the Winton Motor Raceway, so the track is starting to evolve based on what we've seen so far in terms of lap times from the previous races. Richard Whyte, that Budweiser liveried number 8 Chevrolet Monte Carlo, bona fide NASCAR. Didn't race in that livery back in period, but it has been sticking up to look pretty much as it should look. It looks absolutely sensational coming through turns 11 and 12 there.
Certainly does. It's made up that position, started behind the number 19, so the number 8 machine has moved up one place. Here it comes down into turn 1. Oh!
As they're riding on board there, it caught the apron of the circuit there on the right-hand side. It's unsettled the car, and he has rotated, switched ends on him. Oh, and he's just missed the Chevrolet Lumina, the number 3 car on its way through there.
Which he also owns. That was a very tense moment for him, I'm sure. Watching his own car, there it is, the number 3 car coming at him. Oh, that would have been an awful moment for him, I'm sure, trying to get that car refired. But the truck, the number 84, nearly got both of them there in that particular moment. But my crikey, that was a really hairy moment there for Richard Whyte. But great to see he's got 2 tribute liveries, the Dale Earnhardt and the Dale Earnhardt Jr. tribute liveried machines, both of which have got great racing history. Not in those particular liveries, but his number 8 car, we can see just at the back of the shot, has raced in the top tier NASCAR series and did so for many years from 1998 through until 2001. So that is a proper bona fide NASCAR, the number 8.
Number 19 on screen. This is Stubbs. Had a great battle yesterday, and he's currently showing in 6th position. Mark Casey having coming under fire now from the recovering Richard Whyte after that spin at turn 1. I dare say we put in the positioning the Monte Carlo a little further to the left-hand side this time around. Of course, it is a left-hand drive car, so a little bit unusual if you're used to driving a right-hand drive car, as most race cars in Australia are. But doing a fantastic job, and these pictures brought to you. Zero latency onboard camera. It looks absolutely beautiful. Big thank you to the Blendline TV crew working tirelessly to push the boundaries and bringing you grassroots motorsport looking at its very best. Coming down to gears there is Richard Whyte. Here's the Chevrolet Lumina, as you said. It's the Dale Earnhardt livery. It is synonymous with NASCAR racing at Goodwrench. Number 3, silver and black. And he's got Stubbs just behind there as well. So this is heating up to be quite a spicy little battle for position 6, 5 I should say. So we're fresh from Stubbs, from Whyte, and starting to drop Marchese ever so slightly.
The number 3 car with the Dale Earnhardt tribute livery. That didn't run so much over there. It's got a lot of Australian history, that particular machine. It was run a little bit by Brad Jones, more as a ride day car, and same with Rodney Jane as well. So there's been a few handy steerers behind the wheel of that machine. It has done a few races around the Calder Dome, but that was generally the ride day car from what they were telling me on Friday's lost it again. Early on the power, and around she goes. It's been a messy race for him so far. Just doesn't seem to have much grip out there, but I think that was just a bit too eager on the throttle. And around went the rear end. You never want to see the rear end of your car ahead of the front. That means you're having an accident. And the number 3 car doesn't appear to be running too smoothly either at the moment. So both of Richard White's cars are not having the greatest of races. The number 19 there getting through and quickly pulling away from the number 3. But that's a second hairy moment for Richard Whyte, who's rejoined the race circuit once again. But he has lost a position or two, I believe. Yeah, one to Marchese, and another one to Rice in the 108 Holden Commodore. Good to see that Rice has got that car back working again. And as you see, the number 3 ahead around turn number 4. We look back at his other machine, and here is what happened on the exit of turn number 9. Too much power, Callum, I think, on the exit.
Yeah, it looked fairly innocent looking over his shoulder, so it wasn't a huge amount of wheel spin, but it was just enough. So obviously the rears just hasn't come in too far. Trying to refire a hot race car at the best of times is extremely hard. It's the second time he's had to contend with that, but luckily he's back out there and circulating. On screen now, the car of Danny Burgess in the number 7. Steel and Stuff Orange Oztruck Silverado. Beautifully drifted out of turn 12, coming on to the main straight. These cars featured a lot in the past 10 years or so in Australian competition, and they look absolutely fantastic as well. There's quite a few utes in competition here this weekend. Obviously, this isn't really a ute, it's a stock car, but we do have a bona fide ute racing in the Pitcher Partners Winton 300 coming up later on this afternoon. The Steel and Stuff car driven by Burgess. He was a lot further up the field. He was all over the back of Hourigan in the number 51 Oz truck, also a Silverado in the race earlier. Now, Perichon on screen here, the number 6 Stillwell Ford XF Falcon. This is the car that raced Imperial in Oscar back in the day in the hands of Jim Richards. Gentleman Jim, there isn't a safer pair of hands to be behind the wheel is Jim, so big hello to Jim with his tuning in from home. But Perichon behind the wheel at the moment, taking it nice and easy. Obviously this is the genuine car that Jim raced back in the day around the Thunderdome in a clockwise direction, not anti-clockwise like we would expect most NASCARs, given that this car is drives on the right-hand side of the XF Falcon.
What's really cool is that Perichon was the mechanic on Jim Richards with that Oscar. So he heard it was for sale, and he thought, you know what, I wouldn't mind owning that. Was a great period in my life working on Jim Richards' Oscar. So he's bought it and now drives it himself. It's a bit of a fairy tale story, that one. He's just going to let down. He's had teething problems with that machine all weekend long. It's not been running quite on song, so that's why he's circulating at the moment. But to have 6 Oz cars out there on the racetrack this weekend is absolutely awesome. And they're expecting even more for the next round at Calder Park Raceway. Of course, the spiritual home for these machines as they race there around the Thunderdome, but they're on the road course, Calder Park circuit in around a month's time, so not too far away from that. And they're expecting a couple more NASCARs there as well. But this series normally runs on the High Tech Oil Super Series program. It's a national championship, and it's great that it's on the bill of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships here this weekend.
Yeah, it certainly has amplified the sport category card for round 3 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championship. They're very well suited to this track as well. You see the number 16 on screen now, the Expedition Ford Mustang. It's by far my favourite sounding car here this weekend. It's just something about a screaming V8. We're going to listen to it now. It's just a beautiful, beautiful car. It's beautifully driven by Nind as well so far this weekend. It's been unstoppable. It's taken out the races so far this weekend, and he's firmly in position to do repeat the same performance in this race with 3 laps to go now as he crosses the start-finish control line. Stubbs following 3.2 seconds of drift. Just listen to that car again. Coming through turn 4, so that number 16 working absolutely beautifully this morning.
It's that loud, we can hear it
Yeah.
out the window over our headphones, which normally blocks out all sorts of noise. We can only really hear what you can hear at home, and it's that loud we can distinctly hear that NASCAR whenever it's on the throttle at any point around this Winton circuit. It is quite remarkable, and undoubtedly the loudest car here this weekend.
It was a good storyline with these sorts of cars as well, because we do have some pretty handy steerers in Australia. Obviously the Supercars Championship. We sent a couple of Australians over to the States earlier this year. We had Cameron Waters as
Will Brown.
well as Will Brown, and we all know Shane Van Gisbergen is over there competing in the second tier series full time in NASCAR. So when you get some pretty handy steerers from Australia, plug them into a car like that to see how well they do perform. Here comes the 45 around. It sounds absolutely beautiful as well. And there's been a resurgence with, as you said, Dan, there's a lot of these Oz cars coming back out from garages. They're blowing off the cobwebs, getting them restored to near mid condition, if not better than what they were racing in period. But it's great to see them back out on the racetracks. It'll be a sight to behold, as you say, when they return to their spiritual home at Calder Park Raceway, which the Jane family are investing in and reviving that venue to add yet another permanent racing facility, or returning that as a permanent racing facility in Victoria. So it's great to see Calder Park making its way or hosting regular race meetings once again. So when you do go there for the next round, you will see something like this. You'll see Perishon behind the wheel of the Stillwell Ford XF as it did back in the day.
Absolutely. We're getting towards the closing stages of this race. It's absolutely flown by. Here is the number 3 catching up to the back of the truck. Here is the number 8, the recovery drive from Richard Whyte. We're going to take an onboard lap. We're going to let you sit back and enjoy this one with Richard Whyte. There it is, a lap of the Winton Motor Raceway. 3 kilometres goes like that. Boy, oh boy, is he working hard at the wheel. But around the final corner to greet the checkered flag for the 3rd time, it's Nind in the Xfinity Series NASCAR. Awesome drive once again from him. And once again, the bridesmaid is Stubbs in position number 2. Took pole in qualifying, but he's had to settle for 2nd in all 3 races. Hourigan will be across the line next in third position in the first of the trucks. And there he is. Awesome job from him, finishing in the end 16 seconds behind Stubbs. And there's the second of the trucks in position number 4. That's Burgess. And look at this a little bit further back. The Oscars are being hounded by the NASCARs. The other Stubbs in number 19 will take 5th as he threads his way through those Oscars. Just looking to see who was the best performing Oscar. I believe it was the 22 of Gates once again. So the Oscars had their own little class out there, and he's already crossed the line a lap down. So nicely done there by the number 22 machine. This is the fight out there for position number 14 between Perichon and Robertson. Robertson in the number 54 drove that car at the Calder Park Thunderdome back in the day. So it's great to see that he's got that car back restored and back out there on the racetrack. It has had a few teething issues so far this weekend. It doesn't seem to have the straight line speed of the other Oz cars, but nevertheless, great to see that back out there for the first time in many, many years. And hopefully that'll be tuned up a little bit and running a little bit more smoothly by the time they get to the next round at Calder Park. It's going to be a drag race to the line. It looks like it's going to go the way of the number 6 Ford of Perichon. Nicely done. Good clean race between those two. And that is all 15 cars across the line, Callum, which is what we like to see.
Absolutely, Dan. 15 cars home nice and safely. A little bit of a tricky trip out there for the man we're riding on board with at the moment, Richard Whyte. 2 spins, but no harm, no foul. The car is straight, and it will be back out later on this afternoon for the 4th race of the weekend for the Stock Cars Australia. Race 28 on the schedule. It'll be 1:40 or 20 minutes to 2. So there's confirmation on our screen now. Nin, the winner of the race, 6.5 seconds clear of Jeff Stubbs. Brendan Hourigan home in P3 ahead of Danny Burgess in the number 7 Oz truck. Daniel Stubbs in 5th. Robert Marchese in 6th position. Jake Frisch in 7th position. Richard Whyte. Michael Rice in the Club Sport HSV 108 entry. And Lucas Gates, as you said, first of the Oz cars home. Nin, unsurprisingly, was the fastest man on track with a 1 minute 27.6. And as we were saying before, they'll be back out later on this afternoon at 1:40 according to the schedule. So we look forward to the final 9-lap outing for the Stock Cars Australia. Coming up next, we have the XL Masters for their 3rd race of the weekend. It's a bit of a tight schedule for them today. They only had 1 race yesterday, but they're cramming in 3 races into today's support card. And you can see it's a hive of activity down there in the pit lane. Several entrants from the Pitcher Partners Winton 300 out on the pit lane. Speaking of the pit lane, we are going to throw to David Stillwell down there in the pit lane.
Thank you, guys. So I've gone for a wander up and down here. Listen to the sound of those stock cars. Isn't it incredible here? That rumble that used to go around the Thunderdome, AIR, even Surfers Paradise back in the day. It's amazing to have that, the rumble, that thunder of the stock cars back here at the VMRC. I've done a wander up and down pit lane for the Pitcher Partners Winton 300, getting an idea of what the sort of strategy is from a tyre perspective. So we've got the XL Masters ready to go out. Lisa mentioned earlier that they've gone to a new control tyre this year. It's one of the ultra high performance Dunlops, very similar to what's used in the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup. Some of the cars, of course, still using the Federal. But interestingly, up and down the lane, there's a variety of tyres being used. We've got slicks from Kumho, Hankook and Pirelli. We've got semi-slicks from Nankang, Yokohama, MRF, Hankook and GT. And we've got Hankook and Yokohama utilising some of the ultra-high performance tyres. So there's a huge array of rubber being used up and down the lane. If you have a look now, we've got cars coming down the lane, but we've also got teams with their tyres out on the tarmac trying to get as much heat into them as possible to make sure they're nicely cured and ready to go for the Pitcher Partners Winton 300 later today. We'll head back to Central Commentary, but it's all getting ready for this afternoon's big 300k enduro.
Thank you, Dave Stillwell, down there in the pit lane. We look forward to all of your insights, all the news, all the gossip coming from the pits during the Picture Partners Winton 300. The build-up is on, and right now we have the Victorian XL Series Masters out for race 3. Joining me alongside, I'm Callum Brannigan and Lisa Totani back in the commentary booth. You've literally switched hats and you firmly put on your Hyundai XL hat. So thank you very much for joining us back up here in Central Commentary.
Great to be here, Callum. This is the third race for the XL Masters, and as Dan touched on before, busy day for them, a few back-to-back sessions. With only one race yesterday, and Daniel Webster had a very clean race, winning by 2 seconds over Musgrave. So we'll see what can be done this one.
Absolutely, Musgrave is the championship leader heading into this round. So P2 in that last race. So far it's been a very strong weekend, so that's going to be doing his championship bid a world of good. Starting at a third position, Merjevac in the number 92 alongside Nielsen. There's a great battle between those two, but I believe Nielsen was one of the hard chargers in the last race, if memory serves correctly. Seymour starting at a fifth alongside Simpson in the number 80. Starting at a 7th position, the 994 of Sarah alongside Mackenzie. Now, he was a bit further up the field as well before an off at turn 1. Forced him to carefully rejoin the track. He dusted off the cobwebs and put his head down and pressed on nonetheless. So we look forward to seeing him potentially make some more ground in this 8-lap race coming up very soon. Jeff starting at 9th position, Milburn in 10th position. Lisa pointed him out in the last race as one to watch, starting from the back of grid, making his way up to P10. What can he do in race 3? Narkowitz in 11th position alongside Bart, who had a great battle as well, starting at a position 12 for this race. Venia in 13th position alongside Clark in 14th position. Sellenmeyer in 15th position, Shoya in 16th, Outram in 17th position, and Featherstone 18th, Kennedy 19th, Jeffs in 20th position, and Carroll rounding out the 21 car field. We've got heaps of XLs here this weekend. So many, in fact, have been split. Trophy versus Masters. These are the older class. No disrespect to all of the competitors. Your age just literally makes you a bit older and forces you into this class, but nonetheless, the racing is just as spirited as they get underway. Webster with a great start there at number 47, along side by side, rubbing panels with Musgrave as they head into turn 1. The brakes and more car tucks back in behind. Battle Rage is on behind as well. It's Merjevac coming under fire from Nielsen, who's making up 1 position off the start line there, but the number 90 is coming along of Seymour for the battle in the Australian Dual Products Hyundai XL. That's the silver car. You can see just behind a little bit of contact between Nielsen and Merjevac as they come through turn 4 there, and the Equipment Link car also featuring and vying into the battle for position 3. This is a great start from the XL Masters, coming through the sweeping long-hander at turn 5, turn 6, and then the tight right-hander at turn 7. Great start there, Lisa.
Fantastic start there, and we see the front two, Webster and Musgrave, got away from this pack. Seymour leading the next little battle pack, but a little bit of a bottleneck behind him as the others try filter their way through.
So it's the Dunlop tyres and the Federal tyres as well. There's a mix of tyres underneath or fitted to these Hyundai XLs that are currently out there and competing. The 85 now having a look around the outside. So that's Mackenzie, as we predicted, would be making a strong start, trying to press on, make up as much ground as possible early on in this race. But once again, the Masters has shown exactly how it's done. We saw a great race earlier with the trophy class as well. Up the inside, deep under brakes, the 42 of Jeffs. That plain yellow XL jumps up a position, coming around turn 12 now to commence the second lap of the race. There's not a lot of time between sessions relatively for these teams and drivers to get their cars ready, given it's trying to cram in 3 races into a single day. But how much work really needs to go into these XLs between races to make sure that they're race ready?
A lot of people will do a wheel alignment, sort of a string setup. It's amazing that you see the same string setup across categories from grassroots to high-level national stuff. And from there, check tyre pressures, added some fuel, and that should be enough to get going.
So relatively low maintenance compared to something like an open wheeler Formula Ford. Off the track there, it's a bit of a mess. There's Jeff's vying in there in the green car. I dare say that was evasive action. And we'll try and get a better indication of their on. Oh no, that's the 49 car of Clark into the pit lane. And they're going to peel off into the paddock. So that is race over for the number 49 there. So that's unfortunate for Clark. Hopefully they can assess the car and get it hopefully back out for the next race later on this afternoon. This is the battle for the lead. Webster versus Musgrave. Webster in the number 47 entry currently leading the way, and Musgrave has made a huge amount of ground so far in the past few races to be bang on exactly where he needs to be. Oh no, sorry, he was P2 in the last race, but he's exactly where he needs to be. He's in the box seat to try and take away the lead and add more points to his championship tally. On screen now, Nielsen versus Mernjavac. The 92 is in hot pursuit of Nielsen ahead of him. Mernjavac's got a 5-second penalty according to our timing screen. We dare say that is for a start line infringement. Big hats off to the officials this weekend who have been working extremely hard and have an eagle eye for picking up these sorts of little infringements. So they've been keeping super busy for pretty much all races. Being able to pick up all of these little infringements, but unfortunately it's a 5-second penalty over the top of Mernjavac. So in corrected order, once they apply the penalty, that'll drop him down the field ever so slightly, given the fact that it is a tightly compacted field. And this is a great example that no matter where you look in Hyundai XL Racing, there is a battle unfolding. Seymour is leading this train of cars in that silver number 90 XL, and just behind him, it looks like the car of Milburn has made up a position since crossing the control line. So that's Mackenzie in the number 85 car there in hot pursuit, setting up a potential move up the inside, coming into turn 7, but it is a little bit hard. Braking distances in Hyundai XLs, I dare say, is pretty short because you're trying to maximise mid-corner speed due to the not lack of power, but less power compared to other race cars. So just how crucial is the braking distance in XLs, trying to minimise wiping off that speed, Lisa?
Especially when you're going for an overtake, you obviously try to push an extra 10 to 20 metres in the braking zone and try to get the undercut, as we see Mackenzie here making a move on Seymour. Seymour was keeping his car really wide, trying to hold him back, but now Mackenzie might be able to latch onto the battle ahead.
Indeed, we hope he presses on. So how much space has he got to make up? He's got about 3.5 seconds gap between himself and the next train of cars. The Equipment Link Australia, Hyundai XL, Lanatech on the windscreen as well, proudly supporting Hyundai XL Racing in Victoria. And we have to say a big thank you to all of the commercial partners who align themselves with Grassroots Motorsport and help the competitors get out there and help support Grassroots Motorsport, because you can see a healthy crowd here this weekend as part of round 3 of the VMRC, Victorian Motor Racing Championship. And it's a big thanks to all the attendees who have come out this weekend. If you're watching from home and you're in the area and you're thinking about coming out to Winton Motor Raceway to enjoy some racing action, we highly encourage you to do so. You should head to the website and purchase a ticket online. If you are interstate or you're unable to come up to Winton, please stay exactly where you are. Stay tuning into the Blendline TV coverage. It's one of the best seats in the house, if not the best seat. We've got all the angles covered. Beautiful pictures being brought to you by the hard-working Blendline team behind the scenes. Here's Sarah and the number 994. Very tidy, very clear. Obviously, the cars are looking very tidy out there. They're not too animated when we're observing them mid-corner, but do you find that there's a lot more speed when you are driving on a ragged edge with the Hyundai XL, or is it cool, calm and collected that is the key?
You'll find the fast drivers will have more aggressive setup for sure, whether that be through camber or how much pitch in the car from front to rear. You definitely see they like the car to step out a little bit and it gives a bit more turn.
Oh no, that's Jeff's. Jeff's in the number 30 Superior Food Services car. Had a spin in the race earlier and did some great work before to take evasive action to avoid some cars that were having a minor off at turn 3. But now it looks like the car has retired. So that is the number 30 out of the race at this stage. Now race control will be having a look at that. We can see out the window that the crews are actually already attending to it. But the race is still green flag, and Nielsen presses on here in the number 86. So he's still holding down position 3. He's done a 1 minute 43.5. That compares to a 1 minute 43.7 on the last lap of Mernjavac, who's in hot pursuit. trying to find any way he possibly can to get past. Now it's 5 seconds between this pair, battling for position 3 between Webster and Musgrave. But if we look between Mernjavac and McKenzie, who's currently sitting in position 5, McKenzie is 5 seconds adrift of Mernjavac. So with that 5-second penalty at the moment, the number 92 is still going to hold on to position 4 at the moment on corrected order. But a lot can still unfold, given that we are on lap 5 of 8. Still a long way to go in this race. So there's Nielsen. A lot of consideration, a lot of effort goes into wrapping these cars and making them look representative of their commercial partners and give some love back to the people that are supporting their racing. Obviously, XLs didn't come out of the showroom looking like this, and they are looking absolutely beautiful. They also sound really good too. 1.5 litre engine underneath the hood. It's a pretty robust engine. There's not too much that needs to go into converting it from a road-going engine into a race car engine, doesn't it, Lisa?
No, that's right. It's still one of those things you can do in your back garage if you've got the skills and capability to do it. A lot of people go get their motor rebuilt just for health and longevity of its life. But it's still something you can join the category and do yourself.
I noticed years ago that the regulations allow for both a single overhead cam and a double overhead cam, but obviously the double overhead cam engine is the preferred option amongst competitors.
Yes, it is, and actually the single head motor has been removed now from a set of regulations. Not sure exactly why, but now just focusing on the double overhead cam.
And a very robust unit indeed. It's great to see so many XLs out there. Perfect platform for drivers coming out of go-karts and into circuit racing. Learn about suspension setup, learn how to use a clutch, learn how to shift gears with a H-pattern gearbox. You can stir the pot if you really want to, as we saw looking over the shoulder of the Richard Whyte NASCAR before going down from 4th gear to 2nd. You can just skip a bunch of gates, throw it into a gear and learn to contend with it. But it's also a great platform to get these young drivers or gentlemen drivers as well. A couple of squeaks and brakes, rears locked, as we come to expect with Hyundai XLs. But for young drivers especially coming into Hyundai XLs, it's a perfect platform to learn how to compose yourself and learn how to be a race driver. Up the inside there, the 68 of Milburn, having a good look at Simpson there, coming through turn 9, but the opportunity didn't quite present itself for a move there. So that's the battle for position 7, with Seymour just ahead in position 6. So this is a great battle for the middle of the top 10. Webster is still leading the way, but the gap has trimmed down to 0.2 of a second between the leading duo. So Musgrave very much on form in season 2024, and is showing us exactly how handy he is, no matter what situation it is, especially here at round 3 of the VMRC at Winton Motor Raceway.
As they head down the front straight here, Milburn all over the back and Simpson all over the back with Seymour. He has going for a dive down the inside, decides better of it. There are more passing opportunities coming up towards turn 3. We can have another look.
That was a very wide moment there for Seymour in the number 90. If you haven't seen up close, and up the inside there, the 68 of Milburn. So that was a great opportunistic move. He set that up from the main straight, set it up through the chicane going into turns 1 and 2. Had the best seat in the house to see Seymour run wide there. And I was just going to say, if you haven't seen the ripple strips on the left-hand side of turn 2 as you exit, it's extremely rough, and the way that they run these cars over, pretty much undeterred, it'll knock the fillings out of your teeth, and if you're in the trophy class, it'll probably knock the retainer out because you're a lot younger and you've probably got some dental work going on, given that you are a teenager more than likely. But that was a hairy moment there for Seymour. Did extremely well to gather it up there, and that's where we saw the potential, or the provisional qualifying pole sitter yesterday in the BMW run wide into the tyre wall during the top 10 shootout. Here's a replay of it. Seymour on the left-hand side, runs extremely wide, gets the car up on 2 wheels. I said yesterday that Hyundai XLs are famously known for running better on 4 wheels than 2. So that was a bit of a hair-raising moment for him to get that car resettled, regain his composure, running it over a small jump. So that was a heart-stopping time there. So here comes Nielsen onto the main straight. Still has Mernjavac all over the back of him. Pulls out of the slipstream. They're going to draw side by side as they come towards turn 1. The 92 has the right-hand side, the driver's line, but the 86 has the inside line. But Mernjavac Takes a little bit of pace out of it. He's going to maximise his corner exit as they come up to turn 3. Nielsen covers off the line, forces the 92 to look around the outside, but he can't quite get it. He's out in the grey there, so off the racing line. They call it the grey. It's where all the dirt and the marbles are. And naturally, on the racing line, it's a lot cleaner, and that's where you find a lot more pace. We should point out this is the last lap of the race as well as we pick up the leaders.
Very close here between Webster and Musgrave, a lot closer than what we've seen in previous races. Only a few corners left on this penultimate lap for Musgrave to make a move on Webster.
Look at him, he's absolutely shadowing. He's saying, you do that, I'll do it as well. He's putting his car exactly where he needs to. And it's up to Webster to try and make that XL as wide as possible. He can park it wherever he wants. He needs to leave a car's width between the car and the track limits. But here comes Musgrave. He's got a bit of a run coming out of turn 10. It is an awkward corner. He's got the driver's line already, but the inside line's already been covered off by Webster. But Musgrave wants it. But how hard does he want it? He's going to stick it up the inside coming into turn 12. It's going to be his last opportunity. Can he out-drag him with a beautiful corner exit? They both absolutely nail it. Webster uses as much track as possible over the rumble strip, but he's going to hang on. He's going to take the checkered flag. Webster wins race 3 from Musgrave. That was an excellent race between those two.
It sure was. Less than 300th on the second between them, and as we see on the screen here, Seymour coming around the final corner ahead of Milburn, holding on there for 6th position.
So Nielsen across the line, as you say, Mernjevac home in P4. Here comes Mackenzie, charging up to position 5. Great race there from the number 85. Seymour after that hair-raising moment at turn 2 in the number 90, home in position 6 ahead of Milburn, Venia and Simpson in P9. Sarah rounding out the top 10. Once again, a masterclass from the Masters, a fantastic Victorian XL Series race. The third race for this particular class for the weekend, and we have another one coming up later on this afternoon, 20 minutes past 2. Or 2:20 if you are looking at a phone watch, as most of us do these days. The XL Masters will be back out for their 4th and final race of the weekend, which will be 8 laps in duration, and is also the last support card category before the Pitcher Partners Winton 300 endurance event gets underway, scheduled for 20 minutes to 3 later on this afternoon. Big thank you to Lisa Totani. We really appreciate your time joining us up here in the commentary box. We hope you had fun.
Certainly did. Been some good racing in the XLs, and look forward to seeing the Masters back out and the trophy a bit later today.
Lisa's also very busy this weekend down in pit lane. Live producer for Dave Stillwell, finding all the goss, asking all the hard questions, and we sincerely look forward to all of the action that we're going to see, all of the updates from the pit lane. We're going to take a break up here in the commentary box. Coming up next, we have the Australian Drivers' Championship, a 10-lap third race of the weekend. We'll be back in a few moments.
cars heading out there onto the racetrack. It's the Australian Drivers' Championship once again for their second race of the day. We were saying it's a quick turnaround for this category. They were on the track about an hour ago and they're back out once again. Doesn't give much time for a quick repair if you need to, Phil.
No, not at all. A quick nervous wee and back in the car.
That's exactly right. So yes, I'm Dan McCarthy and Phil Memory jumping back alongside me. We're going to give Callum a bit of a break to go down into the lane of the Picture Partners Winton 300, see what gossip he can find out down there alongside Lisa. And of course, our pit lane reporter, Dave Stillwell, as well. So we'll have things covered for the next few minutes here in the commentary box with what is a fantastic race series. They're mighty fast. You'd say almost as fast as this plane here that we see on the screens of Blend Live TV.
Might even be faster. I would think that these cars would get around this track faster than that plane.
Oh, there's no doubt, yeah, around this sort of circuit. Absolutely. I think you'd need a jet fighter or something to beat these cars around this track. That is for certain. So this is, yes, the Australian Drivers' Championship. This is the third round of their season. And the dominant force of the season so far, the reigning champion, is starting from position number 1. It's Damon Sterling. He's won both races so far this weekend, and he's now got 6 on the trot.
Yeah, he did really well earlier today. That was a great event earlier that I saw him. I didn't see the race that they were in yesterday, but yeah, good stuff. He's going to carry a good bounty of points away from this event. And he's certainly the man to try and beat.
Certainly is. We're going to have a rolling start. Alongside him is Crossland, Hayden Crossland, who's really pushed him all weekend long. Sterling's had to fight for both victories. The men third in the championship is Crook, just behind in the 88 machine, you can see on the screen. Alongside him is Stasi. Behind that, Davey, and the hard charging in the last race, Litre, and then Smith, Treptow, Catlin, and the recovering Nico French rounding out the top 10. But we're about to start this race. The Hayabusa engines are about to roar, and they do now as we head down towards turn number 1. Very even start from the front, really 3 rows as they go 2 by 2 around turn number 1, but they file in line. Oh, there's a bit of off-track excursions further back. There's 2 cars that have gone off, one of which was Nico French, who started in 10th. The other one I can't quite see, but it temporarily stopped. It has got back going again, and it was the number 77 of Catlin. So good to see that machine is back moving once again, but it is quite far behind the rest of the field.
Yeah, that's not going to be a gap he's going to be able to make up in this ultra-competitive field. These cars are all so close together, really. Identical vehicles, the chassis, engine, the whole combination, all the same. The Hyper Race is a great category for the Australian Drivers' Championship, and these cars just absolutely boom around this track.
Certainly do, and we're seeing them around the backside, the last section of the course, the final sector. The slightly tighter than 90-degree turn 10 and turn 11, and then the standard turn number 12. But great overtaking opportunities, all of these corners, possibly the best on this action track, the nation's action track, Winton Motor Raceway. A stone's throw from Benalla, but there's quite a few local towns around this area. Your hometown of Wangaratta, Shepparton as well. Yeah. Albury's not too far down the road as well. Correct. So it's a great part of the world.
Then you've got Beechworth, Brighton, Myrtleford, all of those sorts of places. So a 1:25.77 opening lap from Sterling. That's pretty good going for an opening lap.
Very good going for an opening lap. Even though it was a rolling start,
that's still good stuff as we watch the cars on our screen here coming down into Old Tank Corner. And car 23, Nolan, just narrowly in front there, being challenged by Gardner from behind. Coming around the old gum tree onto the right-hander, looking for a run up the back straight, the old back straight, and then a turn left through a more than 90-degree corner onto the extension here at Winton Motor Raceway. Of course, when the trucks come out, the track will be short, or to turn it into a short track, and they will be hounding around here a little bit later on. But meanwhile, back on track 74, which is Smith, narrowly from Treptool, heading on up to the start-finish line. A 1 minute 19.88 for Sterling, still the fastest lap out in front.
Good move. Big send up the inside from the number 27, Treptool, moving past the 74 Smith, but here comes Smith responding down at turn number 3. He leaves him room because Treptool, but Smith, as you say, didn't pull it off on that occasion, so settles back in position number 8 there, but Treptool moving forwards. We were speaking earlier on about Litre, who was the hard charger in race number 2. Finished the race in 6th, he's up to 5th, but at the moment not able to keep up with Stasi, who's 3 seconds ahead of him down the road. But here we are again, a little bit further forward from where, a little bit further behind from where we were before. This is the fight between Nolan and Gardiner. Gardiner is yet to finish a race this weekend, unfortunately. Didn't even start the last one.
No, got towed out of the pit lane. So that intermental problem has not come back at the moment.
Absolutely. Catlin in the number 77 car is coming to the lane, sadly. That was the car that struggled to get refired after the excursion on lap number 1 at turns 1 and 2. And sadly, I think has sustained a bit of damage there in the incident and has retired the car. Nolan, though, is the mover at the moment in 23, up a couple of places on that last lap, but about to lose one here. Great response from Gardiner up the inside. Great late lunge. That's how you do it.
Yeah, that was a textbook job. Worked him over, pulled it out, dropped it down the inside into turn 3. Good manoeuvre there and comes out in front.
Here is Nico French. He spent all of the race early today recovering after a spin here, or there's some smoke further forwards. Yeah, Nico French spent all of the race earlier recovering after a spin on lap 1. He had another off-track excursion in this race on lap number 1. And again, he's spending his time recovering. He's got good speed, Nico French. You've seen it the last couple of rounds, but it just hasn't quite been, the luck has not been on his side. And you do certainly need a good portion of luck in motorsport. And he's having a lot of luck, sadly all of it bad luck at the moment.
Yeah, if you want your luck to come in waves, you don't want that wave to come crashing down. The bad luck wave, you certainly don't want that one.
No, absolutely not. This series visiting several states this year, South Australia and New South Wales as well. But they've been a part of the Victorian Motor Racing Championship so far this season. At Calder, here a few months ago, back again at the moment. Next round will be their first visit to the Ben Motorsport Park in South Australia before they visit Calder Park later on in the year, back to Calder Park, and then finish the season, hopefully anyway, at the revived One Raceway, which we formerly know as Wakefield Park. So that's brilliant, isn't it, that New South Wales has got One Raceway back up again?
Yeah, it is. That's a great thing to have coming back onto the calendar as we watch French there having a real go at Nolan, but he's not able to work him over enough to find a way around as they move up the old back straight into this tight left-hander. A good move there, looking like not quite coming off on 74, which is Gardner on Smith. Manages it up the inside into that short little straight. And away they go, up the old start-finish straight, heading for the start-finish line. Pulls it out. Three line down into turn 1. All nice and neat and cosy there at the moment. Feigning a bit of a look there was 25. Gardner at the wheel of that car. Drops it down into 4. heading on up to the sweeper. What can happen in the sweeper? There's a lot can happen in the sweeper. But so we're just hearing on our feedback that the car in front here, which is Smith, is spitting a bit of smoke and some flames. So I haven't spotted that on the screen yet, but I'm sure it's happening because I've been told it is.
No, I've seen it a couple of times, the smoke anyway. It seems to be in the slow speed corners. Underneath the gum tree, I've noticed it a couple of times. Just out the very tail of the car. It only seems to be at certain parts of the racetrack, but I've seen it at the gum tree now on multiple occasions. And he's coming under, there it is again, into the right-hander. It seems to be under brakes and in the slow speed stuff. Doesn't seem to be affecting performance too badly at all. Last lap through was a 1 minute 20.2, and that was his PB lap just going across the line. That time through Bradley Smith, 22.5, so shaving a couple of tenths off there. But here he comes, Gardner now up the inside.
Oh, good move.
No, not able to keep it there.
I thought he had it.
Smith closed the door and does so again.
Oh.
How tight do you like your racing in your Hyper 1 Racer X1? Yeah,
this is really good open wheeler stuff. I'm really, really impressed with this category. Here he comes again. Is he going to be able to make a move around the old gum tree? Lining himself up. Oh, a bit more smoke there from the car. Having a look down the inside. He's going every which way he can. Looking for the under and over here as he comes around onto the back straight. Powers it up. No, that didn't work for him, but certainly keeping the pressure right on the car in front.
The leaders have closed up as well. Crosland, fastest lap of the race the last time through. He's close to within half a second now of Damon Sterling, but we can't take our eyes off this scintillating battle at the moment. And the 25 smoking as well, so there's two of them in this fight that are smoking, and here are the leaders. So he's right there now. That's not half a second. That is pretty much nothing. You could visibly see the gap between the 26 and the number 6, Sterling and Crossland. Crossland's third in the championship. Crook, who's second in the championship, sits third in this race. But both of them just want to beat the 26 at the moment. And they're not having any luck doing so.
Not having any luck. A 1:17.68 for Crossland. So has the fastest lap last time around. What can he do? We've got soon to be 2 laps remaining.
There's a recurring theme.
Here we go with a replay.
This is a replay of what happened last lap with the 25 diving up the inside. Oh no, that's a replay while we're watching the other battle of the final move being made, being stuck by Gardner on Smith. And Crossland will be hoping to do something very similar, but he's only got a lap and a half to do it. Time is very, very quickly running out. They certainly do run out quickly in these machines. They fly around flat through the sweeper. Absolutely awesome. You can see the cars bouncing. But they're all big crossover oversteer, but he's going for it, diving up the inside. And he's made it stick.
Yeah, he has.
That was a fantastically executed move.
Great move. I was worried it was going to come undone as they came around the gum tree, but managed to hold it on and comes onto the back straight in the lead. That's a great move there from Crossland.
Caught Sterling by surprise there, didn't he? Just lunged up the inside. Sterling didn't defend the move. He thought he had that one well and truly covered, and Crossland has pulled away now. We saw in both of the first 2 races that Crossland was faster at the end of the race. He had a couple of goes. We saw a dive there at that turn earlier on today. He couldn't make it stick on that occasion. This time, he gave it the full send. Here is a replay. Look at the correction here on the exit of this corner. Then somehow gets it gathered up and just sends it up the inside, completely catching Sterling unawares. By the time he sees him in the mirror, he can't turn at the apex. The number 6 car was already there.
It was all done.
So a great pass for position, and now there is just this final lap to go. So
and Crossland is pulling a good gap here too. He's making a definite statement that no, I'm winning this one, Mr. Sterling.
Absolutely. Absolutely right. It's really been one man the last few race meetings. Sterling has won 6 on the bounce, as I say. Ricky Capo won 3 at the first round. A familiar name to many people, I'm sure, is Ricky Capo. Dean Crook won as well in the opening round at Calder Park, but this man on the screen has not won so far this season. This has been a great performance from Crossland. Didn't take part in the series last year. He's taken to this series like a duck to water in 2024, and he's going to claim his first race victory in the Australian Drivers' Championship. A superb performance from Crossland. Really, really well deserved.
And really good to see there the flag marshal on the checkered flag giving him a thumbs up as well. So a mark of appreciation from the flaggies, those hard-working people all around the track, volunteers, each and every one of them. Great to see. And Crossland on that last lap pulled the fastest lap of the race on 1:17.5.
Good spot. Yeah, both of them personal bests, and as you say, Crossland fastest lap of the entire race. So Sterling wasn't letting him drive away. He was giving it his all to set a PB lap on that final lap. But Crossland was just that bit faster again. As we see Gardner come around the final corner, that's probably the hardest he's ever had to work to finish in 8th position there, the number 25 car. A race-long battle with the 74 of Smith and the 23 of Nolan, and in fact Nolan stole 9th position from Smith on the final lap of that motor race. Kern is going to come across the line next in position number 11, and then we should have Nico French across the line as well, who was recovering after that lap 1 spin. But here are the results then. For the first time in the Australian Drivers' Championship, Hayden Crossland takes the win by just over a second. Hard fought win, that one. Brilliant move to take the lead down at turn number 7. Caught Sterling by surprise and really capitalised and pulled away to take that race victory. Sterling, his 6-race winning streak comes to an end, but second is not too shabby at all. No. He beats home his closest championship rival, Dean Crook, in 3rd. Lucas Stasi came home in 4th ahead of Hamish Leighton. Brenton Davey was 6th, Bastian Treptel 7th, and then in that great battle for 8th, it was Gardner from Nolan and Bradley Smith. As you say, 1:17.5. The cars in this series just get quicker and quicker, lap after lap, as the race progresses. And we often see the fastest lap being set in those final couple of circuits around the venue. So they will be back on a little bit later. You're just pointing at the screen.
Yeah, interesting on the points. Sterling on 42 and Crossland on 30. So only 3 points between those two front runners in that race. Really good to see. Looking forward to seeing them come back later on in the day.
Absolutely. They do have one more race later on this afternoon. That will be at 1:20 local time. So once again, a very quick turnaround for the Australian Drivers' Championship competitors. 2-litre sports sedans are out next as we begin to see some of the categories take part in their final race of the weekend. And the first one that will have their final race of the weekend is the 2-litre sports sedans. Linda Devlin has won the first 3 races in her Mini Cooper. Can she take a clean sweep? We're going to find out in a few moments. We're going to take a quick break here on Blendline TV. Two-litre sports sedans heading out there onto the race circuit. Nico French bringing his Australian Drivers' Championship Hyper Race X1 back into the lane, so that just shows how quickly they turn things around here in the AASA sanctioned Victorian Motor Racing Championship event. Phil Memory has jumped out of the commentary box, vacating it for Declan Kirkham, who's been alongside me for much of this weekend. And 2 Litre Sports Sedans and the Pulsars have turned it on all weekend long.
Yeah, we've had quite a lot of battles through the pack. It's a little bit trim on numbers this weekend, but definitely not small on the action.
No, certainly not. Linda Devlin, though, has been the one to beat this weekend. She's taken the fight to her rivals, and she's been victorious in all 3 encounters so far this weekend. But she's going to have her work cut out this time with Harris alongside, and the recovering Howard, who won all the races leading into this round, was undefeated until he turned a wheel yesterday in race number 1. But a third place finish in race 1 for him. DNF in race 2. It was a comeback drive earlier on today to finish in position number 3. Does he have the pace to take it to Harris and to Linda Devlin? We'll find out as the race progresses, but really looking forward to this one. And so that is the grid then. It's Devlin from Harris and Howard. Beyond that, Lauren Talbot is starting from position number 4 ahead of Matthew Butters. It's the first of the Pulsars. Then we've got Sclater, Nuttall, Viola, Stipkovic in the Toyota 86 ahead of Moore in the Pulsar, and then Chapman and Lambrick rounding out the field in the Proton Satria. So great variety of vehicles in this, from just the front row, a Mini Cooper and a Nissan Bluebird. Who'd think that those 2 cars alongside each other on the grid would produce such good racing?
Definitely a mixture of front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, turbo, and and your higher modification, or your highly modified cars in something like Steve Howard's K30 Corolla versus a Pulsar like Matt Butters, who's running a relatively standard car with a controlled suspension package and very limited modifications to the engine.
Yeah, absolutely. So cars come around the final corner, and they are going to stop on the grid. This championship's been around for several decades now. It's had such good racing throughout, all the way back from the early 90s. It's great to see that the category's still going as strong as ever.
Definitely. And Steve Howard has been involved in every season since it started.
There you go.
One of the founding members. Steve-O's also won many championships as well, both in a 1600 Toyota and a 2 Litre Toyota. So good to see the stalwart of the category sitting on the second row.
Absolutely, yeah. His first title coming back in 2012, and has been a champion on multiple occasions since. Here we go, revs are rising. Linda Devlin in the Mini, Harris alongside in the Bluebird. Listen to those engines roar away. It's Howard though with the best start. He's jumped them both. He's absolutely raked them down to turn number 1. What a start from the reigning champion in the Toyota Corolla. And you know what? Harris is going to take it to Linda as well. She's got a nice run out of 2. She just about holds on. But once again, Linda has got a challenge on her head. She has not led at any point this weekend into turn 1 on lap 1. She's had to do it the hard way.
Yeah, Linda definitely getting a slightly better start than we've seen all weekend. Still not quite enough to jump on Steve-O, who got a ripper of a start. As you see the battle for 4th place here between Lauren Talbot and Matt Butters. An Apra-Spec car versus a 2 Litre Sports Sedan. This will be very interesting. Matt very quick on the first lap as he throws it down the inside into the top sequence. And I think he's got that move. Charlie Viola sitting behind Lauren now, probably eyeing off a move very quickly as well.
We saw Viola make a lightning start in the previous race, but spun sadly at turn number 3, but no issues at that corner this time by. And has moved his way right up the pointy end. Oh, Linda Devlin, I can see on the timing screen in front of us, has been handed a 5-second penalty. So the stewards judging that she either was rolling at the start or was out of her grid box, but either way, that is not good for Linda Devlin. She's going to have to, if she takes the lead, pull out 5 seconds on those behind. That's not what she wanted. She wants to take a clean sweep this weekend. She's made life more difficult for herself now, that's for sure. Oh, around goes Litre in the Escort. Pretty much a full 360 there, but on cold tyres a little bit too much power, and around went the machine. Down towards turn number 1. Butters pulling away from Lauren Talbot, who's coming under pressure now from Charlie Viola. And once again, Sharon Stipkovich and Moore fighting away behind. They have been absolutely glued together. It's been absolutely remarkable, those two, spending so much time together on the racetrack. And I'm sure they are enjoying every single second of it, that is for sure, as Howard is coming under pressure from Devlin. She's got to make these move quick. She needs to pull out that 5-second margin, and Howard is going to try and defend that as much as he possibly can. Yet to take a win this weekend. He wants to change that right here, right now.
Definitely Steve Howard there can make that KE30 quite wide, as we see Linda applying some pressure. The temps are up a bit, so we'll see how the front wheel drive Mini goes, keeping its front tyres intact. Of course, the front wheels doing not just the turning, but also the driving. So Linda will be looking to get out of that dirty air behind Steve-O as quickly as possible, and go on to hopefully a 5+ second lead to seal the win.
Sort of touched on it, but the 2-litre sports Sedans also race alongside the Pulsar Association.
Yeah, so we run a subclass, if you like, with the WinMax Australian Pulsar Racing Association. They're a controlled spec type category, similar to what you find in the XLs, maybe with a little bit sort of less modification. The engines are pretty much a standard engine rebuilt to within a certain spec, and the diffs are controlled, the suspension, the springs, all controlled, and we run a Yokohama tyre.
Yeah, you're normally in that field fighting against the man on the screen, Butters, but sadly you're alongside me for this one. Oh, Butters, he does this all the time, doesn't he? He doesn't push 99%, it's 100% of the time.
Maybe closer to 110 sometimes,
yes,
but
yes.
you see you'll find, especially in the earlier laps, the front wheel drives will be a little bit more taily. That sort of relieves a bit of the stress on the front tyres. So of course if the rear slides around the front, it's not working as hard to turn the corner. As the race goes on, the balance will come back as the rear tyre temps come up. But yeah, the sort of the looser it is in the start of the race, the better it is at the end of the race.
Yeah, okay, that does make sense. Tyres and understeer and front wheel drives, they're going to be talking points when the Winton 300 comes out. The picture partners Winton 300 in a few hours time. That's the headline act at the end of the day, the 300 kilometre endurance race. There will be a couple of Pulsars in that, a couple of XLs as well, and there's already talk that with these bizarre, insanely nice, gorgeous weather conditions here in the middle of winter, it is apparently, that's what I've been told, but Winton says otherwise. But yeah, we expect that tyres could be a talking point in that race. Here comes Lauren Talbot. She's got great straight line speed, and she just about overtakes Butters as they go into turn number 1. They had a photo finish across the line in the last race.
Separated by 600ths of a second at the line. Looks like Lauren's got the job done a bit earlier in this race, and she can release the shackles off that Civic, and we can see just how quick it can be.
I'm sure Butters will have something to say about that though. He's aggressive, we know that, we've seen that already today, and he's applying the pressure. Speaking of applying the pressure, Linda is doing the exact same to Howard. Oh, she's got a lovely run out of turn number 7, but that's a long way around the gum tree, so she slots back in behind. If she can do the same though out of turn number 9 right here, she might be able to slingshot alongside before turn 11, but nowhere near able to do that there. Look at the straight line speed of Howard compared to Linda Devlin. There's certainly a few tenths to be gained there, or a mistake from Howard. But yeah, the straight line speed is quite something in that Corolla.
Definitely, especially the configuration of the car is very different. So Steve-O's running a 3SG Beams 2-litre NA engine, and Linda's running a X-Mini Challenge spec John Cooper Works Mini. So it's turbocharged, running a restricted turbo, so it doesn't quite have the rev range of a normal turbocharged car, and you can see that in a straight line. It's a bit hampered, but definitely makes up for the corners and under brakes, as you see her reel Steve-O into turn 1, and they continue to fight for the rest of the lap.
I didn't know it was an actual mini challenge car from back in the day, but that's really cool to see that machine out there. Of course, back in the day, Grant Denyer, Chris Alajarjan, Paul Stokel, there's many good names in that series. Over a decade ago now that series was running around nationally around this country, but really cool to see one of those back out there and taking the fight to the Toyota Corolla. Looking left, looking right, he's going to dive to the inside. Oh, he's going to dive to the inside. Linda doing a magnificent job applying the pressure. At the moment, though, the 5-second penalty is going to drop her behind Harris. So third position for Linda Devlin is on the cards at the moment, unless she can get past the Toyota Corolla. The problem is, as soon as she gets to a straight, she just finds herself too far back. She's much stronger under brakes. Look, she closes in every single time, but then they get to a straight again, and look, the number 13 Corolla pulls ahead once more.
Definitely, instead of running a sequential gearbox, all he has to do is just pluck that gear lever and just drive away down the straight. But Linda definitely putting the pressure on Steve-O, and we'll see how Steve-O goes holding it out for the next 4 laps. As you see, a big battle starting here between Charlie Viola and Matt Butters for 5th place.
Yeah, 2 Pulsars. They might look similar, but they are very much not. The first one is a standard Pulsar. Charlie Viola's machine has been very much tuned up.
Charlie also taking the advantage, the opportunity this weekend to get some extra laps ahead of the Winton 300. He's definitely gotten faster as the weekend's gone on. So he was yesterday definitely battling with Lee Nuttall, who's currently in 7th place, and at the moment he's moved up to the next Pulsar, which is Matt Butters.
Yeah, well said, absolutely. Never been to Winton before, and said to me on Friday, I think it was, no, it was yesterday afternoon actually, said to me, I just want to get extra miles. Oh no, Linda has gone around. Oh, and Howard as well. What has happened down there at turn number 7? Have they come together? It appears they may have, because they were both off the road. And now Devlin finds herself trying to hold off. Yeah, definitely been contact down there.
Yeah, Steve-O was very heavily damaged left-hand front wheel there. I believe that tyre's gone down too, so that might just be another DNF for Steve-O. Unfortunately, these guys have all been racing very closely all weekend. And sometimes 2 cars go for the 1 bit of real estate.
Here we are. This is a replay of what has happened. So Howard's on the inside line. And oh dearie me, that's a real odd one, that one. So Linda's gone around the outside of Howard rather than trying to come to the inside. And they've both found the same piece of tarmac. So it looks to me like Howard was going slightly to the left, the more natural racing line. And Linda was already there, and she was already turning into the apex of the corner, and they've just sort of met in the middle. A bizarre collision there, but now the Bluebird's taking advantage. Through goes Harris. I think Linda might be nursing a little bit of damage in that Mini, and that has allowed Harris into the race lead. This race is absolutely twisted on its head. It's taken a real turn. What's your read on what you saw in the replay there?
I think maybe Steve-O got a little bit caught unawares by how quick that Mini is under brakes, and we're about to see another replay. But yeah, I think Linda's just definitely got some more speed under brakes, and Steve-O didn't quite know she was there.
Yeah, she was well past, wasn't it? It was her rear left that's made contact, rear right that's made contact with the front left of Howard. So as you say, she was nearly all the way around the outside, and I don't think he thought she was there. I think he expected a move to the inside, which she was already covering, and no, she had bolted around the outside. So very strange coming together, that one. Now, I can't recall seeing too many incidents like that at that corner. But anyway, the real benefactor is the number 14 Nissan Bluebird of Harris, who's taken up the running at the head of this field.
It's a credit to Jimbo too, who's relatively new in our category and does a lot of that work himself on that car and has been sneaking up on it and getting it faster. As we see a 3-way battle here now between the escort of Slater, Ben Moore, and of course Sharon Stipkovic, never too far away from the Pulsar.
Again, side by side. I mean, there's probably about 15 minutes of blend line footage of these two running side by side this weekend. Stipkovic comes back through again on the inside of Moore. brilliant battle in between these two, and I'm sure it'll continue as the leader now is on the final lap. These guys have got about a lap and a half to go, but I'm sure that fight will continue for the remaining 4.5 kilometres. But at the moment, it's Stipkovic who's leading. Oh, Linda's just gone past the commentary box window, smoking. There's smoke pluming from the rear right of that Mini. Not sure if she's got a deflated right rear tyre. Here's a replay. It is. It's not even
wheel's
turning.
not even turning, so I'd say that's damaged the rear hub there, and hopefully Linda can limp it home and get some points, but there's still one lap to go after this one, so we'll just see how Linda goes.
This is a disaster. This is an absolute disaster because the cars behind are catching, and they will catch and overtake her by the end of this race. Her round victory is slipping through her fingers on the final lap of the race. Drama, late round drama for Linda Devlin. Her closest rival in the round, Harris, is down the road, and there goes Butters, there goes Viola. That's incredible. She's lost 3 places already in the first half of this lap, and she's probably going to lose more as well. Nuttall's not too far behind. Sclater's not too far behind either. This is going to go right down to the wire. Harris has done all he can. He's going to take his first race victory of the season, and we await to see if it's going to be the round victory, because Linda has lost another place out there on the racetrack. She is falling through the field like a knife through butter at the moment. This is such a shame, a disaster for her. But out the final couple of corners, the Pulsar fight continues. Butters will take the class victory in the Pulsars and beat home the improved Pulsar, driven by Charlie Viola. But what drama late on in this race. Let's not forget as well, wherever Linda finishes, she'll also have 5 seconds added to her time, which might drop her further down the order as well.
Definitely, and a big shout out to Lauren Talbot, who inherited second through all that kerfuffle.
Yeah, good spot.
And Matt Butters again on the podium in the lesser modified Pulsar.
That wheel seems to be rotating now, but it's certainly got significant damage, hasn't it? As she comes around the final corner. Devlin, this is an absolute disaster. Disappointment, despair, it's all gone wrong, and she might lose another place on the drag race to the line.
I'd say that tyre's down.
Yeah, I think the tyre's definitely down, but I think there's more to it than just the tyre. There, she loses a place to Lambrick as well as she crosses the line, so she's going to finish last of the 10 finishes. What an absolute disaster. A 2-minute 47 on the final lap. I'm trying to work out the points in my head, but I think that unfortunately that round victory slipped through her grasp. I'm quite sure that Harris, the consistent one of the 2-litre sports sedans this weekend, has stolen the round victory.
Yeah, unfortunate end to a great weekend of racing, but again, it's a percentage game with motorsport. Sometimes 2 cars will go for the same piece of real estate. All the competitors get along very well, so I'm sure there might be a bit of a discussion, but next round we'll all be at the barbecue having snags and having a laugh together. So both very experienced competitors, and I'm sure they'll see what happens.
That's one of the great things, as you say. It really is a family atmosphere down there in the paddock of 2-litre sports sedans. Everybody gets along. Everybody's willing to help each other out.
Definitely, it's one of the draw cards of the category, at least for me. I've got my 5-year-old here this weekend, and everybody's got their kids and their partners and their support crew, and we all have just as much fun in the pits as we do on the racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we'll see you back out there on the racetrack for the next round of the 2-litre sports sedans in the not too distant future at Calder Park Raceway. That is on September 28 and 29, which is round 5 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships. But there you can see Linda there stopped on the side of the road. Such disappointment for her. So here's another replay of it. She goes around the outside, and Howard's drifting across to the regular racing line, not aware that she is fully committed around the outside. And unfortunately, they have found the same piece of tarmac at the exact same moment.
Yeah, I think Linda's best option there was to use the element of surprise, but unfortunately, that might have been what just bit her on the backside a little bit. So, unfortunate, but we'll race on, and we'll be back. We'll be back for Calder in a couple of weeks, and they'll duke it out again, I'm sure.
I'm sure they will. So Harris taking his first victory of the season, and with it, a surprising round victory as well. Lauren Talbot, great result from her. Her best result of the round as well in position number 2. Butters came home outright third and winner of the Pulsars ahead of Charlie Viola. He'll be out later on in the Picture Partners Winton 300. Then we had Nuttall, Sclater, Stipkovic prevailed in the battle with Moore, and then we had Lambrick and the very disappointed and dejected Linda Devlin coming home in position number 10. But hey, positives, she took 3 very well-deserved race victories this weekend.
Definitely.
Thank you very much, Declan Kogan. Been a pleasure to have you alongside me in the commentary box this weekend for 2 Litre Sports Sedans. We're going to take a quick break in commentary. There's going to be a bit of a track change now. I believe Dave, is down there in the lane. So, Dave, down to you.
Well, I thought this was an opportune moment while the hard-working volunteer motorsport officials are doing the changeover. We're getting set for some Supertruck racing. You can see in the background they've got the tractor set up with the lifting rig to lift the massive tyre bundles. This is all part of the FIA and AASA track certification process for the circuit. We're getting away from the 3-kilometre national circuit back to the 2.2-kilometre club circuit. But one of the key things you've got to worry about, particularly in races here with pit stops, on Blendline TV, thought we'd better have a look at the blend line. You'll hear them talk about it. It's this yellow delineation line. As we wait for the High-Tech Oil Super Series safety car to head out, as we follow it out, it's keeping to the left of that blend line. Now, all the cars have to keep fully left of the blend line all the way down until just past that 50-metre board in the braking area for turn 1. If a car touches that at any point in the time, and again, with all the pit stops that we've got going on in these races, it's one of those things that's incredibly hard to judge sometimes. And anyone who does touch that line or indeed cross that line during the race can expect heavy penalties from the AASA stewards upstairs. So looking further afield, down to turn 1, it's a funnel effect. If I get my cameraman Jace to pan the camera back up the circuit, we've got this wide, 12, 13, 14 metre wide straight coming all the way down from turn 12 down to turn 1. But if we pan back down towards turn 1, it narrows up substantially. That pit exit road actually diagonals all the way into the apex of turn 1. So we have this massive funnel effect. Now we do tend to alleviate that slightly with the Picture Partners Winton 300 with a rolling start. So that means all the cars are moving, should be moving at the same speed when the lights go out and the race starts. But of course, with a massive jumble of amounts of speed throughout the Picture Partners Winton 300 field, we could have cars going 3 wide, 4 wide or 5 wide across the pit exit road, but you will struggle to get more than 2 wide through turn 1. Looking further around the circuit, of course, in the top 10 shootout yesterday with the number 82 BMW M4, Adrian Wilson and Anthony Sewell, and joined by another driver. Unfortunately, one of their cars exit out of turn 2 and smack the fairly rigorously, actually, the tyre bundle on drivers left. It's one of the few places at Winton. It's a track that offers a large amount of runoff area, but unfortunately there are a couple of spots where you can get into trouble, and unfortunately the number 82 M4 did find itself in a bit of trouble at the exit of turn 2. So we can see we're moving these tyre bundles out of the way. We're putting the circuit back to its traditional configuration. Just be careful underfoot because it has rained here. Of course, really good rainfall here in the Golden Valley region. Huge amount of fruit and vegetable production takes place here, a lot of grazing. We've got the race safe safety team unchaining the barriers, so you'll see them hooking them up now. So they're in stacks of 5 and 6. So 3 or 4 post feet. So way quicker than your average tyre store. Now, how long does it take to do a set of tyres at Tyre Power or Bob Jane T-Marts? About 40 minutes an hour, whereas they just got rid of 30 or 40 tyres in a couple of seconds. So all of the people working here are volunteers, and they specialise training in recovery, rescue and medical assistance. So just look at the sheer army of volunteers that it takes to run a race venue here. It's one of the reasons why the schedule today looks a little bit like it does. We do the conversion into the short track. We'll get the Supertruck racing one and done on either side of the lunch break. And then once the Supertruck final race is complete, they'll put the circuit back into its national configuration and move the recovery vehicles back to their normal standoff working positions. and we'll be able to get racing for the rest of the program today. So they figured out a quick change procedure. You can see here they do leave quite a little bit of a wetness mark, where the tyres have been sitting here. So a lot of the truck drivers have got to be very careful where the circuit has been run on for most of it by all the other support categories. But when they do get into this first part of the S's, it is a section of circuit that's not driven on by any of the other categories this weekend. So looking around the vehicles that are out here, we've got RaceSafe has got a number of vehicles. They do chase the races, so at the start lap of every race of our support program, they'll have a recovery crew. We saw that in the Australian Drivers' Championship race earlier in the day. They snuck out of pit exit and dragged the car through the extra pit exit and managed to get that race started without having to interrupt the safety car. Just make sure we keep clear. Of course, all this heavy machinery is supplied by the circuit, whereas the volunteers come from all over. Some of them come from interstate, some of them often come back from overseas holidays just to spend time at a racetrack. So we often find ourselves in our program saying thank you all our volunteer motorsport officials, and you'll find us saying that every time, because without the armies of people that come from all over Australia and around the world, we don't get to run motorsport events, whether it's a club sprint or a hill climb, right through to a tarmac rally, even a Formula One event. Nothing happens without a literal army of volunteers making things possible. We'll get out of the way so we can get running for some super truck racing, but I just thought that'd be an opportune time to say thank you to our volunteer motorsport officials and show you some of the intricacies of even just getting started on a lap here at Winton Motor Raceway. Back to you in Central Commentary.
Thank you, Dave Stillwell, down there giving us a wonderful insight into the amazing work from the track crews. So beautifully articulated by Dave Stillwell and Jason behind the camera as well, getting up close and personal so you can see firsthand just how precise the process is, and in terms of just getting the tyres moved. It's no mean feat to do it in the time that they do it as well. We're building up towards the next race, which is the Supertrucks coming out once again. So we're very much looking forward to that one. So we're just going to take a quick break up in the commentary box, and we'll be back when the Supertrucks roll out of the pre-grid. Welcome back. Round 3 of the VMRC, the Victorian Motor Racing Championship, here at Winton Motor Raceway. The countdown continues to the Pitcher Partners Winton 300, one of the best grassroots endurance races in Australia. We've got 40 cars lining up for that 100-lap event coming up your way, 20 minutes to 3 or around 3 o'clock. Taking into account some schedule delays, so we're very much looking forward to that. That aside, the track configuration has been finished. We are on the short Winton circuit, and the Supertrucks have rolled out for race 3 of the main drivers. My name is Callum Brannigan, joined alongside by Dan McCarthy. This weekend, Supertruck racing has been absolutely outstanding.
It certainly has, and I expect it's about to get even better because we have a reverse grid race for this one. The front runners are at the back, and the people who finished at the tail of the field in the last one are now at the front. with the addition of Butwell, the reigning champion in the bright red Mack truck. He didn't start the race early on today, so as a result, he'll be starting from the tail of the grid. The rule is if you don't start a race, you don't get reversed and you have to start from the back. But nevertheless, I think it's just great that we have the reigning champion back out there on the racetrack in the number 1 Mack truck. They are already in line, so we are just moments away from the start of this one. 31 Prilwitz will start from position number 1 alongside the car in which the truck in which it turned around at turn number 1 in the race earlier on. Hopefully they don't come together in this one. Behind them, it's Fern and Shoots, Amoroso, Smith, Zammit and Butwell. Here they come then around the final corner, and we are green at Winton on the short track. Pruitt's up the inside of Fern. It's a replica of earlier on, but this time they make it around unscathed. Good start from both those two. Oh, who's this on the inside? I think that was Amoroso, was it? Trying to squeeze through, but not quite able to do so. And Butwell goes around the outside in the red truck. So Butwell's already got 2 places, one on Zammit and also on Amoroso as well. There's only the one small truck out there in this race. It's the number 32 of Lachlan Fern. So taking it to the big boys and can often do so. Good driver is Lachlan. Around the outside goes Zammit on the reigning champ. Great move down there at turn number 7. He gets 2 trucks. How good's that? 2 for the price of 1 around the outside at turn number 7. Thank you very much, he says. And Butwell moves through past Fern as well. And I'm sure Amoroso will be looking to do the same on the exit. Puts the power down and blasts past on the run towards turn number, I can't even think on this shortened layout. We'll call it 9. I've just pulled a number out my hat there. I've had no idea what number it is on this shortened layout. But the trucks complete lap number 1. Prilwitz ahead of this battle for position number 2 as up the inside comes Smith on Fern and makes it stick, and through will come Zammit as well. Fern's been hung out to dry there, or mistake from Butwell, an unforced error, and that allows the inside line for Amoroso. As you see a replay of the magnificent move from Zammit around the outside. Look at this. Everybody else is on the inside. There's a clear lane on the outside. He takes that lane, uses full advantage, and was left room on the exit of the corner as well.
Just the right amount of space on the track limit on the left-hand side there as he came into turn 8. Here's Butwell on screen, doing a terrific job in the number 1 orange Mack truck. Hats off to Ty Oxley for his efforts yesterday, but it is Butwell back behind the wheel and unfortunately missed the race earlier today, but back out there and circulating in the number 1. Now, currently showing in position 5. He's going to try and tag along the behind the Amoroso, the number 96 truck just ahead, as well as they're in hot pursuit of Fern. It's been a spectacular start, we should say, from Steve Zammit, as we come to expect. He took out the opening race, or opening competitive outing for the weekend. Here comes Smith on the outside as they come up the main straight. Amoroso going past the camera point there, and we can see on screen now the Smith truck having a look around the outside, gets a much better corner exit, and he will take it away from Prilwitz on his run wide. He's on the dirty stuff, he's off the track, and that allows Prilwitz to resume the lead. But have a look in his mirrors, he's got Zammit all over the back. We know just how quick Zammit is through this part of the circuit as they come through the sweeping left-hander. And they've got to jump onto the anchors, trying to rest as much speed as possible. And the outside line, not this time for Zammit, but he is looming, he is menacing for a pass for the lead. But Smith isn't out of this one either. He fancies his chances after Harvey Dale was behind the wheel of that truck for yesterday afternoon's race. Look at that, 2 wide, going through what we'd refer to as turn 9 on the long configuration. That is incredible stuff there. They're going to be side by side as they come down the straight, and they're continuing to reel in. They're going to be almost 3 wide as they make contact. Pruitt still with the inside line there. Zammit hung out to dry, but he's going to try and hang in there. Smith likes his chances. He sneaks it up the inside. He's going to inherit the inside line coming onto the main straight there. So Zammit losing out ever so slightly there. Rubbing panels between the trucks. Here comes Prilwitz. Here comes Smith. Smith on the outside. He tucks it back in behind Prilwitz. and Zamet still looming in the background there. You can just see some of the stickers. It looks like they've been rubbed off ever so slightly on the left-hand side of the number 60 as they come through turn 2, past the coat tyre sign, and the sweeping left-hander. Smith's got to run. He's going to go up the inside as they come through. Look how close they are, Dan. There is barely anything between them, and actually make a little bit of contact as well. They're doing a fantastic job giving each other more than enough real estate given the tight proximity of the track and the sheer size of the truck. Pruitt's up and looks up the inside, tucks it back in there. Plenty of action, Dan.
This is absolutely bonkers out there on the race circuit. These guys are fighting so hard. Pruitt's defending at every possible opportunity and then try to move back up the inside. And these three are fighting further behind as well for 4th position. So Fern, Amoroso and Butwell. And Amoroso looking for a nice exit on Fern, but not able to do so. Here comes Zamet. The power of the Kenworth allows him around the outside. Does it? No. Pruitt responds in the Mack truck. Great move back up the inside from the 31. That was a real class manoeuvre on the 6-time champion, who will not like that at all and defends on pit straight, but Zamet might be able to go all the way around the outside again. Last of the late breakers is the number 31 truck. Zamet sideways on the exit. You can see the size difference. They're both big trucks, these two, but the number 40 is Zamet is just that bit bigger, and will pull alongside on
he's off.
Miniature straight. Yeah, I think put 2 wheels through the grass, as you say. But the 31, to me, I think because it's that bit smaller, seems to be able to brake that bit later under brakes. And when you think the move's made, it can outbrake the truck behind. That's close down there into turn number 7. This is absolutely sensational action on this glorious Sunday at Winton Motor Raceway. Where would you rather be than watching truck racing in the glorious sunshine around the nation's action track? The answer is absolutely nowhere else. This is awesome. Can't take your eyes off the screen. Big tank slapper on the exit of the corner. A nice run for Zamet. We saw this play out last time, but Pruitt could brake later into the final sequence of corners and does so once again. He's only got one more lap now. One more lap and a couple of corners. Does Steven Zamet? What can he do? The race victory is now out of his grasp. He's going to throw everything at it to try and take second. He's going the long way. He's earlier on the brakes. And he'll try and get the cut back into the second corner. This is just awesome. He's got a great run. He's got an awesome run. He's up the inside, but Pruitt closes the door firmly in his face. There's contact mid-corner. Pruitt gathers it back up and goes defensive once again. I thought he had it like you, but Pruitt slammed the door shut. And as you say, or point at the screen, Amoroso's there now.
Amoroso's catching up. He's reeling in the big fish. They are battling out, and it's allowing him to close in. You can see him looming large in the mirrors of Zamet. Zamet just can't find a way past here because Pruitt is placing that truck exactly where he needs to, parking it on the apex and blocking off every opportunity that Zamet can possibly think about trying to get through. Smith is doing a splendid job at the head of the field. He's almost got a straight length over this battle for position 2. Zamet's got the inside line here. He's got to run. We know he's got more power, but who's going to brake later between Pruitt and Zamet? Pruitt brakes later, keeps the outside line there. Zamet, and he's run off.
Oh, what a shame. He's
left it. So Zamet takes position 2, and that allows Amoroso through as well. So they're going to come across and take P2 and P3. Pruitt's unfortunately unable to keep control of the truck in the late stage there. He'll be ruining. He'll be absolutely kicking himself for that mistake. That was unfortunate. But what a fantastic battle between Pruitt and Zamet. They put on some spectacular racing there, Dan.
Certainly did. And there was battling all the way through that race, wasn't there? Initially for the lead, he was holding them off, and then Smith finally got through with a great move, and then Zamet was hounding him lap after lap, and you thought Pruitt was going to hold on. He really broke late into the final sequence of corners, and we'll see it on the replay. He was so much late. He was looking to the right. He's looking at Zamet. Where's Zamet going to brake? There was the answer. He broke a few meters later, but the front tyres couldn't live with it. The understeer, you can see the front wheels chattering. He kept the lock on, and unfortunately that spun the truck around when it re-entered the circuit. On the final lap as well, Butwell managed to sneak around the outside of Robert Fern in the number 23 machine as well. to take 4th position off camera. And that's because we were watching the scintillating battle between Zammit, Pruitt and Amoroso late on. So in the end, Smith taking the victory by nearly 8 seconds from Stephen Zammit. Frank Amoroso coming across the line in position number 3. The quiet achiever there in that race. Barry Butwell, good recovery from the back of the grid to finish in position number 4, ahead of Robert Fern, who relinquished that spot on the final lap. Lachlan Fern in the lightweight truck came home in 6th, ahead of Mitchell Pruitt, who was at the front throughout the entire race, but unfortunately a mistake on the final lap means that he finished at the tail of the field in position number 7. Sadly, Schutz, Noonan and Lachlan Pruitt we've lost throughout the weekend. Fingers crossed we can at least see the number 51 small truck back out there on the track later on. Well, I say later on this afternoon, it's not that far away, is it, Callum? We're going to have a lunch break and a track parade on the circuit next, but the next truck race will be on in around about half an hour's time, or a bit less in fact, at 25 to 1 local time. So really quick turnaround, and these trucks will be straight back out.
Stand and deliver, they always do, the Australian Supertrucks. Very privileged to have them here this weekend as part of the support card as we continue the countdown towards the Pitcher Partners Winton 300 coming up very shortly. So as Dan mentioned, we've got a half-hour lunch break coming up your way right now, and we've got more Supertruck action coming your way after that. So we're going to catch our breath after that scintillating excitement, and that was an incredible race. So we're going to catch our breath, take a break up here in the commentary box, and we'll be back with more action in about half an hour's time.
trucks are rolling in to the final couple of corners. We're about to go green, so welcome back. Lunch break is over very quickly, and we're about to go back racing. It looks to me like it's a reverse grid of the previous race results. So the lightweight truck is going to start at the front, then it's Pruitt, Fern, Butwell, Amoroso, Zammit and Smith. As we go green once again at the Nations Action track, down in towards turn number 1. They're pretty quiet, pretty tame so far, which is surprising considering the last race that we saw Butwell up the inside of Amoroso. You can just about see, there they are. They re-emerge, and up the inside goes Amoroso on Pruitt. Nice move made there, and Zammit's going to follow through. He's managed to get past Butwell and has done so. Oh, sorry, that was Smith, not Zammit. Nice move though there from the number 96. Contact there. Lots of nose and tail contact with multiple trucks down there at turn number 7 as we historically know it. There is the 96 trying around the outside. We'll have the inside now on 23, but it's going to be Smith, I think, with the high ground, the better line. Oh no, not when the 23 misses the apex, clouts into the side of the number 60. They've absolutely really upped the aggression in the last couple of races. And the number 96 now is up the inside of 23. Here comes Pruitt up the inside.
Oh, the 23 runs ever so slightly wide, maintains the line coming through the final chicane. Pruitt puts the foot down, no. Butwell's going to join him to go past Robert Byrne into 23, who's hung out to dry. Here comes Smith as well. He fancies a chance, so they're going to run 3 wide. No, 2 wide going into turn 1. So Pruitt's just ahead of Butwell there. The number 1 orange truck doing a fantastic job. Lachlan Fern at the head of the field in the lightweight truck, the number 32, currently leading the way, doing a stellar job. And he has got Amoroso hunting him down. But here's Pruitt's on screen. Butwell just behind, and is that Smith? Yes, it is Smith in the number 60. Having a look up the inside, they make contact. Butwell runs wide. He regains himself, but the truck's looking all 6s and 7s. There's a visible damage, cosmetic damage on the front of it as well. They are racing hard out there at the moment. Pruitt is rubbing his hands with lead. This one, Smith's now trying it around the outside. They make contact as they come under the old gum tree. He loses the inside line. No, he hangs inside there, runs wide, slams into the side of Butwell, and now he receives a serve from behind from Zammit, who's vying into this battle. So Zammit trying to get past as well while the ensuing battle unfolds ahead of him. Smith stretches ahead of Butwell now, so he will stretch his legs as they come into the final chicane sequence of corners. Zammit looming large in the mirrors of Butwell right now.
How crossed up was Butwell though over the Strauss at 6, and look at the exit from Zammit. He's got the run on Butwell and will easily take that place into turn number 1. There looks like there's a little bit of a look further back. Couldn't quite see who it was through all of the plumes of smoke down there at the first turn. Nice exit from the Smith-driven truck, looking all over the tail of Pruitt, who defended throughout the previous race so very well, and is going to do it all again, this time for 3rd position. Fortunately though for the 31, it all came unstuck on the final lap of the race. What can he do this time? Already showing the nose is the number 60, going to go the long way. He made this work on Butwell last lap through. And we'll have the inside. No, not quite able to keep any overlap. Don't rule out Zammit, look. The 6-time champ is right in there, right on the tail of both of these two as they exit turn number 9 and head down towards the end sequence of corners. Pruitt's ultra late on the brakes again. Oh, there's more mid-corner contact, but great move around the outside. 4 wheels over the curb. Oh, more contact on the exit. Look for Zammit. Oh, yeah, Pruitt knows that's coming. Puts the power down, tries to defend, but gets all kind of sideways. Zammit will look for the crisscross, the exit of the corner to swing up the inside of the next corner, and he's done just that. Absolutely great pass. And Zammit moves through on the 31, who's been hung out to dry, and through goes Butwell. Pruitt's fighting his Mack truck and just about regains composure there, but it's all happening again in this reverse grid race. Here's a move for the lead that has just happened. Amoroso, great run, and with all the extra power of the big truck, easily breezes past the number 32. Oh! Prilwitz into the side of Butwell. The Mack trucks coming together at turn number 7. Oh, Butwell's been in the wars in this one. He already had quite a few marks. Has to pull reverse and get it spun back the right way. These guys are absolutely fighting for sheep stations today. Gosh, they've absolutely turned up the wick in the last couple of races. I don't know if they're hungry and ready for lunch or something, but they're absolutely fighting so aggressively with each other. And we see that Smith is catching up to the lightweight truck now, as this is a replay. Pruitt's is miles back. That's 5-6 truck lengths back. He's pulled it up the inside and just hit the side of Butwell. I don't know if Butwell was going slowly into there or if Pruitt's has misjudged the corner completely, but there was 6 or 7 truck lengths, Callum.
Ambitious is the word for that attempted move. Unfortunate for Butwell because he's been rotated and there appears the truck's looking a little bit second hand. Unfortunately, there's a lot of cosmetic damage and he's taking it very easily out there at the moment. Here is Smith on screen right now. Lachlan Fern just ahead of him. Although it is a smaller truck, it's in the way. It's on the racing line. He can make it as wide as he wants to try and prevent the truck of Shannon Smith from making his way past. Zammit buying into this battle as well. So coming down the old back straight, you can see the power disparity between Shannon Smith and Lachlan Fern. The 32 just tucks over to the left-hand side as Smith comes through. Smith sharing that truck this weekend with Harvey Dale. That's number 60 passing through our screens now. And Zammit, we anticipate he's going to get a good run coming onto the straight here. And we know how much horsepower, how much grunt that Kenworth has, as he does indeed pull out. And he'll take the inside line coming into the first turn. This is the last lap of the race, Dan. As quickly as it started, it is just as quickly unfolding. It's unbelievable how fast these races flash by you, given the amount of action on track that's happening at the moment. And there has been plenty in this one.
Yeah, certainly has. And Zammit's going to go around the outside, even against a small truck. That's a risky move. He's right on the verge of the road, just about keeping it on the tarmac, and makes the move stick. Great pass from Stephen Zammit in the iconic purple and green Kenworth. Very nicely done. And that is 3rd position for him, and I think that might be it because we are on the final lap. It's a shame. I've thoroughly enjoyed the trucks these last couple of races. They've turned up the wick and they have really put on a show. Can't we have a couple more? Can't we squeeze in a truck race after the Winton 300?
Division truck in the Winton 300 coming up later on. That'd be spectacular. Here comes Amoroso though. Frank Amoroso, the number 96 racer, coming onto the main straight. He's going to take the checkered flag. Very well deserved. Excellent effort there. He's steadily made his way through the field in the past few races. Here comes Smith across the line in P2 as well. Here's Prilwitz. He's seen his fair share of action. He is behind the truck of Robert Fern, the number 23, coming onto the main straight here and finishing in 4th position and 5th position. Sorry, 5th and 6th position, I should say, respectively. And we've got Butwell, who's still circulating out there on the circuit, or is he peeled into the paddock? I believe he's in the paddock. So unfortunate for him to not finish that race, but involved in that altercation at the top of the circuit, Dan. Wow. Super truck racing at Winton Motor Raceway. Spectacular.
Catch your breath, everybody. That was spectacular. That was a thoroughly enjoyable race. And we have to say well done to Frank Amoroso. First race victory for him of the 2024 Super Truck Series, and that was thoroughly deserved. Made his intentions known early in that race, moved quickly through the field and took the lead early on and never relinquished it. He took the win in the end by 3.6 seconds from Shannon Smith. Stephen Zammit came home in 3rd position. Good points from him once again in the final race. Great performance from Lachlan Fern. Started from pole in the lightweight truck, but did very nicely to finish in 4th position ahead of Robert Fern. Mitchell Prilwitz was in the thick of the action all day long, and unfortunately for him, coming off at 2nd best on more than one occasion there, finishing as the last of the runners. And Barry Butwell, that was a unfortunately torn up truck at the front of the Mack machine. and a non-finisher in the end. So the reigning champion taking another hit in the point standings. It was not a good round for him in the championship. It was, though, for Steven Zammit, who finished third. As you see some burnouts, everybody, on the start line. Wow, he is chuffed with his first victory of the season. And some Shane Van Gisbergen-style burnouts on pit straight. My goodness gracious me, have you ever seen anything like that, Callum? Trucks doing burnouts.
Never seen anything like that. I'll be revving up the Hume Highway on my way home this evening to see if we can get a repeat of that spectacular celebrates in a Shane Van Gisbergen-esque burnout. Just one number off, though, 97 versus 96 for Amoroso. What a way to celebrate and what a way to cap off the weekend. Spectacular action for the Australian Supertrucks, and they certainly dialed up the action for those last two races. And you can barely see through the tyre smoke looking through the haze there from the tyres. So we suspect maybe a mechanical gremlin from that burnout, but it looks like he's still circulating out there, so it shouldn't cause too many issues. But he will certainly bust out the bottle of sparkling wine and spray it around in celebration with his team. So fantastic effort there from Team Amoroso.
I don't think it's looking too healthy, though. There's certainly some smoke coming out of the side of it, but I don't think he'll care too much. He'll be absolutely delighted with that race victory. You can hear him trying to rev it, and there is definite smoke coming from the side of that truck. But hey, he won his first race in 2024. Here it is again on the Blendline TV replay. Look at that. Absolutely turning it up, smoking it up the hill. Those tyres are absolutely destroyed, and they're not cheap to replace. Let's put it that way. You can hear it.
How did it go? Sorry. Fantastic there. So, Supertrucks, done and dusted. There's going to be a quick track changeover now to reconfigure the circuit back to its longer configuration, and we'll have Victorian XL series with the trophy race, 8 laps in duration, the 4th race for that class this weekend. But hats off to the Supertrucks once again. I just can't get over it. And again, we were saying during the races earlier this morning, if you haven't witnessed truck racing in real life, it is completely... You can't prepare yourself enough for it. It's intense. It's unbelievable. It's a sight to behold. The sound of it, they're loud, they're massive. The presence, there's a massive impact. And you can see the people come to the fences to watch truck racing. It's incredible. Everyone comes out from the paddock. So coming up next, Hyundai XL with the trophy race. We are here for round 3 of the VMRC, the Victorian Motor Racing Championship, and we're building up, continuing the countdown to the Pitcher Partners Winton 300.
Back here at Winton Motor Raceway. We're not too far away now from the Picture Partners Winton 300. It's certainly getting closer now. We've got XL trophies next in the Australian Drivers' Championship. Got the stock cars with the former NASCARs and Ozcars. They'll be out there on the racetrack. That certainly turns heads, a bit like the Supertrucks that we've just seen. They'll be on at 140. Then we've got Super TT and XL Masters for the older statesmen of the categories before the big one, the endurance race at the Winton 300, the Picture Partners Winton 300. We can see the fans are lining the fence. The trophy series so far has put on a great show. So it's Hyundai XLs on the racetrack next. And I believe our man Dave Stillwell is hitched a ride in a Hyundai out there on the racetrack at the moment.
I have. I'm here with a very busy man with a lot on his plate, Stephen Whyte from the Benalla Auto Club Group. Stephen, you've decided to give us a bit of a showcase of the Winton Motor Raceway circuit and some of the stuff that's been going on here.
Yeah, obviously, Dave, it's been a very busy year for us, always is for the Benalla Auto Club Group, but we thought we'd take you aboard the Hyundai NI30 and take you around a lap of Winton and show you some of the improvements that we've done and talked about some of the things that we've been doing.
Well, I can see here we've had the Supertrucks going around, and of course a number of the curb changes that have been implemented at Winton Motor Raceway in the last couple of years have really opened up some of the racing lines through particularly turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, I think the 3-4 complex here was obviously a tight area, and it does go downhill for those people that haven't been here. It is actually quite downhill as we turn in here to 3. But we've opened up the curbing. It's a bit more flat line there now, and you can use a bit more curb, and you can have 2 side-by-side racing, obviously for the trucks, but you know, with supercars in mind and all of our state and national categories, there's plenty of room here to move, and creates opportunity to pass going into the sweeper.
I was going to say, when we have something like the High-Tech Oil Super Series come and visit at Winton Motor Raceway, get something like the feature category, the TA2 Muscle Car Series, watching them run basically side by side throughout the entire lap is something to behold.
Yeah, absolutely, and those cars are moving all the time and action-packed for those cars. But look at, you know, Hyundai XLs, you know, we've had them today, a field of 25 plus cars, and they're all through here, you know, 2 and 3 wide, and they use all the circuit. But we're very fortunate here at Winton. We've got a hard-working team and a great group, a great board and committee behind us that we're able to do these things and, you know, continue to future-proof the place for, you know, the long term.
So what are we expecting next? An NHRA level drag strip? We're going to do some jet boat racing, maybe a rallycross circuit. What's next that you can definitely let us in on?
Well, look, I think what's next is we're obviously hoping to secure a supercars round in the not too distant future. I think that means something for the northeast region. The track itself is obviously in line. Our last resurfacing was 2016, so we need to get beside our partners and stakeholders and start to look for that at sort of 2026 and beyond. The camping, we're opening camping now. It's 24 hours, 7 days a week now camping, so that's growing. Our corporate area, it's now called the showroom, is now growing into a museum, so an attraction for people to come and see. So there's plenty on. I mean, we're obviously busy, as you said, with the High-Tech Oil Super Series. It's been a fantastic success really for us and our group, but most importantly giving our competitors, who our customer base is obviously our competitor, and they have a great platform to go and race nationally. They get some exciting TV, they get some exciting racing, but most importantly they get value for money, and we get them to come back.
Well, I'm going to say, if you ever get a chance to look at the calendar for the Winton Motor Raceway circuit, it's in use, I think, sometimes over 300 days a year. Not quite 365 or 366. There are some days where we do give the hard-working staff here a bit of time off, but you know, even today we've seen your army of volunteer motorsport officials of what makes events here possible, whether it's a grassroots club track day right through to your national series for the High-Tech Oil Super Series.
Yeah, look, and those same officials are always present day after day, weekend after weekend. You're right, the circuit's operational for 300 plus days a year. Like anything, it wears out. Technology with tyres and cars, etc., are hard on our surface, hard on our facility. So we've got to maintain it, just like any other vehicle, any other tool that you use, you've got to maintain it. So we've got a hard-working team here at Winton, led by Jeff Greck. So Jeff Greck, our operations manager, looks after the team here, and obviously our AASA business is located here. So we're very pretty much a one-stop shop for everybody. But our outside crew, the track, I think we're finding that we're getting so many compliments about how the track is looking. So congratulations to our maintenance crew. They're doing a brilliant job. And our all-round team, we're actually a little team. You know, we punch above our weight. It's about 14 people in total work here at Winton, right across all the businesses. That runs the AASA, runs these high-tech all super series, and obviously looks after Winton. So, and obviously here we service a Benalla Auto Club. So we're a very proud little close-knit team. We don't do egos very well. We basically look after each other, watch each other's back, and we just get on with the business of motorsport.
Well, I would say, in addition to all the different hats that you're wearing, you're doing a very good job of staying off the Vallelunga curbing here. So we can also add expert motorsport vehicle operator to your list of occupations.
I've been around here a little bit, Dave. So, look, Winton's part of my history. Very fortunate enough to have been here as a very young kid with family and watched my brother race here a lot. Father and uncle were here at the very first race meeting, 61. So there's a lot of history steeped here for me. I love the place. I'm biased, but I love the place, and certainly talking to all the people, even Barry Stylo, our president, who's obviously comes along, he's here today. He built the place in 61, and to be honest, most of the people you speak to, this track is the most favourite of all. So, yeah, I'm glad to be here, and it's a very proud moment to be able to be here in events like this. Look, the Winton 300, its history steeps back to 1985, and to see it now with 40 cars, or nearly 40 cars this year, you know, we're back to prime, and it's very exciting. And I must say thank you to picture partners, people like John Boston, who have assisted us this year to put the event together. And obviously this weekend with the VMRC and the Supertruck racing, Dave Pittman, his team doing a great job, but all of the categories that are here this weekend, I mean, what a fantastic showcase. It's an exciting weekend for the people to come and watch.
And of course, people can tune in live and free on YouTube via the Blendline TV channel. We've got the next category heading out on certain moment, so we'll make our way round to exit. But Stephen, thank you very much for your time, and we look forward. We hope we don't have to see too much of the High-Tech Oil Super Series Hyundai N in the course of the Pitcher Punch 300 this afternoon.
That's right, no worries. Thanks, Dave, and thanks to Blendline for a great job, and hope everyone enjoys the day. Thank you.
Back to you guys in Central Commentary.
Thanks very much, Dave. Great stuff in the course car. That's pretty cool to do some live laps of the circuit as the Hyundai XLs now head out onto the racetrack. To see Dave and the Benalla Auto Club CEO Stephen Whyte entering the pit lane at the very back of the shot there. Great to get some great words from Stephen Whyte about the growth of the event that is coming later on this afternoon. The Pitcher Partners Winton 300. It is great to see back to an almost capacity field of cars in 2024. It was capacity. Sadly, a couple of mechanical issues have seen a couple pull out of the race, including the Porsche 944 and the Holden Astra, but 38 cars are set to line up in a couple of hours' time. But let's turn our attention to these front-wheel drive pocket rockets, the Hyundai XLs. It's the youngsters on the track. It's the Trophy Series. The ever-aggressive youngsters, they throw these machines around and put on a real show for us. They have done so far this weekend, and this is the fourth and final encounter. Bradley James will start from pole position. He's taken 2 of the 3 race wins. Phillips, though, would like to level the scores at 2-all. He starts from second place alongside Kadich in the number 13 machine. William Sala has been consistent this weekend and will start from 4th ahead of Burton and this lady on the screen, Tabitha Ambrose, out of position number 6, the daughter of Marcus Ambrose. Campbell comes out as 7th ahead of Harewood, Strick, and Jack Carpenter's another one to watch in this race. Beyond that, we have Johnson, we've got Sala, Jenner, Kutsina, Harvey, Simpson, Sidwell, Campbell, and Flanagan. And as she has all day long for all of the Hyundai XL races, Lisa Tortani joins me in the box.
Great to be here, Dan. Final race as we see the cars lining up on the start grid. They'll get the 5-second board, and we'll see the red lights at the top of the gantry there flash and then flash off.
Absolutely, we will. So we are just moments away from the start of this one. We can see the final couple of cars coming to a halt on the right-hand side of the shot. So we are not too far away at all. Look at the surroundings of the Winton Motor Raceway circuit, the hills in the background, but let's focus on the gantry. Lights are on and they are off. A quick sequence there. Good start from Phillips, but a bit bogged down. Bit of a slow change into second gear, and that's brought James back alongside. And James is going to brake later and take that first position back. But yeah, it looked to me like Phillips made that initial launch, but the gear change into second was not a sweet one. And they changed back. Oh, a bit of a lock-up for the number 6 of Burton up the inside of Sala. And they managed to get away with that. Oh, Carpenter out sideways on the exit there. He's trying to make up progress early on in this race. He's had good speed this weekend, but has been really struggling to overtake in the midway stages of the race and not been able to make the progress after a DNF in race number 1 of the weekend. So head into turn number 7. It's been an action spot all weekend long in all of the different categories, from the Australian Drivers' Championship to what we saw in that very last race in the Australian Supertrucks as well. There's been several incidents down there. The 2-litre sports sedans round came to a bit of a nail-biting decider and a collision down there which altered the outcome of the round results. So seen plenty of action down there, and up the inside comes Tabitha Ambrose. Lovely move from quite far back, but really got that nicely stopped on the apex of the corner and takes the position from Burton. Burton now coming under threat from the 333 of Campbell, who's going to try and go around the outside. I thought we might see a cut back to the inside, but no, going to go the long way. He'll be around the outside again at this last corner. Has to settle back in behind, and Carpenter shows the nose in there as well, and that's affected his run out the corner. Allowed the grey machine to take that position from him down towards turn number 1. That is, of course, Harewood. And Harrison Sala might come up the inside as well, the younger brother of William Sala, but not quite. Crikey, Lisa, I got to catch my breath. Frantic first lap.
Frantic, but clean. They're all just trying to find their space, as we see the 95 Harewood picking up the inside of the car number 6. He'll try hold it there, or a bit of a rear slide as he comes under pressure. But all clean so far, just finding their space in the train.
Absolutely, and it is a big train at the moment, isn't it? Towards the midway in the top 10, from 6th down, 6, 7, 8, 9, all the way down to, I think, 12th position. Jenna at the tail of that pack. They are all nose to tail, half a dozen cars, and that's what we have come to expect and love in XLs.
Certainly right. It's been some really good racing this weekend. Mostly clean. We had a few incidents, obviously the one between Carpenter and Ambrose earlier in the weekend, but Ambrose and Carpenter have both been able to recover fairly well from that, and it's great to see a lot of young talent, a few interstaters as well in this from the ACT and New South Wales come and race with the Victorians.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see that, and you do see it quite often, don't you? Victorians will travel up to Queensland, and the New South Wales drivers will travel to South Australia. They always do move around and drive in the different states just to try and learn these tracks that they're going to be using throughout their career in motorsport, because that's what XL Trophy is about these days. These are the future stars of the sport that are hoping to move on and go places. You've seen a lot of names come through. Oh, this series, that was quite tight down there into turn number 1. Yeah, there's been a lot of drivers that have come through the series already in the last couple of years, Lisa.
Absolutely, we've seen the Feeneys and the J Robothams, who's from this region of Victoria as well as such, come through the category, and look what they're doing now. So it's a great stepping stone for anyone of any age to find their feet and get involved in the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a couple, or in fact many, most of the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series drivers are XL graduates. It's quite funny to see, and they'll be moving on in the next stage of their career as well, moving forwards from there, I am sure. But we're looking at the moment, the fight between Burton and Harewood. These two have been in the top 10 all weekend long. It's been a solid weekend from both of them. Burton was a little bit higher earlier in the weekend, in around 4th, potentially even 3rd, I think, at one stage, but been shuffled back in the last couple of races. Currently 6th 7th in car 6, under pressure from the 95 of Harewood. As they head towards the final couple of corners. Out front, Brad James at the end of lap 2 had a 1.1 second lead. I think that might be further extended on this lap as they come across the line in front of us. We have 1.5 seconds now, so just half a second a lap, chipping away. A methodical and mature drive from the leader.
Yeah, very well by Brad James. Once we saw the earlier race 2 yesterday, once he got past Phillips, there's been no response from him being able to catch him, and even seeing the likes of, oh, that was a close one there up against drivers left on the wall. We saw that earlier in the Masters race actually with Venia getting 2 wheels off and skating across the concrete.
Yeah, absolutely. Right there, it's caught out a few people this weekend. Of course, we saw the accident for the number 82 BMW, the Sewell, Liddell and Wilson car, the Class A car in the Picture Partners Winton 300. Hit the wall there in the top 10 shootout. And they'll be starting towards the tail of the 10 as a result of that. So it can catch out the very best in the business. Liddell, a former Super 2 Series driver, raced at a very, very high level in Australian motorsport, still doing it in Toyotas and TCR Australia as well. Another very, very good front-wheel drive series, and one you know quite a bit about, Lisa.
A little bit indeed. TCR is a fantastic series. As we see on screen here, the 2 Adam Macro racing cars have swapped positions. It's always been Tabitha leading ahead of Campbell this weekend, but we see the 333 has jumped ahead.
Absolutely. Reasonably similar plain-looking machines, as we see a fierce battle further back between the 38 Flanagan and Gambold. Flanagan go very defensive down into turn number 10, and that's going to affect the run all the way down this straight now. Flanagan will have to go defensive once more now, because the 40 is in striking range of a potential move up the inside at turn 11. Wise to that one is Flanagan, and holds on this lap. There's still 4 more laps to go of this race. We're at the halfway stage of the final Hyundai XL Trophy Series race for the weekend. And at the moment, Brad James sitting in the box seat. He's taken 2 of the 3 wins so far. He's hoping to do the same again in this one. Fastest lap of the race last time through, 1:41.732. And that was 4/10 faster than Phillips, who himself set a PB lap last time through, as did Kadich. And in fact, Kadich closed the margin down by 0.3 of a second on that last lap. The margin now down to 1.3 seconds in the fight between the second place driver and the third place driver. So that's steadily closing down. But at that rate, it's not going to quite be enough with 4 laps to go to catch and pass the number 8. But we'll just look out for that battle as the race continues on. Short, sharp sprint races for much of this weekend in all of the categories, but we're going to finish with the 300k Enduro later on this afternoon. Here is the fight between the teammates. It's back on again, Lisa.
It certainly is, and we still have the 333 of Campbell leading the 199 of Tabitha Ambrose. Sitting there battling for 6th and 7th places. We've mentioned it's been a fantastic recovery from Tabitha, and we'll see her later on this afternoon in the number 1 Hyundai Velociter run by the Wodonga Tafe. And she's teaming up with Brad Gartner as well as they battle for the Winton 300.
Brad Gardner, a familiar name to many people who watch the High-Tech Oil Super Series, I'm sure. A real front runner in the TA2 muscle car series, and in fact there's quite a few TA2 muscle car drivers that will be competing in the Winton 300. Not only Gardner, but Josh Haynes as well, who's currently leading that series, and Rice as well, who's been a front runner as well in rounds gone by. So 3 real front runners in 3 very different machines, one in a Ford Falcon, one in a Hyundai Veloster, and one in a souped-up Nissan Pulsar. So 3 very different machines for those guys, but great to have them a part of the AASA run Victorian Motor Racing Championship and the Picture Partners Winton 300. That is just a couple of hours away. That takes place at 2:40 local time, so about 2.5 hours. Is that, Lisa? I'm trying to work out
Local time of 1:15 at the moment.
I think that's 2.5 hours.
Yes, good counting. I was going to say a few of our viewers, they might have seen P plates on the back of the XLs or P plates on the back of other cars. And it's not a road driving plate as such, like when you're 17, 18 getting your P plates. It's your provisional racing license. And, once you graduate from that, you have to do a certain number of events, and once you show that you can drive cleanly, you can graduate off your provisional racing license onto your full circuit license.
Yeah, good point made there, Lisa. Oh, Tabitha using all the road on the outside of turn number 2. Not much gap there to the tyre wall on the outside. An hour and a half. I apologise, an hour and a half until the start of the race. I can't believe how quickly it snuck up upon us. We are not too far away now. There's still plenty of action to come. The Australian Drivers' Championship next. Stock cars, that's the NAS cars and the Oz cars, and a couple of TA2 cars as well. They'll be out on track as well as Super TT. The XL Masters, the gentlemen and gentle ladies category, they'll be out a little bit later on as well. And then we end with the Winton 300.
We look out to the hills in the background. It has turned out to be a glorious day here at Winton Motor Raceway. And really excited to see all the crowd here locally and everyone who's watching back at home, wherever they are, as we follow the battle between the two at a macro racing black Hyundai XLs. They stand out with their matte black, simple livery, but does the job.
This is a fight for 5th position out there on the racetrack at the moment as they go in towards turn number 11. Laps are running out.
As they make their way around the final corner. This is the last lap of the last race for the Hyundai XL Victorian Series Trophy race. There's one round remaining after this one as the championship closes in.
Absolutely, they're both catching up to William Sala at the moment, who's in position number 4, the 36 car. On the last lap, Sala, a 43.32, 42.9 for Campbell, and a 43.1 for Tabitha Ambrose. So both of them comfortably quicker than the car ahead. But is it a little bit too little too late? The last lap of the last race. I think they're just not quite going to be close enough here, unfortunately, and they may end up fighting amongst themselves, because here comes Ambrose up the inside into turn number 7. A late send, a great move up the inside, but unfortunately she doesn't have the momentum out the corner and has to slot back in behind the 333 of Campbell there. But these two teammates are fighting. Archie's looking up the inside again at turn number 9, but the door is closed by the 333 driver firmly there. She can't quite make it stick, but great racing between those two. Clean, fair racing in what is the final lap of this race. Here comes Brad James. Everywhere he goes, no matter where he races in the country, he's always at the pointy end. Didn't win race number 1, but has dominated since then. It's a 3rd race victory of the weekend in the 61 machine, and the round victory for Brad James. He beats home Ryan Phillips in position number 2. Kadich comes home in 3rd, and then in the fight for 5th position, it's going to go the way of Campbell ahead of Tabitha Ambrose. Great battle between those two all race long as the cars continue to come across the line. Harrison Salas having a little bit of a look on the tail of Jenna, but Jenna overtaking Sala on the final lap and was able to hold 11th position to the line. A really closely matched field in that one. The top 15 drivers separated by just over 30 seconds, so really close competitive racing in the XL Trophy Series, not just in that race, but in the weekend as a whole. Here are the results then. Bradley James taking it by 3.1 seconds from Phillips. A further second back was Ashton Kadich in the number 13 machine, which I think may put him on the round podium. William Sala in 4th, Rio Campbell 5th, Tabitha Ambrose in 6th, ahead of Burton, Harewood, Carpenter and Johnson, Jakes and Jacks that round out the tail end of the top 10. Beyond that, Jenna Sala, Simpson, Kachina, Sidwell, Gambold and Flanagan. Strick, unfortunately, was not out there in that one, a non-starter and a non-finisher. A real shame because Strick was right in the fight and in the thick of the action. Unfortunately, often for the wrong reasons, in a few incidents, was 6:30 and not taking part in that one. And the other non-starter was the number 25 of Harvey. But that was a great weekend of Trophy XL racing, as we are very much used to on the screens of Blendline TV and as part of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships. At least Tortani, I think that was your last call of the weekend, so thank you very much for your efforts with all things Hyundai XLs.
Thanks for having me, and look forward to hearing yourself and Callum Brannigan call the Winton 300 later on today.
Thank you very much, and yes, I will be seeing you later on down the track. You're going to be in the lane with Dave Stillwell trying to find out all the information throughout that race. So we're going to take a quick break in commentary. Up next, the final race of the Australian Drivers' Championship. We'll be back at Winton in just a moment. Australian Drivers' Championship already on the racetrack here as we turn to the afternoon, and what a glorious afternoon it is turning out to be. We've got 15 Hyper Racer X1s out there on the racetrack, and it was Hayden Crosland that took the race victory earlier on today's first in the series. He'll be looking to beat the reigning champion and the championship leader this year once again. I'm Dan McCarthy, alongside me, as he has been so far today for this race series. It's Phil Memory. This is going to be a cracking race, I reckon.
Looking forward to this so much, Dan. This was a boomer of a race before, with Crosland managing to steal the gold at the end of the last race over Sterling. It was a sterling effort. Well, it almost was. Great to see these guys coming around, and they will roll around behind the safety car and come up for a rolling start. Of course, in pole position we have Crosland from Sterling, and then Crook, Stasi and Leighton, Davey, Treptool, Gardner in 8, Nolan in 9, and Smith in 10. Kuhn in 11, Cater in 12, French in 13, Caitlin in position 14, and the tail of the field is Farrell.
Here we go then, they're entering the final corner, as you say, rolling starts in this category. Looking forward to this one. Looking to see a couple of faster drivers coming from a little bit further back, but the lights are about to go out. These engines are about to roar, and there we go, away from the line. A great start from the second row of the grid there from Crook, but he can't go anywhere down there. Oh, spin, he's lost it. Too much curb on the inside.
Yep.
Around goes Crosland. Took his maiden win just a couple of hours ago, and it's all come unstuck at turn number 1 here this afternoon. What a shame. Cold tyres has caught out the youngster there.
and I think he might be beached on the... no, he's got it going. I can see out of the corner of the window as the rest of the cars make their way on. There he comes. Oh, he will be absolutely furious with what took place there. But that's the crumbs of racing. You go from hero to zero very quickly.
Indeed, and somebody who was a zero earlier on was the man in car number 12, Nico French. But he's making progress early on in this one around the outside.
Good
Bradley
move.
Smith, thank you very much. He says, I'll take that one. And he is already moving forwards. Here's a replay of what happened. Look at the black machine. Just hit the curb and it unsettled the car. These machines, you'll notice, they very rarely touch those big curbs at the 1-2 chicane. And if they do, that is very often the
Exactly,
outcome.
yeah. So lucky to get it unbeached there. It looked as if the car was well and truly settled on the curbing. Meanwhile, back on track, we've got Sterling out in the front again, and a place he's familiar with. Dean Crook in second. Stasi in 3 and Leighton in 4 as we watch these two cars coming up the old start finish straight. Down the inside, nice move. Is it going to come off? No, car 34. That's Stasi. Not able to pull it. Oh, here we go. We've had a couple come together perhaps. Or are they just spun in unison? I'm not too sure.
77 of Catlin and the 82 of Kadar. They were second last and third last on the road. Only Crosland was behind them, so he's picked up a couple of places and will be pleased about that, making that recovery drive. And he might be even more pleased if they can't get moving in a safety cars deployed, because that would bring him right onto the tail of the field. But a great start from the orange and black machine on the screen. Leighton moving up a couple of places at the start of this race at the moment, but we're looking a little bit further down, and we've gone safety car. Yellow flags are out on the circuit. One of the machines got moving. That was the Kadar car, but Catlin, number 77, has not got moving, unfortunately, and it's not the first retirement for Catlin this weekend, but a real shame there. There is the Hyundai safety car that we see at all of the High-Tech All Super Series events, and wasn't Dave lucky to have a lap around, or 2 laps in fact, around the Winton layout, chatting to Stephen Whyte a few moments ago in that very car. Lucky man.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good pleasure to be able to get around the track any way you can. He's managed to wrangle his way into the safety car as a method to get around and have a bit of a look.
They spoke about the curbing changes that have been made at these two corners. I'd just like your thoughts and feedback on, that they widened them, didn't they? They used to be the quite high curbs, but they've flattened them and they've widened them. And it means that we can get a lot more wheel-to-wheel, side-by-side racing around those corners. And,
of course, the speed that these guys are going through these corners has increased quite a bit. So... look at the pickup on those tyres, car 77, quite forlorn, but those tyres have got plenty of grip because you can see there's rocks all around them. That's not the tread on those tyres, that's just what's stuck to the tyres.
So, race leader is Damon Sterling, taken 6 victories this season, looking to take a 7th, and is the, I wouldn't say runaway championship leader, but holds a significant but not insurmountable margin in the championship. At the end of this round, we will be halfway through the series. They've been to Calder. They were here a couple of months ago, back here for this weekend. They go to the Bend next time out in South Australia. That's later on this month, only a few weeks away. That's part of the High-Tech All's Super Series calendar from August 30 to September 1. Then they're back on the Victorian Motor Racing Championship program for a round at Calder Park, and then they plan to end the season at One Raceway, the revived New South Wales circuit. Brilliant to have that back.
Yes, it is. Looking forward to seeing some events taking place back up there again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great circuit in New South Wales. It was unfortunately closed down briefly, but it looks like major things are being done to reopen that venue in country New South Wales. You could almost call it the Winton of New South Wales, couldn't you, in that sense?
Well, you could. I think it's been referred to that as a few times over the years. It was, and it was used for hill climbing as well as circuit racing. So, be interesting to see whether the New South Wales Hill Climb Championship ever returns to running some events there.
You had to get in about hill climbing, didn't you? You love your hill climbing.
Love the hill climbing. I actually should be at Ararat this weekend, commentating over there. But having been a little bit unwell during the week, I thought the better of making a 10-hour round trip.
Fair enough. We're very glad to have you here, Phil. It's great to have your input and insight on the coverage. And I'm sure everybody, not only around the circuit, but at home, is enjoying what you have to say on the action. So let's run you through the field then. So it's Sterling that leads the way ahead of Crook. They are 1 and 2 on the road, and they are 1 and 2 in the championship as well.
Yeah.
Crook has this weekend so far had settled for third. Behind not only Sterling but also Crossland so far this weekend, and has not been able to really match them at all at any point this weekend. But he'll be happy to be collecting points, and we'll be hoping to see if he can challenge Sterling in the final couple of laps here of this particular race. Leighton, a real strong performer after a real strugglesome race, number 1, going off on oil early in that race, recovered in races 2 and 3, now sits inside the top 3, so great performance from him ahead of Lucas Stasi. And then beyond that we've got Traptall, Nolan, Smith, that's Bradley Smith, not the former MotoGP rider Bradley Smith, that's a completely different Bradley Smith, ahead of Nico French. Then we've got Davey Gardner, Kuhn, and Crossland is in 12th position. But good news for Crossland is the field has been bunched up, and that gives him ample opportunity to move through the field. And even better news for Crossland, and also for us as well, the safety cars coming in at the end of this racing lap. So
that's right, and we don't want to see gaps in these guys. All too often we see a restart where somebody just hangs back a little bit and there's a massive gap. These guys don't seem to do that, which I'm really, really pleased to see. That leads to a much nicer restart. Look how they're bunched up. That's exactly the way that restarts are supposed to happen.
Absolutely it is, and look, they're weaving, trying to break the toe of the car behind and try and stay in the toe of the car. Oh, Nico French moving slowly down pit straight there, I think that was. I don't think he was overtaking, I think he was falling backwards, and he is. He's right at the back of the field now. So more drama. I said in the race earlier, if he doesn't have luck, if he doesn't have bad luck, he doesn't have any luck, and it's continued again in this final race of the weekend.
And Smith there moving through in front of Davey, as they head on up to the sweep, but flat out through there. That is a big corner to head through there. Top gear, flat out. Don't lift your foot off the throttle, just drive it straight through. There is very few cars that you can do that in at this track.
Very, very few, as you say, absolutely. On GT tyres, they stick to the road very, very nicely. And the machines, they're all very similar. You can only make certain adjustments. You've got a lock diff. You can't change the gear ratios, but you are allowed to, as we look and move up the inside, not quite. That's Crossland trying to recover. But the point I was going to make is the only thing you really can change is front and rear wings. They are both adjustable, so you can change the aero performance there. But Crossland is really trying to recover on the tail of the number 25, I think that is, of Gardner. So come across the line. Has he made any progress on that lap? The answer is one place. The Nico French car is the one he overtook. Looks up the inside at turn 1 and gets a nice run out of 2. Is he going to be close enough for a lunge at 3? Yes is the answer, and a nicely executed move at that.
And quite a bit of smoke coming out of 24 there.
There is, isn't there? Do you think that's terminal, or do you think you should be able to get that to the finish?
You should be able to get it to the finish, I would hope, and hopefully it's nothing too serious. The oiling in a motorbike engine is not really all that well suited for a four-wheel vehicle. Motorbikes tend to lean over in the corners, and the G-forces don't force the oil away from the important bits. But when you put it into a car that's got 4 wheels, there's no leading of the engine, and so you get a bit of oil surge, and it can lead to some other issues. Very close now. Tucked in under the wing, pulls out, drives it down the inside. That's car 6, I think.
Yeah, Crossland on Gardner now, so that's 8th position. So the recovery drive continues. Next
doing really well
is Nolan in the number 23 machine, who is just there. He's right on the tail of Nolan already now. So, and I can see that Treptow and even Smith are right in his sights as well.
Smoke and flames out of the back of the car as he comes under brakes, drops down the inside. Beautiful pass there. No contention there from Nolan. Really just gave the place away. And I don't know whether he didn't see him coming or what was going on, but clearly Crossland is just...
He's going to get another one here.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, thought about making the dive down the inside in the tank, heading up around the old gum tree. Turns it left. Is he going to look for it, pop down the inside? No, he's going to try the under and over. He'll work his way to the inside, coming out of there, and he does that. Drives up the outside. Now he's got to try and outbrake him into the left-hander, who's clearly passed him by the turn, and around he goes. Picked up 2 positions there quite easily. That's...
and he got 2 on the last lap, so that's 4 places in 2 laps.
Yeah, so he has recovered really, really well, considering how far back he was. That's a great recovery.
There's final lap now, so only this single lap remaining. Can he get any more of the competitors out there on the racetrack? The answer is yes. That is Smith that he's just overtaken down in towards turn number 1. We can't even call out the next driver's name before he's already overtaken them. So I'll say it quickly, the next driver's Stasi. And he'll probably have overtaken him by now. But
now that might be commentator's curse now. You probably put the curse on the poor fellow.
He's back up to 5th place, Phil. 5th place.
Yeah, brilliant drive. But Sterling has still got the fastest lap out there of anybody. Not as quick as we were seeing earlier on today. 1 minute 19.99. And there he is on track. Clean pair of heels. He's got nearly 2 seconds to the next car. Comes around that left-hander onto the extension here at Winton Raceway. I'm trying to get rid of calling it the new section.
It's been a great weekend for Sterling. He clean swept around here last time, 4 out of 4. He's going to do 3 out of 4 this weekend. The reigning champion is in fine form at the moment in the Australian Drivers' Championship. He wins round number 3 at Winton Motor Raceway. Beats his title rival Crook by a margin of 2.3 seconds. Leighton comes home in third, ahead of Stasi. Crossland, fastest lap of the race, nearly 2 seconds faster than anybody on the final lap.
Yeah, big round of applause to everybody on that one.
Very, very nice a recovery from Crossland. Smith in 6th, ahead of Treptow, Nolan, Gardner. My oh my, were they all close. And then beyond that, Davey, Kern, Kadar. I'm not sure if he's still circulating out there on the racetrack. I don't see him. There, just now, crossing the line.
Okey-doke.
And then Nico French came into the lane halfway through that race. We saw Nico French very slow on the restart and sadly not able to continue. But there are the results on the screen now. Damon Sterling taking it quite comfortably in that one by 2.3 seconds. Dean Crook will be hoping he can turn his fortunes around when they go to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in South Australia later on this month. They'll be hoping to gain back some championship points when they head there for the very first time. Hamish Leighton came home in position number 3. A great recovery considering the difficult day he had yesterday. Lucas Stasi in 4th, head of the recovering Hayden Crossland, who got his first race victory earlier today. Bradley Smith, Bastian Treptow, Peter Nolan, Josh Gardner, and Brenton Davey rounded out the top 10. Beyond that was Kern and Kadar, Nico French and Catlin were DNFs, and Farrell was a DNS. So that concludes a very exciting round of the Australian Drivers' Championship. Up next, we go from lightweight open wheelers all the way to big, loud, thumping V8 engines. We've got NASCARs, we've got Oscars, TA2s. If you like V8 engines, you're going to absolutely love what's to come. Stock Cars Australia will be on in just a couple of moments' time. Here is the Winton Motor Raceway, the nation's action track. You can see 12 iconic turns this first chicane. We've seen a lot of action down here, and there was certainly a lot of action there a few months ago. This was a move in the Winton 300 last year. Benny Tran was behind the wheel of that machine last year, overtaking the pole sitter in the Subaru Impreza. That's the twiddly section over at Sector 2. But turn 11 and turn number 12 are certainly action points on the track. If you don't make the move at 11, you can get the cutback and potentially make a move back up the inside at the final corner. Circuit probably is one of the oldest in the world these days. Opened way back in 1961. It's been around for a long, long time, and it's one of the nation's oldest circuits. 3 kilometres in length. It was extended from 2.2 to 3 kilometres back in 1997, and a great addition that was to the later. You can see the old circuit there on the inside, which is what the trucks have been using on the right hand side of the shot this weekend. We've got a couple of trucks out there in this race series, Stock Cars Australia, which have headed out onto the circuit. Not quite the big Kenworths and Mack trucks that we saw earlier on today, but the NASCAR style trucks out there on the circuit. That's right, you did hear that correctly. NASCARs, legitimate, real NASCARs, not replicas or anything like that. They are the real things out there on the circuit. Some driven in American competition, some driven back in the day on the Thunderdome and the Adelaide International Raceway as well. And chuck in there a few Oz cars, a couple of TA2 cars, and Callum Brannigan alongside me. You've got a lovely recipe for some great racing.
Absolutely, Dan. Thank you very much for having me alongside you. This is the 4th race of the weekend for Stock Cars Australia, and it is a reverse top 8. So the category organisers have reversed the top 8. They've left the Oz cars as is, given that they are a relatively new introduction to Stock Cars Australia. They're still finding their feet, so they just need to give them a little bit more time and a little bit more space. So what does that mean? Richard Whyte in the Budweiser Chevrolet Monte Carlo will start this race from pole position. He's going to be alongside Jake Frisch, the Victorian, who joins him alongside in the Chevrolet Lumina. So actually Richard Whyte owns both of those cars. So both of his cars starting from the front row. Starting from P3 is Robert Marchese, Daniel Stubbs starting out of 4th, Danny Burgess in 5th position, Brendan Hurrigan in 6th position, Jeff Stubbs in 7th, Scott Hind in 8th position in number 16 Mustang, given that he's been a dominant force so far this weekend in the Xfinity Cup Mustang. We anticipate he's going to charge his way through the field. So we are rubbing our hands with glee at the prospect of Stock Cars Australia getting underway. We should point out that this is not for points. We'll get to that a little bit later on as this race is about to get underway. This is a fun race. This is an outing for them. The weekend competition is effectively done, but they're going out for one last time. What can Scott Hind do? Green flag, they are underway. Richard Whyte has got the inside line. The number 84 of Marchese in the Oz truck is having a look up the inside of the Chevrolet Lumina, driven by Jake Frisch. But he can't get past this time around, taking it nice and easy. But it is Burgess in the number 7 Oz truck. You can see him on the outside there of Frisch as they come through turn 3. He's had plenty of pace so far this weekend and is currently sitting in 3rd position. And we've got some penalties showing up for the front runners as well. So the front row has effectively had a 15-second penalty being slapped on them from the start there. So we'll find out more information on that as the race unfolds. Here comes Hurrigan in the number 51. up the inside of Marchese at turn 7. Very clinical move there, but you can just see the 16 car there passing through the screen. That is the Xfinity Cup Mustang that we were talking about before, Dan, of Scott Hind. He's been a dominant performer so far this weekend, and he's got the number 45 of Stubbs just behind him. But there's a very clean start here, and at the risk of annoying too many viewers, I don't want to talk too much because we do want to hear the cars coming through the beautiful Blendline TV coverage that you can see in front of you.
What I'm enjoying already in this race is actually seeing 9 move forward through the field, and here he goes, overtaking the fellow NASCAR. He might get the truck as well, and does so. Really strong under brakes as well. But it's nice to see him actually work for a victory. He's just waltzed off into the distance so far this weekend, but coming from 8th on the grid, and he's showing he can overtake as well. We are hearing that the 15-second penalties are for crossing the blend line on pit lane exit and heading onto the racetrack. So that's a big no-no in motorsport. I was speaking to a few of the competitors on Friday, and they were saying they've already been picked up for that. So it's not their first altercations with the pit lane blend line this weekend. So I'm sure they've learned their lesson by now, you'd think. But Frisch and also Rice. Interestingly, Callum, the Richard Whyte 15-second penalty has been removed.
Yeah, it's been withdrawn. So maybe a judge of fact has withdrawn that penalty. We are not too sure. Either way, it's not showing up on the timing screen at the moment. This is the battle for the lead. We've got Burgess in the orange Oz truck. Silverado, the number 7 truck, in hot pursuit of the Budweiser number 8 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. He's got a good run coming out of turn 9. Deep under brakes into turn 10. It's an awkward left-hander, more than 90 degrees. Here comes the number 16 Mustang. Just trying to get myself ready so we can hear the cars coming past, coming onto the main straight, because it is a beautiful vantage point to be able to hear these cars. So here comes Richard Whyte to complete yet another lap. Let's have a listen. That Mustang is sensational, isn't it? The number 16, here it comes again. That sounds awesome.
It's not just the Mustang, it's a symphony of V8s going by. It's absolutely glorious.
But it's the NASCAR symphony. It's that unique sound that they generate. The number 16 all over the back of Richard Whyte. He's got a good run coming down the old main straight, and he's already taken away the lead coming into turn 3. So a beautiful move there from Scott Hind in the number 16 Mustang. We should point out that he's the winner of the round with 120 points. Second place has gone to the number 45 TA2 in second place, with 105 points. And then we had Brendan Hourigan in the Oz truck coming home in third place for the weekend. The muscle car class, we've only got one car here this weekend with Michael Rice, 120 points, taking that one out. And in Oz car, it is Lewis on 120 points, taking that one out. Oh, and he's got it all 6s and 7s in the number 7. Collects it. The steel and stuff car, and he falls behind Hourigan. That's a familiar sight for him all weekend. He's been staring at the back of that number 51 Oz truck for most of the weekend. So that's a bit of a mistake there, a bit of a mishap for the number 7, but very lucky that he can continue.
Yeah, just a bit too much power coming out underneath the Gumtree hairpin, and put the foot down, and the machine cranked sideways, back one way, back the other way, get about 4 goes on the wheel, and finally got it back facing in the right direction, but did lose a position, and now under threat from Daniel Stubbs, the number 19 machine, but out front, number 16 of Ning is pulling out a significant margin. Fastest lap of the race last time through. Interestingly, the other Stubbs out there in the TA2 car has finished in second in the first 3 races. He has not made the progress that the others have out there. The other car has out there of the number 16. He remains in position number 5. Here's the Oscar fight a little bit further down the field. So far this weekend has been dominated by the number 22 of Gates, but I think Gates is nursing a problem there. Callum, that doesn't seem to be running quite right.
Yeah, a bit of an apology to Gates before, so I called his name wrong, but he was the winner of the round. But it does sound a little bit off song, unfortunately. The number 22 Commodore, you can see they're slipping behind Perishon in the number 6 Stillwell Ford XF Falcon, formerly driven by Jim Richards in period around the Calder Thunderdome, spiritual home of these cars. I've been told that there's quite a significant number of Ozcars and NASCARs residing in garages in Australia, nudging about 100, there or thereabouts. So there's a lot of cars, there's a lot of potential for this series to continue to take steps forward in terms of its exposure in Australia. And obviously you can see the popularity drawing the fans to the fences because they sound absolutely sensational. Here comes Rice up the inside now of Perishon, taking that position away. Obviously they're not racing for sheep stations, they are giving each other more than enough room. Speaking of racing for sheep stations, here comes Hourigan. He's got a run on Richard Whyte, having a look up the inside. But Richard Whyte's driving a very defensive line there. We rode on board with him earlier today, so if you do want to scrub back through the YouTube or Facebook stream on Glenline TV to find out more information, we've got a replay here. The number 45 up the inside. Oh, a little bit late there, a little bit ambitious. So that was the last of the late breakers, and he had to pull out of that move at the last second there. There's Richard Whyte off track. The number 8 rejoining at turn 8, a Mario Kart style shortcut, and hopefully it hasn't done any damage whatsoever. It doesn't appear to have done any damage to that Budweiser Chevrolet Monte Carlo whatsoever. So bit of a wild moment there, but that's a bit of a callback to the core of NASCAR, the foundations upon what it was built on, which was dirt racing.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's a lot of dirt coming out the front of it as he slams on the brakes there. And he might lose out here as they weave their way through the Ozcar traffic. How cool is this, everybody, watching here at Winton and on the screens of Glenline? That's not his first mistake today. Had a couple of harmless spins in the race earlier on today, but good to see that thing isn't too badly damaged. He's back underway. This is what happened. Running wide at the sweeper, just dribbled off the road and cuts across a couple of corners and rejoined the circuit. You can see he put his boot back in it halfway around there, sliding through the dirt road in the middle and then rejoining the circuit. And Rice is looking like he's moving a little bit slowly there, out there on the circuit, just staying out of the leader's way as he goes down a lap. But there's been a few controversial incidents at that sweeper of rejoins. I remember Scott McLaughlin went off the track there fighting his teammates. I think it was 2019 in Supercars and rejoined the track in the race lead. And there's a lot of controversy around whether or not he should have relinquished at least 1 or 2 positions. And there's a lock up there. I think that was our friend in the number 8 again of Richard Whyte. He's coming under increasing pressure from Burgess now in the truck behind. Certainly a handful, the number 8 machine. Now, although it's got number 8 on the side, it isn't actually an Earnhardt car. Having said that, it does have legitimate Winston Cup NASCAR history from the late 90s and early noughties, and also over here as well. And it really was the catalyst behind this category. This is the very car that really started the surge of the Australian Stock Cars Championship. So that really is the car that we got to thank for all of these being here today.
Absolutely. And if you want to find out more information, you can go to their Facebook page, Stock Cars Australia, to find out more information and all the content updates from the team, who are working incredibly hard to grow this series from strength to strength since it came under its current custodianship a few years ago, about 2019. It has grown from strength to strength, and we're seeing a prime example of just how strong it has become over the past few seasons with the addition or the increased involvement of Ozcars, and there's a lot of popularity as we've talked about already. So Scott Nind still doing a brilliant job at the head of the field, but on screen, Burgess and Stubbs battling it out. This is a great little dice, and the technical difference between these cars probably couldn't be any more different. Burgess running off the road there, lucky to collect it, and Stubbs was sitting waiting in the wings, ready to take that position away, and he does indeed. Up the inside, as easy as you like, holds on to it through turns 8 and 9. But a bit of a moment there for Burgess in the number 7. We've seen a few drivers do that this weekend, Dan. They're carrying a lot of speed through that right-hand kink at turn 6, and then trying to arrest the speed. The car washes wide to the left-hand side, and they're just unable to arrest the speed. Here's Stubbs now, so he's made up a little bit of ground by virtue of Burgess's mistake just a few moments ago. Deep under brakes into turn 11, but once again the door's shut on him as he's trying to make progress through this race. Hasn't quite got the outright pace that we've seen with Scott Nines as he blasts past our commentary position. I'm still in awe of the sound of that car. And here is Stubbs continuing to close in. So confirmation there that Burgess had lost position on that last lap around. And some lap traffic now coming into contention here. Now, I believe they're overlapping the number 2 entry of Chris Matten. He had a mechanical gremlin yesterday that sidelined him from the race in the afternoon, so it's great that they were able to get the car turned around. Team working hard to sort it out for today.
Yeah, not only that, but he's now leading the Oscar class as well, so great recovery from him. And really great to see he's inside the top 10 comfortably in position number 8.
He's done it again. Burgess is off at turn 7.
A replica of the lap before, and as you say, he's caught out quite a few this weekend, not only in stock cars, but in XLs and a couple of other categories as well. We've seen plenty of drama down there. You can easily go down to that section of the track. I can see there's many cars parked down there at turn 6 and 7. They have not been short of highlights over the course of this weekend. But we see the number 8 machine, after his off-track excursion, has got things back under control now and sits in position number 3. PB lap last time from Richard Whyte, a 30.6. Actually matched the race leader, who is out there on the race circuit. Last time through, I just heard, and it's just done it again. Every time the leader goes past, my hairs stand on end, Callum. It just sounds absolutely fantastic. We can hear it over the sound of the other cars passing us as it goes down the back straight. These cars are so loud. They must be the loudest category in the country.
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. Obviously, noise restrictions is not really a thing in NASCAR, and you don't actually think they're that loud watching them from overseas or watching a broadcast from the other side of the ocean, but when you do actually see them in real life, you can't believe just how loud they are.
Me and Lisa and a couple of the Blendline team on Friday, we were down there on pit straight, right on the fence line, and as the cars whizzed by, particularly the number 16 and number 3 as well really stood out. You could feel the inside of your ears moving about. It was like a jet going overhead. It was that loud. Real cool stuff. But this is the dominant car that we've been talking about, the NASCAR Xfinity Series machine, the second tier series of NASCAR Cup competition. And it was around the air, of course, that Marcus Ambrose was driving over there. Now we have Kiwi Shane Van Gisbergen to support. But this weekend it's been 9 that's dominated, all 4 race victories in Stock Cars Australia. Through go a couple of Oz cars, Gates holding off Perichon in the end of that one. But it's the truck of Hourigan that's going to come across the line next, just beating home Whyte, and both of the Stubbses in position 4 and 5. And then Burgess, who had a few off-track excursions in this race, rounds the final corner, slings it out sideways, and rolls across the line in position number 6. They continue to come through. I'm looking a little bit further back. I don't know where Frisch's gone. There he is, number 3. He's actually lost a place to the Oz car of Matten. Great drive from Matten in the Oz car. Miles ahead of the rest of the field, comfortably takes the Oz car class victory ahead of the former Brad Jones Racing NASCAR, driven by Frisch there in that race. That's a brilliant race once again in Stock Cars Australia, who are back actually with the Victorian Motor Racing Championship in just over a month's time at Calder Park Raceway. They're expecting even more Oz cars and even more NASCARs, and it's right in the heart of Melbourne as well. So make sure you get down there to watch the action at Calder Park Raceway if you enjoy all your NASCAR and Oz cars and you are an avid fan of the V8 machines. Then make sure you head down there or watch all of the action around the nation, being a national category. Runs on both the High-Tech Oil Super Series program and also the Victorian Motor Racing Championship as well, Callum.
Indeed, Dan. That was Stock Cars Australia. 4 races run and 1. They are finished for the weekend. big thank you to Stock Cars Australia for joining the support card, Bill. Coming up next, Super TT with their fourth and final race for the weekend. 9 laps in duration. We're going to take a break up here. We'll be back with you very shortly.
While we're in the changeover between support categories here at the Picture Partners Winton 300, thought I'd take a moment to bring you guys behind the scenes into the nerve centre of operations. So if we have a look here, authorised personnel only. You never want to be up here if you're a race car driver because it tends to mean you've done something wrong. And if we pan across to the right here, we've actually got Charlie Viola here from our naming rights sponsor, Picture Partners. This was not staged, by the way. Charlie, tell us, what's your expectations for the race this afternoon?
We're going to try and win. So, well, we're going to try and win our class anyway. So the car's fast. It's all in one piece. I did a couple of those under 2 litre sports sedans races, and the car held together. And I've now done I don't know 30 or 40 laps here. So it's good. The car's great. We're feeling really good. We're using heaps of oil, so we've just got to maybe nurse the car home, which is why we're in Class E for the race. But yeah, looking forward to it. And I heard what you said on the way here. I'm actually not in trouble. I'm just here clarifying something with the Clark, of course.
He's here preemptively making sure he's not going to be in trouble. So we'll introduce you to Richard Weston, our clerk of course. Oh, no, sorry, he's busy. He's heading off to timing. So we'll duck in here to the clerk of course office. So in here is where you'll find a number of our volunteer motorsport officials who are taking care of all of the functions around the track. So we've got 3 different radio operators running at the moment. So the man here with the Race Safe Australia hat on right here, he's talking to all the medicos, the recovery officials, and the race safe safety crew around the circuit. So back when you saw earlier in the coverage, we were doing the changeover of the circuit in terms of getting the tyre bundle set up to switch from the club circuit back to the national circuit and vice versa. That's all coordinated through here. So the chase vehicles, if we have to do any medical intervention, any recovery efforts, that's all handled from this desk here. To our right, the Deputy Clerk, of course, and Kevy is hard at work here. So he's talking to all of the flag marshals around the circuit at the number of the bunkers. They've also got control of the light panels to his right on the all-track system. They're also talking to the course car, safety car, and all of the important officials in pit lane as well, marshalling, things like that. And to his right, we've got the logger, who's making a note of all of the things that happen on circuit. We want to make sure on the Winton 300 that sheet he has very little writing on it other than the start of the race, pit window opening, pit window closing, and the end of the race. Because as we saw, we do have the Hyundai i30N sedan safety car. Of course, we want to make sure that car does as little work as possible. Of course, if there is a bit of work to do, it'll be all hands on deck up here in race control. If we come along this way, we'll head over to the other very important but often unmentioned part of a race control meeting, is the hard-working team in timing. So all of those numbers you see pop up on the side of the screen when we're showing you qualifying or any of the races, that's all done from in here. So from here, we've got a direct look down to the control line, just past Richard and the guys from LD Timing. You can just make out the control line. Of course, all the cars here are running a timing transponder. So when they see they get a magnetic signal of the car going across the timing loop. It's got a serial number that pops up. That goes into a database. That allows us to make sure that every car that is meant to be out there is out there. Gives us a chance to check, particularly for the Winton 300, when the cars are entering pit lane, exiting pit lane, for a crucial part of making sure you spend the minimum amount of time in pit lane, but not too minimum.
Thank you very much, David Stillwell, up there in the timing tower, giving us a very unique insight into the internal workings of the hard-working team that ensure that the race meeting goes ahead. Obviously, a little bit too busy for the clerk, of course, to give him a chat, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of more opportunities in seasons future to be able to have a chat. Coming up right now, gridding up is Victorian Super TT for their fourth and final race of the weekend. My name is Callum Brannigan, joined alongside by Phil Memory, who's very graciously lent us his time to commentate this race for the final.
I don't know about this gracious bit. I enjoy being here. It's good stuff. So yeah, Peter Ryder managed to pull one out of the hat with the start the last time round, and just blitzed it off the start, leaving Ramsey to try and track him down. But let's see what happens. And again, Peter Ryder makes the big jump Beautiful start down into turn one. He's got, 3-4 car lengths on him.
Already, it's amazing.
What a cracker of a start from Peter Ryder. It must be something to do with the difference between those slick tyres and the treaded ones on the four-wheel drive Nissan.
Might have something also to do with the throttle application. And no, your ears do not deceive you. That is indeed a V8 underneath the bonnet of the S13 Nissan Silvia. Great start by Bunton as well. He's coming under fire now from the fast starting Stickland in the number 66 Black Commodore. He's jumped up into position 4, so he's relegated Schreiber back a single position, but the battle is on at the head of the field.
Yeah.
This is the battle for position 1. Brett Ramsey has taken out 2 race wins so far this weekend. Sorry, 1 race weekend so far this weekend, but he's been at the head of the field for its entirety. So what can he do, Phil? Where's he going to find his way past?
Well, he's trying the old under and over, but I don't think that's going to work for him. Peter Ryder, he's left the gate open. Is it going to be a braking duel? Yes, no. Peter Ryder just closes it in, able to maximise that extra grip that he's got from those slick tyres, because these are 2 different category type cars. Some are allowed to run on slick tyres and others on treaded tyres. So although it's got 4-wheel drive, he's hampered by the fact that he's got, 4-wheel drive and the sideways. He's trying everything he can to throw up Peter Ryder. He's not giving it up very easily.
I think it just goes to show the sheer amount of power underneath the bonnet of that R32 Skyline GTR, pulling out of turn 2. The S's charging down towards turn 3, can't get past, but this is a fairly similar repeat performance that we saw in the race earlier this morning. Obviously, as Phil was pointing out, we do have different classes, so both of these cars, they're both over 2 litre, but they're distinguished by the fact that Peter Ryder has got slick tyres and Brett Ramsey's got the treaded tyres. There's also an under 2 litre class for the respective treaded and slick tyres as well. There's Bunton on screen passing through in the Lotus. And here's the number 66 of Stickland. He's had a pretty good weekend. There's plenty of pace in that car, but there's been a few mishaps on track, unfortunately. I've been calling it black. It's actually a dark shade of purple now that you see it gleaming in the sunshine, the glorious sunshine, the beautiful weather we've got here this weekend. Benell has certainly turned it on for us.
Been an absolute cracker weather-wise, and this Commodore is a bit of a cracker as well. It's got plenty of power, and I just spotted it there coming out of one of the corners. Once it got up in the torque band, it really wanted to twist the car up and flick it off down the road. Looking back down here, and now car number 4 being Leslie in the Mazda MX-5, got the roof up, and we think, but we're not certain, we think that that is to try and keep the air as clean as possible going onto that big wing in the back.
That, or he's trying to hide his haircut underneath the helmet and the roof. Here are the leaders, the rapidperformance.com Nissan coming under fire from Brett Ramsey in the number 335. That beautiful plain white R32 Skyline. Not ashamed to say that that is my favourite variant of the GTR back in the day. Look at it wag the tail coming out of turn 3 there. All-wheel drive grip, as Phil was touching on, but the treaded tyres might be looking a little bit sorry at this point of the weekend. Have had several heat cycles, performance cycles going through the tyres so far this weekend, but the 335 is still keeping the car of Peter Ryder in the lead honest. He's letting him know he's all over the back, and we were talking about it in the race prior as well. They've got a couple of tricks up their sleeve in terms of trying to unsettle the driver ahead. The driver in front can sort of dictate the pace in a way by blocking off any passing opportunities, but the driver behind can try and force their hand and make an unforced error.
That's right. It's if you can't just drive around the outside of somebody, you've got to try and eagle eye at the back of them and worry them into a mistake. And that's exactly what Ramsey's trying to do, but with Ryder on a 133.19 as opposed to a 133.25 being the best lap from Ramsey. There's only 0.3 of a second in it the last time past the start finish. Let's see what sort of a split we get this time around.
They sound so good as they pass that static camera on the start finish line. Wildly different in terms of technical specification. Turbocharged, I think it's a twin turbocharged inline 6 underneath the bonnet of the GTR R32. Number 335 past the through screen there. Plenty of rear grip as well by virtue of that massive wing pressing the rear into it. There's Stickland and Schreiber. Number 3 in hot pursuit in that lovely little Lotus. It's a beautiful looking car. And,
very nimble, very nimble on the track. Those yellow white side walls look a little odd on a race car though.
I'm a fan of that.
I think it looks good.
Maybe it's a generational thing, Phil.
Yeah, I'm not against it. Oh, you go back to, I've got to go back now. I think it was back in the 50s when white wall tyres were found to have a little bit more grip than the non-white wall tyres. And so a lot of the race cars in America of the day had white wall tyres.
There you go, the man who came to the track yesterday driving an Audi R8 talking about white walls on the cars back in the 50s, arriving in style today as well. Here is Ietzi all over the back. Oh, Schreiber, who's looped it.
Oh, that was so close. Well, we put the Moz on the poor man with the yellow wall tyres.
Ietzi had a huge task there with some evasive driving, trying to avoid the spinning number 3 Lotus of Schreiber, and hopefully Schreiber can get that car fired back up again. And it's getting pretty close at the head of the field. There you go, confirmation of the lead change. The 335 through into the lead. Brett Ramsey, R32 Skyline, takes position 1 away from Peter Ryder. So now we get a good example of what Peter Ryder can do when he's in hot pursuit of the car in front.
I'd love to know what happened there, whether Peter's got a bit of an issue. The car doesn't.
It's not
He's
looking
slowing.
quick.
And I thought I heard some popping noises as he went past us here. There's something's not 100% right. He did have to change a wheel bearing this morning. Whether there's been further problems with that, perhaps on the left-hand side. So I'm not too sure. A little bit.
It looks hot. That's
his
devastating.
last meeting here didn't end well either. He had a broken crankshaft. After the last meeting here was the problem in that car. As we go back on screen to watch the Lotus do a graceful but very unfortunate spin on the end of the track there, and back to Jake Taylor now in the little Holden Gemini. There's been a change there too because Jake was in front of the Falcon. So I'm not sure what's happened there.
We saw Della have a spin at the start of the last race going into the S's off the start line. But luckily the number 73 Falcon driver was able to get it back up and running once again. And it looks like Taylor's fighting back here. So he's actually going to have another crack at trying to switch those positions. We should point out as well that the car of Schreiber, after that spin, it looks like he's peeled off into the pit lane. He was able to get it fired back up again, but he's elected to pull it into the pits for the team to assess it. Hopefully he can get it back out again because it's his last opportunity for some track action. It's heating up here though between the Falcon and the Holden Gemini. Taylor in hot pursuit, the number 177. He looks for a move in turn 10, but he can't quite make his way by this time around. Now there's a few more ponies underneath the bonnet of the Falcon, so he's able to stretch his legs ever so slightly. But we dare say through the twisty stuff, the technical part of the Winton Motor Raceway, the 177 Gemini comes to life.
Yeah, Jake knows his way around this track pretty well. Been around here a lot of times in HQ racing over the years, but not only that, he's been around here on a lawnmower. So he spends a lot of time here as one of the many people doing work here at Winton Motor Raceway.
It's literally the best.
So that helps him with being able to walk the track. But he's got a lot of knowledge around the track and pretty handy sort of an engineer on cars as well.
If you spent time mowing lawns, he's literally the embodiment of grassroots motor racing enthusiast, isn't he, Phil? So that's fantastic effort there from James Taylor, and great to see him out there circulating still. And he's keeping in touch with the Falcon ahead of him. We've still got the car of Peter Ryder stricken on the left-hand side as coming out of turn 4 and just before the sweeping left-hander in turn 5. So unfortunately, the car's unable to continue, but fortunately we're still running under green flag conditions. So race control, as Dave Stillwell was having a look at earlier, they've had a close look at the situation and decided maybe some local yellows are all that's required at this stage, with no safety car to retrieve that car because we've still got plenty of time. So 3 laps remaining in this race. 9 laps in total. Brett Ramsey, 10 seconds in the lead at the moment in that Whyte GTR. This is the closest battle on track at the moment. It's a shout out to Bunton as well, driving the Lotus Exige in second position, the number 178 Golf livery car. He's currently in P2, albeit 10 seconds off the lead, but himself is about 14 seconds clear of Stickland in the number 66 Commodore, who's found himself onto the podium now.
Yeah, good stuff. So, Ramsey still out in front, but interestingly, it's Peter Ryder, although he's parked on the side of the track, that has the fastest lap time at 1:33.08. So, but Ramsey is going to run away with the win. A good 10 seconds back to second space. As he comes around, after this one's going to be 2 laps remaining once he crosses the start-finish line this time around.
Certainly is, Phil, and I was just going to suggest it looked like he was taking it a little bit easy, so I think he's taken turned the wick down to about 8 or 7 at this stage. He's got 54 points next to his name, so he will take, or at the moment he's on track to take the race win for race 4, as well as a round victory as well. So 54 points puts him in the lead. Despite the fact that Ryder is out of this race at the moment, he's still showing in position 2 for the round with 48 points to his name, with Bunton in 3rd place with 41 points. So finishing still about where they did in race trim. And as the weekend has unfolded, they've accumulated enough points to complete the podium. But Stickland doing a great job in the over 2 litre slicks class. 2nd in class, 3rd position overall.
Yeah, it's good stuff as Ramsey heads up, pulls it to the left around the old gum tree. Doing a great job. You can hear through our microphones out on track the turbo whistle of that car. Powers up, and a beautiful straight 6 makes a lovely sound as it heads on up the back straight. Hooks it to the left through that corner, which is more than 90 degrees. Comes out of there, stands on the right foot, powers it up down the back straight.
It does sound absolutely splendid. And of course, the GTR R32, massive racing legacy in Australia. Of course, in the early 90s, some might call it controversial that the car burst on the Australian touring car scene and absolutely dominated. And after a few attempts to try and slow it down, they just couldn't. Fred Gibson Motorsport at the time were building fastest skylines in Australia, but Brett Ramsey puts that aside. He takes out the race victory. Race 4 goes to Brett Ramsey, the number 335. Coming across the line in 2nd position is Bunton in that Lotus. He comes home 2nd for the race, and at the moment 3rd for the round. Here comes this is a great battle. This is the battle for the final step of the podium, and it's going to be Stickland who just gets ahead of Ietzi in the Mazda MX-5, coming home in 4th position. We're now waiting for the Falcon of Della and the Holden Gemini of Taylor to come home in positions 5 and 6. But what an outstanding weekend of racing for the Victorian Super TT, Phil. The weather's absolutely turned it on for us. We couldn't ask to be anywhere better.
As much as I really enjoy commentating, I'd prefer to be out there on track, Callum.
Yeah, we'll get you out there. We'll put an onboard camera. I'll ask the team at Blendline TV to throw a microphone in your way. Oh, that will just get Dave Stillwell to sit in the back seat and hold a microphone like he did earlier with Stephen Whyte in the safety car. That was a brilliant little piece put together by the Blendline team. Fantastic stuff. Here comes the Falcon. Della, the number 73, coming onto the main straight with Taylor just behind. They're going to come across and cap off their weekends in positions 5 and 6. And unfortunately, Peter Ryder is stuck out on the left-hand side between turns 4 and 5. So not the way he wanted his weekend to go, but still a very strong and consistent weekend nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully the problem with the car is nothing too serious, and he's able to head on over to the bend in for the next round.
Big thank you to Phil Memory for joining me up here. You're sticking around for the next race, which is the Hyundai XL Masters, which you can see they are coming down into the pit lane. So that will be their 4th and final 8-lap encounter of the weekend. You can see just to the left-hand side of that, there's Dave Stillwell down in the pit lane. Over to you, mate.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, that nearly it in the support program for round 3 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships here at Winton Motor Raceway. We've got the XL Masters lining up in pit lane here, and of course you can start to see all of the picture partners, Winton 300 cars, putting their cars out 45 degrees out. Of course, the team's trying to make sure they get as much temperature into the tyres so they're ready to go for the rolling start for the 300Ks. 100 laps around the national circuit. I thought we've done a couple of pieces. We've gone out and had a look at the recovery guys. We've gone up and had a look at race control. I thought we'd check in with Anthony in the starters box, who of course has got a very busy job up here. If I can get Jason just to pan around inside this box and just have a look at just how much stuff is going on here. We've got boards, we've got numbers, we've got flags, we've got radios. And we've got 1 minute sirens. So we're very conscious of the fact that, you know, we want to make sure there's very little dead time in these events. So we've got the XLs marshalled up in the pit lane ready to send out. We've got the last cars from Super TT just making their way back into pit entry now, which is just down towards turn 12. You can see the cars just disappearing out of frame in the background. But I thought this might be an opportune moment to once again say a huge thank you to all of the volunteer motorsport officials that help make motorsport possible in this country and around the world. Wherever you're tuning into us on Blendline TV, whether it's down the road in Benalla or Wangaratta, across the country in Perth, or around the world in the UK, the US, South America, even in Europe, we say a huge thank you for your coverage. Of course, keep tuned in to Blendline TV on YouTube. But of course, if you are interested in motorsport and you've thought, well, I don't really have the resources to get behind the wheel, or I don't find myself that mechanically savvy, that's okay. There are so many other ways you can be involved in the sport. One of the best ways to get involved, and right up close to the action, is becoming a volunteer motorsport official. So reach out to your local car club, whether you're into tarmac rallying, whether you're into drifting, whether you're into off-road racing, rallying, drag racing, circuit racing. You'll see plenty of action right up close. And you will probably need hearing protection as well. What an amazing sight to see Hyundai XLs heading out on circuit for a formation lap. We'll let them finishing out, and then we'll give you a tour of some of the stuff that goes on in Anthony's starter box. So just a few more cars to exit on the formation lap now, so that those drivers will be focused on warming up their tyres, warming up their brakes, making sure that they stop in an accurate position, which is one of the things that Anthony will be monitoring during the race start procedure. So if I get Jace to just pan around, so Anthony's having a really good look at cars. We talked about the blend line earlier. Of course, we always keep a lookout for people on Blendline TV. So Anthony's got the light control panel in front of him. So he's got access to different coloured lights. He's got a 5-second board ready to show the start once he gets the green flag at the rear of grid. So we've got the All Tracks lighting system around the circuit, which is tied into that panel that we showed you earlier in race control. So as the cars come round for their formation lap, they'll start gridding up in grid order. Pole position here, because turn 1 goes left. Pole position is on the driver's left, on our right as you're looking at it. Position 2 on our left, driver's right. And then, of course, they stack back up in rows. You can just make out the grid boxes. The drivers have to stop behind that line and correctly position left or right. They can't be outside the box, so to speak, at the time that the lights go out. It's all going to be controlled by Anthony here. It's going to be monitored by our judges of fact up in race control and the timing monitors, and also by our pit lane and grid officials as well. So if we have a look down here, these are all the different flags that are used to communicate things to the drivers. We've got the red flag in case things get super serious and we need to shut things down. We've got the black and white, the checkered flag to indicate the end of a session. We've got a black flag, that'll be shown with a number board when someone's been naughty and they need to go and speak to race control. We've got the white flag for when we need to talk to cars. We need to alert drivers that there's cars that are moving slowly on circuit, or there might be a recovery vehicle. We've got the black flag with orange discs, which will also be displayed here, and the black flag repeating point to indicate that someone's got a mechanical issue and they need to make their way to pit lane. So we'll have a look out on the grid now. So we've got the cars, they're finishing up their formation lap, they're coming around the final turn. They can't accelerate and brake, they can't break traction anymore. They need to be very careful because they're under the watchful eye of Anthony, our starter. He's got the 5-second board ready to go, so he's going to make sure that he's happy with how the cars have lined up here. We've got the pit lane grid officials who are stacked up on the wall, making sure that the wall is clear of any non-essential personnel for the start, and they'll indicate that they're okay with the rear of the grid to Anthony with a green flag. So the last car's coming into the grid now. We're waiting for that green flag signal. Standing by. Okay, so we've seen the green flag signal. 5-second board has been displayed to the drivers. Anthony will turn the lights on, and then a random number of seconds later, he will turn them off. And away we go. Last support action of VMRC, round 3.
Thank you, Dave Stillwell, down there in the starter's box. Fantastic insights. And indeed, we are underway for the final support race for the weekend as we build up towards the picture partners, Winton 300. Fantastic start there from Musgrave, who takes the 34 with a lightning start off the line to lead the way from Webster. Side-by-side action here with the number 90 of Seymour coming under fire from Milburn, I believe it is, coming up to turn 3, extremely tight. This is, of course, the 4th and final race for the Victorian XL Series Masters category. Joined alongside by Phil Memory once again. Plenty of action, as always, in the Victorian XL Series, Phil.
Absolutely brilliant. And look at the pictures coming to us through Blendline TV. That work at the start line was absolutely fantastic. From behind the gridded wire, almost with the trickery of Blendline, made that wire disappear. That was brilliant stuff.
Absolutely, and as Dave touched on, if you do want to get up close and have that view yourself, we encourage you to go to the AASA website and follow all the links on the website to find out more information about how you yourself watching from home can join a car club and eventually find yourself trackside assisting and helping out with these race meetings, because we can't ever have enough officials, so we highly encourage you to follow. Head to the AASA website and find out more information about becoming an official. The battle rages on track. Here we have the number 86 of Carl Nielsen. He's one of the front runners in the championship this year. We've got quite the battle with Mergevac just behind him.
Okay, and they're all nose to tail everywhere. Well, we've got the two guys out in front, Musgrave and Webster, though. They have started to pull quite a gap over third spot, being Nelson. So what will happen here, we don't know. Only 7 laps will tell.
Absolutely. 8 laps has been the duration of each XL race so far this weekend. David Musgrave, championship leader, coming into this round. He had 1,516 points, 1,516 points to his name coming into the weekend. And he's certainly done a superb job. He's been very consistently well and truly within the top 3. Currently leading the race at the moment. And Carl Nielsen doing a brilliant job defending from Mergevac. As you can see, the number 92 Jackpot Racing entry having a good look. Just behind there, though, you can see Glenn McKenzie, the Equipment Link Australia XL, the number 85, looming there in the background. And we see Seymour in the number 90 is a lot closer than we saw in the last time as well. So the pace has taken a step up. They are a lot quicker. The racing's a lot closer at the head of the field, but Musgrave and Webster are doing a brilliant job to stretch their legs. It's about 2 seconds between themselves and position 3.
Yeah, as they come on to the extension here at Winton Motor Raceway, very close there between cars 86 and, can't quite pick it up on our screen, 92, there we go.
Yeah, Carl Nielsen is slowly making steady steps forward, but he has featured at the head of the field for most of today. This is the 3rd race for Masters, so they've been quite busy so far this weekend. And here comes the train, here comes the conga line. A little bit of slipstreaming comes into effect. Relatively short straight around Winton Motor Raceway, but this track beautifully suited to the Hyundai XL. Oh, running wide.
Managed to get away with it.
Milburn hangs it out sideways, coming over the rough gripping strip on the left-hand side. Phil, I don't know if you've run a car over the Vallelunga curbing, or indeed that massive curb that you see on the left-hand side coming out of turn 2, but it would shake the glasses off your face.
Yeah, I've run over some of that sort of curbing elsewhere, not on that corner. It is not the corner to getting out over the curbs. That concrete wall has bitten many a car over the time, but biting back at the front. These two guys, Musgrave and Webster, they are hammer and tong. There's not a thing between them really. They're just trying to work one another over and see who can come out on top. At the moment it's Musgrave over Webster. Musgrave with the fastest lap time of 1:43.85 on the last time around.
This is good hard racing, isn't it, Phil? Like Musgrave, the number 34, controlling the pace at the moment, but he's having to drive defensively despite the fact he's ever so slightly quicker. But you dare suggest Daniel Webster has got a slight pace advantage up his sleeve, but he can't find a way through.
No.
Getting a good exit through turn 11, but it's all about the run here, coming onto the main straight through turn 12. You want to get the wheel as straight as possible, as soon as possible in these front-wheel drive cars to maximise your forward momentum. They're drawing side by side as they come in towards turn
Has
1.
he got the run?
Here's
Makes
Webster.
the dive.
Deep under brakes and gets it done. And you can hear the cheers in the background, so obviously the team and the fans indeed are watching on as Webster takes that lead away from Musgrave.
That was a really brave dive. You had to hand it to both of those drivers. Great respect between the two guys as they came down into that corner. Either one of them could have taken the other out quite easily by making a bit of a mistake on that corner.
Superb racing, and indeed, as you say, Phil, it's the respect and the track real estate that they've afforded each other to treat us to this wonderful battle, where Musgrave now attempting to fight back. Deep under brakes coming into turn 7. Meanwhile, this is the battle for position 3. So Carl Nielsen is at the head of this train from Mergevac and Glenn McKenzie. And as we can see on the timing screen, McKenzie is actually the fastest car on the track at the moment with a 1:43.6. So the car in position 5 is outpacing the car in position 1. So as the track evolves throughout today, the car of McKenzie is coming to life. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, the gap is still exactly the same. So Musgrave, he hazard a guess, is not done. He's going to try and fight back and get his way back through into the lead.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy with second spot. He'll be fighting his way back as best he can. But further back in the field, we've got a little bit more of a tussle here between those three cars. 86, 92, and I think it was 85.
It was indeed the 85 machine of McKenzie.
My eyes haven't failed me yet.
Seymour there flashing by the screen there. Here comes number 42 of Jeff's as well, followed by Narkowitz as they come onto the main straight. Here is Serra, the 994. We've seen a lot of this car so far this weekend. Currently in position 8, and he is looming for a challenge on Seymour in that silver number 90 XL. He's got a good run as they come up to turn 3. He's going to have a dig here. No, not quite. You thought about it.
I think he was closing the line from the guy behind. He's being attacked from behind whilst he wants to attack in front. He's got to try and keep himself covered from behind.
It's a tricky prospect as well, as you got to look where you're going. That's probably the most important part of racing a car. But you also have to look at what's coming at you from behind. And so the car of Serra there, he's got that task right now. He's trying to find a way up the inside of Seymour, but equally, he doesn't want to open up the door or invite the car of Veneer just behind to sneak up the inside. That's number 44, BMD sponsored XL. Can't quite get around this time. Here's McKenzie once again having a quick look, just a little bit of clean air into the front of that Hyundai XL. This is still the battle for position 3, and the 86 Carl Nielsen leading the train from Mergevac. He's coming under fire now from McKenzie.
Yeah.
It's a battle of brakes. Who can brake the deepest? It looks like Mergevac slightly compromised, but he's going to slam that door shut. So he's done extremely well there to defend from McKenzie.
That was an interesting little bit of track work to keep an eye on, because that could have all come undone big time. As they come down into turn 1, hook it to the left. There's not going to be any challenges in that corner, but they're all trying to make a little bit of gain on gap so that they can make a challenge down in here into turn 3. Not close enough this time round. What can they do at 4? Come out of 3, penalty on down there, jumps into turn 4. Still not close enough. Follow the leader with these 3 guys at the moment, heading around the sweeper.
never-ending left-hander at Winton Motor Raceway. And just as you think it's about to end, bang, a right-hander.
Yeah.
And then you got to stomp on the brakes as well shortly after that for the even tighter right-hander following the kink at turn 7. Near around the old gum tree, we've referenced this tree several times throughout this weekend. And obviously it's offering crucial shade to the hard-working officials on the inside of the track there. Big hats off to the officials for all their tireless efforts this weekend, making sure that motorsport keeps going as safely as it does, keeping everyone nice and safe and reacting to all of the directions from race control, but as well as what's happening in front of them as well. Feeding information. They literally are the eyes and ears for race control, so they'll feed information back via the radios and let race control know exactly what's going on.
And from time to time, if there's indiscretions noted out on track, they'll be writing some notes and they'll go back to race control for a spanking session for the drivers that are making errors out on track. Hopefully there's none of that going on today.
No, not too much of the Masters. They've been very, very well behaved this weekend, as we do expect. With all XL racing, it's been sensational so far this weekend. This is the battle on screen right now, the 109 of Outram. He's leading Shoya and Kennedy in the 35 and 159 XL respectively. They are battling it out for position 16, and we've said it several times, but no matter where you look in Hyundai XL Racing, there is a battle to behold. The 109 keeping it nice together. Oh no, that's Merjavac. He's gone off at turn 1. Now, has he had a mechanical issue that's forced that car off, or has he just sped off and he's currently in the process of trying to recover it? Either way, he's dropped out of position 4, and it doesn't look like he's going to continue in this race. So Merjavac,
he's decided to park it, so yeah, I'm not too sure what's happened with the car there. Did he under-fuel it?
He's parked up, and we can't quite figure out exactly what has happened with that car, unfortunately. So battle at the front rages on. There is 1.5 laps remaining in this race. The car in front is the number 47 of Daniel Webster. He's the fastest man on track, as Phil is pointing out on the timing screen, on 1 minute 42.8, 4 tenths of a second ahead of Musgrave. What does that mean? It's about 4 Hyundai XL car lengths. That's what it means in realistic
terms.
terms.
Just close down to 1, which is, expands out to 1.2.
And the brakes and more supported car. That's exactly what he'll be wanting. He'll be wanting brakes plus a little bit more. So when he's in that opportunity, he can eke ahead and try and outbrake his fellow combatant. This is the start of the final lap of the support cards for this weekend.
Yep.
Hyundai XL Masters on track right now, putting on a beautiful display of racecraft and respect as they come past the commentary booth once again. Coming into turn 3, 47, keeping it nice and controlled. He has defended very well after that beautiful manoeuvre up the inside going into turn 1 just a few laps ago after losing the lead of the race off the start. But Musgrave is trying everything within his arsenal to try and get back through in that number 34 Hyundai XL. Carl Nielsen still holding his own in position 3 at the moment. Ooh, a little bit sideways there for the 34. Musgrave still pressing on.
They're doing a great job just watching these guys floating these cars into the corner. Don't try and be too aggressive on the car. Get it through as quick as you can and float it in. Pop the inside rear wheel in the air if you must, but don't get the car out of shape, and that will get you around the corner as quickly as possible. They make their way now up the, I've lost track of where they are. They're on the back straight, into that tight left-hander, onto the extension here at Winton Motor Raceway. That'll be closed off when the trucks come out, and away they go down the final part of this tour for this event.
Sounded like he was on the rev limiter there as well, so running out of just a little bit of puff, but obviously that was a decision by the driver to do that. Just one more turn. Here comes Daniel Webster, the number 47. He's on his way to take out race 4 of the Victorian XL Series Masters. A beautiful job there from Webster. Crosses the line ahead of Musgrave by just 2 tenths of a second. Here comes P3 and P4. Indeed, Carl Nielsen across the line there to take the final step of the podium, with Glenn McKenzie up to position 4 as well. That was a beautiful recovery drive there from McKenzie, and he was the fastest man on track at certain points in that race. Wayne Milburn home in position 5 as well. That's a great recovery after starting a little bit lower down the order in the race previous to this one. Sarah in position 6, Veneer in 7th position, Seymour in the number 90, doing a brilliant job in the silver entry, coming home in 8th position with Simpson and Barton rounding out the top 10. And that was 8 highly energised Hyundai XL races for round 3 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships, Phil.
And a couple of reasonably energised commentators, I might think.
Yeah, it helps when you've got some fizzy drink in
That's the one. That's
fizzy
all
soft drinks going on here. So.
All of this sugar in the diet does wonders.
Absolutely. Big thank you, Phil. Thank you so
Carl.
much. Coming down from Wangaratta, joining us with
Such
your
a long
presence.
trip.
And he's rolled in a BMW of all cars today, an effective limo with a V12. No
Yeah,
less.
that was rather a nice little touch for that a friend of mine has allowed me to drive that car down today. So I'll happily drive that car home and, I think I might hang around and watch the 300.
Absolutely. I was just about to talk about that. So big thanks to Phil. Coming up next, the countdown continues. The Pitcher Partners, Winton, 300. 100 laps in duration. 300 kilometres of grassroots endurance racing. Coming your way very shortly. We've got all of the angles covered right around the Winton Motor Raceway. If you're here trackside, we hope you enjoy the race. You've got plenty of time to make your way to different vantage points and drink in as much of the race as possible. If you're tuning in from home, we hope you're enjoying the Blendline TV coverage. We've got David Stillwell down in the pit lane. There'll be myself, Callum Brannigan, alongside Dan McCarthy, and we're going to try our very best to cover the race and get you all of the information and all the news as it comes to hand. We are looking forward to 40 cars there or thereabouts. There might have been some drop-offs just between qualifying and now, but a healthy field of cars coming out for the Pitcher Partners Winton 300. So without further ado, we're going to take a break. No, we're not going to go to a break. We are going to throw to Dave Stillwell, who's down in the pit lane with some more insights as we build up towards the Pitcher Partners Winton 300.
Thank you, guys. So down here in pit exit, we've got the last support category of the day filing out back into the paddock. What an incredible program of support categories we've had here at round 3 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships, of course, brought to you by the AASA here at Winton Motor Raceway. We are set for the feature event, a 100-lap, 300-kilometre compulsory pit stop enduro across 5 divisions. We've got front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, turbocharged, supercharged, normally aspirated, all sorts of vehicles. We've got 2-seaters, 4-seaters, single-seaters, including some of the VW Fun Cup cars for the first time in the Pitcher Partners Winton 300. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far today. We've tried to take you a little bit behind the scenes here at Winton Motor Raceway just to give you a little bit more insight into the many varied aspects of what it takes to put on a race meeting of this stature. We've been blessed today with beautiful weather here. Not a single cloud in the sky for round 3 of the VMRC. It's been a pleasant event to bring to you on the screens of Blendline TV, whether you're watching locally, domestically across Australia, or indeed, welcome, konnichiwa, guten tag, guten morgen, bienvenue, ciao to all of our multilingual listeners all around the world. We're getting set to bring the Winton 300 field down to pit exit, where we'll release them. Now, this will be a national championship start, so the cars will do an observation lap to the grid. That grid order set, of course, by qualifying yesterday and the top 10 shootout that we had yesterday afternoon. Now, there were a couple of cars that didn't take part in that shootout. Of course, the number 44, Porsche 944. We have seen that car in the garage. The crew deciding they didn't want to put any more undue strain on that beautiful baby shell blue Porsche 944. So it's sitting in the garage, ready to go out for this afternoon's race. And of course, a big amount of work for the team from 99 Motorsport with the number 82 BMW M4. Of course, we saw that car, for those of you watching on Blendline TV Premium, that car was looking incredibly strong all day. It's our only Class A runner for the event, but unfortunately that car stepped out sideways on the exit of Turn 2, and one of the very few danger zones here at Winton Motor Raceway where you can make contact with a fence. Fairly abrupt interruption to that car's top 10 lap and of course a little bit of front end and left-hand side damage to that car, been repaired overnight. Ran strongly in the warm-up, and of course we're starting to see the cars come down the grid now. So an eclectic array of machinery. We collected some of the stats from up and down pit lane. Of the 39 cars, we've got 8 on slick tyres. 3 of them are on what you would call 200 treadwear or ultra high performance tyres. The rest of them are on semi-slicks, and the most popular of those is the Yokohama Advan AO50, which kind of makes sense. It is one of the most prolific tyres in grassroots motorsport around Australia. Improved production touring cars, Porsche 944s, including up to things like the Australian production car series. We've got Kumo slicks aboard the pole sitting number 8 BMW 328 of Kapitanovich and Thompson. This, of course, is one of the very few supercharged cars in the field. 2.8 litre M52 engine from BMW with a supercharger on the intake tract. It'll be alongside. You couldn't have 2 more different cars. We've got a normally aspirated K-swapped Honda, the number 818 BYP Racing Developments Honda Integra. Of course, this car front-wheel drive. The only thing these 2 cars have got in common, they're in the Winton 300 and they're both on Kumo slicks. That was the siren to signal 1 minute, start engines. We're going to send the cars round on an observation lap. We'll throw back to central commentary and then we'll bring you some news from the front of the grid.
Thanks very much, Dave. Yeah, we're not too far away now from the big one. The Picture Partners Winton 300. Cars are about to roll out. As Dave highlighted there, got a packed field of entrants in this race. We were set to have a capacity field of 40. Unfortunately, the Porsche 944, which did qualify inside the top 10, will not be taking part in the race this afternoon. So we will wait to see who is going to reign supreme in this one this afternoon. Interesting fact that no one has ever gone back-to-back and taken a Winton 300 years back-to-back. So that is all to play out in front of us to see if that can happen here today. The 791 from 6th position of Andrew Boydell. He'll be looking to be the first person to do that alongside a different co-driver this year in Todd Herring. And here, trundling down the lane is the number 7 machine of Charlie Viola. This is the Nissan Pulsar, heavily modified, not a standard Nissan Pulsar, as he puts his thumbs up to see. Clearly knows he's on the Blendline TV stream, but he'll be one to look for. He's the man behind, he's the man that's put his money behind this event with Picture Partners, and the Picture Partners Sydney 300 cars rolling out onto the racetrack. And I note over there that I see the Porsche 944 that I said would not be on the grid, so we're back up to 39 cars. So just the Holden Astra not taking the field this weekend. That is great news. There it is on the Blendline TV screen. So we're back up. We thought we were down to 38. We're back up to 39 cars now to start this race. Kapitanovich in the BMW is going to be starting from pole position. Alongside him in the 818 machine will be Damon Ashton. And Damon, a first-timer in this field, and in fact, a first-timer in racing, full stop. Done a bit of single driver stuff by himself out there, time attack. And here we have the intro for the Winton 300.
We are about to go racing, 100 laps, 300 kilometers ahead of us. There is so much to play out over the next 3 hours of racing.
300 kilometres around this technical track is anyone's game.
There is so many unknowns, and in that respect we are going into the great unknown. Andrew Boydell and Jason Walsh are your 2023 Winton 300 winners.
The atmosphere is electric down here. We can't be on the grid because we're running an abbreviated national championship start for the Pitcher Partners Winton 300 this year. We've got cars lining up on the front of the grid, but because it's been a bumper field this year, 39 cars making it to the grid this year. Of course, only 40 pit lane garages, so it's very packed in pit lane. I just thought we'd have a look. We've got two cars incredibly different in specification. Front-wheel drive, normally aspirated Honda. Rear-wheel drive, supercharged, straight six-cylinder BMW, both on slicks. We've got a Toyota 86 running on semi-slicks in position 3. Position 4, we've got a Lotus Exige on slicks. There we go. We're just going to make our way off the grid because they're getting the formation lap underway now. What an incredible way to kick off 300 Ks of racing.
Certainly is 100 laps ahead of us. It's going to be a fascinating race, this one. There's going to be a lot of strategy that is going to play out throughout the course of this motor race. Such a huge variety of machines just in those first 4 grid positions, really, from a BMW to a Honda Integra, a Toyota 86 and a Lotus Exige. I mean, such variety in this field this year. It's really going to be a great edition of this race that dates all the way back to 1985 as the cars head out on to the warm-up lap. I'm going to talk us through the grid. So Kaptanovich, as I say, is going to be starting the car, the pole-sitting BMW number 8 machine, ahead of the 818 of Ashton. That car has won this race before, but not in the hands of either driver today. So what can the Integra do with Ashton and Tran behind the wheel? Rick Bates will come out of 3rd. He's sharing the car with his son, Super 2 driver Zach Bates, who'll bring the car home at the end of the day. Alongside them will be the 173 combination of Aaron Weems and Glenn Townsend. Beyond that, Giantini will start out of 5th, and the Giantini combination, 2 Giantini sharing the car together. They finished 2nd just a couple of months ago in the Sydney 300. They'll be looking to go one better here this afternoon in the Pitcher Partners Winton 300. They'll be starting alongside the reigning champion, Andrew Boydell, who won this race last year, and then he'll be handing over to the man who won the Sydney 300 in Todd Herring. Beyond that, we've got the 101 machine, the Nissan 370Z with Bell behind the wheel. To start with, he'll be handing over that machine to Brisby later on in the race. Beyond that, we have the Class A 82 BMW of Sewell. That's the only 3-driver combination, so Sewell, Liddell and Wilson will be sharing that one. Beyond that, we have Thomas and O'Neill. Zabatakis will start from position number 11. She shares the car with Jet Herring. That's the youngest combination from 11th. Beyond that, Burgess, Joet, Head in the Mazda MX-5. Then we've got Diffie in the 718, the Agar combination in the brand new Hyundai i product. And the list continues to go on. Williams, Martin, Ricketts, Rummela. Then we've got Hay and Phillips in the top 22. The timing continues to move in front of us. But the number 8 smoking a little bit there on the exit of turn number 11. We're about to go green. This is the moment we have been waiting for. The Pitcher Partners Winton 300 2024 edition is underway. The engines roar, they blast down towards turn number 1. A great start from Rick Bates in the 86, and he's already made the move up the inside and overtaken Ashton for 2nd position, and already applying the pressure on the tail of the number 8 machine of Kaptanovich. A great start there from the 86 driver as the cars continue to come through. Looks to me like the vast majority of them have made it through turn 1 unscathed. Look at the gap, they're still coming over the crest there of turn number 2. They're already spread out over nearly half a lap, but look at this. The BMW has not been able to break away from the Toyota 86, which is applying the pressure through the twiddly section of the course. They swing it right, they swing it back around to the left once again. And where could Bates make the move? It's got to be in this section of the track. The BMW certainly has a straight line advantage. He'll put the right foot down, and look at that gap. You can visibly see it extending down the straight towards turn number 10. And 100 laps are ahead of us as we see the Exige, the 173 car of Townsend, the latest to demote Ashton down a lap. As I say, Ashton's done a few time trials in his time, but this is his first ever motor race, sharing the track with other vehicles. And here comes the Class A BMW, number 82, Anthony Saul, a familiar name to many, a veteran of Bathurst 6-hour competition, is moving through the field at a vast rate of knots. And that now is position number 3 as he blasts past Giantini down towards turn number 1. So Kaptanovich leads lap 1 ahead of Bates and Saul. 3 classes in the top 3 positions. That is what we expect to see a fair bit of throughout this race. I'm Dan McCarthy, and alongside me throughout this race is Callum Brannigan. An exciting start already, Callum.
A fantastic start, but a clean start. Here's Ricketts having a look up the inside there, coming into turn 3. So 1 lap down, 99 to go. Obviously, this is an endurance race, but it's grassroots endurance racing at its very best, and it looks like a 15-second penalty has been handed down on the pole sitter Kaptanovich in the BMW 328i. The E36 model has got 15 seconds looming over that car entry already, so we'll try and find out some more news about that. Meanwhile, at the head of the field, the number 82, driven by Sewell at the moment, the BMW M4, continues to scythe its way through the field, running on Pirelli slick tyres. It looks very well suited. Bit slow coming out of turn 10 though. Rick Bates passes once again. There's quite a power disparity between the Toyota 86 and the BMW. Is there already a drama with that car with just under 2 laps already completed, and he's pulling into the pit lane? Oh, this is terrible news for the 82. They had a shocking run in the top 10 shootout yesterday. They were provisional pole sitters from a combined qualifying session, and then they fenced it, unfortunately, during the single lap attempt, and it's already in the pit lane, Dan. That's heartbreaking stuff there for the BMW.
It is absolutely heartbreaking. The sole Class A car, we expected this to waltz off into the distance. The only problem we thought, apart from mechanical, that it could have is the pit stop times. Got to complete a couple of compulsory pit stops, but I don't think this is one that was planned. This is not what this car needed. Straight away onto the bonnet and opening that up. What a disaster for Sewell, Liddell, and of course Wilson as well. And that is disastrous. And Dave Stillwell already down there having a look to see what exactly has gone wrong there. But it's not a good start for this BMW number 82, and it's not been great with the 15-second penalty for the number 8. And there you go, Callum. Exit of the blend, exit blend. So that means going out onto the grid, has pulled over the blend line. And as a result, not allowed to do that, of course. That's quite a dangerous thing to do, and has been slapped with a 15-second penalty for merging over the blend line on the outlap to the grid. Here comes the fast-charging Lotus now, which is moving its way towards the pointy end of the field. That's position number 2 it's now in.
Yeah, Townsend there with a very emphatic move up the inside there, getting it done well and truly under brakes coming into turn 11 there. So that elevates him into position 2. You can hear the supercharger screaming on that Lotus. Rick Bates still holding his own in position 3, so there's plenty of outright race pace here. And good news for the 82 of Sewell coming back out to the pit lane. We should point out that the compulsory pit stop window opens between laps 20 and closes on lap 70. So that's definitely an unscheduled stop there. They didn't look too much underneath the hood there, so they're sending it out there for another exploratory lap, just to assess and see where the car is currently at. Here's Giantini all over the back of Rick Bates coming through the long left-hander at turn 11. Kick it to the right, and then deep under brakes as they go into turn 7. Rick Bates looks absolutely masterful. He looks very comfortable behind the wheels after taking over the reins from Zach, his son, who did a brilliant job in qualifying during the top 10 shootout yesterday to position the car where it is for the start of this race. So this is going to be a great battle as it unfolds. But at which point do these drivers decide to settle into a pace and manage the car performance? Obviously, they can go as hard as they can, but what's the cost of that? Do you take away some of the car mechanical reliability by pressing on too hard? How do you manage it? And that's why we love endurance racing, especially at this level. It opens up so many variables for grassroots racing. And just look at the variety of cars here. We've got a Falcon here. That's Grant Phillips behind the wheel, I believe, at the number 36 Falcon, defending from a Volkswagen Scirocco with a BMW in the background there as well. So as Dave Stillwell touched on earlier during his fantastic piece in the pit lane, just talking about the technical variety of these cars. And Motorsports Training Australia on the side of that Falcon, you should see the number of Wodonga TAFE students were here this weekend. And Grant was actually saying to me, for this race, they have a 100% progression rate for students getting jobs after they complete the program. So fantastic program for students trying to get their way in there. And he's doing a great job as well. We've got a replay here. So they've got two MX-5s going into turn 3, and it looks like it's very wide there for the number 411 of Hay behind the wheel, and more evasive action there from the 151. That was a bit of a hairy moment there. Did extremely well to avoid contact, so that is brilliant stuff there from the 151 MX-5, and that was Barney behind the wheel there. So a bit of a moment there at turn 4, Dan, but clean start relatively for the entire field.
The number 82 machine is back in the lane, and here it is on the screens. There's Liddell looking, opening the door. He's not too pleased with what he is looking at. It was looking so promising early yesterday. Provisional pole position, an incident in the top 10 shootout, but this was never going to be out of contention in terms of raw pace, but mechanical melodies have ruled it out of contention already in this one. There won't be any coming back from this, I don't think. They are already multiple laps down. As we jump on board with the Hyundai Veloster. At the moment, I believe it's Brad Gardner behind the wheel, and he will hand over to Tabitha Ambrose. On MX-5 has just made a mistake ahead, and 4 wheels through the grass. There it is, the Golf liveried machine, the 179 car that is, has taken a tour of the weeds, and that's Jamie Martin and Mike Kelsey behind the wheel at the moment. So that was a little bit of a costly mistake, but no damage done, fortunately. And straight away back on the road, and back setting some, completing some fast corners as we look a little bit further down the field and jump on board with Charlie Viola, who heads down towards turn number 1. He's been doing a lot of laps this weekend in this machine, competing in 2-litre sports sedans as well as in the Winton 300. So he's never been to this track before. So really good that Charlie Viola has decided to set as many times as he possibly can, as many laps, get as many miles as he can ahead of this race. So he's match fit and ready to go. And match fit he certainly is. He's already done 30 laps of this track today. So yeah, he's right in the groove with his Nissan Pulsar. As Gardner on the tail of the number 17 BMW.
He shared that car last year, very much the same livery, the number 1 on the side of the door of the Veloster, but he shared it last year with Jackson Rice, a pair of TA2 competitors. But good to see Brad Gardner and a very famous surname on the door, as Dan was saying just before as well. Nicholas Jones has pulled into the pit lane as well during that period in the Mazda 323, so that's another unscheduled stop there for Jones, but it looks like they've made their way back out onto the track. So thankfully the Formula V regulars in Victoria back out there and circulating. Beautiful pictures being brought to us live over the shoulder of Brad Gardner as he is in hot pursuit of the car ahead, driving the number 1 Veloster. There is the number 322 Toyota 86 in hot pursuit of the Falcon ahead of him coming down the main straight. They are commencing lap 6. Here's Gene Teeny having a good look at Rick Bates, the number 14 Toyota 86, closing the door firmly coming through turn 9, and they've got some lap traffic to contend with here. So it's one of the VW Fun Cup Australia entries, giving them plenty of room there. So there's going to be a lot of that throughout this 300-kilometre race, Dan. Obviously, there's going to be slower cars, there's going to be faster cars, and it's all about trying to manage where you place your car, and it's a lot of communication. It's highly encouraged. It's not mandatory, but it's encouraged in the supplementary regulations that the team in the pit lane have a constant communication with the drivers so they can give them the best, highest amount of preparation that they require to know exactly what's coming from behind them, but also simple things like coming into the pit lane or alarms that might be coming up on data dashes and all that sort of stuff as well. The 44, driven by O'Neill, this is the Porsche 944. I believe they elected to sit out of the top 10 shootout and qualifying just to preserve the car because they really didn't need to. Worst case scenario by getting into the top 10 shootout was that they're going to be starting 10th. So they did park the car up last night and indeed threw out the top 10 shootout, as well as the warm-up this morning, and they've wheeled it back out, and doesn't it look absolutely spectacular under the Winton sunshine. The blue 944 with a massive wing on the back of it as well. He's ranging in on this battle for position 3, so he's currently in 5th behind the wheel of that 944, but he's been steadily reeling in the battling duo of Giantini and Rick Bates. Rick Bates really doesn't have to do anything other than what he's currently doing, which is parking the car on the apex and making it as wide as possible to make the task at hand a lot harder for Giantini to try and find a way through. Kaptanovic, we should touch on him. He's currently sitting in P2. He's about 1.8 seconds ahead of this battle, coming through turn 9 now. And it's been a great start for the top 10. So this is setting up a very juicy race indeed, Dan.
Certainly is, and there's certain things we haven't yet touched upon as well, which is the divisions. So we've mentioned already about the different classes, but what does it mean in terms of how will the race play out? Well, Division A car, which you've already lost, can go no faster than 1 minute 26. So we look at B. Fastest lap time they can do is 1 minute 31 flat. C is 1 minute 34. D is 1 minute 38, and E is 1 minute 42. Now, if you, there's a Mazda off on the outside of the circuit. I couldn't quite see which one it was. It's running very slowly though as it's rejoined the circuit, I think, but hopefully that gets back up to speed down towards turn number 1. But if you set a time faster than your minimum on more than 2 occasions, you automatically move up a class into the higher division, and that will have implications for the race. I'll come on to pit stops in just a moment as we look at a replay a little bit further down the field of some great racing in the mid-pack. But Division B have to serve an extra 2.5 minutes to classes C, D and E. So C, D and E only have to do one 5-minute stop, and Division B has to do a 5-minute stop and a 2.5 minute stop. So that will play a factor in the race later on as it progresses. But the Class A car that I spoke about is not in the race, and I believe Dave's down there with an update.
So, unfortunately, I have to visit the garage for the number 82 BMW M4 a little bit earlier in the race than I was hoping for. Anthony, you were all set to start the race. Tell us, we saw you come in, a bit of adjustment, saw it go back out. What seems to be going on under the bonnet?
Well, what seems to have happened is that we started from 8th, a few cars in front. As we've come through turn 1 and 2, there was a lot of rubber on the track, a lot of debris. A lot of stuff seems to have flicked up, like there was big chunks of rubber, and I think something's gone into the radiator, the charge cooler radiator. And that's the radiator that keeps all the turbo system cool. So as soon as we lose that water, the car goes into limp mode and freaks out and doesn't want to survive. So basically, it's weekend over for us after the first corner, basically.
And it was looking so well. Now, the man who's responsible for this car existing in the first place, and someone I've had the privilege of racing alongside in some New South Wales Prod Sports races, is Adrian Wilson. Adrian, I wasn't there to give you a hug last time out at Sydney. I'm offering you one now. This is never the time I want to have a chat with you.
Oh, mate, it's just disappointing. You know, everyone puts in so much effort to get here, and I think we were set for a really great race. You know, we had a lot of support from the people here. Particularly all the Victorian teams and the BMW crews down here. So we just wanted to get out, show what we can do, and it's just disappointing to have something happen on the first lap with rubble coming through the front of your grille. I mean, it's not a great way to end a race, so, you know.
it is one of the unfortunate things that can happen in a race. Of course, this car's a highly developed piece of machinery. We've seen the F80, F82 platform be very successful in things like the Australian Production Car Series, the Bathurst 6 Hour. Of course, there's a GT4 version of the car. Tell us, what's next on the technological upgrade list for this car? Are we going to see it with with some sort of quantum drive thing that makes it even faster, or we got just work on maybe a bit of a radiator screening?
I think we'll put a new charge cool radiator in there and send it back out again. That's all she really needs. She's a fast car. She's very capable, and to have something like that happen to you, it's pretty disappointing.
Back to you in central commentary. Hopefully we don't have to visit any more teams anytime soon.
Thank you, Dave, down there in the pit lane, having the conversation nobody wants to, and a massive thank you to Adrian Wilson for lending his time. So here is a replay. That's Rick Bates getting a little bit rally on the right-hand side. He's used to that, keeping it together, so you can see just how hard they are pressing on. So you can clearly see what the 14 strategy is for Zach and Rick Bates. It's press on as hard as you can. He's exploring as much track as he possibly can, well and truly within the limits. The Shore Wines 14, Toyota 86 coming under fire now from Giantini. Completely different cars in terms of technical setup. The Civic is front-wheel drive, the 2.4-litre Honda engine. Here comes Jones emerging from the pit lane, so he's actually made 2 trips to the pits now in the number 51 Mazda 323 as he comes out of the pit lane once again. So there are some issues plaguing that car so far in this race. We are on lap 11, or the leader has commenced lap 11, and it doesn't sound very good as it comes through turn 3. Here is the number 101 of Bell behind the wheel. So he's qualified this car and he's elected to start it as well. And he's had a smashed windscreen on the MX-5 following behind. So that's head behind the wheel of the 123 entry. And that's a sizable golf ball sized crack in the windscreen. So it won't distract you too much. You're more or less looking through it as you're concentrating at the task at hand, which is driving. Meanwhile, the number 36 Falcon Ute has pulled into the pit lane. Now, we are technically outside of the pit window as well, so this is very much unscheduled. We did see it smoking earlier in the warm-up. As a result of a failed power steering pump, or line, I should say, during qualifying. That was causing the smoke yesterday. When I sent it out during the warm-up this morning, there was a bit of residual oil coming into the radiator, and once that got hot, it started creating some smoke there. There we go, Giantini and Rick Bates have switched positions coming on, just before they came in onto the main straight, dragging along side by side, coming in down the main straight. So there is indeed Giantini still ahead of Rick Bates.
Number 35 Mazda MX-5 is in the lane now as well, so it's a bit of a rate of attrition all of a sudden. That's the Philip Alexander and Ronin Lindmayer machine, so that's not good news. There's 2 cars within that organisation, but that is a Mazda MX-5 that is not running too healthy, so that's the 4th car in the lane before the compulsory pit stop window opens at the end of lap 20. So just to reiterate, you have to do your stops between laps 20 and 70, so you can pit before then, but it will not count as a compulsory pit stop. Or as the BMW looks up the inside there, and all the Giantini machine nearly caught out by that and rear-ended Joette in the 154 BMW. So there's been a bit of changing up at Pointy End. We haven't even really pointed out the fact that the 173 Lotus is now leading the race ahead of the Kaptanovich BMW. 3rd position, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th are all in the line that we can see on the screen at the moment. It's the 44 Porsche from the 154 BMW. Giantini machine out there on the circuit. Then we got Bates, Burgess in the Evo, and there is Ashton just behind the Fun Cup car, and the reigning race winners in the 791 Mazda MX-5 sit nicely, as they did in the opening stint last year, in positions inside the top 10. They're in 9th as here comes Bates up the inside of Giantini. Nice, optimistic and well-judged move using the traffic to great effect up the inside at turn 7 and going all the way around the outside at 8, and might even get the BMW at the inside of 9 with nearly 3 wide, 2 wide a little bit further back. Awesome racing Bates has made 2 places, and now he's putting a lap on fellow 86 driver. The number 86, not quite sure who's behind the wheel of that machine at the moment, but it's shared between Heiniger and Dean Chapman. But this is what we expected in the Winton 300 this year. Traffic to play a major factor, and we are seeing it play out in front of our very eyes at the moment. But the race leader, Townsend, in the Lotus 6. Oh, again, the BMW slow out of 11. But Townsend in the 173 Lotus is extending the margin. It's out to 5 seconds now. And remember, Kaptanovic, not only does he have to serve a 5-minute stop and a 2.5-minute stop, but he's got to add 15 more seconds to one of those stops as well. So that will play a factor. It could lose him some crucial track position later on. As up the inside comes Lee Burgess, who tried to move there but couldn't quite get through. Dave, it's been a rate of attrition so far. I believe you're down there in the lane with another update.
I am, Dan. Thanks for the throw. Look, we know it's always a learning experience for the Wodonga TAFE team here. They've got 2 cars in the race. Unfortunately, we did see the number 36 Falcon Ute make its way into the pit lane earlier. Had a chance to grab a chat with Grant, the driver behind the wheel. He's complaining of the clutch giving him a little bit of a drama. The clutch situation on some of the Tremec gearboxes in the Ford modular motors can sometimes be a little bit tricky on the throw-out bearing. So that's something they'll have to manage throughout the race. They might have to start lift shifting and nursing the clutch to get them home. Possibly a little bit of a loose exhaust. Now, we were set to do an interview in the lane, but we had to pan away very quickly, because also in the lane, if we pan across to our left, the number 718 BMW M3 is also in the lane. This is quite early. They are doing a fuel stop, but this, of course, is outside the compulsory pit stop window. The stop does have to take a minimum of 2.5 minutes from pit entry to pit exit, but this will not count against their compulsory pit stop time. Once that team's finished up with that stop, we'll go and have a chat and figure out what seems to be the issue with that car at this early point in the race.
Thanks for the update, Dave. Always on the news. He's hunting it, he's shaking trees, and he's giving us all of the updates. Wonderful work there from down in the pit lane. This is an enthralling battle here. So Damon Ashton behind the wheel of the 818 Honda Integra displaces Gene Teeny, the number 13 Honda Civic, just behind. Look behind him, they're a defending race entry. That's the 718 Spy Optic Mazda MX-5. Andrew Boydell behind the wheel at the moment. So it's been a very spirited start and a very energised battle for the top 10 positions. With O'Neill very much a quiet achiever in the number 44, 944. He's made his way up into position 3, still with Rick Bates at the front of this train, sitting in position 4. Meanwhile, the 154 of Jowett, you can see he's got his hands full as a look up the inside here from the Boydell Mazda. He's still got the outside line, and he's just going to drive around. We should point out that that car is running on slick tyres, so it's got plenty of mechanical grip. He's got Damon Ashton just ahead of him, so this is promising to be a spectacular race, Dan, if it continues at the pace that we're seeing at the moment. Currently running in a 1:33s at the pointy end of the field, all the way through to a 1:34 within the top 10. So consistent lap times in terms of field spread from P1 to P10. We've still got Bell knocking on the door in 10th position as well. So here you can see one of the Fun Cup Australia VWs giving them plenty of room as the much faster cars come charging through. And Aaron Wimes coming up on our screens there with the fastest lap of the race, 153.5. Now he's not featuring within the top 10 battle. That's actually behind the wheel of the 7173. Apologies. So he is absolutely nailing it in the lead of the race. And looking over the shoulder now, these live onboard pictures brought to us by Blendline TV, just so you can get up close and personal and experience what it's like behind the wheel of one of these cars with the setting sun, and it's only going to get worse from this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
In terms of lights.
Yes, as you say, yes. I know exactly what you meant. Yeah, the sun will be in the eyes of the drivers quite prominently in turns 12 and turns 10 in particular late in this race. As up the inside goes Boydell on the inside of Ashton and makes it stick there at turn number 7. Nice move there, really made his feelings known, showed the nose, and he had to leave some space, did Ashton. And a little tail happy moment there for Boydell on the exit of the turn as well. As they head down to turn number 10. 791 doesn't quite have the straight line poke of some of its Class runners out there on the circuit, its fellow Class C and Class B cars as well. But it certainly handles like a dream. And we're seeing that out there on the circuit at the moment. But our race leader continues to extend the margin out front. Wayne's behind the wheel of the 173 from Kaptanovich, as Burgess has moved his way up into position 4 ahead of Bates. Now Lee Burgess and Jerry Burgess just quietly go about their business due to the father and son combination. It worked really well for them last year. Despite only having third gear for the last third of the race, they finished in a legitimate outright third position. It's a great performance from them. And they did a similar thing at the Sydney 300 as well a few months ago. Things just didn't quite work out their way with strategy, and they finished just outside of the top 10. But don't rule out the Burgesses from not only a class podium, but potentially an outright podium as well. Out there on the race circuit, we're seeing a couple of different cars out there further back down the field. The 322 Toyota 86 and the Ford Falcon as well. At the moment, we've got two Class B cars leading the way, Townsend and Kaptanovich. O'Neill in the Porsche 944 is the leader in Class C, ahead of Burgess and Bates, so they are 3, 4 and 5 on the road. The leader in D is the Mick Ricketts and Josh Haynes Nissan Pulsar, just outside of the top 10. And I'm looking further down for the leader in Class E at the moment. There's not one inside of the top 20 that I can see. There it is, Charlie Viola in 23rd position, the leader in Class E at this point in time. So there's lots of little battles within the big battle as they all try and win outright in the Pitcher Partners Winton 300, but there is class trophies on the line in all 5 divisions.
So in the top 10, we have 3 cars in Class B, 7 cars in Class C. What does that mean? Class B cars have to stop compulsory pit stops for 2.5 minutes longer than the Class C cars. At the moment, that puts O'Neill in the number 44 Porsche 944 in a plum position because they only have to stop once for 5 minutes during this race. Obviously, there are other considerations. There could be things with tyres, there could be things with fuel usage. There are a lot of variables with that. But what it means on paper is that the Class B cars are guaranteed to stop for at least 2.5 minutes longer than their fellow combatants in Class C. We've got one Class A car remaining in this race, I believe, which is the Agar Hyundai i30. There's a few issues with that car. I won't say they're issues, but there have been some troubles with that car, usually around the ECU in particular. They had a race ECU ready for that car, which they put into the i30 at the start of the weekend, but it's been causing them a few issues and causing booster spikes, which has caused the car to fall into limp home mode. What they've done is they've actually put the road-going ECU in the car. Obviously, it's the safest option, but there are a couple of permutations and a couple of things that could happen on paper with that Agar car as this race unfolds, but we'll touch on that during later on in the race. Here's the 791 on screen, followed by Giantini, and there's Charlie Viola in the Pitcher Partners N15 Pulsar coming on to the straight. It's a big thanks to Pitcher Partners for throwing their support behind grassroots endurance racing. This is a fantastic display. 39 cars starting this race. It's great to see the competitors voting with their feet and coming out and throwing their support behind this race. Obviously, the event organisers had to cap it at 40. Such was the demand for entries to come in to compete in the 2024 edition of the Pitcher Partners Winton 300. And some more stats for you. We've had 6 cars so far facing mechanical issues in this race, which have had to tour through the pit lane in a non-compulsory pit stop fashion. Up the inside there, Damon Ashton. Did they come together there at turn 7? Ashton up the inside of the 154 BMW of Jowett, and that allows Boydell now to get a sniff up the inside in the 791 MX-5 there. That was getting extremely close there as they negotiate turns 7, 8 and 9, but the headline of it all is Ashton comes out ahead, making it up the inside of the Jowett BMW.
And Boydell followed through as well, so the 791 moves up into position number 7. That was nicely done. Callum, importantly, the leader has started lap number 20. That means the compulsory pit stop window is open, everybody. You can come and serve your compulsory pit stop or stops in this race. And Dave, I believe you're down there in the lane with an update.
1-2 test.
I think he was quite ready for us there, but that's all right. We'll continue to watch the racing action there. The BMW and the Gentini machine, as well as Boyd, will continue to fight away there, but there is the race leader, putting the Class A car down a lap around the turn number 11 and 12 sequence. Dave, I believe you're ready for us now.
So down here in the Wodonga TAFE garage, not this time investigating why there's a car that's a little bit worse for wear. Thought I'd check in with a fellow third-generation racer. It's none other than Tasmania's own Tabitha Ambrose. Tabitha, welcome to Winton.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Now, you've done plenty of laps here this weekend at VMRC Round 3. You've put in a lot of laps in an XL, not just here at Winton, but around the country. Tell us about your program.
Yeah, so we run a pretty tight ship at Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. Just trying to get as much racing as we can in this year, and yeah.
What races?
I did.
And of course, so you figured upgrade from a Hyundai XL to a Hyundai Veloster with the great team here at Wodonga TAFE.
Yep, what an upgrade it is too.
Now, we were talking before the interview, this is all part of a program to get you as much experience as possible on the circuits of the mainland. You've only got 2 circuits to choose from in Tasmania. What's your favourite, Baskerville or Symmons Plains?
Ooh, I quite like Baskerville just because it's a bit more difficult and challenging, and it's a bit easier on the brakes.
Now, what's next for Tabitha Ambrose under the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport stable? What's next in your program? We're going touring cars, sports cars, open wheelers. What's next for Tabitha Ambrose?
Well, I think we're going to follow through with a bit of Formula Ford racing, maybe a couple races before the end of the year.
That's fantastic. Of course, the Victorian State Race Series has got an incredibly competitive Formula Ford series. Now, are you going Spectrum or Mygale, or who's going to be looking after the car for you?
Definitely the Spectrum. Mike's going to be looking after the car for us.
Fantastic. Well, there was someone in your family who was half decent in a Formula Ford and went on to do a couple of amazing things. Now, is he fairly hands-on these weekends, or is he fairly hands-off in these weekends?
No, he's definitely hands-on. I love having him here. He's on my radios and just a little bit of a pep talk, and he's great, yeah.
You know, you are a driver. Occasionally you can experience a radio failure, or the radio plug just doesn't quite make it in.
Yeah, maybe.
So talk us through the strategy for this event. So this is a 300k race for the cars that are running right at the front. In a class, you're running in Division D or Division E today?
Division D.
Yeah, so you've got that minimum lap time you can't go faster than. You'll probably do somewhere in the vicinity of 85 to 95 laps, depending upon how many safety cars we get. Is the car going to do it on one fuel stop?
We're hoping that the car's going to do it on one fuel stop. However, there's 15 laps that are kind of unaccounted for at the end of the race. So maybe with some yellows we might make it, but otherwise we're going to have to do a quick fuel up before the end of the race.
Well, you might have to get Dad on the radio and give you some of those fuel mileage saving tips. He would have had his crew chief screaming at him down the radio back when he's doing some of those 500-mile races on the super speedways. We wish you all the best. We look forward to a really great result for you in the number 1 Hyundai.
Yep, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Dave. Great chat down there with Tabitha Ambrose, and we were riding on board throughout that as well with her co-driver, Brad Gartner, who's going around the outside. You can see the Mazda pointing through the right window, saying, "Overtake me around the outside," and that's exactly what he did down there at the sweeper. They are currently in 22nd position and doing quite nicely in the D class at the moment. Just I say that, the lights have gone out. The front headlights are flashing. Is there some sort of a mechanical issue going on with this car? It looks like it's pulling over to the side It's crawling. This car is absolutely crawling at the moment. It's gone into some sort of limp home mode, and Brad's just trying to find any sort of gear out there on the race circuit at the moment. I think he's lost all drive, you know, Callum, and he's coming to a stop. This is really bad. You can see the screen in the middle of the Veloster coming on, going off, coming on and going off again. He's pulling over to the side to try and let the MX-5 through, but this is disastrous at this stage of the race. Good news is that the compulsory pit stop window's open. This can give them 5 minutes to try and fix that problem, and that means they won't lose the time. Oh, lights out again. It's died once again. We're going to try a bit of a reset, a Control-Alt-Delete, and get it backfired, which I believe he is doing now. You can see again the lights flashing, and we seem to have refound a gear. This is some sort of an electrical gremlin, I believe, which is reasonably common with these modern day production cars when they're pushed hard in race mode. But what a disaster for the number 1 car. We've already seen the 36 car in the lane, and it looks like the number 1 has also got problems. In is the 154 BMW. This is the first compulsory pit stop that we've seen with driver changes, potentially tyre change as well. This, Callum, is our first scheduled stop of the race.
Indeed it is, and reveals what their strategy is. So it looks like, obviously we've got a driver change going on here. So Jowett steps out of the vehicle, and into the 154 steps Ken Christie. So Bob Jowett has stepped out of the car, and it's going to be Christie who looks like he's probably going to do the bulk of the work. There isn't necessarily a minimum time for the drivers to spend in there, but obviously the 20 lap number indicates when they can come in and do this under compulsory pit stop circumstances. It's looking all very much under control, and written into the regulations, the drivers are allowed to assist one another, or they can appoint someone to give them a hand from the team as well. Here's the number 1 entry. It is pulled into the pit lane. The Hyundai Veloster struck with mechanical issues, unfortunately. This is the race leader on screen right now with the number 173 Lotus Exige. It sounds absolutely amazing, and it's a well-proportioned, beautifully balanced race car. It looks very svelte coming onto the main straight, lapping Charlie Viola Nissan Pulsar. So we can see frantic work here from the Motorsports Training Australia team. They've plugged in a tablet device to try and diagnose the issues with the Hyundai Veloster. Obviously, Control-Alt-Delete, trying to turn the car off and on again, has not resulted in the car being back out on the circuit. Meanwhile, back on track here is Rick Bates behind the wheel of the number 14. Getting up the inside of the number 17 to relegate that car back a lap as they're continuing to filter their way through the slower cars that they are quickly approaching. And just like that, Dan, 25 laps have been completed. We're already a quarter race distance. That's gone extremely fast, and we've got so much more to come your way.
Well, this is part of the race now where strategy is going to play out. This is the intriguing part of the race from our side. We know that the Class B cars are faster than the C cars. That's obvious, and they have pulled quite a margin. But this is where all the strategy comes into play. The top D-Class car, it remains Ricketts and Josh Haynes in the Nissan Pulsar. And yeah, they're just outside still of the top 10 positions. So don't count them out of contention either. Remember, the Class B cars, we'll list them within the top 10 for you once again. The 173 of Townsend, the 8 of Kaptanovich. We've also got the 1-8 of Ashton and Tran, and the number 123, which has moved inside the top 10 now into 9th position. That also has to serve an extra 2.5 minutes. All Class B cars have to serve an extra 2.5 minute compulsory pit stop compared to the other cars. And at this rate, those Class B cars of Townsend and Kaptanovich are not pulling out a big enough margin in this race. Yes, okay, they've pulled out, in Townsend's case, a 38-second lead over the Class C cars, but that's not enough at this stage of the race. Nowhere near, in fact. They need to be doing more than that. They need a safety car, really, at this stage of the race, you'd say, to bring themselves back into contention, oddly, despite currently leading the race.
Absolutely, Dan. Daniel Tierney behind the wheel of the 322 to it at 86. Having a bit of a battle on his hands, just trying to allow the drivers through without washing off too much speed. Obviously, they're having to contend with laps traffic or the faster cars coming from behind, but you can't compromise your race too much. You really want to press on as hard as you can. Obviously, the faster you go, the faster you can finish this race without overstating it too much. Brad Gardner's still in the pit lane at this stage, but the Scirocco there, the number 84 car, also trying to follow the car of Gene Teeny through. Here's the number 13 on screen. Currently showing in position 8, and they are driving to a number at the moment, but they were featuring as high as 3rd earlier in this race with Andrew Boydell, the defending winner, currently sitting in position 7. Zabatakis knocking on the door of the top 10 in position 11 behind the wheel of the Class C Mazda MX-5, doing a splendid job this weekend. And we've got another car in pit lane. Now, is this a standard pit stop? It looks fairly in order, actually. So it looks like we've got a refueling scenario. You can see there they've actually got a hand pump to pump the petrol into the car, and following the regulations, they have to ensure that the car has been grounded. So they've actually got an earth wire to ground the car to ensure there aren't any surprises during the refueling process. Here's the 154, and it's moving slowly. It's coming out of turn 9. And it is not on song. The silver BMW is pulled over to the driver's left-hand side. Is that another car that's been affected by electrical gremlins after making its pit stop? So Jowett did start the race. Christie's behind the wheel at the moment of the BM Performance Centre BMW M3. 4-door variants that we see, and we've also got the M4 variant out there at the moment, but the car doesn't look particularly quick at the moment, Dan, so I dare say there might be an issue with it. And is it going to peel into the pit lane? No, he's going to keep going there, so not too sure what's happening with that car. Running a little bit wide there, coming onto the main straight as well.
Certainly not running on
It doesn't
song,
sound on song, does it?
No, there is no doubt. He's pulled over to the left-hand side of the circuit as well. So trying to stay out of harm's way of the other competitors. Hopefully that issue will sort itself out. We see that with some of these issues with the production cars, the electrical glitches, that they sort of either reset by themselves or they pull over, do a Control-Alt-Delete, and then they are fine. So hopefully it's a temporary problem. If not, I'm sure we'll see that car in the lane in the near future. This is the car that's been plucking away and moving through the field quite nicely. It's the 1-2-3 Mazda MX-5. Don't worry, the windscreen wasn't smashed in the race, but the inside of the Scirocco, it's very tight, and that's, as we say, lap traffic is going to be a constant factor. Every single lap of this 100-lap race from here on in, you'll be constantly negotiating traffic left, right, trying to find the fastest gap. Oh, no! The number 44 from 3rd position, and our Class C leader has come to a halt on the exit of turn number 9. It was running so strongly, it was running so well, but it is going to plummet down the order here. In fact, it's about to go a lap down. Look for the Lotus at the bottom of the screen. It's about to be lapped around the Winton Motor Raceway. This is an absolute disaster for this machine. After stepping out of the top 10 shootout, not taking part in the warm-up, preserving the car, it clearly hasn't worked as well as they'd initially planned, because it has come to a stop on the infield just a quarter of the way through this race. The attrition continues to rise. So Kaptanovic puts a lap on Chiara Zabatakis, the youngest driver in this race. Dave, I believe you got another update for us.
So a little bit of an update from down here in the lane. We did see earlier one of the BM Performance Centre, the 718 BMW M3. That was a scheduled stop. It only had to be 2.5 minutes. They're running with a very skeleton crew, so they've got one team of people to look after both of the F80 M3s that are working out of that garage. So it wasn't unscheduled, just obviously outside of the CPS window, so they'll have to stop again. They just need to make sure they put enough fuel in it. Down here in Garage 2, we've got the 453 Commodore. They're actually changing from Yokohama semi-slicks to Dunlop semi-slicks. So this actually takes our number of tyre supplies in the event from 10 to 11. They're changing to a harder copy. They're changing to a harder compound to make sure they can make it to the end of the race. Put a little bit of fuel in the back with a churn and sorted it out and took care of their compulsory pit stop. The number 1 Hyundai Veloster, turns out it was having a limp mode issue. They've reset it with a scan tool. They filled it full of fuel in case it was a fuel level sender issue. But of course, it's always a learning experience for the team from the Motorsport TAFE in Wodonga. Back to you in central commentary.
Thank you, Dave, down there in the pit lane. As he said, right on screen, the Hyundai Veloster, the number 1 car. Gardner behind the wheel, back out on track with its team, fellow stablemate just ahead, the Falcon. These cars are completely different, but they're being looked after by the same team this weekend. With the limp home issue, thankfully they're able to resolve it in the Hyundai. And the Agar Hyundai and Sedan also had a similar issue earlier this weekend, or was it a couple of weeks ago during a testing session, and they were getting their car falling into limp mode as well. But as it turns out, it was a steering angle sensor that was throwing the car and causing those calamities. So a lot of electronics go into the modern day cars, and as soon as you throw a whiff of modern day racing electronics, it can cause these sorts of dramas, as we do see in production car endurance racing. Here's Rick Bates, currently in position 5. Boydell, defending winner. The 791 MX-5, Spy Optics Mazda MX-5 just behind in position 6. Neither have pitted, and they're both in Class C at the moment. And they're currently positions 2 and 3, respectively, in Class C. Townsend's leading the way outright in Class B, with Kaptanovich also in Class B behind him. Jerry Burgess, quiet achiever so far in this race, in the number 33 Mitsubishi Evo, leading Class C, but he's up in 3rd position overall, has been quietly chipping away in the background as we commence lap 30. So Jerry Burgess doing a fantastic job before he hands over the car to Lee Burgess later on in this race. Great racing here from Rick Bates. He has absolutely nailed that car in this opening stanza of the race. As we can see, the 44 of O'Neill. That is a sad sight. It's so unfortunate. They were looking extremely strong in Class C, sitting in 3rd position until that mechanical issue put them out of the race. The number 86 now stepping aside, allowing the Toyota 86 of Rick Bates through, as well as Andrew Boydell. Giantini still looming in the background as well. I hazard a guess that the Honda Civic, driven by Giantini, they're just driving to a number at the moment. They're just waiting patiently. We've still got 70 laps remaining in this race after all. Here is the York car on screen now, the number 33 Evo. Just behind there is Damon Ashton in the Honda Integra. Last year we saw that Class B Honda Integra leading away for a majority of the race before a coil pack issue forced them into the pit lane and making the team work a little bit extra to try and solve that mechanical gremlin before they could send it back out there. So that's the BY Performance entry, Honda Integra, and the York Developments Mitsubishi Evo looking absolutely pristine condition as he comes through to turn 3. So Jerry Burgess doing a splendid job. Currently in the 1 minute 36s, and that's actually quicker than the outright pace of the 173 Lotus Exige, currently leading the way at the moment. So Jerry Burgess and Lee Burgess sharing the number 33. Because they're in Class C, they've actually got 2.5 minutes that they're going to save in the pit lane as well. So be curious to see how far into this race they can get on a full tank of fuel. But also, crucially, they actually have to change the front right tyre on that Evo in the Sydney 300 earlier this year. Such was the pace of the race and the wear and tear on that tyre forcing them to come into the pit lane as well. So that's a consideration as well. Given at the current race pace, Jerry Burgess, he's very quick out there at the moment. But is it too hard on the car? We're only going to find out as this race continues to unfold.
Yeah, absolutely we will, as up the inside goes Ashton on one of the many Mazda MX-5s in this motor race. Charlie Viola pulls over to the left-hand side of the circuit, the preferred racing line, and swings it into the corner. But yes, as I say, many Mazda MX-5s in this race, the most winning car in the Winton 300 after winning last year. It's now won on 3 occasions as an MX-5. So yeah, a very, very successful car, and very popular in both of the 300-kilometre races. And Viola there turning it into turn number 1. Saw Burgess coming through, and just left a little bit of racing room. And you can see in the middle mirror there, the Integra blasting by as well. This is a brilliant shot of just how busy things are when you're a Class D or E runner, and these B-class cars are flying past you. It's a fascinating watch. To watch this all day. Brilliant images supplied to us by Blendline TV. Viola ragging it through the sweeper. Quite a tricky corner, that one. You really want to double apex it. Clip the first apex, drift out wide, and then come back in and touch the second apex of the corner. That's the best line to take through there. It's a slow start for Ashton in the 818, but it's slowly moving forwards as well. And it's caught up to the tail of Burgess. This is the Hyundai N, the Lendrive sponsored machine. We spoke a bit about this earlier on, but in the warm-up, but we believe that this machine has been suffering with electrical issues. Well, it has, and they're running it in more of a road mode than what they would prefer, but they expect to perform at least 2 stops. It's using quite a lot of fuel, and 2 stops is the likely strategy for this machine in this race. And this is the first as it heads back out there on the race circuit, moving quite slowly. Don't want to head out too quickly, waiting for that 5 minutes to elapse, which it now has, and then it'll cross the line. There it is, a 5 minute, just over 5 minute stop, and that's how it's done. You get a huge penalty if you don't serve the 5 minutes. Oh, that was awkward on the exit. Pulled hard left to avoid the fun cup car there. That was a complete misunderstanding, and I'm not sure if there's a problem with that Hyundai. The hazards are flashing. It looked really slow coming out of the lane, so I'm not sure about you, Callum, but I think that might be a bit more substantial than we first thought.
Yeah, not too sure what's going on with the 787 Hyundai i30N sedan. We were touching on it before that it was having some mechanical or electrical issues, and it's running a road spec ECU at the moment because that's all they could do to get the car running. As a result, it's gone from 24 PSI in terms of boost down to 15. Here is another look at the 787 trying to rejoin there. Has he just outbraked himself? And great presence of mind from all the drivers around him, which included Rick Bates and Andrew Boydell, as well as Gene Tenney as well, to steer around and make sure that they avoid and had to take evasive action around the car of Agar. It just didn't seem to arrest any speed. Couldn't slow down. I thought there might have been a puncture initially, but sitting in pit lane for 5 minutes is a long time as well. So has there been any knock-on effects? Has there been some heat soak with the hot brakes around the tyre? We're not too sure yet. So either way, the car's had a trip through the grass. There's a little bit of cosmetic damage on the front bumper bar of the Hyundai N, and luckily Agar is able to continue. Dave Stillwell down in the pit lane.
Thank you, guys. So it's a tale of 2 very different stories in garages 5 and 6. We had the 787 who've bumped themselves up from Division B to Division A. They need to run at least 2 pit stops just purely on fuel range. You were describing the issues they're having with the road car ECU. It actually does a relearning process every time it senses that the fuel level's gone up in the standard fuel tank, trying to relearn what level of octane fuel is in the car. So it dials the boost specification back to about 15 PSI. Once it's had a chance to learn how much fuel's in the car, it cranks it back up to 20. Once they have their tuning sorted out, they'll crank it up to about 22, 23 PSI boost. Something that experienced a little bit too much pressure, although this time in the cooling system, was the number 17 BMW from Pinnacle Automotive. Unfortunately, one of the necks on the production BMW radiator has just sheared straight off the radiator. One of those things that you really can't test for and you can't possibly see. Unfortunately, the lifetime of that component's been shortened, and that vehicle will be taking no further part in the event.
Really has been attritional, hasn't it, so far in this motor race? We've lost several of the front runners and quite a few BMWs, so that's another one down there in the lane that was behind Dave, but lots and lots of updates coming to us from our man on the ground, our equivalent of Ted Kravitz down there in the lane. Dave Stillwell doing a fantastic job as always. The 53 Mazda MX-5 out there on the racetrack and circulating quite well in the race away machine, I believe it was a sister car that came into the lane quite early on, the number 36 on lap number 11, that had a mechanical problem, but this one is running nicely at this point in time. Touch wood, it continues that way, sitting in 22nd position at the moment, and is yet, I believe, the leading E Division car. I'm just going to see his time runs through. No, third in Division E. Parianastakis in the 144 Nissan Pulsar is now leading that particular class. But of course, we're in that pit stop sequence now where it's not always that clear who is leading. We've got to keep an eye on whether stops have been made. So, Charlie Viola actually is the leader in Class E in 18th, and he is yet to stop. So it's very, very tight in Class E. From 18th down, there's a lot of E-Class competitors, and they are all very close on the racetrack, as well as the number 12 car has come in the lane. Adam Thompson and Andy Thomas in their Honda Civic, and that's been running pretty well in and around the top 10 this weekend, as the number 13 comes up the inside of Rick Bates. So Giantini, nice pass there down into turn 11. Bates trying to hold it around the outside, and Boydell might buy into this as well. So these three fighting for 5th, 6th and 7th on the racetrack. This is for position, and they are all in Class C as well. So not only outright, but also Class Honours as well. Giantini holding it around the outside at 1, makes it stick up the inside at 2, squeezing Bates out wide, and that allows the Mazda MX-5 of Boydell up the inside and takes the place. You may have seen the indicator, the hazard lights flashing on that Toyota 86. Don't be alarmed by that. That is simply telling us that the ABS is being fully utilised in that Toyota 86 machine, as Townsend, our race leader, has entered the lane at the end of lap number 36 of this motor race. Townsend in the lane in the Lotus Exige, the first of 2 stops for the Lotus, as Boydell up the inside now, making nice progress at the moment, is the defending race winner, and that is now up to 5th position, 2 places in the space of half a lap for the 791. It's coming on strong late in this stint. We spoke about the potential for front-wheel drive cars to struggle around this technical Winton circuit. Are we already seeing that playing a factor? I wouldn't think so at this point, but it's really good to see the defending champions coming on strong at the midway stage of this race. We're already over 1/3 race distance. It's quite hard to believe, and we see them come across the line. So it is now the number 791 that sits in 4th, because it has just taken a place on the 173 Lotus that is in the lane. So been in the lane now for 1.5 minutes. So our new race leader is Kaptanovic out the front of the field. The 2 B-class cars pulled around about a 1 minute margin. You can see on the screen Kaptanovic 58 seconds ahead of Burgess, and as well I note that Townsend Lotus was a further few seconds down the road as well. So that was over a minute advantage over the Class C competition. But remember, they do have 2.5 extra minutes in the lane. We can see that the Porsche 944 has been dragged back into the pits, and at the back of the shot we can see the Lotus driver change. So that is quite important. The first of the 2 stops, and the driver change has already been made for the Townsend car. So 173, Townsend jumping out and Wames jumping in, and there is the very disappointed Porsche 944 driver. Dave, you're down there, mate, with him. Tell us what's happened.
Thanks, guys. I am down here with the driver of the unfortunately waylaid number 44, Porsche 944 for Stannard Marine. The crew tells me that you were fairly smart and onto it with a low oil pressure warning. Did you get any indications at all during the weekend this could have been a thing?
No, not really. We've been running pretty reliably, and I think it was just the heat and the sustained Gs for such a long period of time. Probably just thinned out the oil a bit more than we expected. So I didn't want to make a mess all over the track, and it's the kind of thing we can't really come back from, unfortunately. So pretty happy with how the car performed and the pace we had. But yeah, just an unfortunate end.
Well, the good thing is that you were smart enough to park the car in a place that means we didn't have to debut with the Hyundai i30N safety car. So you have the thanks of not only myself and the TV crew, but all of your fellow competitors. Well done.
No worries. Thanks very much.
Commiserations. We hope to catch you back next year at the next edition of the Winton 300.
No worries. We'll be back. Thanks very much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Dave Stillwell, down there in the pit lane, having a frank conversation with a despondent O'Neill. An unfortunate way to exit the race, but as he pointed out, very pragmatically pulling the car aside not to cause any damage to the circuit and reducing the chance of a safety car. So we're still running under green flag conditions. Brilliant racing up and down the field, and we're starting to get a mix-up as well in terms of the running order. During that interview, Rick Bates pulled into the pit lane behind the wheel of the number 14 Toyota 86. So that is the first compulsory stop. Could be the only compulsory stop given that it is in Division C, but we'll have to wait and see what the fuel consumption numbers and the tyre wear indeed looks like on that Toyota 86. But nonetheless, it's in the pits now for its compulsory 5-minute pit stop. Meanwhile, the former race leader, Townsend, is still in, the 173 Lotus Exige is still in the pit lane, and it's getting pretty close towards the end of its first 5-minute stop. 4 minutes and 50 seconds to be precise, so it's about to come back out. And during the shuffled order, during the pit stop sequence with that car parked up, it looks like it's been a fairly straightforward pit stop for the former race leader, but they're going to come out very shortly in about position 16. So that's an indication of just how far down the order it will drop you pulling into the pits. Having said that, Rick Bates has dropped down to position 10 in the Class C car, but we'll be very curious to see if that is indeed the one and only stop for that car. Michael Ricketts behind the wheel of the M13 Nissan Pulsar. Quite achiever, climbing up into position 9, leading Class D and 9th position overall as the number 37 now pulls into the pit lane. So the FG Falcon FPV pulls into the pit lane, and we can already see Dave Stillwell is on the scene, so we eagerly await some updates as they come to the fore. And Rice has also pulled into the pit lane. So that is Rice on screen pulling into the pits in that FPV Falcon.
I note there, Callum, the Lotus, the leading Lotus, the 173 car, 5 minutes and 18 seconds in the pits. That's 18 minutes in the lane than it didn't need to be. And 18 seconds, is a amount of time that you really don't want to be in there for if you don't need to be. That's hard to catch up in such a competitive race. You can't just throw away 18 seconds like that. So it's a 5-minute stop they've done and out the way early. They've got the big one done. They've still got a 2.5-minute stop to go. But to throw away 18 seconds is not what you want to do. But Zach Bates now behind the wheel, the Super 2 race winner, knows this track well, knows Toyota 86s very well. A very, very good driver in Toyota 86 competition, so sort of going back to his roots, back to the last couple of years, giving us a wave. He is about to head out there, and this is going to be a really fast stint. He's an aggressive, really talented young driver. Let's see what he can do in this one. We're at 3 minutes and 52 seconds, so around about 1 minute left of this stop. Remember, this is the sole stop for this Toyota 86 machine.
Have a go at Dad, Rick. He's out of the car and immediately on the tools. He's picked up the tyre pressure gauge and checking the pressures of the Toyota 86, the number 14 entry. It's getting close to the point where it needs to start getting out of its pit box and start heading down to pit lane to get back out onto the track. And it's 4 minutes 20 seconds, so not quite, but they're going to judge it to absolute perfection because the 5 minutes is timed from the pit entry line to the pit exit line, and they'll have a clear or a fairly clear indication of when they need to leave so that they can minimise the amount of time, because as Dan was pointing out earlier, 18 seconds additional to the 173 in terms of pit lane time was just not ideal. It's 18 seconds that you're not going to get back. Number 23 entry of Hawkins has pulled into pit lane, so that is the Commodore. You can see at the top of the screen. And here comes Zach Bates. How did he time that one? That was coming close to 5 minutes as he was getting to the exit line there. And the 1-2-3 machine is smoking as it comes into the pit lane. 4 minutes 56 seconds on our timing screen for the Bates entry. That's just what the timing screen suggests. And we have that MX-5 pulling in the pit lane, so it looks like there's some mechanical mishaps underneath that car and pulling into the pit lane, Dan. And we've got Head in the pit lane as well.
Yeah, we believe that car, the 1-2-3, was smoking. So yeah, that's why that has come in the lane. But 4 minutes 56 seconds, if that is true, and normally the pit lane timing is very accurate. If it is true, then I see a slam dunk penalty there, and quite a severe one. You, if you do not serve the correct compulsory pit stop time, you get hit with a huge slab of time. We can see the team working on the Mazda MX-5. But Dave, I believe you're down there with the Bateses in the Toyota 86 camp. Down to you, Dave.
Thank you, Dan. I am down here with Bates Senior. Rick, you've just gotten out of the car. They had you on the tools checking the tyre pressures. Is that something you're very critical that you want to look after yourself?
I thought if he went and took the caps off, I'll just check the pressures. We had plenty of time, so no problems. Yeah.
Now, given the division that you're running in, you do only have to complete one compulsory 5-minute stop that you've now got out of the way, but the car doesn't have the endurance fuel system in it yet, so you are going to have to make another stop to make it to the end.
Yes, we're hoping for a safety car. So someone might wander on the track or something. No, we're hoping for a safety car. So that's the only way we've got a chance, so yeah.
Now, we're used to seeing the Bates name in lights, particularly with Toyota, obviously in the rally world, but it's been great to see Zach's progress in the circuit racing world, moving up from Toyotas now into Super 2. Can you tell us what it's been like as a father, obviously seeing some of that happen?
Yeah, no, it's been great to see it happen. Obviously, it's stressful watching. Obviously very big budgets for Super 2, so it's a big commitment, but he's doing well, and hopefully he can make it into the main game.
Now, the car that you're running this weekend, this is a 3E production touring car, the kind of thing we'll see in the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Can we expect to see a Bates family entry at the 6 Hour next year?
Yeah, really, it's just around timing. When either rallies are on from a brother, because it would be a joint thing, we'd have to put a fuel system in it, etc. I wouldn't say it's out of the question, but there's we'll just see what happens. Because often between the 86 series, Super 2 and Neil's rally program, there's not that many spare weekends, so we'll just see where it falls and how we go.
Plenty of time to sleep when you retire. Wish you all the best for the rest of the race.
No worries, thank you.
Back to you guys.
A great driver in his own right, Rick Bates. He has driven in multiple Bathurst endurance races over the years. A class winner in the Bathurst 24 Hours, of course, that ran for a couple of years in the early noughties. So he certainly knows how to steer himself, and his son is continuing the mantle of the Bates name. And speaking of Toyotas and 86s, there is a flapping rear guard on the right corner of the number 86 machine, which is shared between Heiniger and Chapman, and that's not good news. But I saw that it's been like that for a couple of laps, or quite a few laps in fact, but it appears to be getting worse and worse. It was only really the corner just around the wheel, and it's worked its way now all the way, basically the entire panel there flapping about, so that will need to be addressed potentially, as the 718 BMW now has entered the lane, and that is the Essman and Robinson combination in that BMW. And look at how busy pit lane is at the moment. There are so many cars in there, including the Chiara Zabatakis machine. She's done 44 laps. I reckon she'll now hand over to Jet Herring, who will finish the race off. The youngest combination in this race. They're in the number 79 Mazda MX-5. And those two have never teamed up before, but they're doing a mighty fine job at the moment out there on the racetrack. They were just outside the top 10 when this whole pit stop sequence started, and they're around there now at the moment as the race leader enters the pits. Kaptanovic is in now, as well as serving a 5-minute stop and a 2.5-minute stop. We have to remember that this car has to serve an additional 15 seconds. We can see it on the screens in front of us on the left-hand side. That was for exiting pit lane on the outlap and crossing the blend line. A huge no-no in motorsport, so that has to be served in this pit stop. The question is, will they serve the 5-minute first or the 2.5-minute first? Generally what we see is you get the big one done and out the way early, and that means if there's a safety car later on, you can serve the 2.5 minutes and not go down a lap. So I expect the 5 minutes to be served early on in this one. This is good news. The number 1 Hyundai Veloster. Last time we were on board, we just finished an interview with Tabitha Ambrose, and Brad Gardner was limping around the track just trying to get the car back into the pits. It's good to see that's back out and working well. A car run by the Whyte TAFE students, and they've done a really, really good job on this car all weekend long, and it's such a shame that such a strange issue occurred in the race. Here's the Alfa Romeo 156 with a 156 emblazoned on the side of it. Haven't seen too much of it this weekend, but it's been a little bit of a quiet achiever out there on the racetrack, and it's comfortably inside the top 20 at the moment, so doing a really nice job out there at this point in time. Just moved up to 14th on that lap with Sabatakis in the lane. But it's so interesting in Class C, D and E at the moment. Who's pitted, who hasn't, as Zach Bates is moving forwards in the 86. Look up the inside of the Alfa Romeo now and trying to find a way through. Great images brought to us by Brad Gardner just over his left shoulder. Real personalities down there. When I spoke to them on Friday, Brad Gardner and Tabitha Ambrose, certainly up for a laugh, and they're really enjoying their weekend. Both of them great steerers in their various categories. Tabitha in Hyundai XL racing, really starting out her career. Brad's been around for a number of years more than she has. He's a front runner in the TA2 muscle car series, but a great combination in that Veloster. As we look at the car that was leading the race, it's just come in and served its first compulsory pit stop. And I believe, Dave, you've got an update for us on this Lotus.
Thank you, guys. I'm down here with my friend from Prod Sports New South Wales, Glenn Townsend. Glenn, you got out of the race-leading car 173, the Lotus Exige. Now, we did see you at the Sydney 300. We had an Accu sump that was more of an Accu pump or an Accu cannon in the engine bay of that Lotus. Tell us, how's the car running in the first part of the race?
Well, it's running really well. Temperatures are good, even though it's quite warm out there. I had a great stint, led from lap 3, I think it was, till lap 35. People are being pretty courteous out there. Bit of rubbish on the track, but other than that, it's going really well, yeah.
So there is a bit of debris out on the circuit. There was a little bit of that which held our friend Adrian, that cruelled Adrian Wilson's campaign in the BMW M4, and Sully, unfortunately, was the pile behind the wheel. So things are looking up for some New South Wales Prod Sports competitors, but not so good for some others.
Yes, and every time you come and interview me, it tends to go downhill. So fingers crossed, we're going really well. Thank you to our sponsors, Better Marine, and also Weemus Transport.
Now, you've got Aaron in the car for the moment. He'll do the middle stint. You do have to stop one more time just to make it on fuel.
Correct. We'll do a 2.5 minute stop if we can get it done in that time, and then bring it home, hopefully.
Now, you're not intending to change cars. You're one of the small number of runners that's running on slick tyres. You're the only competitor running on Hankook slicks. How are the tyres looking at the end of that first stint?
Tyres are hanging really well. Probably overinflated just a little bit, but it's pretty good. So as it cools down, I think we'll come back in the window.
Fantastic. Well, we wish you well for the rest of the race. We look forward not having had a chat with you for the rest of the day.
Thanks very much, Dave. Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you, Dave. Down in the pit lane there. There's the 173 on screen. Mechanical Gremlins aside from the Picture Partners Sydney 300. It is forging ahead after its compulsory pit stop. This occurred during the interview. The number 1 Hyundai Veloster once again limping back to pit lane. Mechanical issues striking more than just that car. The 101 now of Bell is being sidelined at turn 9. It's pulled off to the right-hand side on the infield there with the officials' safety area there, as does the Gardner number 1 Hyundai Veloster. In fact, it's the same part of the circuit where we've got 2 cars off there, so plenty going on for the officials to observe and feed that information back to race control to make a determination as to what to do here. But it looks like Bell is out of the 101. And that is heartbreaking stuff there for the Nissan 370Z. He's actually gesturing for something from the official, just wants to run something by them. Here's the 411 in the pits, running a nice and easy refueling pit stop. Part of that, it looks like a scheduled stop. CPS, you can see there one of the crew members with a fire extinguisher at the ready, which is part of the regulations, as well as earthing the car. They need to make sure that someone is ready with a fire extinguisher at all times during refueling. As well as during refueling, there is to be no work completed on the rest of the car during that process. The priority is on safety. We're actually operating under Victorian work safe conditions here at the racetrack, given it is a private business, this venue. So we have to adhere to those regulations. So you can see there just easing the fuel into the Mazda MX-5 in the pit lane. Michael Ricketts watch, that car in Class D has currently made its way up into position 6. As you can see through the top of the screen there, the Hyundai Veloster making its way into the pit lane for the second time, or the third time I dare say, given its troubled run so far in this race. But as I was saying, Ricketts in the car that he's sharing this weekend with Josh Haynes, slowly creeping up the order. And given it is in Class D, it only has to stop once for 5 minutes, being in that D division. And I was just going to point out to you as well, Dan, that given it is a bit of a slower car, it probably hasn't got as much power as some of the high horsepower cars as well. We do expect it's going to go a lot longer in this race in terms of not needing to pull in for a fill up with fuel, and it's a lot kinder on its tyres as well. So that's a dark horse. It's certainly in contention for a top 10, I'd say, at this stage. So not only is he leading Class D, but he's 5th position overall at the moment before he hands over to Josh Haynes, and we know how capable he is behind the wheel of the number 41 Nissan N13 Pulsar. Jerry Burgess is currently leading the way in the number 33 Mitsubishi Evo, leading Class C and the overall order as well. We should point out they haven't yet stopped in this race, and we have 48 laps completed in this race, with this pit stop taking place nice and easy. It's a wonderful example of the process that the teams all up and down pit lane have to follow, because safety is paramount with refueling when you're introducing refueling and potential tyre changes into the mix with grassroots motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely. The Class E car, the leading Class E car is in the lane. That is the machine out there of Perry Anastakis. So Lindmeyer has taken the lead in Class E, but is yet to stop. And the reigning champs are in. Boydell has done 47 laps behind the wheel of that Mazda MX-5, and we'll hand it over to his co-driver, his new co-driver for the Winton 300. It's Todd Herring, who won the Sydney 300 just a few months ago. In fact, he's a 3-time Sydney 300 winner, but he's never won the Pitcher Partners Winton 300 before. So Boydell's looking to go back-to-back, and his co-driver looking to win it for the very first time this year. So there's a lot of stories to play out as we very quickly approach the halfway stage of this race. It's absolutely flown by. I noted, Callum, that the number 8 machine didn't do the 5-minute stop. It was either a long 2.5-minute stop or a very short 5-minute stop. I think to avoid a penalty, they'll say that was a very long 2.5-minute stop. So that was not good news for the number 8 machine, with Thompson now behind the wheel. That was not exactly what the doctor ordered there. Daniel Kepchanovic has stepped out of the car. Adam Thompson now behind the wheel. The New South Wales drivers sharing duties in that machine, but it's really not been a good day so far for BMW competition drivers in this race. Whoever it is out there on the track, if you've got a BMW, you've generally had an issue at some point or another, and there is that machine as I talk about it on the racetrack, looking up the inside there of Charlie Viola. I'm not sure if Viola is still behind the wheel now. We're at that stage of the race where a majority of the cars have now pitted, and the number 13 and the number 8 are on the racetrack together. But Giantini is yet to pit, so he's 2 laps nearly ahead of this number 8 BMW. They were pretty close together on the road a few minutes ago, but one has served the stop. That one there, the number 13, has not, as it overlaps the VW Scirocco around the outside of the gum tree. This is shaping up. We can sort of see now how the strategies are working out. I note the top 3 in the race all set PB laps on the last lap. Burgess, Ashton and Giantini, they know they're about to pit. They've got to make hay while they are still in the car, and they are pushing really hard. All of them in the very, very low 35s, and they are pushing more than they ever have before. Jerry Burgess has done a great job in the opening stint of this race. He's ahead of the Class B Ashton-driven machine, but Ashton's going to hand it over to the pro, you'd almost say, in the lineup. Ashton's never done a motor race before. He's done time trials, but never shared the track with other vehicles before. And we've seen as the stint's gone on over these 50 laps, how much more confident he's been getting lap upon lap, improving and improving, and that's why he's setting his fastest laps at the moment. But his co-driver Jimmy Tran nearly won the race in 2022. He was so close. A throttle sensor issue meant that on the penultimate lap of the race, he limped home, and sadly for him, his brother overtook him on the very last lap of the race. And Callum, I see you're pointing at something on the timing screen.
Sorry, my pen was in the wrong position there, mate, but Jerry Burgess at the head of the field. I think the crucial number we have just reached is 51. You can see on the top of the timing screen, just underneath the picture partner sign. What that tells me is that they can now pit at any point and know that they're going to get home on fuel. So that car is not drinking anywhere near as much fuel as perhaps some of the other runners up and down pit lane were expecting. But that doesn't take into account the tyre usage as well. So a 35 is very quick. Ashton's ever so slightly quicker, as Dan said, at 1 minute 34.2. So outright pace. Ashton is actually closing that gap, but he does have to stop for 2.5 minutes longer in that car. Boydell still in the pit lane. 4 minutes 45, or getting close to it. So they're about to emerge from the pit lane. But the 173 with Townsend, not Townsend behind the wheel, he's handed it over. But that car, crucially, is actually passed on track, the car of Boydell. It currently sits in position 8, does the Lotus Exige, the number 173. And it's starting to press ahead following its compulsory pit stop. Now, it did stop before lap 50, so it's a little bit of a question mark. We do know it has to stop for another 2.5 minutes because they can do a quick stop and fill there. Burgess on screen. Here's the York Developments, number 33, Mitsubishi Evo, doing a great job. But you can see that's the gap between P1 and P2 outright. Damon Ashton, limited on-track experience. Everything he's experienced in terms of actual racing is all within this race. 52 laps of the Winton Motor Raceway during the Winton Picture Partners Winton 300, and the number 37 FPV allowing the Evo through, giving him plenty of space, and they'll complete yet another lap. That's incredible fuel mileage from the Evo, with Ashton following closely behind. So officially, as they come across the start-finish line, the gap was 1.4 seconds the last time around, and it's been shrunk down to a second. So the 818 Honda Integra is coming from behind, is closing the gap, and he's evenly matched on fuel numbers as well. But it is a front-wheel drive car compared to an all-wheel drive car as well, so there's some considerations there. Was that a bit of an off-track mishap there for the Evo as well? It put just ever so slightly a tyre off into the dirt, running just a little bit too far on the left-hand side coming into turn 3. But the BYP Integra just behind, very quick, looking quite handy. That's a bit of a quiet achiever so far in this race, with Giantini still sitting in 3rd position. So the fuel numbers are looking very promising for at least the top 3. Michael Ricketts currently sitting in position 4. You can see him on the timing tower, the number 41. He is a lap down at the moment, but he's still 4th outright, and most definitely leading Division D behind the wheel of that N13 Nissan Pulsar. So doing a great job before he inevitably pulls into the pit lane and hands over to Josh Haynes. Now we're getting updates from pit lane as well. Dave and Lisa working tirelessly down in the pit lane to bring us all the information. Car 35 has a failed wheel bearing, and that's forced them out of the race. And a CPS driver change for car 1 as well. And speaking of Dave down into pit lane, we're going to hand over to Dave.
Thank you, Callum. So I'm down here with Simon Agar, the driver of the number 787 Hyundai i30N sedan. But Simon, you haven't had a chance to have a drive yet this afternoon.
No, we've got about 27 laps or so to go, and then I'll be finishing it off.
So the car doesn't yet have the endurance fuel system in it that you would need to do an event like the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. But the car's running well, but you are experiencing, I guess, the issues with sticking with some of the original equipment electronics.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we've had problems with the diff. We're running through way more fuel than we expected. The brakes are having problems, but that's what this is all about, is to sort of, sort those issues out before we get to Bathurst.
It's one of the best endurance tests you can do is these events, these 300k races, because you're up against so many of the same competitors that you might be in when you step up to do an event like the Bathurst 6 Hour. Talk us through what the strategy is. Now, you've updated to Division A. I believe that's because you've got to do 2 stops, so you've really got no other choice.
Yeah, 2 stops, and a bit of extra time to cool everything down. But there was only 2 cars in Division A, so we thought, let's give it a shot compared to B. Why not? Means we go home with a trophy.
Now, will you be making it through the race, you reckon, on 1 set of tyres the whole way through, or you might have to do a preemptive tyre stop just as a precaution?
1 set of tyres is fine. The AO50s are really good. They last. We'll get a little bit more out of this, another track weekend or something like that out of them. So yeah, they're really good. They'll last no problem.
Now, some race teams have a tradition that if the driver goes off or if they flat spot a tyre, they owe the pit crew a slab. What's Nick going to owe the team after that little safari journey after the first pit stop?
Well, he pays for everything, so nothing, I don't imagine. Yeah.
Well, we look forward to catching up with you in Victory Lane. Hopefully you don't have to have a chat before then.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Back to you guys in commentary.
Thanks, Dave. Had the pleasure of chatting to the Agars on Friday. Great personalities, both of them. Unfortunately, it's just a few teething issues so far this weekend for them debuting this car. Both 300 veterans, but new machine for them this weekend out there in the A class. There's a few more front runners that have pitted. The 791, the reigning champions, came in. They did their 5-minute stop, their sole 5-minute stop, and it was 5 minutes and 3 seconds. It was a great stop from them, pretty much timing that to absolute perfection. And it's that sort of stuff, those little 1%ers that won them the race here last year. And they did a fantastic job last year, because the 1% is where you can lose the race, just like that, locking up on the screen. It just damaged your tyres and will continue to be locked up as the race progresses. But it's the 1%ers that can lose you. The crossing the blend lines on the outlap to the grid, the not quite doing the allocated pit stop time, that's a significant penalty. There are all these little 1%ers not quite getting the fuel nozzle in correctly, costing yourself seconds that way. These are all the little 1%ers that can cost you at the end of a 300-kilometre race. So Boydell and his teammate in the number 791 of Todd Herring, both of them absolutely nailing the stop. 5 minutes and 3 seconds. The other news story I've seen is that car 8, I spoke about that only being in the lane for 4 minutes. Didn't serve the 5-minute pit stop. And it's come up on timing that it has successfully served its 2.5-minute stop, but it does not count that as a 5-minute stop, and rightfully so. So I don't know if they've misread the timing on their phones or what has happened, but those are the 1%ers I was just talking about, and that's disastrous. So effectively, they've spent an extra minute and a half, an entire lap in the pits when they didn't need to. If they'd have stayed in for an extra minute, they'd have done the 5-minute stop, but as a result, they stayed in the lane for 4 minutes, a very odd amount of time, and now as well still have to serve the 5-minute stop. So that's going to be 9 minutes in the lane for that BMW. So that's not good news at all. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's not good news at all for that particular machine. It served a 2.5-minute pit stop, but not a 5-minute stop. Callum, there's lots of talking points at this point in the race. There's split strategies, everybody doing all sorts of different things, including the Class D leader, Ricketts, who will now hand over the car to Josh Haynes. And they have been sharing the pole side. They've shared it in a number of races, and they are always fast. in the divisions in which they compete, Class D, this weekend, and their compulsory pit stop is now being served.
On screen now, was the race leader before pulling into the pits, but currently sits in 6th position overall. Has done a 1 minute 32.5 in this race. Currently is 2.6 laps adrift of the lead, but we're still waiting for Burgess, Ashton, Giantini to pull into the pit lane. So on corrected order, it should be in 2nd position. I believe it is behind the number 8 entry. So good to see that we're starting to see a cleansed field, and Ricketts indeed is in the pit lane. So here is the number 8 Pinnacle Automotive, the pole sitter for this race, with Thompson behind the wheel in the 328i, the E36 BMW. It's a beautiful shape, a timeless classic is that shape, the 2-door BMW. Here comes Zach Bates streaming through, and we've got the Jones Mazda 323 in the background there as well. So it's good to see that they've overcome their mechanical gremlins that forced them into the pit lane before the compulsory pit stop window opened earlier in this race. They've actually made 2 trips through the pit lane to sort out the car, and it's back out there and circulating. So we've got Dave Stillwell in the pit lane with an update.
Thank you, guys. So we saw earlier, car 17, one of the Pinnacle Automotive BMWs. This is the normally aspirated car, pulled out of the race. I thought we'd have a look and see just what went wrong with it. You can see how the engine bay is covered in coolant. This is the top radiator hose where you'd get the hot coolant out of the engine straight into the radiator. The top radiator neck, it's actually sheared straight off. So there's no chance of getting that back on. And of course, because it's a production-based vehicle, runs the production radiator with the aluminium elements, but the plastic end tank. So that's it for this car. Now, they are experiencing an issue in car 8, where they've got an intermittent misfire aboard the Kapitanovich supercharged BMW E36 328. So what they've done is they've taken the coil packs out of car 17. They've got them standing to one side ready to go, so when that car does come in for one of its compulsory pit stops, they'll have some spare parts ready to go. So although car 17 is out of the race, parts of it may live on and help car number 8 make it to the finish line. Back to you in commentary.
Thank you, Dave. Down there in the pit lane, and coil packs strike once again. That hit the 818 BYP Honda Integra last year, forced them into the pit lane in the closing stages of this race. So with the misfire, the team at Pinnacle Automotive looking at the BMW 328i. Oh, and is this Thomas or Thompson behind the wheel here of the number 12 Honda Civic? It's pulled over to the driver's left-hand side. It did pull in the pit lane earlier. I think it definitely has served its compulsory pit stop, but not too sure if there was an issue at that time. And it is parked up on the left-hand side at turn 9. Is he trying to fire that car back up again? It looks like he might have lit the fire underneath the bonnet of that Honda Civic. No, not at the moment. He is searching around the cockpit trying to find a solution. He'll be on the radio to the team to give them an update. I'm sure they're well and truly aware, tuning into the Blendline TV broadcast from the back of the garage, feeding them as much information as they can. This car featured in the top 10 shootout for qualifying earlier this weekend, and it's now parked up on the left-hand side. So the Honda Civic doesn't appear to be going anywhere at this stage. There will definitely be local yellows. You can see, we can actually see from our vantage points across the circuit that they do indeed have yellow flags displayed to the drivers. And we've got the crew very quickly on the scene there. The safety crew working tirelessly all weekend to clean up all the mishaps that have occurred throughout the different sprint support category races, including the Australian Supertrucks, as well as their tireless efforts throughout this 300-kilometre endurance race at the Winton Motor Raceway. Good news for that. It means it doesn't look like we're going to get a safety car for that one. So this race still hasn't seen a safety car. There was a few discussions up and down pit lane that, given the higher volume of cars entered in this race in comparison to last year, that some people were expecting a safety car. But that has not transpired so far in this race. So great effort by the officials to clean up the mishap. We've got Dave Stillwell in the pit lane with an update.
We're down here in the BM Performance Garage. Now, a gentleman we normally see behind the wheel of a number of very fast Ford Falcons in sports sedans and, of course, improved production was recently had to wave goodbye to his improved production national title thrown in the last couple of years, is Ray Hislop. Now, Ray, you've come across from Tasmania. You've got the vintage Ray Hislop Motorsport race suit out. Now, you're not behind the wheel this weekend. Tell us what's going on.
No, look, this weekend, couple of mates, Ken Christie owns car 154, Bob Jowett from Sydney's co-driving with him, so yeah, I'm just here as a bit of help and a bit of words of encouragement for them for the weekend.
Now, you can't stay away from the joint. Now, I understand you recently, as much as you might like pumping the fuel for some BMWs, we might be seeing you in sports sedans with an updated Falcon in the near future. You might have picked up a couple of panels recently.
Yeah, certainly. Look, my old IP car is being reborn as a sports sedan, so that's my passion at the moment. That's what I'm doing to get myself busy.
Now, would we maybe see that car turn up here at a Winton 300? You do have the adjustable in-car sway bars, so you can tune a set of slick tyres nicely throughout the course of the 300k race, and you are permitted to do the race solo if you feel so inclined.
Yeah, but I'm getting a bit old for that now, so no, I'm more than happy this weekend just to be helping out and pumping some fuel, but mind you, getting a bit of arm pumps. Electric pump's probably the way to go.
And now, you were mentioning earlier before we went on air that perhaps one of the drivers is feeling a bit of arm pump or a bit of brain pump throughout the course of this race. You've had to do another driver change and someone's going all the way to the end?
Yeah, look, Ken, who owns the car, just started to feel a little bit crook. So, he came, jumped out because he couldn't continue driving safely. So Bob's hopped back in the car, and Bob, being the athlete that he is, he'll be fine. He can run as long as he needs to, and I think he's enjoying driving a BMW, and who knows, one day I'll try and get him in a Ford.
We can only hope. Thank you, Ray. Back to you in Central Commentary.
Thanks for that one, Dave. Great to chat with Ray Hislop, a man who's been around motorsport for many, many years. And oh dearie me, this Veloster is playing up once again out there on the race circuit, pulled over to the side of the course, trying to let the other machines through. Oh, you don't want to be there, right on the apex of the corner. Around the outside goes the 818 machine of Ashton. But again, this machine, you can hear Tabitha now behind the wheel saying, I'm coming in. So she will be bringing that machine back in the lane, of course, at the end of this lap. But this car has been plagued with issues throughout the race. You can see when the engine dies, the screens all go off, all the dials turn off. So it's in and out, very unstable electronics or something down there, but it's not good at all. And she will come in the lane and join Jerry Burgess, who was the race leader in the number 33 Evo, and will hand the car over to his father now. So Jerry will be in the wheel of that machine. Ashton is also in, who will hand over to Jimmy Tran. So a couple of changes in the lane, and there is Tabitha at the back of the shot as well. There are just 40 laps remaining in this race. The drivers that are yet to come in have to come in the next 10 laps. You got to serve your stop before the end of lap number 70. A bit of dancing going on down there in the lane. Very nice moves. Like to see them pulled off on a Saturday night at the disco. That was quite something to behold in the Winton pit lane down there. As we see Tabitha back in, and they will try and sort out those reoccurring gremlins with that machine. So the Burgesses change over. Lee is out. Jerry is now behind the wheel in the number 33 machine. What can they do in the final stint of this race? We're going for a tyre stop. Front left is being changed. It's the most used tyre here, really, at Winton. It's always turning. It's a clockwise circuit, and it's a technical circuit. Lots of hairpins, lots of long, loaded, slow corners, and it puts a lot of pressure on the left front. So Lee jumping out, and I can see that is Jerry behind the wheel now, the father of the two, looking at the Netsoft timing, see just how long that machine has been in the lane. I can tell you that it's been in the lane now for 3.5 minutes, so just a further minute and a half in the lane, and then that car will be out and free. and that will potentially be the first runner to have done all of its stops. We'll wait and see. At this point in time, it is this machine out there on the race circuit sitting in fourth. The 173 Lotus is the first car on the running order to do a full 5-minute stop, but it's still got to come in again. It's Division B. It's got a 2.5-minute stop still to go. So this will play a factor. But Jerry Burgess, who's about to jump out onto the circuit, has done the sole stop that is required for the Evo. There's still a couple of drivers yet to pit. The Giancini machine, the number 13 car, that's yet to serve its compulsory stop. Matthew and Aaron sharing their Honda Civic. They're yet to stop. They are now the race leaders. Another one yet to pit is the 322 Toyota 86 of the Tierney's, Daniel and Jeff Tierney. And I think that is about all of the front runners. I'm just looking at Lynn Mayer, the leader in Division E, is also yet to stop. That's the number 53 machine. So they will have to come in. Lynn Mayer sharing with John Connolly. So that also has to come in. So there'll be potential changes in Division E, although that car was right at the pointy end anyway. Off goes Jerry Burgess. The pit stop time, 5 minutes 7.4. It's from the time you enter the pit lane to the time you exit the lane, and that was nailed pretty much perfectly out there on the circuit. There's a couple of Class B cars ahead of it on the road, but as I note, once again, the Bs have to do an extra 2.5 minutes. That is the first car to complete all of its compulsory pit stops out there on the racetrack. They sit 6th, and all of the stops have been done. They're just a few seconds down the road on the reigning champions, Boydell, with now Todd Herring behind the wheel of that car to bring it home. And speaking to Todd Herring on Friday, he was telling me that this Mazda MX-5 he's driving this weekend is so much more pointy than the car that he's used to. It handles very differently to his MX-5. They might be the same make and model, but they handle very, very differently. But he thinks it's an absolute jet, an absolute weapon, and he's really enjoying his time sharing the car with Andrew Boydell this weekend. And we're seeing on the screens that the 818 machine is in the lane of Ashton, who is sharing with Jimmy Tran, and Jimmy is now behind the wheel. I just saw his eyes as he heads down the lane. This is going to be pretty much bang on 5 minutes, 4:58, 4:59, 5 minutes, 5:01. How tight do you like it? 5:02.5. That's pretty much perfect. But remember, it's a Class B car. It's still got to do one more stop. Out there on the track, though, we see the number 33 is going to be lapped potentially by Giantini, but the number 13 might be leading by 2 laps, but it's yet to serve its pit stop. So there's plenty more to play out. It's got to do it, though, in the next 5 minutes. Time is ticking away now. You have to serve it. You've got to enter the lane by the commencement of lap number 71. So there are 5 more laps for Matthew Giantini to drive that machine before handing over to Matthew. You can only do a maximum of 70 laps in this motor race. It happens to be that the compulsory pit stop window closes at 70 laps, so there's no risk of missing that little rule and going too far, because you've got to pit anyway. So out there on the circuit, we're looking at the 173 machine. This is the car currently in second with Townsend. Townsend handed the car over. It says on timing it's Townsend behind the wheel.
Webby's behind the wheel.
Yes, it is indeed. And they're doing a mighty fine job out there at the moment.
Yeah, doing a splendid job. Lapping consistently, 135s at the moment. That is quickest on track at this point of the race. So the 173 Lotus Exige on screen here. It sounds brilliant. You can hear the supercharger screaming as it comes past our camera points. And doesn't it look the part as well? So Townsend did a great job during his stint before handing it over to Wemmys as he screams past our camera point coming on to the main straight. Currently sitting in position 2 overall. However, they've got another stop coming their way. Giantini has finally pulled into the pit lane, made it 64 laps into this race on a single tank of fuel. So that Honda Civic, the number 13, extremely frugal with its fuel usage. So he's pulled into the pit lane and is the last of the top 10 to do so. A fantastic opening stint there from Giantini. So he's obviously going to hand over to his teammate and will be in the pit lane for 5 minutes, and that will be the last of its necessary compulsory pit stop time spent in the pit lane. Here we are on screen, Charlie Viola, well, not actually it's Hanrahan behind the wheel, I believe, at the moment in the number 7 N13 Pulsar, doing a really good job, a brilliant job for the Pitcher Partners entry. And speaking of Pitcher Partners, we have Dave Stillwell down in the pit lane.
Our wonderful sponsor, Charlie Viola from Pitcher Partners, who, with that recent pit stop for Car 53, has inherited the lead of Class E. Tell us about your race so far.
Yeah, mate, good. It's fine. It's sort of going to plan. I left Benny in P1, so now he just needs to bring it home and manage that gap to Parry, who's about half a lap behind him. So it's been a bit of a challenge, actually. It's challenging driving the car just a touch slower than what it can do, but we just weren't going to make it on. Weren't going to make it with fuel, so we went a bit more conservative. We're doing Class E. Hopefully Benny can bring it home and we get a trophy.
Well, that's always the thing you've got to strive for. If you've got a car that can run at or just beyond the pace of the division that you're nominated for, you've got to really watch it. It is the all brand, it's the high fibre, it's the massively regular, monotonous, way of doing motor racing, but you've done well so far. I think you've only broken out once or twice?
Yeah, I broke out twice, so I've made it hard for Benny. He can't break out at all now. We get the penalty, so my dash was about half a second wrong, so I was just struggling a little bit, and I was having Boz yell at me through the thing as I came onto the straight, whether or not I was under or over, so it's actually quite challenging because you can't get yourself into a groove. When you're going 10 tenths, you get into a groove and you're just doing your best. When you're trying to back off and change early and short shift, it's actually far harder, to be honest. So,
well, don't worry. I think Etten Senna spoke about that one time when his team told him to back off a little bit. He lost the rhythm and he stuck the car in the fence. So the fact you've stayed out of the fence so far is a pretty good indicator. Now, we should talk about the other big thing. You are wearing Pitcher Partners merchandise. You've already jumped out of the car. Tell us, what brought the relationship between Pitcher Partners and these events together, and what are some of the things that people can expect from Pitcher Partners if they choose them as a service?
So really, I guess I sponsor these events really just as a means of giving back, to be honest. Motorsport's been really kind of good to me. I love it. It's great respite. It's good fun. I just kind of love it. I love being competitive, sort of uber competitive kind of person. So whenever these kind of grassroots categories put their hand up and need, a little bit of help, I just love doing it, right? Because we're all here, we all work really hard to kind of be here. Us putting a few dollars in means that a whole bunch of people can kind of come and enjoy it. So, love it. In terms of who we are, we're a mid-tier chartered accounting firm. We do all the normal kind of accounting services, tax, corporate finance, advisory. I run our wealth management business. We manage sort of $4.5 billion of assets under management for sort of wealthy people. So it's good. Love it. I've been there for 23 odd years. They're very supportive of my interests. They let me come and do this sort of stuff. So that's great.
So if people need to justify race cars as an investment and marketing strategy, Pitcher Partners are definitely the people to speak to.
Mate, I reckon happy people are hardworking people are wealthy people, right? So you've got to find your happy place, and for some of us it's coming and getting respite here. So, it's just our way of giving back. So.
Well, on behalf of the entire grassroots motorsport community, we want to say a big thank you to you and everyone at Pitcher Partners for being on board for these events. It's massively appreciated.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Go Benny. Let's hope you bring it home and we get the top step. So.
Back to you guys in central commentary.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Charlie, down there in the pit lane. It is a big thanks to Pitcher Partners for throwing their support behind grassroots motor racing, especially grassroots endurance racing. And Viola there embodying the very spirit of grassroots endurance racing there. Oh, that looks like one of the blankets. They've got a cover that has gone along with the Giantini Civic as it was leaving its pit box during its CPS. So that's an unnecessary delay, having to pull up and take off the fuel cover there. And you can see at the top of the screen as well the number 156 Alpha being pushed back into the garage by the looks of things. But we should just say big thanks to Charlie Viola for throwing his support behind this event, and he does embody the very sense, the very spirit of this, in that it's all about enjoyment. It's all about going out and having fun, and also you want to get a couple of trophies at the end of the weekend as well, and he's done a sensational job so far. His first experience of the Winton Motor Raceway. So the Giantini car, the number 13 Civic, and there's a bit of dust, a bit of smoke in the air down there in the pit lane. That looks like the Agar Hyundai, if I'm not mistaken, the 787 machine down there in the pit lane. And Agar is stepping out of the vehicle and into the car. I'm not too sure if it's Nick or Simon, so apologies, boys, in advance.
Simon
jumping into the car. So into the pit lane. This will obviously form their CPS, or one of their CPSs, for the duration of this race. They're the only class, or Division A class car remaining in this race. So they've got 2 5-minute stops, but they're buried down in the field at the moment. So perhaps the division designation for that car probably didn't reflect the outright pace of the car, given that they've been hampered by electronic issues so far this weekend. But they pull up their socks and they press on regardless. They are out there and enjoying themselves. They said last year they'll be back with a different car, and indeed they are. 818. Jimmy Tran behind the wheel up the inside there of the number 37 car of Rice. And have a look at the brake temperatures here on the Tierney entry, the Toyota 86 in the pit box at the moment. It's just a good representation of, these are closer to production cars than you would perhaps expect from something like the stock cars we saw earlier today, which is a 100% bespoke race car built from the ground up. Despite the fact these cars are closer to production showroom condition, they're still pressing on just as hard. And the brake upgrades that are required to be able to withstand those sorts of temperatures and stresses just goes to show there, and just how robust these race cars are, especially in an endurance sense. Now, the Pinnacle Autosport BMW back in the pit lane. Is that a suggestion that there could be some coil issues, as Dave touched on earlier?
Well, this is their second stop, but importantly, Callum, they've already been in the lane 5.5 minutes. So any second that they're spending in the lane now is time that does not need to be served. And this is robbing them of a potential fight for the victory. They were doing so well early on in the race, but this is absolutely disastrous. And as you say, maybe it is to do with those coil packs. The 322 Toyota 86 that we saw in the lane, that was the very last car to complete its sole stop in Division D. The Division D leaders as a result. Will they emerge ahead of the number 5 car, which has completed the stop with Matthew Thewlis currently behind the wheel, and that is also an 86. Class D really is almost the 86 division out there at the moment. We've just had an off-track excursion by the looks of it, and it's a Mazda MX-5. I think that was the one that went off at turn 12 earlier on in the race, the 411 machine shared by Daniel Hay and Richard Barham out there on the race circuit, but fortunately no damage done. Play on, says the referee, as Zach Bates has come in again. Well, this is yeah,
that's a curious development.
Yeah,
we did see on the timing screen it would suggest it might have been an under 5-minute pit stop. Don't want to cast any dispersions around that, but the fact is he's back in the pit lane, the number 14 car, and you can see there they're actually putting fuel into the car, so maybe this is part of the plan. Obviously, they said earlier they would have to pull back into the pits to fuel it up to be able to achieve the race distance, given it hasn't got its endurance tank or anything like that set up at the moment.
Well, they said that they'd need to if there wasn't another safety car, didn't they? Well, wouldn't you leave it out and hope for a safety car? But there's still 32 laps to go, so would you not try and leave it out as late as you possibly could, hoping that a safety car comes in the remaining third of the race? It's an interesting strategy call, but I'd have potentially left it a little bit later and hope that the safety car does come and serve that while the field is slow and the race is neutralised.
So, car on screen right now going hard at the front of the field, the 173. They have to stop again for 2.5 minutes.
Yep.
What does that mean? It's a minute and 13 between them and position 2, Jimmy Tran. They also have to stop for a second time, but it's lap 70. They have to pull in this time around. They're 1.2 laps ahead of Boydell, so it's going to be pretty close. It's starting to edge up. So we're starting to see the balance between the different divisions. So with the 2 leaders at the moment, both in Class B, they have to pull in at the end of this lap. Oh no, it's the 36 entry, the Falcon Ute, striking issues once again. They've been working tirelessly all weekend. This is getting very close here. Jerry Burgess in the number 33, switching positions with the Giantini Civic. The number 13 car you can see just ahead of the VW Fun Cup entry. And it's a big apology to Lee Burgess before. I was calling him his father earlier in this race, so apologies to Lee for that one. So Lee doing a fantastic stint earlier in this race before handing over to Jerry. Now here is a replay of that move. Taking advantage of some lap traffic here. Rather sneaky by Giantini up the inside there, capitalising on the number 55 entry there. He's checking his mirrors to the left-hand side without realising on the right-hand side a hard-charging Giantini in the Civic was on the way through. Here's the race-safe crew. The crewmen on the scene very quickly once again. Tireless efforts from the officials. We can't thank our volunteers and officials enough for their efforts, working very hard on the track side to be able to keep and clean up all the mishaps that are happening. As I say that, Townsend's pulled into the pit lane at the end of this lap, so he has already pulled into the pits. Zabatakis in Class C as well, currently sitting in 6th position as well in the number 79 Mazda MX-5. Doing a phenomenal job with Zach Bates just behind in position 7. So the 173 in the pit lane. What's going to transpire, Dan? It's starting to heat up, it's starting to close. The accordion is coming ever so closer together.
It certainly is. So Townsend in the lane, the last person to complete their last pit stop as far as we're aware. I'm looking down the timing and I think that is all of them done, the compulsory pit stops as they are required to be completed before the commencement of lap number 71. Yeah, it's always Lee Burgess that starts the car and then he hands over to his dad who's behind the wheel of the Evo, number 33 out there at the moment, who just lost the place to Giantini. So where's Townsend going to slot out? Actually, I'm looking, Tran has started or just finished lap number 70. He's got one more stop to do. So they'll have to come in on this next lap for certain. And there's a couple more coming in further behind. You were just saying about Zabatakis. I'm pretty sure I just saw the number 79 just in front of the truck assist sign, just behind the Fun Cup car. It is the number 79, the Class C car, which is running really, really nicely. Doesn't need to do another stop, but maybe a quick splash and dash or a change of tyres. But this is not a compulsory pit stop for the Zabatakis and Jet Herring machine, number 79. So there's a couple of dramatic and unnecessary stops being made, and these stops really do play havoc in this race. Great to see that we've been able to stay green once again, and yeah, really good to see that this race has run green. Great work by our volunteer marshals and officials out there on the racetrack, and it's coming up on timing that the pit window has closed, but this car still has its second stop to make. Goodness gracious me, Callum, I did not see this occurring. This is a Class B car. It has to do 2 stops, a 5-minute stop and a 2.5-minute stop. We outlined it early on in the race, but it's not come in. It's done another lap out there on the racetrack. What on earth is going on?
Yeah, we're stating facts from the timing screen there. You can see pit window closed, 71 laps completed, 1 pit stop done for the Class B car, 818 of Jimmy Tran. So we'll have to wait and see what unfolds there. What you can see, though, in position 2 is Boydell in the 791 Mazda MX-5, the defending winners at the Pitcher Partners Winton 300. Jimmy Tran is pressing on. A 1 minute 32.3. That's the fastest lap of the race that last time around. So there's plenty of pace in that car. With 29 laps remaining in this race, and we're coming up to 2 hours elapsed in this race. I don't know about you, Dan, but that's gone by extremely fast. Now, that is the FPV 144 Falcon that has looped it. It's swapped ends at turn 3 with Ling, I believe, behind the wheel. If not, it is Troy Williams or David Ling behind the wheel of that Falcon spinning down there at turn 3, but no harm, no foul. They're able to collect themselves, compose themselves, and press on down the circuit despite the spin. And Townsend still in the pit lane. We noted that they came in on lap 69 just before the CPS window closed, and 4 minutes has elapsed in their compulsory pit stop. Bit of a longer stop then for this time around, and we're still looking on screen there, the BYP car. So here comes the 173 coming out of the pits. Its pit stop time, according to the timing screen, was 4 minutes and 12 seconds. It'll be fueled, it'll be tied to get, it'll have tyres, enough tread to get to the end of this race. So we don't anticipate it should go back to the pit lane for the remainder of the Pitcher Partners Winton 300.
So we believe that was meant to do a 2.5 minute stop as its final stop. An extra minute and a half or more in the lane. And we expected it to come out around about where the race leaders are. It's come out 2 laps down. So around about a lap and a half behind where we expected. There was the off from the Ford Falcon out there at turn number 3. Can't even see it through all the dust. There it is, re-emerging. A spectacular looking moment, but no damage or anything in a incident like that. Just flicking up the dirt, the sun really making it more difficult the way that is setting at the moment as well. And it made it look a little bit more spectacular than it probably was, but nevertheless it's a mistake that you don't want to make. You don't want to be taking tours of the gravel trap unnecessarily. But out there on the racetrack, let's run you through the field. Okay, this car we've spoken about, we believe it has one more stop to pit, and we believe that the pit window has closed. So I believe, and I'm sure Callum believes as well, that the 791 is the theoretical leader out there on the race circuit. So the 791 Mazda in Class C, Boydell, the reigning champions, sharing the car this year with Todd Herring. They are effectively out front as far as we're aware. They are 29 seconds, around half a minute clear of the Honda Civic, which is shared by Giantini, the number 13 machine, also in Class C. And then it's the Evo that we've seen a fair bit of in recent laps, Lee Burgess and Jerry Burgess out there on the circuit. They are a further 21 seconds down. So really there's about 50 seconds separating the top 3 at the moment with 27 laps to go. Townsend in the Lotus. We thought that would be round about the race leaders, round about where Boydell was. However, being in the lane for 4 minutes rather than 2.5 minutes now sees them pretty much a lap behind. In fact, a lap behind the car ahead, the Class C car of Burgess. So you'd almost say that that Lotus with 27 laps to go and a lap down. So a lap down on the cars ahead. Zach Bates is the class out there in Class C, number 14, Toyota 86. And I'm hearing word from the Blendline team that the 818 team understood that the pit window would close at the end of lap number 80. And Callum is just checking the supplementary regulations to see, but it's saying on timing pit window closed, and we believe it's pit window closed, and it says 10.5 in the supplementary regulations. The compulsory pit stops will open when the race leader crosses the line to commence lap 20 until the race leader crosses the line to complete lap number 70. That has already been done, and that car on the screen has not completed both of its compulsory pit stops. So expect a large penalty for the 818 machine. This is the car that won this race 2 years ago, and it's been running really nicely. Set the fastest lap of the entire race 3 laps ago, a 1 minute 32.3. And now it was very much out of contention, you'd think, in this race, because a big penalty will be coming their way. Speaking of fast laps, Zach Bates, PB in the number 14 machine, 134.9, only 3.9 seconds behind the Lotus of Townsend. So that's an interesting one out there on the race circuit at the moment. So that's the battle for 5th position on track. But Townsend, or the 173 machine, it's not Townsend behind the wheel now, it's Wames who is behind the wheel of that Lotus. They are leading Class B effectively because the 818 car will be hit with a substantial penalty. Behind that, Josh Haynes, now behind the wheel of the Nissan Pulsar, is leading Class D and doing a magnificent job. A second stop was just made for the Zabatakis and Jet Herring Mazda MX-5, and that has put them a lap down compared to several of their competitors, but they still sit in 8th position ahead of the 322 of Tierney, which is 2nd in Class D, and Thulis is 3rd in Class D, rounding out the top 10 positions in this race. The leader in Class E is a little bit further down the order, just outside the top 10 in position number 14. That is the Ben Hannaran machine, shared of course with Charlie Viola, who Dave spoke to in the lane not too long ago. So there's plenty of action still to play out here. There's certainly going to be a bit of conjecture, I can't say it at this time of the evening, conjecture, nope, still can't say it, for the 818 machine. Callum, going to hand over to you. I can't say anything at the moment.
Endurance commentary there, mate. Fantastic effort so far for the car on screen, apart from that little mishap down at turn 3. So the 114 Falcon filtering through turn 3, and the 144 Pulsar as well. And that car is currently in position, not 15, apologies. Still doing a good job. It's been caught by Tabitha Ambrose behind the wheel of the number 1 Hyundai Veloster. But we believe Dave Stillwell down in the pit lane. You've got an update.
You believe correctly, Callum. So we've seen a remarkable amount of mechanical attrition, but despite that, the race has run without Hyundai i30N safety car interruptions so far. The number 86 Toyota to my right, to your left on screen, turns out the driver went for a little bit of a safari through some of the rough off-track areas here at Winton Motor Raceway, and they've cracked the radiator. We were having a chat with the team from BYP, who are running the 818 car. Appears it was a little bit of a misread of the regulations. They anticipated the CPS window closing at the end of lap 80. Unfortunately, as we have checked with the supplementary regulations and the siren that we heard in pit lane just a few minutes ago, the CPS window has closed, so that team can expect a bit of a penalty. In the garage next door in 14B, we've got the driver who's done the first half of the race on board the number 33 Evo, Lee Burgess. Lee, tell us, how was that race for you?
Yeah, look, it was a fantastic, I'm actually not sure how many laps I did in that first stint, but it was a very clean start. I got a few guys in Class B, I think, in the first few laps, and then to one point, we might have even been leading the race there. So, yeah, good start in the 300.
Now, we saw from our telecast of the Pitcher Partners Sydney 300 that your pit window is actually very narrow in the middle of the race based on the fuel capacity in the Evo. Obviously, you ran past the halfway mark, you got that fuel stop done. Although we did see at the end of last year's Winton 300, your dad having to limp the car home, obviously stuck in one gear with no clutch. I take it everything's running okay this year?
Yeah, look, touch wood this weekend. Yeah, the car's been running faultless. Yeah, Evo's out here in the heat this afternoon, doing lap after lap and being nice and consistent. So a bit of luck for the last 30-odd laps now. Dad can bring it home.
Well, definitely. We wish you the best of luck. We look forward to seeing you in Victory Lane later today.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Whoa.
Jerry Burgess having a bit of a moment there, wrapping up that interview, running ever so slightly wide on the driver's left-hand side coming out of turn 2. Jerry Burgess with a handful of oversteer, but getting it back together, regaining his composure. But it's a big well done to Lee Burgess for that opening stint, because they did a splendid job to put the car where it is currently in position 4. So Jimmy Tran still leading the way on the timing screen in Class B, but also overall classification. Andrew Boydell, the defending winner, alongside Todd Herring, who I believe is behind the wheel at the moment, defending Sydney 300 winner. Todd Herring, very familiar with MX-5 machinery, currently doing a brilliant job in second position. The 791 MX-5 of Boydell and Herring is in Class C. It's completed at single stop, and it is about a minute off the pace, a minute off the lead from Jimmy Tran. They've also got a handy 30-second margin between themselves and Giantini in the number 13 Civic. So they're looking pretty good at this point of the race as the sun continues to set, as the drivers begin to squint as they're trying to look through this part of the circuit with the sun shining straight into their eyes. The Boydell Herring 791 entry looking good to repeat, make it 2 from 2. Winton 300 victories in as many years. Here's another unique example of the refueling solutions open to the teams up and down pit lane. This is the VW Fun Cup car, the number 55, pulled into the pit lane, and they've obviously pre-filled the canister and they're dumping it straight into the fuel tank at the front. So that's a very smart solution. No, it only requires one person to carry the canister and unload it into the fuel tank. And now that the fueling process has been completed, he's literally going to climb out of the car and hand it over to his co-driver. But this is a very tidy pit stop procedure. They've obviously practiced it throughout the weekend in the warm-up as well as in the garage between sessions to ensure that they know exactly what they need to do. And the driver can't actually set off until they've safely re-plugged in the 6-point harness, as well as attaching the net as well. They cannot move away from their pit box until they have affixed that. So plugging in the driver. This is the Pecco and Beggs entry, the number 55 VW Fun Cup car. And we've got 2 of them in this race this weekend. It looks like he's actually taking his phone out of the vehicle as well. But this is looking very much under control, Dan. So as we're talking about, Giantini currently sitting in P3 on the timing screen in the number 13 entry. Not lapping as quick as Boydell, so that gap is actually starting to grow between Andrew Boydell in the lead from Giantini in position 2.
I'm going to say, actually, Callum, I've been keeping an eye on that. It depends on traffic. It really does. So some laps it's Giantini who's faster. Other laps it's Herring behind the wheel who's faster. And it's trading almost lap upon lap. So Giantini lost 5 seconds the last lap. This time only 1 second. However, the lap before was 2 seconds faster than Boydell. So it's altering, it's changing. They're pretty much equal out there on the circuit at the moment. As we see the Fun Cup car in the lane at the moment, and it takes off going out of the lane. Another PB lap from Zach Bates last time through. It is remaining on the tail of that Lotus, the 173 machine, as it has done all stint long so far. It's brilliant that the Super 2 driver is able to keep up with a Lotus Exige while driving a Toyota 86, but that shows the talent of young Zach Bates. There's a reason why he's driving for Walkinshaw Andretti United in the Super 2 series, and he's taken a race victory as well already this year. Here is the 791 machine. We've touched on it already. Andrew Boydell behind the wheel, and his co-driver Herring is at the moment, but Boydell running nicely. The combo out there at the moment. This is quite a story because nobody has ever gone back-to-back at the Winton 300 before. Could Boydell be the first to do so? Touch wood. I'm touching wood at the moment.
Don't say it.
And Mazda has been quite successful here as well in the past. But it's here we are. The 818 machine is in the lane. Head on hands for Jimmy Tran. I think they're putting fuel in the car as well. But so this looks like what they would serve as their compulsory pit stop. I still expect a penalty to come, but fuel going in on lap number 79, which meets up with their story that they were saying they thought the pit window closed on lap 80. Unfortunately, it does not, but this pit stop won't count, and a penalty will be coming. And there we are, across the line that time through. Boydell and Herring have officially taken the race lead. Todd Herring behind the wheel at the moment is now the race leader out there on the circuit. And the margin is around half a minute with 20 laps to go. The Giantini Honda Civic not too far behind. And Dave Stillwell sending us a text message here in the commentary box letting us know he believes, and I believe it also, to be a 5-lap penalty. Yes, you did hear that correctly. 5 laps he has to stay inside the box. So a huge penalty, Callum.
Yeah, look, and they're sticking to their strategy, so they're sticking to their guns. This is exactly what they would have done if the CPS window was open till 80. So they, unfortunate mistake for the BYP team. Ruining that mistake, unfortunately, because they've been so fast. Damon Ashton has put in a stellar stint to get this race underway, and Jimmy Tran is the fastest man of the race, a 1 minute 32.3 on lap 71. So much promise for that car, the Honda Integrita, but it's parked up in the pit lane, and it's likely to receive a penalty for missing or not taking its CPS during the window outlined in the supplementary regulations distributed to the teams prior to this event. So Giantini in position 2, still about 30 seconds, half a minute between himself and Todd Herring in the lead of the race, with Burgess showing in position 3 in the number 33. So Jerry Burgess still doing a great job, and he's actually jumped ahead of Jimmy Tran in race order on that last lap. And then Wemmy's in position 5, the 173 Lotus Exige. That is currently 5th place overall and 2nd in Division B. So the Lotus Exige is currently lapping in a 1 minute 35. So it's actually the quickest of the top 10 at the moment. But it's 1.4 laps adrift of the lead. So there's still plenty of time. There's 19 laps remaining in this race. Zach Bates in position 6. We talked a lot about him in this race. And we should highlight his efforts in the top 10 shootout yesterday to get that car well and truly inside the top 5 for the start of this race. Josh Haynes behind the wheel of the Division D, number 41 Nissan Pulsar, doing a great job in 7th position. So Josh Haynes taking over the young car wash entry from Michael Ricketts. Dave Stillwell, you're in the pit lane.
I am, guys, and usually we give people the commentator's curse before they have an issue, but unfortunately this time we've had to come down to the BYP garage to have a chat with Damon here. Now, you were the first driver in the 818. You did have to complete 2 stops. You got your first CPS out of the way early on. You had a 2.5 minute CPS to complete. Now, our reading the rules, and judging by the fact we heard the siren in pit lane that said the CPS window was closed at the end of lap 70, you've conducted that stop outside of that window. Can you tell us what seems to have happened there?
I think we're just focusing on the race, to be honest with you, and I was told to come in, so I came in. And I think Benny's he's in the car now, and I think he's probably just overlooked it, to be honest with you. Yeah.
So from our reading of the rules, it looks like you might be incurring a 5-lap penalty for that. That looks like it might drop you just outside the top 10. Is there much else you've got in the tank for the rest of the race?
Well, we've got Jimmy Tran in the car. He's pretty quick. He's pretty handy behind the wheel. So I think if we're going to make up some time, he'll be able to do it.
Well, the good thing is that now that you're obviously running in Division B, you can run as fast as a 1 minute 31.000. So there's plenty of lap time left in the 818 BYP K-swapped Integra.
Sorry, say it again.
I'm about to say, is there plenty of pace left in the car if he wants to push a bit harder?
Oh, the car will go another 200 laps and do a 131 every lap. So he's pretty consistent. I'm confident he'll be able to reel the leaders in.
Not a problem. Well, we'll look forward to catching up with the end of the race and see what pans out. But look, commiserations to what was an incredible run, and of course, running 4th outright at the moment.
Thank you. Yep.
Back to commentary.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Damon. And hats off to Damon for taking the time to talk to us about the situation. It's never the best time to throw a microphone underneath someone, especially when it's live and you're in the heat of the moment. But a big hats off to the team for taking the time to talk to us. That's a pass on track there. So that is Tran up the inside of Burgess for position 3 on the circuit. But Jerry Burgess in at number 33 probably would have been advised by the team that they're not necessarily in the same race at the moment. So Jerry Burgess pressing on. He's got a fresh front left tyre after that pit stop, so he'd be benefiting from some fresh rubber at the top left. And there's probably a very good decision by the team to switch that out because the working side tyre, they actually had to do the same thing at the Sydney 300 where they changed the front right tyre for the anti-clockwise circuit. So based on that experience with a fresh front left, Burgess is lapping in 1 minute 39s. He's consistent and he's still maintaining a healthy gap over Wemmy's in position 4, or effectively position 4. Wemmy's is a bit quicker in outright pace, but he's got 47 seconds to close down with 17 laps remaining in this race.
The top two continuing to exchange who is faster out there on the circuit. Last time through, there's only a tenth between them, but that margin has come back just under half a minute now at 28.2 seconds. So it is very much traffic dependent out there on the racetrack. The record of the biggest win here in the Picture Partners Winton 300 is 2 laps. I certainly don't think we're going to be seeing that today. It's going to be a lot closer than that in the closing stages of this race. 16 laps to go, and there are still 4 cars on the lead lap of this motor race. We've spoken previously about the pole position curse this year. It was the Kaptanovich and Thompson machine that started on pole position. The pit stops didn't go their way at all. There's a bit of a fumble, a bit of a mix-up, and they are outside of the top 10 in position number 12, 5 laps down. So the pole position curse continues. Nobody has won from pole since this event was revived in 2011. So it's been quite some time since a pole sitter won the Winton 300. As we see the cars continue to circulate. There is a Mazda MX-5. As I say, Mazda's taken the MX-5, won 3 300s in the past. And as well, the Sydney 300 just a few months ago in 2024, with Todd Herring taking the victory on that day, and what was a very eventful race, that is for sure. This has certainly been a much cleaner race, with strategy playing out and really playing a huge factor in determining the outcome of this race. This has been a much more traditional and intriguing endurance race, whereas the Sydney 300, with all its stoppages, I think there was 8 safety cars in the end, is more like a sprint race between safety cars. As look, once again, the Hyundai Veloster is playing games out there on the racetrack for Tabitha Ambrose. What a shame. There it goes. It's just died again on the exit of turn number 3 and straight back to life once more. How strange is that this continues to happen almost every 5 or 10 laps. The car has come in the lane so many times now in this motor race, and just to say it packs up once more. So yeah, this is a really not the way that the driver training Australia team would have wanted this race to go. And she is quite far down the order now, is Tabitha Ambrose, sharing the car with Brad Gardner, as we alluded to earlier on in this motor race. There's the race leader, the 791 machine. The lead has been reduced in the last couple of laps, down to 27 seconds now out there on the circuit. But Callum, we haven't actually mentioned at all this week, and it's very important we do so, that the winner of the Winton 300 goes home with the Michael Ronk Memorial Trophy in memory of the late CEO of this very circuit. It was first awarded back in 2013, and Michael Ronk was key really in this Winton circuit for so many years. So it's important that we mention the fact that the Memorial Trophy is named in his honour here, and the winners will go home with the Michael Ronk Memorial Trophy for the Picture Partners Winton 300.
Andrew Boydell and Todd Herring are in the box seat at the moment to claim their second trophy in as many years, and of course they're all out there charging as hard as they can.
Oh.
That's a very close moment there between Hanrahan and Wemmy's in the 173 Exceed, with Gene Tini with the box seat view of that near altercation there at turn 11. So that was a little bit too close for comfort, but luckily they didn't appear to make contact there. But it's a good example of the endurance component of this race. The sun is getting low. The drivers are starting to get just a little bit tired. It's been a long weekend building up until this point. There's been practice sessions, qualifying sessions, a top 10 shootout, a warm-up this morning, and to finish it off, you've got to do 100 laps of the Winton Motor Raceway. So it's an extremely hard task at hand to be able to race through, and at this point they're starting to get a little bit tired. It's not just the drivers, it's also the machines, it's also the crew. There are so many factors coming into this point, so with the sun setting low, they've really got to be alert, stay awake. They've really just got to be as sharp as they possibly can. It's mentally taxing, it's physically taxing, it's a massive effort for the drivers to do what they are doing, and they're pressing on as hard as they possibly can, and they're driving, if not, they're driving to a number which requires concentration, so they're trying to be consistent. There's so many factors that goes into endurance racing, and the 173 machine there nearly came unstuck there, so it's a hard task at hand, but grassroots endurance racing at its very best here for the Pitcher Partners Winton 300. We looked at the number 151 Mazda MX-5 before. I believe that's the only car at the moment with a single driver in the car behind the wheel. They can elect to have 1, 2 or 3 drivers per entry, and only one driver can enter one car at any given point, as in you can't one driver can't drive 2 cars. There's no cross entries as written into the regulations, but the 151 entry, they must be feeling particularly tired because they've done the entire endurance race up until now.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, you can do it is single driver, 2 drivers, or 3 drivers. We've had one driver combination and 1 3-driver combinations, but all the rest, all the other 37 cars have just a pairing. I spoke to a few drivers earlier on in the weekend, and there's quite a few single drivers in the Sydney 300, but they're saying because of the nature of the Winton circuit, it's a very physical track. You're often constantly turning the car. There's not too many brakes around this circuit. It's a real physical task to do 100 laps as a sole driver around this circuit. You think there's 12 turns on this circuit. You got to do that 100 times. You are turning the steering wheel a hell of a lot. I mean, we're nearly getting to the 2.5 hour mark. By the end of the race, I think it'll be around about 2 hours and 45 minutes. It just shows what a physical encounter this Winton 300 is. It's such a historical endurance race. The first one ran back in 1985 as a production car race back then, won by Peter Fitzgerald and Barry Jones in their Mitsubishi Starion. In fact, it was dominated by Starions in the early years. The first 3 were won in Starions, and Fitzgerald, the inaugural winner, is still the most successful winner, the only driver to win it on 3 occasions, doing so in 1985, 87 and also in 1989. He actually won it in 1987 with a bloke called Alan Grice, who might be familiar to some people, I'm sure, a 2-time Bathurst 1000 winner. Of course, there's been some legendary names that have raced in this race, though, over the years. Even a young Mark Scaife, even before he raced in Australian touring cars, drove in this race. Neil Crompton, in fact, most of the commentary team of part of the supercars have raced here. Crompton, Larko, Scaife, basically all of them have competed in the Winton 300 over the years. And it's great to see that this event is back to its glory days. They've had smaller entry numbers the last couple of years, but a capacity grid of 40 cars at the start of this weekend. We only lost 1 prior to the start of this race, the Holden Astra. So to have 39 cars here this weekend is absolutely brilliant. The Pitcher Partners Winton 300 is back stronger than ever before. It's absolutely fantastic to see out there as the sun begins to set, and we can see the 2 Mazdas out there fighting on the race circuit. The 151 and the 411 machines out there on the course at the moment as they exit turn number 2 and roar down towards turn number 3, signalling the race leader through. They're a close-knit community, the Mazda MX-5 drivers. There is, of course, the MX-5 Cup, which runs around the country, and they're a real tight-knit community. They all know each other very, very well. Andrew Boydell was set to drive this car with Jason Walsh, who he won the race with last year, but Jason just a bit unwell at the moment, so we wish you well, mate, and hope to see you back here in 2025. So Todd Herring is mate and fellow Mazda MX-5 driver, the Sydney 300 winner. A great call-in, a great replacement driver.
Absolutely, Dan. The 411 MX-5 on screen at the moment. He was being chased down by the 151, which is Craig Barney, and we were talking about him just before being, as we believe, the only single driver behind the wheel competing this afternoon, but allowing the race leader, Todd Herring, through, giving him more than enough space. And as you say, there's a lot of camaraderie amongst all competitors up and down the pit lane. It's not just brand specific, but more particularly between the Mazda MX-5 competitors, because they will definitely be the first people to reach out to one another or offer a hand if they ever need it. So this is the battle for, or this is actually the 411 car in position 19. The 151 of Barney just behind in position 20. A phenomenal effort given the massive task at hand. Racing this entire duration. Ooh, lock left front there. Going into turn 1. But a bit of a flat spot there. It shouldn't be too bad given that we are getting to the closing stages of this race. Here is the aerial display. It's not official, but they are here nonetheless. And they are getting the best view possible of the Picture Partners Winton 300. They must be taking in that glorious sunset and watching the near capacity field. Obviously it's been whittled down a little bit through attrition, but they're getting certainly the best view of the action from almost 100 metres up in the air, I would say it is, but they're taking it nice and easy. I think I'd like to take over that sail and that fan for just a few moments and enjoy the race from up there at one point. But here it is, once again, the 411. Slight lock-up earlier in this lap. And they've got the car of Craig Barney behind, chasing them down.
Boydell, the leader. I'll just run you through the class leaders and things. So at the moment, Boydell leading outright and leading Class C ahead of Giantini by 23 seconds. So that lead gap is certainly coming down, but not at a quick enough rate at this point in time for the 13 to catch up, but we will continue to keep an eye on that. Jimmy Tran in the 818 Honda Integra remains in third, the B-class leader at the moment, but there's still that big asterisk of a potential penalty coming for not serving the second stop within the compulsory pit stop period. Lee Burgess is fourth on the road, third in Class C. Sorry, that's not Lee behind the wheel now, it's Jerry behind the wheel in the 33 Mitsubishi Evo. In fourth, or effectively fourth position, we'll call it as it is at the moment, Townsend, second in Class B in the Lotus Exige. We expect him to move up into that Class B winning position if a potential penalty comes for Jimmy Tran. Behind that, Zach Bates sits fourth in Class C in sixth position. The class leader in Class D sits in seventh. That's Josh Haynes behind the wheel of that machine, doing a great job at the moment. Touch wood there. And Zabatakis running in eighth position in Class 8th outright and 5th in Class C. Beyond that, we have several Class D competitors that round out the top 10. So the Tierney Toyota 86 is second in Class D, and Thulis is third in Class C. And in 13th E is Harahan, the Evo, rounding out the top 10 and leading E-Class. This is for position out there on the race circuit. For fourth position they are fighting. The Lotus coming on the tail of the Evo, but under brakes that Evo is mighty strong, but not as strong as the Lotus. It came from miles back, many car lengths back. It closed right up, but couldn't do anything with it. It's Wayne's behind the wheel, of the Lotus at the moment. And a nice exit out of the turn. Where can he go? What can he do? Down towards turns number 1 and 2. The Evo's got a lot more poke in a straight line, but the Lotus is far superior under brakes and in the turns. So I expect to move in the second sector. But will the Lotus, if a move is made, be able to pull ahead enough to claim the position and keep it when they get to the long straights on this Winton circuit. Here we are, this is where the Lotus comes into its own, this technical section of the course, the second sector of the Winton Motor Raceway. A stone's throw from Benella. This is the fight, as we say, for fourth on the road at the moment, but potentially third as the Lotus swings it up the inside. Waynes takes that one quite easily in the end, and through goes Haynes as well, unlapping one lap anyway on the 33 Evo. So he's marching through in the Pulsar is Haynes, but he's around about a lap behind Bates in position number 6 at the moment. Here comes Giantini in second position outright, gonna put a lap on the 4th place car. So yeah, only the 3 cars now on the lead lap of this race. The Boydell and Herring combination, the Giantini combination, and the 818 combination of Tran and Ashton out there on the circuit. But there's plenty of on-track action. Look at Bates. Bates is closing in here at the moment. This is for position as well, if he can catch up to the number 33. This is for a class podium out there in Division C. So this is exciting stuff here at the moment. The 13 is a lap ahead of these, but the 86 on the screen and the Evo, they are fighting for third in Class C and 5th outright in this motor race. Here they go into the turn. Late move from Zach Bates, but well and truly able to make that one stick. Awesome move from the youngster in the Short Wine sponsored machine. Makes that one look easy. So that is now third in Division C for Zach Bates and 5th outright. Can he catch up to the Lotus? It's not too far ahead at the moment. Oh, that was a nice move. Unlapping itself on the car that's second outright in this motor race and catching the race leader at the moment. The gap's down to 17 seconds now. There is just over 5 laps remaining. This is really good stuff at the moment. We might be 94 laps into this race, Callum, over 2.5 hours into this motor race, but there's still on-track racing all the way through the field.
Still plenty of time to go, Dan. Heaps of action to come, and anything can happen, which was a common rhetoric up and down the pit lane from competitors. There's a long way to go in this race, and we have got 17 seconds between Todd Herring and Giantini, between positions 1 and 2. Now that gap does tend to ebb and flow as they're trying to filter through the traffic. As Dan suggested, it is very traffic dependent, is the gap between those 2 cars. But anything can happen. There could be a late race safety car. There could be anything to come up and throw a cat amongst the pigeons as we count down the closing stages of the Mission Partners Winton 300. I'm thoroughly impressed by Josh Haynes in that Nissan Pulsar. You can see the orange car on screen there just ahead of Zach Bates. That Class D car is certainly leading the way in Division D, but to be 7th position overall, they were just steadily chipping away throughout the day and through their pit stop sequence. They did drop down ever so slightly, but they are back up into the top 7. An incredible effort there. Now the gap's been, or so the gap there to try and take a nice easy opportunity to go up the inside of Haynes there for Zach Bates was closed firmly by the lapped traffic in the background there, and it's actually starting to hold up Giantini ever so slightly, so this is going to slightly hamper his efforts to try and close the gap to the leader. But Todd Herring and Andrew Boydell still odds on at the moment in the 791 Spy Optic Mazda MX-5. Zabatakis in 8th position in Class C, so they're 4th in class. Very impressed by her efforts, behind the wheel of the MX-5, stepping into that car since Todd Herring has stepped behind the wheel of the current outright leading car as well.
It could have been even higher potentially. They not needed to make a second compulsory. Well, there was one compulsory stop that needed to be served, but a second stop was made and that cost them around about a minute and a half, and I'm looking at where that would put them if they didn't lose that minute and a half. It would have been right around the Bates, Burgess, Townsend battle, or the Wayne's battle, I should say, that we're seeing on the racetrack at the moment. So would have been right in there, around about 4th position on the racetrack. So a real shame there. Not sure if it was due to fuel, not being able to make it on a single stop, not entirely sure. But a few cars have been caught out. There was a few cars and a few drivers telling us earlier on in the weekend, we need a safety car. If we want to do it on one stop in Class C, we need a safety car. And that may have affected some of the drivers and team combinations out there in this race. Going green all the way, it was incredibly unexpected that we would do this, and on lap 96 we remain green out there on the race circuit, so quite remarkable. And that has caught out, I think, several of the Division C competitors that I think really went gung-ho early and found themselves with not quite enough juice to make it to the end of the motor race. But we're looking at the moment on the 818 machine, who's been unlapping itself. It just got past Jerry Burgess out there, but or putting a lap, down on Jerry Burgess, sitting in 3rd position and quickly catching, let's be honest, the number 13 of Giantini. The gap now down to 11 seconds. He's catching around about 2 seconds a lap at the moment. Again, it does ebb and flow slightly depending on the traffic. As he crosses the line, it's just gone out a little bit, back out to 12 seconds, but it's a good performance from Jimmy Tran late on in this race. But a fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 32.3 second time, a superb time from the 818 machine. But looks like it's going to be a little short with just 4 laps remaining in this race. There'd have to be some real drama for the number 818 machine to take the race victory outright from here. But at the moment, Callum leading in Division B, so that's of significant note. As we look at the race leader, it's currently the second driver behind the wheel of Herring.
And we should point out, it does look very dark from our vantage point outside. Looking from the commentary box, it looks a lot more light on the TV screen for viewers watching from home on the Blendline TV broadcast. Big thank you to Blendline TV and the entire team behind the scenes, working tirelessly to bring you these wonderful pictures. It's been a massive day for everybody involved, but they have been here early and they have certainly delivered these wonderful pictures. The live onboard cameras, the various camera points you can see all the way around the circuit, brought to you live and free on the YouTube channel and Facebook page via Blendline TV. So it's a massive thank you to the team. Also a big thank you to the AASA, as well as the event organisers for round 3 of the VMRC, the Victorian Motor Racing Championship, incorporating the picture partners Winton 300 for putting on this weekend, because we've been treated to this wonderful endurance race. We're coming up on 2 hours and 43 minutes elapsed in this race. It is 5:30 local time. The sun is getting real low. It's starting to get extremely dark out there at the moment. There's a change for position on track there as the Giantini car goes up the inside of...
It's Bates that's got through on the Lotus. So Bates,
sorry, apologies for
that.
Toyota
80. Oh, and off goes the Lotus. A wheel's come off. A wheel has come off the Lotus Exige. That must be why it slowed so dramatically on this lap. And late race drama, lap number 98 of the motor race, and the wheel has departed the rear of the Lotus Exige. There it is, stuck in the gravel trap down at turn number 6. It was running so nicely, the Townsend Wade's machine, but it has come to an abrupt halt late on in this race. What on earth has happened there? I just saw it was running really slow on the first half of the lap. Bates shot through like it was standing still. Clearly that wheel was already loose, and the Lotus was suffering with some sort of dramas, and it has completely departed the machine.
And the left rear is also looking on an odd angle as well on the back of the Lotus Exige. Wemmies, that's unfortunate. That's heartbreaking stuff there for Townsend and Wemmies. That's dropping them off the podium. And Dan pointed out rightly so that they did drop a position just before we saw that dramatic end, that dramatic conclusion for that car that exits at turn 6 on the left-hand side. Now, given that there's 2 laps remaining in this race, we don't anticipate a safety car There's local yellows there. We've got another car that's peeled off on the infield as well. But here's Wemmy's. He's assessing. He's trying to believe. I guess he's somewhat in shock about what's just happened, because that's a relatively high-speed part of the circuit, especially as you've got the fast sweeping left-hander. And that's Rice in the number 37 FPV Falcon.
From 15th position, and more importantly, they're all dropping off late on in this race. What on earth is happening here? But the Rice car was in the fight for a Division B podium, and now the 411 machine has come to a stop. He was running fourth as well in Division E, and not too far away from a Division E podium. So it's really gone off in the closing laps of this race. There's cars littered around the circuit at the moment, but out front the 791 machine is out front and has not been involved in any of these incidents and cars stopping out there on the circuit, and the 791 machine will commence the final lap of the race. The lead margin has come down significantly in the last couple of laps, but I think it's a case of just trying to bring it home at this point in time. Don't want to throw it down the road, don't want to cause any sort of mechanical dramas either. So the margin down to 7.8 seconds. Giantini is closing in, but it looks like it's going to be a little bit too little, a little bit too late this time around. But there's still half a lap to go, and I don't want to call it now after everything I've seen. I've just seen as well out the commentary box the dust there that was caused by the 322 Toyota 86 of Tierney running slightly wide. That's the Division D second place runner at the moment. So as the sun set late on in this race, the drivers out there, mistakes are starting to creep in, mechanical melodies are starting to reoccur once more as well. This has been a dramatic conclusion to the 2024 edition of the Picture Partners Winton 300. But there's just a couple more corners to go for this machine on the screen. You can see the 13 behind it now. This is really closing up late on in this race. There is Boydell, yes, absolutely, watching on from the side of the circuit. If this car makes it around the final couple of corners, he will be a back-to-back 300 winner. This time, though, Todd Herring is his co-driver, and Todd Herring is turning it into the final corner. These guys have plucked away at it today, and come the end of this race, they are the Winton 300 champions once again. The 791 Mazda MX-5 takes victory. A superb performance from Herring and from Boydell. A great drive from both of them. The winning margin in the end, just 6.5 seconds. Giantini really closed in late on, and so did Jimmy Tran as well. In the end, the top three separated by just over 11 seconds. That was mighty close in the end. Cars continue to come across the line. Haynes there crossing the line in the Pulsar, winning Division D. A great performance from that combination of Haynes and Ricketts. Thoroughly deserved that one. Really were the class of the Division D field all day long, and took the victory in their class by over a lap in the end. Across the line goes Zach Bates and Jerry Burgess, sharing with Lee Burgess in their Evo. Another top 5 finish, podium last year, but I don't think they'll be too disappointed with 5th outright in the race and 4th in Division C. The cars continue to come across the line in what was an eventful Picture Partners Winton 300. There was lots of drama early in the race. There was lots of strategy that played out in the middle, and then a lot of drama at the end, Callum.
Indeed. What a race. The Picture Partners Winton 300 final results. Home in the lead. Todd Herring brings home the 791 Spy Optic car that he shares with Andrew Boydell. Boydell becomes the first repeat winner, the 2-time winner of the Winton 300 in its modern iteration. Aaron Giantini bringing home the car, 6.5 seconds adrift. As Dan said, that gap had been worked down ever so slightly from about 32 seconds with 20 laps remaining in the race. Jimmy Tran home in 3rd position. There will be some discussions with the race officials after the race, but a fantastic effort by Jimmy Tran and Damon Ashton. It should be said they've put together a fantastic package for the weekend. Zach Bates, alongside his father Rick Bates, Home in 4th position, Lee Burgess. It's Jerry Burgess behind the wheel that brings the car home that he shares with Lee Burgess in the number 33. Josh Haynes home in 6th position in the car he shares with Michael Ricketts. Kiara Zabatakis in 7th position. Glenn Townsend is showing in 8th position, but that car was spearing off into the kitty litter on the left-hand side with just a few laps to go. Matthew Thewlis and Jeff Tierney rounding out the top 10.
Names continue to come through. The pole sitters in the number 8 BMW. Sadly, it was not their day today. The pole curse continues. They finished in 11th ahead of James Hay. And Dave, I believe you're down there with our winners of the Winton 300. Dave, over to you. The drivers, the winning drivers, just getting out of their machines. We will just wait for them to get their helmets off and everything. So Herring taking his second 300 of the year, winning the Sydney 300 a couple of months ago, and now backing it up in the Winton 300. And as we said, Boydell, the first person to ever, since 1985, do it back-to-back, 2 back-to-back Winton 300s. That is a remarkable achievement. And this car has been so good to him the last couple of years. The 791 Mazda MX-5. There they are, your picture partners, Winton 300 winners, sharing a hug and a congratulations between them. That was an awesome performance from those two. Door closed, and the second place car comes into the lane just behind. As we can see, Dave is down there with the winners. Over to you, Dave.
Well, after some of my recent interviews have ended up with cars pulling over to one side or experiencing mechanical maladies, I stayed well clear of the number 791 MX-5, the Spy Optic MX-5. Of course, the two drivers here join an elite club. Of course, you join the list of back-to-back winners and multi-winners of Winton 300. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a little in shock.
And of course, my main man, Mr. Herring here, joins an elite list of 300 winners who've gone back-to-back in 300 events, taking out the picture partners Sydney 300 2 months ago, and of course the Winton 300 today. You had to work a bit hard for that one.
Oh, mate, that was definitely hard work. I'm lost for words, mate. That car he's built is unbelievable. It's on rails, and yeah, everyone was courteous in the race. It was good racing. I'm lost for words, man. I'm buggered.
Well,
you got to work harder in them cars.
Now, of course, you managed to do the race solo last year with just the single stop in Division C. Was there much?
Last year I had Jason.
Oh, okay.
Sydney was solo.
Sydney was solo.
Yeah.
So, was there much change to strategy from last year?
No, we stuck to the same strategy. Just get out, keep with the leaders in the first half, and bring it home in the second was the goal.
Now, and of course, you got in the gun hot shoe from the Sydney 300, who's gesturing for a little bit of refreshment. Guys, what more can we say? Really, really well done. There's some people you'd like to thank.
Definitely Spy Optic, definitely Todd, who stepped in this week to fill the void of Jason not being well enough to race, and my garage mate Stephen Head, who helps me all the time, and our tuner David Radders from MX-5 Mania, who tuned the car beautifully. It's just running like a song. It's fun to do.
Now, Todd, we should also say this is also the second race that you've put your son in another car, and you've also defeated them on the outright place. At some point, you're going to have to let the young fella have a crack at an outright win themselves.
Yeah, mate, he did great. I'm sure he did. He got a little bit more to learn. I've got a few more hours up than him. I'd just like to thank Newland Oils, G-Lock Brakes, Andy for the drive, all his sponsors, my wife, my family, everyone here. It's just a great event. Thank you.
And an atmosphere with 21% oxygen in it, it would appear. We'll move on down through the High-Tech Oils pit lane here at Winton Motor Raceway, moving down to position 2 outright. What an incredible run from the Giantini boys. You managed to do a very long stint with just a single stop in Division C. Well done.
Yeah, well, the car held on. It was a little bit scratchy for there most of the park because it overheated a little bit. I think you set it up a bit high, but that's all right. No, it went faultless from beginning to the end. We just pushed it as far as we could on the fuel, and then I just gave it to Aaron and just send it, see what we can come up with. And it was getting really close at the end. Came within like 10 seconds of gap between first, second, and then 10 seconds again, second and third. So I was kind of sitting there a bit tense, but we made it happen at least second. So hopefully next time we can be on the top one. But at least it's 2 from 2, I guess, in the second step. So good stuff.
Well, it was a really good run for the K-powered Civic. Can you tell us what more could you have done today to maybe have had a crack at outright victory? Was there a little strategy tweak? Was it just luck with traffic? What happened there?
To be honest, I think it's probably just down to traffic. Caught a lot of traffic once we come out of the pits, but it is what it is. It's part of these long games. So stoked with second again. Was that 2 seconds this year in the 300? So twice second to Mr. Todd over here. So we're gonna have to try and catch him on the next one. But yeah, we'll just do what we do. Just send it.
or maybe we'll just find a spare turbo kit for a K20 and just accidentally install that under the bonnet. Now, there has been a late race adjustment. We were talking about the 818 BYP car, of course. That car was receiving we anticipate a 5-lap penalty being applied for that car due to a not taking care of its CPS requirement within the window. We've also had an adjustment. There was a 1-lap penalty applied to the number 14 Bates and Bates Toyota 86. That means it's my very good friends, the Burgess family, aboard the number 33 Evo. They're doing a really great happy snap with all the crew here. We're going to jump in with Lee and Jerry. We'll get a shot with you first. Now, last year we were having a chat. You'd nursed the car home with a dodgy clutch. I think you had about 1 gear left for the last 15, 20 laps. Was it a much nicer race with all 5 speeds in the gearbox?
5 speeds, great coming down the back straight in 4th and 5th down the main straight. So a lot better day than last year where it limped home. But I'll give it to the old Evo. She got us home last year even with only 3 gears. But yeah, no, really enjoyed the race today. Just perfect weather for racing, and Lee put in a magnificent effort to get me well and truly into the race. So I just had to bring it home. And he did all the hard work in that first stint up to about close to lap 60.
Well, of course, when we had that chat at the Sydney 300, you guys said that your fuel window was quite narrow in terms of how long into the race you can run the Evo. Now, Lee, you obviously had the car for the first half of the race. Did you have any idea that a result like this was in the offing?
Oh yeah, look, from the start we're in Class C, but we always come here to race for outright. So once the green flag, we're always going for outright. So good result, and a top 5 it would have been nice, but 3, it's a fantastic result.
Once again, really great job to the two of you. I look forward to seeing you at future editions of the Picture Partners Winton 300. Good job. What an incredible race. We've often seen victories come from different divisions in the Winton 300. We're going to make our way back to our outright winners. Of course, the first place trophy is going to be presented by the president of the Benalla Auto Club, Barry Stylo. So we've got that here for our winners of the Winton 300. I'll just hand over to Barry Stylo, who's going to present the perpetual Mick Ronk trophy. And again, what an incredible feat by our winners today. I'll hand over to Barry. Barry, can you tell us what this trophy means to the club?
Well, it's just one of those things that take a lot of getting and a lot of effort and everything like that. And the club welcomes to provide it, and then the drivers have got to work like crazy to win it.
Definitely. Of course, I can say from a personal standpoint, I really enjoy the event because it started in 1985 and so did I. So great to see that things from the 1980s continue on to this day. Can you say a little bit more about what Mick Ronk meant to the club? I guess he was massively important in bringing this event back.
Yeah, he was. There's no doubt about it. He put it on the map. There's no doubt about that. And he did a good job. And besides a few things that went on, he just forged ahead and took everybody with him, and that's where we are now.
Well, I think I'd take this as an opportunity on behalf of everyone who supports grassroots motorsport in this country. Thank you to you, the Benalla Auto Club, and everyone who makes access to motorsport available to us.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. And I just love to be here, and I'm glad to be part of it, part of the rest of the team and everything like that. just like to see everybody enjoying themselves and doing something, I don't know, just motor racing. That's all I've ever done in my life.
Well, the two worthy recipients of the Mick Ronk Trophy did an awful lot of motor racing today. Congratulations to the Spy Optic MX-5 number 791. Guys, you did a great job. Congratulations. Enjoy your trophy.
Thank you, mate. Good on you. Where's it going? It goes up. Yeah! Go the MX-5! On behalf of everyone at the Blendline TV crew, on behalf of Winton Motor Raceway, the Benalla Auto Club, the AASA, everyone involved in bringing you round 3 of the Victorian Motor Racing Championships here at Winton Motor Raceway, a huge thank you to everyone that's tuned in, whether you're local, up the road, across the country or around the world. We really appreciate your presence. Make sure you keep in those likes and subscribes on the Blendline TV YouTube channel, and if you're interested in following more grassroots motorsport, stay tuned to Blendline TV. We'll bring you more events like this, and incredible picture partners, Winton 300, that couldn't have happened without your support and those of all of our Volunteer Motorsport Australia volunteer motorsport officials here at Winton Motor Raceway. Signing off here, David Stillwell. Want to say a huge thanks to Callum and Dan in the commentary booth, to Lisa Totani, my producer, to Dan and Liz and everyone who was part of the Blendline TV crew. A massive thank you to you. Signing off here in the pit lane at Winton Motor Raceway. It's been my pleasure. Thank you.
We're about to go racing, 100 laps, 300 kilometres ahead of us. There is so much to play out over the next 3 hours of racing.
300 kilometres around this technical track is anyone's game.
There is so many unknowns, and in that respect we are going into the great unknown. Andrew Boydell and Jason Walsh are your 2023 Winton 300 winners.